Chapter 1. Reborn. In a bedroom adorned with American-style decor, a figure lay amidst soft bedding, tossing and turning in a state of unrest. Agonizing struggles marred her sleep, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, as if she were ensnared in a nightmare. Ah! With a scream that pierced the silence, the occupant of the bed finally awakened. She trembled all over, her gaze darting around the pristine and orderly walls, the fragrant bedding, and the exquisitely crafted furniture, as though she had been transported to paradise. Hadn't she just exploded? Hadn't she died? The blinding light of the explosion had seared her eyes shut, and the searing pain of that moment had wrenched a mournful cry from her very soul. She remained in a daze for an extended period until a familiar, yet foreign melody filled the air. What was that? A phone? Her pupils dilated sharply. It had been years since she had encountered such a delicate object. She, what are you doing? Why aren't you here yet? Have you had your fill of being a spoiled young lady? Who was that? And why were they so fierce? She struggled to recall, but it hardly deterred her from abruptly hanging up. Glancing at the time displayed on her phone, she was astonished to see it was June 10th, 2124. Was that the time of year before the apocalypse? Stumbling, she hurried to the window, pulling aside the curtains to behold the immaculate exterior of the villa and the shimmering surface of the swimming pool. Water clean, clear water. An instinctive urge surged within her to drink it all. In the bathroom mirror, a girl stared back at her full cheeks, delicate skin, smooth hair, and a tall figure. Yet her eyes were filled with the weight of hardship and suffering. She attempted to force a smile, but the reflection seemed even more bizarre. She could hardly remember what a genuine smile felt like. She squeezed her eyes shut, curling up by the bathtub. Only moments ago, she had been in the 9th year of the apocalypse, at the Hope Basia utopia amidst the chaos. It was a sanctuary she had painstakingly established, wielding the power of a 9th-tier ability user to protect the vulnerable souls of the apocalypse, granting them a chance at survival. But what had come of it? After enduring countless natural disasters together, those she had shielded with such effort had betrayed her. The very person she had trusted most had injected her with an ability suppressant. Why? What have I done to deserve this? Her eyes burned with fury as she demanded answers. Zhuo Mingyi, her right-hand man, whom she had rescued from the jaws of a cannibal, had journeyed alongside her since the beginning of the apocalypse. He gritted his teeth. Why? I'm exhausted. We are high-tier ability users wherever we go. We could have a brighter future and the best treatment. Why? You ask me why? Why are we stuck in this godforsaken place, babysitting a bunch of worthless weaklings? You made a foolish choice and dragged me down with you. You saved me, but I've repaid that debt long ago. But why hadn't he voiced his desire to leave? If he sought a brighter future, how could she possibly stand in his way? Yu Xiaohua, whom she had rescued from a gang of thugs that had nearly beaten her to death, seethed, "You only saved me because you found my medical skills useful. It's fine, I'm willing to follow you, but you shouldn't have expelled my brother. In such cold weather, he could freeze to death. Are you satisfied now? You have such a cruel heart." Ha! Her brother had exploited and harmed numerous girls. Even those under 10, he deserved nothing less than a swift end. Zhao Qinyun, whom she had discovered naked in a cellar while annihilating a gang that had ambushed a military squad, bore a complex expression. "Sister Shi, times have changed," she said. "Merging with other major bases is imperative, but you've made too many enemies. They see you as a destabilizing element. You should be willing to sacrifice for the greater good." Ha! She had offended those in power precisely because she insisted on protecting and saving people like her. She surveyed the crowd gathered around her, realizing that aside from herself, everyone else seemed to be aware of the situation. This isn't right. But Captain Zhao is absolutely correct. The base leader's personal grievances have prevented us from merging with the larger base. Exactly. The major base has new grain varieties, unlike our small base where we can barely scrape by. She's just trying to keep us locked in this wretched base to fulfill her ambitions of being the leader. It may not be right, but I have children at home. Do you expect us to remain in this broken base for a lifetime? The base leader has always been kind-hearted. She would surely be willing to sacrifice for us. The murmurs of the onlookers pierced Zai's ears, striking her heart with pain. So, this was how the people she had protected for so many years viewed her? They were all too eager to betray her. They had forgotten how, when they first arrived, they had been on the brink of death and how she had saved them. The so-called hope had ultimately been nothing more than her delusion. The ones sent to take Lin Shi away were Lin Yuan and Han Zi from the Victory Base, her cousin and former fiancé. Lin Shi, I always knew you would end up like this. Were you foolish enough to oppose the Research Institute for the sake of these ants? But it's fine with you. The progress of the Research Institute will surely accelerate, Lin Yuan said, intimately linking arms with Han Zi. Han Zi patted Lin Yuan's hand, saying, Lin Shi, if you can cooperate with the Research Institute, I might spare your life out of consideration for our past. Lin Shi regarded the two before her, letting out a light laugh. Are you sure? I know I'm foolish, and I admit it. The path I've walked has been of my own making, but heaven has not treated me harshly. I initially thought I would miss you both, but now that you're here, let's journey together. Before she could finish her sentence, Lin Shi felt her entire body heat up, blood boiling, skin cracking, as her energy exploded. The self-detonation of a 9th-tier fire ability user held destructive power akin to a small nuclear bomb, leaving no survivors within 100 miles. In that fleeting moment of death, Lin Shi truly harbored no thoughts. Her self-detonation obliterated all grievances and vendettas, and she had lived enough. Truly, in this apocalypse, she had no attachments. Dying sooner was a mercy. Yet, she was reborn. Was she to face the apocalypse once more? Lin Shi felt lost. Or should she simply die now? A throbbing pain enveloped her head, as if something were lodged within, causing a rhythmic ache. She endeavored to identify the source of her discomfort, but stumbled instead. When she regained her footing, she discovered she was no longer in the villa, but within a different space. This space appeared to have endured the ravages of war-cracked earth, withering trees, and yet there stood a wooden cabin amidst the ruins. The entire area was shrouded in smoke. But, after entering and exiting the space several times, her headache intensified. Yet, she gleaned a fragment of information about the space. It communicated with her through her consciousness. Her mental capacity was too weak. She could enter only thrice a day, and the space required energy to gradually restore itself. Awakening amidst an influx of information, Lin Shi initially felt no hunger, but now, an insatiable craving gnawed at her. That's right. The apocalypse hadn't arrived yet, and there were plenty of delicious foods. She had a space now, a space where she could store delectable treats. Chapter 2. Culinary Delights and Unwelcome Guests. Lin Shi dashed into the dining room, her eyes landing on a steamer filled with crab roe buns. She seized one and shoved it into her mouth. Oh, how delicious! Aunt Shun hurriedly served Lin Shi a bowl of seafood porridge, but by the time she turned around, the entire steamer of buns had vanished. As Lin Shi accepted the porridge, she pointed at the buns, prompting Aunt Shun to rush to retrieve another batch. They're hot, take your time. Lin Shi devoured the seafood porridge in a few gulps, swiftly handing her empty bowl back to Aunt Shun. After several rounds, Aunt Shun was left astounded. How ravenous could this young lady be? Lin Shi thought to herself that she could still eat more, but this feeble body was beginning to feel a bit overstuffed. Amidst Aunt Shun's hesitant expressions, Lin Shi reluctantly exited the kitchen. She instructed her to prepare more readily available snacks, promising to return in 2 hours. Aunt Shun murmured to herself, realizing that the online claims about dieting leading to binge eating were indeed true. Sister, what's wrong? Brother Z is looking for you. Why haven't you answered your phone? A sweet voice chimed in, causing Lin Shi to smile. Wasn't this her cousin, who had dragged her into the explosion? In her previous life, she had only discovered in the second year of the apocalypse that these two were scheming against her, seeking her inheritance. This time, she would have some fun with them and casually brush them off before hanging up. Was this the meaning of rebirth? Lin Shi pondered. As for Han Zi, he was neither a blessing nor a curse, merely a marriage alliance, akin to her parents, who held affections for others yet did not impede familial unions. They were quite professional about it, leaving her without any illegitimate siblings. Perhaps they had perished early on without having the chance. When she was 15, her parents had perished in a plane crash, leaving her with a significant inheritance. Both sides of the family wanted to care for her, shower her with affection, but, she was no fool. From the day she inherited her fortune, she had drawn up a will stipulating that should she die without children, all her assets would be proportionally donated to various state institutions, and the same would apply if she were to develop a mental illness. This will had effectively distanced some relatives and ensured her personal safety. Yet, when had she become so naive? She couldn't recall, so perhaps it was best to let fate decide. Lin Shi located an off-road vehicle in the garage and revved it up, bursting through the villa's gates. Driving felt unfamiliar. The roads were crowded, and traffic signals were abundant. She found herself wishing to ram those obstructing her path. For in the apocalypse, those who blocked others were seldom good people. But that was not an option now. Lin Shi bit her fingernails in frustration. Ugh, what was she even biting? She cursed, tasting the nail polish. After a long-awaited arrival at the bank, Lin Shi underwent verification and was ushered into the VIP room by the client manager, where the safe had already been brought forth. As Lin Shi opened the safe, she discovered an array of exquisite jewelry within. Gently caressing the pieces, she noted that a substantial portion comprised her mother's dowry, while a smaller fraction had been acquired by her father at various auctions. She pressed the jewelry delicately against her face, reminiscing about her parents, who were seldom at home. However, there were moments when they would share meals together. Aren't they beautiful? They're all set aside for you as your dowry, all right? Of course, Lin Shi had replied, overflowing with joy at that time. After carefully placing the jewelry into her storage space, she departed from the bank, arriving just in time for a meal. Standing before Hongyan Building, Lin Shi took a deep breath. It was her favorite restaurant. After ordering an extensive selection from the menu, the receptionist momentarily faltered before quickly regaining her composure, replying with a smile. Very well, Miss Lin. Shall we serve the dishes now, or wait for other customers to arrive? Immediately. At once. Understood. Soon, the large round table was overflowing with an array of dishes. Paper-wrapped osmanthus fish, Chilean chicken, honey-glazed spare ribs, black pine suckling pig, bird's nest and abalone, peepa duck and creamy cod. The table was soon laden to the brim, verging on an excess. Alas, there were too many dishes. A few bites left her feeling uncomfortably full. What an ungrateful body. Never mind. She decided to pack the leftovers and settle the bill. 5 neatly stacked boxes were placed in the car, and Lin Shi felt quite pleased with the cost of $38,000, swiping her card for an even $40,000. As the car turned a corner, the 5 boxes were transported into her storage space. Upon arriving at the villa, she discovered Lin Yuan and Han Zi in the living room on the first floor, with Butler Li attending to them. After observing them for a moment from outside, Lin Shi finally walked in. Lin Yuan approached her, saying, "Sister, where have you been? We couldn't reach you by phone, and we were so worried." Lin Shi took a moment to assess her sister, who was dressed in a fitted white dress, her long hair flowing gracefully, her features reasonably delicate. In high heels, she appeared slightly shorter than Lin Shi. Lin Shi flopped onto the sofa, propping her long legs on the coffee table. "Did you need something from me?" Han Zi frowned at her. "What sort of appearance is this? You look neither standing nor sitting properly. It's quite impolite. And so, are you planning to annul our engagement?" Lin Shi replied languidly. "What?" Han Zi paused momentarily, then quickly realized. "Lin Shi, don't think I wouldn't dare to annul our engagement." "Oh, so, will you?" Lin Shi arched an eyebrow. Lin Yuan, watching from the side, felt a pang of frustration. Lin Shi was undeniably beautiful, standing at 170, with a slender waist and long legs. Her striking features made her a natural beauty even without makeup. It was truly enviable. Lin Yuan attempted to mediate the situation. "Sister, Z is merely concerned for you. He has waited for you for quite some time. So, of course, he would be anxious. He means well." Lin Shi scoffed. "There's no need for that. Overstepping bounds will only annoy me. It's merely a political union. If it works, fine. If not, we'll find someone else. It's quite distasteful to keep up appearances." In a fit of anger, Han Zi pointed at her and stormed off without uttering another word. Lin Yuan watched his retreating figure, sensing something amiss. "Sister, what's wrong? Didn't you say you liked him? What if he truly gets angry and ignores you?" Lin Shi replied, "My favorite is Imperial Green. Do you want to help me out?" Sighing, Lin Shi decided not to entertain her further. "I'm tired. I need to rest. Butler Li, please show our guests out." Li Shuing, dressed in a formal suite, hesitated. Isn't this a bit inappropriate, miss?" Lin Zai's expression turned cold. "Are you instructing me on how to conduct myself?" Li Shuing quickly denied it. Lin Shi ignored them and ascended the stairs. Lin Yuan immediately adopted a fierce expression. "What's her problem? If it weren't for..." Li Shuing hastily signaled her to be quiet, and Lin Yuan reluctantly left in a huff. Lin Shi opened a wardrobe in her bedroom, revealing a small compartment once filled with toys, her childhood's secret hideaway. After her parents had departed, she had transformed it into a monitoring room. Chapter 3. Space and the Tiger Cub. This villa is exceedingly vast, measuring 3,000 square meters without counting the courtyard. Yet it accommodates only her as the sole resident, while an abundance of outsiders frequents the premises. She commissioned a highly advanced facial recognition security system from a team in Country D, with herself as the sole authorized user. The security system is directly linked to the alarm system, ensuring that any trigger will alert the police. Lin Shi revoked Li Shuang's access to the villa, knowing that once she departed, she would find herself unable to enter in her previous life. It was Li Shuang who had led her great-uncle's family into the villa. How amusing. Lin Shi made a phone call. Hello, Aunt Wu. The housekeeper Li Shuang here has been quite unsatisfactory. Please assist me in terminating her employment. Yes, pay her what is due, but do not give her a single cent more than necessary. Yes, that's correct. Wu Lingshu, a dynamic and spirited lawyer, maintained a close relationship with her mother, persistently worried about Lin Shi's ability to navigate the perilous environment surrounded by wolves. She would assist her with various matters, big and small, and thanks to Wu, Lin Shi was able to preserve the shares left by her parents. Having addressed one potential threat, it was time to inspect the space. In an instant, Lin Shi stepped into the space, which had indeed undergone significant changes. The mist had dissipated considerably, the land, though parched, had ceased to crack, and while the number of withered trees had increased somewhat, the wooden cabin she had previously encountered had transformed into a courtyard of bluish stone. The yard seemed to rest at the foot of a mountain, yet when she looked up, all she could see was a sea of white mist. A tree stood at the edge of the bluish stone courtyard. Its branches yellowed, and the courtyard wall rose to about 3 meters, featuring a blue wooden door that opened with a gentle push. Before her lay a small courtyard, perhaps 200 square meters in size, with a bluish stone path leading directly to the wooden cabin. To the left stood a weathered stone tablet that appeared fragmented. Lin Shi instinctively placed her hand upon it, and a torrent of information surged into her consciousness. It turned out this was a hidden paradise, imbued with spiritual awareness known as Qingxian. The master of Qingxian had participated in a celestial battle, during which their spiritual beast suffered grave injuries, leading to the depletion of Qingshuan's spiritual energy in a final act of desperation. The master self-destructed, leaving only a faint trace of spiritual awareness that foresaw a significant calamity ahead, yet also a glimmer of hope. Thus, Qingxian and the spiritual beast were sent to this place, bestowed upon a fated individual. Although Qingxian could no longer serve as a hidden paradise, it could become a small realm, a refuge from disasters. Upon recognizing a master, the spiritual beast would acknowledge the same, allowing for autonomous communication. However, should the spiritual beast suffer severe injuries, it risked losing its rank and descending to the status of a mundane beast. Despite its mischievous nature, it longed for a kindred spirit to care for and cherish it. Indeed, all had perished in self-destruction, a testament to their deep connections. A wisp of mist floated toward her, yearning for something. For what? Lin Shi wondered, perplexed. The mist drifted toward the wooden cabin, and she followed suit, uncovering ancient furnishings within. The central room served as a hall, the left side housing a bedroom, and the right side a study. A sense of intruding upon another's privacy enveloped her, prompting her to observe without touching. The mist then pointed sharply toward a collection of jewelry adorning the desk. To her astonishment, nearly $1 billion worth of jewelry, devoid of jade and gemstones, had vanished. Quite the appetite it had. I want more. More, the mist insisted. Understood. I shall find you some. Lin Shi recalled that there were jade ornaments in the other bank safes. By the way, what about the food I stored? This was of great importance to Lin Shi. The mist pointed once more, leading her to discover a hidden backyard containing a warehouse, reminiscent of an old granary with a conical roof. Upon entering, she found packaged meals in one corner, still warm to the touch, indicating that the space had preservation and heating capabilities. Surveying her surroundings, the exterior appeared to be merely a small wooden cabin, but inside it resembled a warehouse the size of a football field. Qingxian, how vast is this place? Lin Shi inquired, unable to contain her curiosity. Oh, it's enormous, truly vast, and it keeps growing, more and more. All right, I understand. More food and jade energy should allow for further expansion. Stockpiling should be feasible. With a year remaining until the apocalypse, the priority is to acquire jade to restore the space's functions, and of course, begin stockpiling. Lin Shi felt a wave of profound sadness wash over her, prompting her to instinctively walk toward the door. There, she found a yellow-skinned, black-striped tiger cub crouched at the entrance, gazing up at a withered tree with a soft whimper. Could this be the spiritual beast that protected its master? Slightly larger than a domestic cat, its orange fur bore black stripes, and the tufts on its cheeks were damp with tears. She fell silent, envious of the space's former owner. Even animals mourn their old masters, yet humans, those who saved them, betrayed them. Kneeling beside the tiger cub, she whispered, "Your master wishes for me to treat you well, and I shall." The cub sniffed her intently, tears streaming down its face, soaking its fur as it whimpered, "Where is my master?" "You are also a master, but, she gently stroked its head, at a loss for words. The cub backed away, curling up beneath the withered tree, burying its head, silently weeping. The mist floated over, urging, come out, feel better, more, indeed. It was perhaps best to change the scenery and alleviate the sorrow. The phrase more felt like a spell, something that must be included. She was perplexed. She lifted the tiger cub and exited the space, gathering a wool blanket to fashion a cozy nest on the sofa. Placing it inside, observing it close its eyes as if pretending to sleep, she refrained from disturbing it. She ordered goat milk powder online, purchasing dozens of various canned foods, unsure of the little one's preferences. Once the delivery arrived, she prepared the goat milk, opening several cans, and placed 3 chicken drumsticks on the small coffee table beside the sofa, within reach of its nose. Additionally, she turned on the television. Assuming that young ones tended to enjoy watching, she selected The Lion King. After ensuring everything was settled, she went to take a shower. Concerned about the tiger cub outside, she hastened her bathing. Emerging promptly, upon her return, a sense of dread washed over her. Simba's father had passed away, leaving the young cub, Simba, pawing at his lifeless form. A swift glance confirmed that the tiger cub's eyes were brimming with tears. She quickly pressed the remote to exit, and the scene vanished in an instant. The cub sat upright, glancing between her and the television. In a small, plaintive voice, it queried, "Where did it go?" She cautiously asked. "Do you want to watch more?" The cub tapped the coffee table with its paw, exclaiming, "I want to see. Awoo! Watch. The Lion King resumed immediately, proclaiming, "You are a cub, and you are magnificent." She arranged for dinner to be delivered to her bedroom. After devouring everything, she began to assess her assets. The holdings in 1C Group amounted to 60%, with 10% in Dawei Group and another 10% in Zhenyuan Group, collectively valued at no less than 10 billion. With a minimum worth of 8 billion, the villa comprised 3 buildings, 5 residential units, and 8 commercial spaces. At the onset of the extreme cold in her previous life, she had remained in the villa, ultimately unable to prevent her Uncle Lin's family from barging in, despite her fury. They ran rampant within the villa, and she was powerless to stop them. Chapter 4. The tiger cub's name is Lin Wuwu. Subsequently, rioters besieged the villa district. Though they had been repelled several times, the conflict escalated further. The disparities between the affluent and the impoverished erupted violently in the aftermath of the apocalypse. Conflicts arose between homeowners and bodyguards, while property management colluded with external gangs, resulting in countless casualties within the villa district. The Lin family was no exception. Following the deaths of several bodyguards, the remaining guards seized their resources and fled. When the rioters stormed in, they begged for mercy, pledging their loyalty to join forces, even offering Lin Shi to the leader in exchange for provisions. Had it not been for Lin Shi's fortuitous awakening of her fire abilities, the situation could have been far more tragic. Finding gasoline, she ignited the villa, eliminating anyone who attempted to exit. Regrettably, her abilities waned, allowing Lin Yuan to escape amidst the chaos. Reflecting on her previous life, Lin Shi's expression darkened, wishing fervently to incinerate them all instantly. Taking a deep breath, she slowly exhaled, waiting. The fire within her was momentarily difficult to quell, manifesting in flames that flickered from her fingertips. Observing the obedient flames at her fingertips, she felt exhilaration, despite their only being in the first tier. After a lengthy period, She calmed herself, dismissing thoughts of burning her Uncle Lin's family alive. In the face of the national machinery, she needed to exercise restraint. The likelihood of being discovered for her abilities and subsequently dissected was alarmingly high. I must endure. The current priorities were to amass wealth, stockpile supplies, and establish a stronghold. At the onset of the apocalypse, the Villa District became a primary target for criminal gangs. Its low-lying terrain made it susceptible to flooding. This time around, Lin-Shi resolved to choose a higher floor to endure both the extreme cold and heat, as well as the impending floods. Before seeking refuge in Bay Spi, the establishment of new bases was no longer feasible, but with her status as a high-tier ability user and the resources she stored, she hoped to survive until the apocalypse's conclusion. Suddenly, the tiger cub had finished watching the Lion King, eagerly pawing at the remote. What a clever little creature! Ahem. What should I call you? I can't simply refer to you as Tiger Cub forever. Lin-Shi said, sitting beside it. The cub looked at her, retreated a few steps, then pounced forward, exclaiming, "Do not call me Tiger Cub. I am Ba Tianhu, the formidable Ba Tianhu." Roar, though the sound was more of a cute whimper. What? Ba Tianhu? Do you know Megatron? Lin-Shi inquired cautiously, her mind racing with the implications of this peculiar crossover. What sort of spiritual beast is that? Is it powerful? That name certainly carries an air of majesty. The tiger cub lay down, tilting its head adorably. Oh, never mind then. Let's forget that. Lin-Shi offered a brief introduction to their peaceful and harmonious world. Why can't we raise a tiger? Because blah blah blah. It's so exhausting. The name Ba Tian, who was undeniably impressive, immediately conveying a sense of strength. Lin-Shi's expression faltered. Surely, countless individuals would covet it, hoping to steal it away. Yet, her abilities were limited. Shall we consider a more inconspicuous name? Something less ostentatious. It would be easier to care for. Changing its name to embark on a new life felt like a rite of passage. The formidable Decepticon pondered for a moment, then nodded. Inching closer and lowering itself, I am Lin-Shi. There is no need to address me as your master. Simply call me Shi. And you, sharing my surname, shall be called Wu, Lin Wu. If you please. Lin-Shi regarded the tiger cub as a companion and did not wish to impose the title of master upon it, understanding that the little creature still yearned for its former owner. The tiger cub stood, flicking its tail and nudging Lin-Shi's hand with its forehead. All right. Oh. Lin Wu devoured the goat's milk, the canned food, and the chicken drumsticks with gusto, all the while expressing disdain for the lack of spiritual essence in the food. After satiating its hunger, it roamed around the bedroom, indicating a desire to venture outside. Lin-Shi felt a bit conflicted. If anyone were to see her with a tiger, what would become of her? Lin Wu shook its body, shrinking in size, astonishingly transforming into a tabby cat. Lin-Shi gasped, truly remarkable. The Decepticon can even morph into a cat. I can assure you, no one in this world has witnessed such a phenomenon. Should someone catch sight of you, they would undoubtedly seek to capture you, dissect you into countless pieces for meticulous examination. Initially puffed up with pride, Lin Wu's tail tucked between its legs at her words. Its fur standing on end. Not going outside. As long as you refrain from erratic transformations, it should suffice. Just for a year, act as a well-behaved cat. By the way, I'll let you watch Tom and Jerry. It is quite entertaining. Lin Wu had opened the door to a new world. Although the food was devoid of any spiritual essence, it was quite delectable. There were also various little boxes for entertainment, which were rather enjoyable. The following morning, Lin-Shi was awakened by the heavy paws of Lin Wu. "Oh, I'm poisoned. Quickly find an antidote. My stomach is killing me." Lin Wu rolled around on the carpet. Poisoned? That shouldn't be possible. Who would poison cat food? If anyone were to do so, it would surely be for themselves. Panic set in. Could it be the chicken leg? Lin-Shi hurriedly scooped it up, preparing to rush to the hospital, when suddenly a foul odor wafted through the air. She dashed to the garden downstairs, setting Lin Wu down. "There, it's better now," Lin Wu replied. Just like that? But my stomach still hurts. Quick, dig a hole, raise your hindquarters, squat. That's right. Go ahead and relieve yourself. What are you saying? I'm poisoned. I am a dignified spiritual beast. Relieve myself. Lin Wu stood there, stunned in a flash. It relieved itself, producing a rather unpleasant pile. She pinched her nose and commanded, "Hurry. Use your paws to cover it with dirt." The foul odor of the spiritual beast's droppings was astonishingly potent. She refused to acknowledge that she had completely forgotten to buy cat litter when ordering takeout yesterday. Lin Wu Wu, resembling a soulless automaton, allowed her to wash its paws and clean its rear. The dignity of the once mighty Decepticon had been utterly obliterated. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could I, the illustrious Decepticon, have worms? Lin Wu Wu seemed to regain composure, scratching its neck with its hind leg. Let me switch legs and scratch some more. Lin Shi sought out the most expensive pet store that no need for a health check. Just give it a full grooming, deworming, and a spa treatment, including a massage service. Do not trim its claws. It is very well behaved. Above all, it must have a delightful experience. Lin Shi scrutinized the service offerings at the store. The young lady attending to her was visibly excited, as it was a significant client. How much do you have in terms of cat food? Cat litter, cat beds, cat toys, and clothing? I want it all. How much will that cost? For that, you'll need to ask the boss. Go ask. I have matters to attend to. Let us put down a deposit of 50,000 first. I'll return shortly to pick up my cat and settle the remaining balance. In short, everything is ready. Lin Shi arranged to meet Wu Lingshu to discuss the handling of shares and property. Chapter 5. The joy of Lin Wu Wu. A lucrative deal had descended upon them, and to the young attendant, Lin Wu Wu appeared as a glittering gold ingot. Rest assured, I will ensure your cat is never left alone. The prospect of such a hefty deal falling into someone else's hands loomed large. Before departing, Lin Shi cautioned Lin Wu Wu to absolutely refrain from transforming. She had spent a considerable sum to allow it to relish the joys of being an earthly cat. Lin Wu Wu merely blinked, disinterested in her words, embodying the aloof demeanor of a true feline. Lin Shi met Wu Lingshu at a commercial center, which at first glance appeared to be merely a shopping expedition. The choice of venue was deliberate, avoiding the prying eyes of their respective residences and law firm. After browsing a few shops, they settled at an outdoor CAF to order 2 cups of coffee. Dressed in a deep blue tracksuit, her hair neatly braided behind her, Lin Shi exuded a clean and unadorned aura, devoid of any embellishments save for skincare products. Wu Lingshu, sporting shoulder-length hair, paired a white blouse with a black knee-length skirt, still appearing youthful despite her middle age. What? You truly have made up your mind. These are all heirlooms from your parents. Back then, you nearly lost your life to preserve these shares. Wu Lingshu expressed her astonishment. After inheriting the shares, Lin Shi's grandparents had hoped she would relinquish management, but Lin Shi remained resolute, offending both prominent families. Wu Lingshu had disapproved at the time, concerned for her safety. Indeed, Lin Shi had suffered a car accident that afternoon, resulting in a fractured shin bone, merely a warning point 5 years prior. At the tender age of 15, Lin Shi had openly established a will, declaring that should she pass without heirs, all her assets would be donated proportionately to various national institutions. She had then utilized Bitcoin to place orders on the dark web. That very night, her uncle and his son had also been hospitalized due to a car accident, sustaining a fractured shin bone. Lin Shi sighed. Her memories of her parents were few, and every item they had left her was treasured. Upon discovering someone had been pilfering her parents' belongings, she had stored all valuable items in a bank safe. Yet in the apocalypse, nothing could be preserved. Resources were paramount. Auntie Wu, I have made up my mind. Please assist me in liquidating them. I shall offer you 5% of the transaction as commission. Oh my, that commission seems rather steep. Are you not establishing yourself as a fool with too much money? Wu Lingshu shot her a disapproving glance. Placing her coffee down, I feared you might find it too low. Considering the myriad troubles that come with associating with me. Lin Shi chuckled. Moreover, I would still require your assistance in locating sturdy high-rise buildings, preferring ready-to-move-in properties. Ideally 1 unit per floor. 2 or 3 units would suffice. But I must acquire the entire top floor. The quality of the building should withstand earthquakes of magnitude 8 or 9. New constructions are preferable, and if not available in this city, B city will do. After listening to her extensive list of demands, Wu Lingshu hesitated. I can inquire, but are you certain you wish to liquidate all properties aside from the villa you currently reside in? And do you truly wish to purchase such a property? Lin Shi, being quite decisive, did not want to interfere with her autonomy but felt compelled to voice her concerns. Yes, I am certain. Ideally within 3 months. Lin Shi gazed intently at her. After 3 months, the travel visas for various countries should be ready, and she needed funds to procure bulk goods abroad. Lin Shi worried that Wu Lingshu might inadvertently entrap herself while dealing with familiar acquaintances. What have you heard? Wu Lingshu inquired, taken aback. Such a substantial liquidation was inherently a manifestation of information. Nothing much, just fatigue. Isn't it delightful to travel the world with money? Lin Shi rested her hands behind her head, gazing up at the azure sky. Indeed, I shall go, she assured Wu Lingshu earnestly. They strolled leisurely, purchasing a few items before parting ways. Lin Shi headed to the pet store to collect Lin Wu Wu. Calculating that the time was just about right, Lin Wu Wu had undergone a transformation. Initially, it believed that becoming an earthly beast was a dismal fate, yet it discovered that there were joys to be found in earthly existence. No more training, no more battles, no more perilous trials. A simple meow would bring delectable morsels to its mouth. While bathing, it luxuriated in fragrant water, enjoying gentle massages. All the staff showered it with compliments, capturing countless photos with that contraption. Oh no, the phone, pointing it at Lin Wu Wu. What a well-behaved little furball. Being its caretaker must be a true joy. Meow? The little furball? Is that referring to me? Can a litter box attendant truly be considered an official? As Lin Wu Wu pondered this, a tiny kitten stumbled forth, leaving a mess, while several individuals eagerly snapped photos. Wow, how impressive and adorable. So small yet so capable. Truly an extraordinary little feline. Look, look. It even knows to bury its droppings. Lin Wu Wu was taken aback. It dawned on him that this was a world where even relieving oneself could garner admiration. In reality, it did not. How embarrassing it felt. Thus, Lin Wu Wu cast aside its inhibitions, embracing this new world. Upon arriving at the pet store, Lin Shi found a crowd gathered, occasionally erupting in exclamations of awe. A wave of anxiety washed over her. Had Lin Wu Wu been discovered? A girl with a ponytail rushed forward, recognizing her as the attendant. The young lady, visibly excited to see such a significant client, exclaimed, "Miss Lin, you've come to pick up Wu Wu. Here. It has been wonderfully well-behaved and has adapted splendidly." As Lin Shi was ushered into the circle, Lin Wu Wu spotted her and bounded over, leaping into Lin Shi's arms before she could react. "Litter attendant, why did you take so long to arrive?" To the others, it was merely the charming mewling of the cat. Who is this silly creature? Where has my obedient Lin Wu Wu gone? Yet the texture was delightful, its fur fluffy and fragrant, making the expenditure worthwhile. "Miss Lin, this is our boss song," the ponytailed girl introduced. "Hello, boss song," Lin Shi greeted politely. Chapter 6. It is I who guard Qingqing Lin. She glanced around and discerned Lin Wu Wu's aesthetic. A single word encapsulated it: grand. Anything petite and exquisite was utterly disregarded by her. The large dog bed offered an impression akin to an expansive king-sized mattress when she sprawled upon it. The oversized toys were clearly designed for a dog of substantial stature. One could understand this. After all, she was a formidable tiger, and the delicate feline demeanor was merely a facade. Fine. Purchase everything Lin Wu Wu selects, and please recommend other supplies. Compile a list with a quantity of 200. If stocks run low, reorder. Deliver to this address. Lin Shi was indifferent, content to stock up. Lin Wu Wu had little fondness for cat food, so a few cans and some cat treats would suffice. Cat litter, however, needed to be abundantly stocked. The quantities of these essentials could only be met by the manufacturer's inventory, thus avoiding any unnecessary attention. Boss Song was quite straightforward. Our current stock is insufficient, but we can place an order immediately. Would it be acceptable for delivery in 2 days? Lin Shi nodded and swiped her card for approximately 150,000 after Lin Wu Wu bid farewell to the staff. Lin Shi finally drove away. "Lin Wu Wu, you seem to be in good spirits today." She appeared almost like a different cat compared to that morning. "Can I come again next time? Awu?" That SPA was so delightful. "Of course, if you enjoy it, we shall go." Lin Shi did not comprehend, yet she respected her wishes. Lin Wu Wu's eyes sparkled with excitement as she playfully twitched her whiskers and nuzzled against Lin Shi with fervor. Hey, we're driving, so no pawing at the driver, understood?" Lin Shi playfully pointed at Lin Wu Wu's forehead. Feeling peckish, Lin Shi, unable to dine in a restaurant with a cat in tow, settled for some fast food in the car. It must be said, junk food has its charm. Lin Wu Wu devoured her share with gusto, developing a fondness for the peculiar happy water, which turned out to be quite palatable. Oh dear. Our world's cats cannot indulge in such fare. It could be fatal. Are you certain you can handle it? Lin Shi savored the happy water, feeling its joy wash over her. "I can, You must trust me. Ah Wu. I am the most magnificent tiger. Lin Wu Wu, with grease smeared all over her face, bounced in place, exclaiming, I want more delicious junk food. All right then, your wish is my command. Once satiated, Lin Wu Wu cleaned her mouth and began to doze off. Meanwhile, she endured the arduous task of driving around, retrieving items from several bank safes to transfer into her space. Abalone sauce, large lobsters, cumin lamb, scallop vegetable soup, celery and lily, bird's nest soup. Lin Shi and Lin Wu polished off every morsel, leaving Aunt Chen astounded. I've been exercising lately, and my appetite is quite robust. And no more dieting. Aunt Chen, please prepare even more. I fear it may not be enough. Lin Shi's appetite had noticeably increased, and Lin Wu Wu had also consumed her fair share. Aunt Chen quickly replied, Of course. I'll prepare more. It's a good thing to have a hearty appetite. A young girl like you should not be too thin. It's unappealing. The space had improved significantly. The mist dissipated further, revealing more area. The land no longer parched but merely a dull gray. The stone courtyard had expanded, and beneath the enormous withered tree at the entrance, a slender green shoot had emerged. Peace tree, Lin Wu Wu dashed over, circling the little green sprout. Qing Xian floated over, joining Lin Wu Wu in her merry dance. She noticed a well platform had appeared beneath the dead tree. Though it was devoid of water, how delightful it was for such a small sprout to bring joy. She felt elated too, as her consciousness seemed to connect with everything in the space. Although she hadn't entered the stone courtyard, she could sense the warehouse had grown to the size of 2 football fields. She could visualize everything within it at will. Qing Xian remarked. In the future, Lin Wu Wu excitedly stomped her paws. The peace tree will protect Qing, and she will recover. Ah Wu. She observed the documents and files, along with some platinum and gold, remaining on the table in the stone courtyard, her heart aching at the sight, realizing even the ancient paintings had been consumed. All of my jade and gemstones have been given to Qing. Right? It is I. I am the one safeguarding Qing. Lin Wu Wu leaped into her embrace, a weighty affection enveloping her. I just remembered. The sprouts can assist Qing. We must gather many, little sprouts. Thrive? She was momentarily bewildered, uncertain of the meaning, yet possessing no desire to comprehend. The 2 little ones chattered on for a while, and she pieced together the notion. If this space could gather celestial treasures, it might revert to a paradise filled with divine plants and spiritual fruits. However, such items were non-existent in this world. There was no need to entertain such thoughts. Although achieving a paradise was impossible, collecting sufficient energy could facilitate a cycle of the 5 elements, ensuring perpetual life. Energy need not be limited to jade. Artifacts imbued with spirituality could suffice, and others remain to be discovered in Lin Shi's understanding. This was akin to ecological restoration within the space. Much like how plants contribute to ecological rehabilitation, it was clear that Qing desired sprouts, especially a variety of them. For instance, the space must consume oxygen. But from where would it derive this oxygen? If a multitude of trees populated the space, they would provide for this need. Yet, with only withered trees present, the oxygen consumed would deplete Qing's energy. Should Qing's energy be fully expended, oh dear, the space would be doomed. As the thoughts crystallized, Shi promptly whisked Lin Wu Wu out of the space, for conserving energy was paramount. Communication with Qing would be best conducted through mental means. Upon exiting the space, Lin Wu Wu headed straight for the sofa, indicating her desire for happy water and television. Truly, she showed no signs of improvement. Tomorrow she would purchase online courses to expose her to the harsher realities of life. Shi revised her plans and her strategy. Stockpiling would be divided between international and domestic endeavors. All substantial purchases would occur overseas, employing a manager to oversee the transactions, and once completed, she would depart without delay. This included, but was not limited to, essentials such as food, clothing, shelter, and energy sources. Domestic stockpiling would focus on filling in gaps, acquiring items not available abroad directly from their source, aiming to minimize risks. After all, the more individuals aware of her plans, the greater the risk. Now, she needed to add the collection of diverse plant species. Should she establish a plant company for procurement? And once acquired, would they all vanish? No, that was unfeasible. Too many eyes were watching her. a journey to a distant locale, under the guise of travel, was perfectly timed for 3 months from now. Chapter 7. The irritable Fatty Rogers. Early the next morning, she sought out a travel agency. She intended to visit the place referred to as the biological Noah's Ark, Shenlongjia. Departure was set for a week later. As for this week, she had promised Aunt Wu she would attend psychological counseling, twice a week, which would suffice. Most importantly, she wished to explore the reasons behind her foolishness in the apocalypse. Surrounded by wolves, she had managed to survive. It made no sense for her to transform into a Navi saint during the end times. Rogers, her psychologist, was a rather irritable rotund man, a curly-haired Chinese national. He had studied at the best medical university in curly-hair country and was a notable disciple of an internationally renowned psychologist. His professional competence was exceptional, yet he often exhibited an air of arrogance, having offended local gang leaders and subsequently fled to Flower Country to seek refuge, only to be captivated by its culinary delights, making it hard for him to leave. Rogers harbored a love-hate relationship with Lin Shi. She was not the ideal patient. Aside from venting, she offered little cooperation during their sessions. However, she was generous, willing to settle her fees in Bitcoin. Rogers often remarked, "A kind word may not sway a doomed spirit, but for the sake of money." "What brings you here today?" Rogers asked, somewhat surprised by her presence after such a lengthy absence. "Lin Wu Wu, a tabby cat. Isn't she handsome?" Lin Shi reclined on the sofa, glancing at him. Rogers leaned back, sitting upright. "Indeed, quite handsome. It is generally frowned upon to bring pets to consultations, but for the sake of money. What would you like to discuss today? Anything will do. How do you perceive my state? Am I mentally sound? Do you require another diagnosis?" "Oh, not at all. That would be too much. Just a casual chat." "Relax, after all. You are the psychologist, aren't you?" "Ha, I am quite relaxed. However, you seem rather composed, but in reality, what? It's hard to say." Rogers grimaced. "We've only just met. Haven't we? I suspect you need rest. You appear quite weary." "Well, you're mistaken. I've been resting splendidly. I merely had a dream." She lowered her head, idly petting Lin Wu Wu while casually explaining. Rogers remained noncommittal. Would you like to discuss your dream?" "It's a bit hazy. I can't recall the context, but I became the sort of person who sacrifices oneself to protect the weak, only to be betrayed by those I desperately sought to shield." "Wow." Rogers' eyes widened in disbelief. "Oh, you? That is simply impossible." He waved his hand dismissively. "Dreams are often inverted, so rest assured, you will never be that sort of person." That is quite the statement for a psychologist. I could almost be tempted to set something ablaze. "All right, no more jesting." Rogers grew serious. "If you wish to discuss this, we can. Theoretically speaking, a person's behavioral patterns do not shift abruptly unless triggered by a specific point. If one were to suffer harm while out and about, they might refrain from venturing outside the following day or two, thus altering their behavioral pattern. This is simply a basic example. A classic illustration would be a serial killer who appears ordinary but transforms into a remorseless murderer when encountering a specific trigger, be it a past scene, an object, or a scent. Similarly, if your behavioral pattern has undergone a significant change, it is likely that a particular point has touched your inner self. Upon finishing his words, Rogers raised his mug and took a sip of coffee. Shi lowered her gaze, her heart heavy with sorrow. 9 years of the apocalypse had been fraught with hardship, leaving little time for introspection. Natural disasters of every sort, mutated creatures that preyed on humanity, the ever-narrowing space for human survival, and the malevolent devils that devoured people, not to mention the relentless power struggles between various bases, all came at the cost of human lives. The living became fewer, with the elderly and children growing increasingly rare, compounded by foreign marauders. Rogers focused on his coffee, yet his peripheral vision remained fixed on Shi. This time, she exuded a sense of despair and suffering that surpassed anything he had previously observed. He had always regarded her as proud, solitary, intelligent, suspicious, and affluent, with only a hint of psychological issues. Not too severe, really. Yet today was different. "Now that you're here, do you need a good sleep? Deep sleep, perhaps? It should be beneficial for you." "After all, I am quite the professional," Rogers said, his tone both proud and casual. Shi nodded slightly and reclined in an oversized armchair, ergonomically designed for comfort, albeit quite expensive. Lin Wuwu nestled beside her, fixated on Rogers. He made a silly face at the creature, flexing his arm. This childish rotundity? Something seemed amiss. Despite having her eyes closed, she could still see. Was it mental energy? Linchi glanced outside the treatment room at the receptionist quietly conversing with a couple. The wall art, indeed, she could perceive it, though only up to a certain distance. Before she could revel in the discovery, fatigue washed over her. It seemed her mental energy had been exhausted. Rogers casually picked up a book and settled into the sofa opposite the armchair. Reciting softly, "Oh, what splendid weather we have today. The sun's rays cascade upon the grass, and walking barefoot upon it allows one to feel each delicate blade beneath. How delightful! A gentle breeze carries a faint floral fragrance. Lifting skirts in a whimsical dance, let us twirl, for today is a day of joy. Embracing my favorite toy, I dashed joyfully across the meadow, collapsing in exhaustion to lie beneath the shade of a tree. Gazing at the cerulean sky and verdant branches, and look, a door. Oh, how splendid! Behind it lie the gifts I desire and the people I long to see. I must gently open the door and step inside." Rogers softly closed the blank sketchbook, placing a finger to his lips and shaking his head at Lin Wuwu. He utilized a touch of hypnosis to guide Linchi towards discovering her inner turmoil. Often, psychologists can offer limited assistance to their patients. Their greater role lies in guiding them to uncover the root of their issues before relevant treatment can commence. Lin Wuwu rolled its eyes, asserting its role in protecting its caretaker. Linchi, without any resistance, slipped into slumber, running across the meadow and opening the door to see her parents. Chapter 8. Unearthing the source of stupidity. That day marked her 10th birthday. She received gifts, and her mother affectionately ruffled her hair. "Linchi, you are growing up. You must learn to love yourself. No one will love you for no reason, not even your parents. The gifts your parents give you must be held tightly. Trust no one, not even your grandparents. Do not cry. Tears only serve to prove your weakness and ineptitude, accomplishing nothing." Young Linchi clenched the items in her hands, nodding nervously. "Have you lost your mind? She's only 10. Why impart such burdensome wisdom upon her? If you're unhappy, seek your own solace and spare the child your frustrations. What of being 10? In families like theirs, a child at 10 should possess their own understanding of the world. Should they, like many others, believe themselves to be the little princess or prince of the household. Recognizing reality sooner rather than later is far superior." Linchi sighed in relief as her parents indeed began to argue. Yet, it remained one of her happiest days. After their quarrel, they still sat together to enjoy her birthday cake, filling her with immense joy. Then her parents departed. Then the apocalypse arrived. It seemed she fell ill. Stricken by a plague. She had indeed suffered from the plague before. It was a memory she had long forgotten. The temperature soared, and everything by the roadside blazed with heat. Corpses, both human and animal, lay scattered. Sun-dried and grotesque, she considered herself fortunate. As a fire elemental, her constitution far exceeded that of the unawakened ordinary folk. Thus, even with the plague, she had not succumbed to the searing 60-degree heat. Yet, her time was limited. There were no medicines, no water, and no food. Fortunately, she encountered a rescue team, specifically, a dozen soldiers leading nearly 100 survivors towards a base with great difficulty. With a few sips of water, she persevered. Later, word of her powers spread, bringing joy to the others, though it was regrettable that she did not possess water abilities. They scoured for food and water, progressing onward, yet each day saw more lives lost. Both soldiers and survivors alike. Occasionally, they encountered various small teams, some benevolent, others malevolent. Along the way, Linchi had fought back against several brigands attempting to rob them, though some sought to recruit her, to which she firmly declined. Xiao Lu, a dark-skinned, scrawny little soldier, often exclaimed, "You're truly hopeless. Join those teams. Surely, you can survive to reach the base." Food became increasingly scarce. Even rats were nowhere to be found. One day, the elderly within the group vanished. Unwilling to become a burden. Only 9 soldiers remained, and they wept openly. But what could they do? Linchi counted. Fewer than 50 remained, and her gaze fell. Nearby lurked a mutated snake. Capturing it could grant them several more days of sustenance. Yet, living was an arduous task. Not long after, an earthquake struck. Linchi desperately grasped a few soldiers, screaming for them to run. Run, run, yet they insisted on dragging those who had fallen and could not rise. Damn it! A stone struck Linshi. Xiao Lu shielded her, blood spilling from his mouth as he pointed to a pair of twins before breathing his last. Linshi could see nothing clearly, staggering to shield the twins. The earthquake ignited a fire. The smoke from the flames suffocated the twins. Kneeling upon the ground, Linshi cried out to the heavens, "I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I could not save you. Why? Why? You simply would not leave. You could have walked away. Why? Why? Must you bring along this burdensome group? I could not save anyone. I am truly damned." Linshi collapsed. Fortuitously, a torrential rain fell, elevating Linshi's powers to the 4th tier. So, this was how it was? The guilt of the survivor. Was that why, in her previous life, she subconsciously yearned to protect the weak? Linshi awakened. As she opened her eyes, she beheld a furry face accompanied by a small, tender voice. "Caretaker." "You cried." Rogers yawned. "Oh, my most beautiful Lady Lin, please settle the bill." Alas, what a splendid psychologist, living like a mere money grubber. Yet, this was precisely why Linshi trusted him. He spoke little and meddled, not that. An unease settled in Linshi's heart as she led Lin Wuwu on a culinary escapade. First, they indulged in crayfish, steamed, oil-braised, spicy, and garlic-flavored. Ordering a portion of each and packaging 100 servings to take away. 100 portions? For a company gathering. Come now, settle up quickly. I'll take it all once I'm done. The owner beamed. Of course. We'll be fast. Wait, owner, if I order 300 portions of each flavor daily for 5 days, can you manage? The owner laughed heartily, thumping his chest. There's nothing I cannot do. I guarantee it will be clean and delicious. Then we are in agreement. Having settled the payment, Linshi focused solely on her meal. In her past life, Linshi had been quite particular about her food, rarely indulging in rich oils and salts. Yet, in this apocalypse, she found herself willing to gnaw on stones by the roadside. Lin Wuwu struggled with peeling the crayfish, exclaiming in distress after a chaotic chewing fit. Hiss! My tongue is numb. I'm poisoned. Unable to watch any longer, Linshi had to peel the shells for it. That's just spicy seasoning. It's food, not poison. And Wuwu, try not to get grease all over yourself. Otherwise, you're not getting in the car. Linshi ordered over 100 cups of milk tea on her phone, and after finishing her meal, they proceeded to collect the drinks, with both her and the cat fully satisfied. They drove their off-road vehicle, packed to the brim with crayfish, towards the tea shop. With a mere thought, the packaged crayfish vanished into her storage space. It seemed that with the spatial restoration, her stockpiling would become more convenient. She need not physically touch items, as her mental energy could suffice, albeit with distance limitations. Ordering 50 portions of renowned marinated beef, she placed an order for 300 pounds. Then came the claypot rice, soup dumplings, roast duck, meat buns, skewers, whole roasted lamb, rice rolls, seafood congee, century egg congee, dim sum, and more, all packed into dozens of servings, ordering for 5 days, as they traversed an entire street. Then, they arrived at a small shop selling stinky tofu. Lin Wuwu went into a frenzy, vehemently preventing her from purchasing the fried stinky tofu. Lin Wuwu wailed in despair. Has the world gone mad? Can you just eat something that smells so foul after frying it? I refuse. As long as I'm here, you shall not touch that stinky stuff, Linshi. Calm down. Let me explain. It's not what you think, Lin Wuwu. I want to listen. I want to listen. Chinsaw, leave it be. I'll eat it tonight when I'm hungry. Linshi couldn't bear to see so much food taken away. Chinsaw replied, then I'll make you a midnight snack tonight. No need. Linshi immediately interjected, it's fine. You should rest, and so, they left it at that. Indeed, Sister Chin's culinary skills are truly exceptional. She has become accustomed to preparing meals. It would be splendid if Sister Chun could cook for her ceaselessly each day. However, should that come to pass, the Lin and Wen families would immediately catch wind of it. Presently, they remain oblivious, but once the apocalypse descends, those cunning entities will invariably deduce something, which is a pity. As for the items delivered from the pet store, she dares not receive them directly into her space. She must first set them aside. Chapter 9. Meteorites can repair space. Oh, my little one. You are covered in grease. Go take a bath. And don't forget to brush your teeth. You must be all fragrant before you can come in. No biting. Linshi entrusted it to the ant. declaring that it could not enter her bedroom until it was clean. She submerged herself in the bathtub, her mental energy probing into the storage space. Oddly enough, she noticed that the items she had previously collected were haphazardly piled together. But now they were neatly arranged on shelves. The warehouse had also manifested wooden racks, not constructed from planks, but rather formed from numerous naturally bent twigs, solid and even. Ching-Ching, did you do this? A wisp of mist floated over. It was indeed Ching-Ching with countless dried seedlings. Thank you, Ching-Ching. In a few days, I shall find the most vibrant seedlings for you. The mist twirled joyfully, eager for more. She withdrew her mental energy from the space, savoring the fleeting happiness before the apocalypse commenced. When she emerged donned in her silk nightgown, Lin Wuwu was perched with a tablet, seemingly amused by something. She poured herself a glass of red wine and nestled into the sofa. Propping her legs on the coffee table in that moment, she realized that certain emotions transcend mere interests or monetary value. They might bestow the hope of survival upon strangers. It was then she understood that when parents are unable to provide for their children, they may offer their very lives instead. She came to appreciate that kin can support one another, rather than merely scheming against each other. Finally, she recognized that despite her familiarity with the darkness of human nature, she still yearned for its light. She downed the red wine in one gulp, only to find her tongue tinged with bitterness. Lin Wuwu leapt over, incessantly sniffing. What are you sneaking a sip of? Caretaker? She pulled it close for a hearty inhale. Delightful. There was no trace of crayfish left. Woo. What are you doing? My fur is all disheveled. Let go. You haven't told me what that fragrant thing is. Lin Wuwu swiped at the wine glass and licked it red wine. Would you like a taste? She mused, uncertain if it could drink. But then again, it was no ordinary cat. It was a formidable creature. One sip for you, one sip for me. A sip for you, a sip for me. The two of them indulged until they drifted into slumber, pleasantly intoxicated. The following days unfolded like a typical life of a wealthy heir, venturing out to dine and revel in leisure. They even visited an antique street, acquiring a few trinkets, though genuine articles were scarce in such places. She paid another visit to Rogers, fulfilling her promise to Wu Lingshu, and felt elated. Upon reaching Shenangjia, she boarded a helicopter. Shenangjia possesses a mysterious latitude line, with the world's deepest Mariana Trench and the highest peak, Mount Everest, nearby. The Bermuda Triangle, with Shenangjia as the sole pristine area along this latitude, harbors incredible mysteries, earning its title as the Green Miracle of 31 degrees north latitude. The dedicated tour guide recounted the legendary tales of this place, and she found no boredom in it. Before settling into the hotel, she sensed Ching-Ching's restlessness. The stone from beyond the skies, energy, more, still more. This was indeed a delightful surprise. She had initially come to gather plants, but serendipitously encountered a meteorite. Observing Ching-Ching's enthusiasm, it seemed the meteorite possessed considerable energy, which could restore the space. She decided to accompany the tour guide for a few days to familiarize herself with the terrain. Some areas were open to tourists, while others were not, and she discreetly compared her map. 3 days later, she politely declined the guide, claiming the mountain's beauty compelled her to stay longer, treating it as a vacation. As night fell, she donned a short wig and changed into male attire, even adding 5-centimeter insoles to her shoes, darkening her skin and thickening her eyebrows, appearing quite masculine at first glance. This art of disguise was an essential skill for special operations. In her past life, she had saved a mercenary who taught her many things. That individual should still be abroad in this life. Lin Wuwu sprawled on the bed, exhausted from these past few days. I'm going out with Ching-Ching to collect some items. I prefer to avoid being caught on camera. Wu. Why not let Ching-Ching take you invisibly? Lin Wuwu shifted, its paws playfully blooming like a flower. Invisible? I can possess such a remarkable skill. She's heart raced as she hastily communicated with Ching-Ching mentally. Ching-Ching could envelop her in mist, rendering her invisible to the naked eye. Moreover, wherever the mist reached, she could directly gather items into her space. This meant Ching-Ching possessed the ability to autonomously collect objects. However, currently, Ching-Ching could only operate within a 10-zhang radius of Shi. But as the space restored, distances of 100 or even 1,000 zhang would pose no issue. Understanding this, Shi felt a surge of excitement. Her stockpiling endeavors would become increasingly convenient. After testing the camera, it was indeed confirmed. Lin Shi had become invisible. The mountain was pitch dark at night. After leaving the hotel, she veered into a mountain path, retrieving the black off-road motorcycle she had prepared from the space. Donning a night vision helmet, blending seamlessly with the darkness. Guided by Qingqing's sensing, she sought the stone from beyond the heavens. The process was not entirely smooth. While the motorcycle could traverse the main roads, many smaller paths required navigating through woods, crossing streams, and scaling untouched mountains. Fortunately, Lin Shi had anticipated these challenges and brought along a mountain bike, motorcycle, speedboat, climbing gear, and even excavation tools, though the latter would be unnecessary since Qingqing could assist. Is this the place? After a laborious trek to a small valley, even Lin Shi's enhanced abilities were somewhat strained. Before Qingqing could cheer, it darted toward a large, dark spherical stone, not sparing the smaller scattered pieces. Vanishing in an instant, Lin Shi thought she heard Qingqing belch, and with her naked eye, she noticed the mist thickening. That was a joyful sound. The mist surged toward the trees in the valley, causing half the valley's foliage to disappear in an instant. Did it look as though the valley had become barren? Barren? Oh no. The mist landed in the palm of Lin Shi's hand. Can Qingqing now move Tinjiang away from me? Yes, it appeared the meteorite's energy significantly benefited the restoration of the space. Chapter 10. So-called kin, then we can collect plants while searching for meteorites. But you mustn't gather them as recklessly as you did. Otherwise, you'll be discovered. Ah? We must gather. You should be selective in your collection, evenly distributing the harvest, taking 3 out of every 10. We cannot strip the mountain bare, leaving conspicuous gaps. Just collect according to your preferred types. Lin Shi patiently instructed Qingqing, feeling as though she were guiding a youngling. The method of collecting from the mountains was straightforward, yet to be discovered for having stripped a mountain overnight would surely incite chaos. Qingqing, my dear, collect slowly. I'll follow your lead, and remember to look for meteorites. Lin Shi cheerfully encouraged the spirit of the space. Initially, she thought she would have to rely solely on herself for gathering. But now she realized that her child had grown and was capable of contributing. All she needed to do was be present, perfect. She rewarded herself with 2 servings of steak and a bowl of creamy mushroom soup. The meat was tender and the soup fresh, leaving her just satisfied enough to continue seeking the next opportunity to reap rewards. Fatigued to the extreme, Lin Shi felt as though a stone had pressed against her chest. Waking her abruptly, glancing up, she fell back down, exclaiming, "Lin Wu-Wu, I must tell you, do not sit on my chest again. Do you have any idea how heavy you are?" "Ah woo," protested Lin Wu-Wu, its little paws flailing in defiance. Lin Shi flipped it over and tucked it under the blanket. Lin Wu-Wu angrily shouted from within the covers, "You might as well starve me to death. Caretaker, does your conscience not ache?" Checking the time, she was astonished to find it was already 2 in the afternoon. No wonder the little one was starving. Feeling slightly guilty, Lin Shi, now fully awake, realized she too was famished. She promptly ordered 2 tables of dishes over the phone. Taking a battle-ready shower, changing clothes, and bringing along the irate Lin Wu-Wu for a meal, the grand feast was laid out, featuring stone pot bibimbap, hot pot beef meatballs, wild vegetable noodles, charcoal-grilled pig trotters, dry-fried small mountain fish, sheep's stomach with black chicken, and lazy tofu among many others. Lin Wu-Wu's eyes lit up at the sight of the charcoal-grilled pig trotters. Lin Shi replied, "Very well, it's all for you." The server was somewhat astonished. Had one person and one cat really ordered 2 tables of dishes? Lin Shi explained that they would eat 1 table and take the other to go while still hot. Lin Wu-Wu munched away. Humming contentedly, it devoured until it could hardly move, finally appeased. Having eaten too much, the pair took a leisurely stroll outside, admiring the mountain scenery. The more Lin Shi gazed, the more she felt a twinge of melancholy. After the apocalypse, with plant mutations, such places would remain untouched, and merely approaching the periphery would spell death for any intruders. When Lin Shi arrived at a local specialty store, an idea sparked within her. The dried mushrooms, cured meats, and honey were of excellent quality, and the medicinal herbs like Gastrodia alata, Eucamia ulmoides, and Poria cocos were top-notch. Lin Shi rented a warehouse at the logistics center, hiring a local to handle deliveries, and contacted the largest store in the area to procure 1,000 pounds of each item, ensuring the best quality, to be delivered to her warehouse. Once the warehouse was fully stocked, Lin Shi would devise a plan to transfer the goods into her space, leaving others to believe they had been transported away. Thus, each night, Lin Shi and Qingqing traversed various mountain tops, gathering meteorites and plants. After a well-rested day, I took Lin Wuwu out for a meal at a restaurant. Upon discovering some delightful dishes, we ordered a few, and every once in a while, I granted the warehouse receiver a half-day off, much to the satisfaction of both parties involved. The Lin family mansion in Haisher is more expansive than Lin Shi's villa. Adorned with an old-fashioned Chinese decor, Elder Lin sat in the center on an exquisite rosewood chair, with his eldest son and granddaughter to his left, while his second daughter and fourth son occupied the right side. Is it true that you haven't received any news and must rely on an outsider to inform me? Despite having surpassed his 70s, Elder Lin's voice resonated with vitality. The events of the afternoon filled him with frustration. Lin Shi's lawyer, Wu Lingshu, had visited him and disclosed that Lin Shi intended to sell all her shares, willing to accept any favorable offer. She mentioned that her first meeting was with a member of the Lin family, followed by the One family and several investment firms. Elder Lin, rather than hastily quoting a price, adopted a more evasive stance. What has happened to this child, to part with so many shares so readily? I recall she held these shares in high regard, otherwise, it would not have escalated to such a confrontation. Wu Lingshu nodded in agreement. Indeed, when she approached me, I was quite taken aback. You know how Miss Lin can be? Rather headstrong and resolute. She divulged no reasons to me. After all, I am merely a humble lawyer providing services. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Wu Lingshu excused herself, citing an appointment with the One family. Yuan, are you completely unaware of such a significant matter? Haven't you maintained an excellent relationship with her? Lin Zhongya interrogated his daughter. Father, we only met a few days ago, and she did not mention anything about her shares. Lin Yuan hesitated, not daring to confess that she had faced rejection from Lin Shi recently. In Lin Zhongya's eyes, Lin Shi, an orphan not favored by the family, might hold shares, but ultimately, they would belong to the Lin family. He advised Lin Yuan to befriend Lin Shi, to remain close to her for both monitoring and manipulation. Elder Lin cast a cold gaze at his second daughter. And you? Lin Yani, married into the Han family? Was Han Ziyi's second aunt. For some time, Lin Shi had eluded the Lin family's control, prompting Lin Yani to persuade Elder Lin with a fabricated claim of a betrothal between the Han and Lin families, intending to introduce Lin Shi to a fiancé to tether her. Moreover, if the Han family were to marry Lin Shi, it would also reflect positively on Lin Yani. Not daring to speak directly, Lin Yani fabricated an excuse. It seems Ziyi has been on a business trip these past few days. He probably hasn't had the chance to find out, that Han fellow is merely a decorative figure, and I observe my dear niece has not regarded this useless person at all. Lin Zhongya had always disapproved of Lin Yani's attempts to leverage the Han family's resources for the Lin family's gain. Lin Yuan tugged at his sleeve, whispering, Father, please do not speak ill of Ziyi. Lin Yani's eyes flickered as though struck by a thought. Ziyi is a fine young man, with an exceptional family background and abundant talents. Many young ladies admire him. Lin Shi, too, must have held affection for him, as she never denied their engagement. Lin Yani scrutinized Lin Yuan, sneering, I fear some young ladies may lack self-respect, eagerly pursuing our Ziyi, and should Lin Shi discover this, it could ruin everything. Aunt, how can you say such a thing? Lin Yuan's eyes reddened instantly. Lin Yani, what kind of person are you? If it weren't for you. Lin Zhongya, filled with rage, interrupted, Enough! Elder Lin bellowed. Have you finished speaking? The group fell silent, begrudgingly closing their mouths. The youngest, Lin Zhongqin, lowered his head, his eyes downcast, the corner of his mouth curling up. Chapter 11. Progress of Spatial Restoration. One Elder Lin closed his eyes, suppressing his inner fury. You worthless lot. When the third brother was alive, none of you dared to defy him. Now that he is gone, you all reveal your true colors, scheming endlessly. I ask you, have you obtained anything from him? No, right? After a moment's pause, Elder Lin instructed, What people has she met recently? What actions has she taken? Have you investigated? Nodding, Elder Lin continued, Contact her. I wish to see her. Having spent nearly 20 days in Shenlongjia, I received a call from Wu Lingshu. Why are you still out there? You truly are oblivious to your surroundings. Aunt Wu, I'm just wandering about. The air here is delightful and peaceful. If you wish, you could come and stay for a few days. Having my company would surely be better than hiring a guide. Lingxi mused, enjoying a sense of serene contentment during her time there. Wu Lingshu, weary from dealing with cunning old foxes, felt overwhelmed at the mention of gifts. What kind of gift-giving is this? A room piled high with local specialties. When will I ever finish consuming all this? Wu Lingshu sighed. All right, I shall keep them stored. But please, no more gifts. I understand your intent. I will notify you when the paperwork is ready. Take good care of yourself and enjoy. After hanging up, Lingxi reflected on her recent accomplishments. She had found 2 large meteorites and 6 smaller ones, while Qingqing had not sensed anything else. She had also foraged various plants, indicating it was time for a change of scenery. Entering the space with Lin Wuwu, it was her first visit in days. The space had undergone a significant transformation. The mist had cleared considerably, revealing more of the distant scenery. The mountain behind the Qingstone courtyard was now more visible, with a clearer view of its midsection. The courtyard walls had risen by another meter, rendering it invisible from the outside. The wooden cabin had evolved into a 2-story stone mansion, with high ceilings and intricately carved windows and doors, featuring dark green walls and flying eaves. The interior exuded a sense of ancient elegance, with additional books and artworks gracing the study. This Qingstone courtyard seemed to be the former residence of the space's previous owner, and she preferred not to intrude. Contemplating her next move, she decided to incorporate her own villa into the space. Otherwise, it felt as though she lacked a place to settle. When she last entered the space, the delicate green shoots beneath the withered tree had now grown tall, resembling small trees. The small well had transformed. With a half-meter-high stone rim, overflowing with clear water, a slender stream meandered down from the mountain's base, genuinely thin, scarcely the width of a palm, flowing over flat land, winding into the distance. Beyond lay a range of mountains that Lingxi could not yet traverse. The mountain appeared desolate, with sporadic greenery, indicating that the plants Qingqing had collected were settled there. As for the flatlands, they required more energy restoration before they could be cultivated into fertile fields. Qingqing floated gracefully to the well, drawing a handful of water to Lingxi's lips. Is this for me to drink? Yes, it's delicious. After savoring the sweet, refreshing well water, Lingxi felt revitalized. It was indeed splendid news that there was water in the space. She called for Lin Wuwu to join her for a drink. No, I won't drink. I want milk tea. Lin Wuwu scampered into the warehouse, rummaging for a while but finding nothing, desperately needing Lingxi to fetch it for him. With a sigh, Lingxi used her mental energy to retrieve a cup of milk tea for the indolent young creature, only to discover that the warehouse had expanded to an astonishing size, equivalent to 10 football fields. Turning around, she gently asked the obedient and capable Qingqing, "Can you drink?" "Ah, I can't," came the soft reply. Lingxi extended her hand, cradling Qingqing in her palm. "Qingqing, you are so good. If there are things you like in the warehouse, feel free to take them. Shall we find a new place for you to gather energy in a few days?" "All right." A small swirl of mist danced in Lingxi's palm. After comforting Qingqing, she led Lin Wuwu out of the space. After spending considerable time researching online, she decided that her next destination would be the Changbai Mountain Nature Reserve. Turning back, she found Lin Wuwu puffing out his cheeks, engrossed in a tablet, guzzling milk tea like a youth addicted to gaming. The milk tea lay to the side, occasionally receiving a sip, while the tablet rested on his stomach, his paws busy, and his tail swaying. Lingxi felt a surge of irritation at his carefree demeanor. Approaching, she pinched his cheeks, teasing, "Wow, Wuwu, it's only been a few days, and your eyes seem to be shrinking. Perhaps all that extra meat is squishing them down. I must tell you, little kitties cannot just eat and sleep all day. They will turn into little barrels, and that's unhealthy. Starting tomorrow, you must control your diet, eat less and exercise more, and consume more vegetables than meat." "Awu, awu." Lin Wuwu shook his head, grumbling, "How annoying. Let go. Don't you know that little kitties need a bit of meat to appear cuter? Silly human. How about that? You can deliver such lines too. What have you been doing online all day?" Lingxi asked curiously. "Ah Wu, mind your own business," Lin Wuwu retorted defiantly, his neck rigid, his eyes narrowed, with his left cheek displaying defiance and the right exhibiting rebellion. "Humph. I detest humans with no sense of boundaries. You have no right to invade my privacy." "Oh, just you? Privacy? What if I invade it? If you have the capability, come and bite me," Lingxi provoked, poking him down with her finger. "Awoo, awoo, awoo. I'm going to bite you." Lin Wu, fuming, abandoned the tablet and lunged at Lin Shi. Determined to compete with her, Chapter 12. The stockpiling plan commences upon returning to the villa. It was already evening. After confirming the signing time for the following day, Lin Shi instructed the security to keep anyone wanting to see her at bay. The next day, in the conference room on the 58th floor of Wenxi building, Lin Shi arrived early. Staying in her father's former office, she leaned against the window, gazing down at the bustling streets below, where people flowed like water and vehicles darted like arrows amid the clamor of vendors. A scene of vibrant activity, though sadly, it would not last long. As a leading enterprise in the industry, Wenxi Group held promising prospects for its shares. The transaction price was not particularly high. One might even say it was rather low. Yet the members of the Lin and Wen families present for the signing wore expressions of satisfaction. In truth, if sold to a fund company, the price would only escalate. Yet, who could blame Lin Shi for wanting to take advantage of these two families? Who could fault them for exhausting their resources only to amass such a sum? The beautiful and benevolent Miss Lin, of course, felt compelled to indulge them. Lin Shi raised her glass in a toast across the distance, sincerely wishing them no regrets. The sale of shares amounted to 11 billion, complemented by 6 billion from the sale of real estate and commercial properties. After deducting taxes and legal fees, Lin Shi's net gain stood at 98 billion, coupled with the dividends she had accrued over the years. Minus her expenditures, her total reached 105 billion. Previously, she had contacted her father's friend, Michael, in the beautiful country, requesting him to introduce a reliable manager. She registered over a dozen companies to procure various goods across states. Now, Lin Shi began to transfer funds to each company for warehouse rentals and to order items from her list. The variety of agricultural products she sought was extensive, not limited to rice and wheat. For instance, soybeans could supplement plant-based protein. In a post-apocalyptic scenario, many would go hungry and suffer from edema, but a few handfuls of soybeans could resolve that issue. They could also be sprouted into bean sprouts, becoming a luxury in such dire times. Additionally, corn could serve as both food and animal feed, being cost-effective and suitable for bulk purchases. While Lin Shi had no immediate use for these, the impending 9 years of the apocalypse would bring forth numerous new weapons and energy sources, all requiring substantial resources for exchange. Besides various agricultural and livestock products, she also sought outdoor supplies, medications, and medical devices. Energy and vehicles would be procured by a separate company, readily available to Lin Shi. 50 off-road vehicles were required, with the primary conditions being powerful engines, high ground clearance, and bulletproof construction. All tires were to be replaced with heat-resistant, cold-resistant, and bulletproof materials, as the extreme temperatures of the apocalypse could turn ordinary tires into mush. Lin Shi insisted that if such tires were unavailable, they should be custom-made, with all vehicles equipped with spare parts at a ratio of 1:5. She ordered 10 RVs, 3 Modelo Conqueror 8X8S, 4 Unimog 4X4S, and 3 Ford F-150S. The first two were sturdy and comfortable but overly conspicuous, while the latter offered decent performance, being relatively understated for emergencies. Speaking of subtlety, it was still prudent to stock up on the famed Chinese vehicle. All RVs were to be outfitted with the latest ultralight bulletproof materials, double-layer insulation, and tires and chassis designed to withstand extreme temperatures while being bulletproof, with all unnecessary decorations stripped away in favor of practicality. The electrical appliances in the RVs, particularly the air conditioning, needed to accommodate a temperature range from -70 degrees to +70 degrees. If not feasible, they would be custom-made .200 motorcycles and mountain bikes were also ordered, adhering to the same tire specifications. The vehicles were not exorbitantly priced, but with the modifications, the total was estimated at a minimum of 5 billion. There were, however, certain items that could not be conveniently listed, which would have to be addressed once she arrived there. After all, she was someone with stealth capabilities. Wasn't this a zero-cost acquisition? After arranging matters abroad, Lin Shi contacted a travel agency, preparing to fly to Changbai Mountain in 2 days. Lin Wu dragged its oversized bed, measuring 800 meters, into Lin Shi's bedroom, causing discomfort to onlookers. As Lin Shi concluded her tasks, her eyes lit up, and she skipped over, rubbing against her. "Aw, the scoop, you've neglected me. Look how dirty I've become." Lin Shi brushed it from tail to head, still unable to discern its intent. "Shall I call Auntie to wash you?" No. Lin Wu straightened its body, gazing at her with hopeful eyes. I want to wash that. What? Lin Wu pointed at its large bed. What? It turned out it was referring to the spa. She gazed at it with mixed emotions. Yet this little creature was adapting more each day, indulging in food, fun, and video streaming, and now it desired a spa treatment. She herself had no inclination for such pampering. Should she acquiesce? Or should she acquiesce? Or should she acquiesce? Ultimately, it wouldn't be long before its session ended. She might as well indulge it. The happier it was now, the less disheartened it would be later. Just as she stepped outside, she encountered Han Zi, who this time dared not accompany Lin Yuan. Lin Shi, are you well? Han Zi's expression was rather complex. He felt an inexplicable difference in the girl before him compared to the past. His family urged him to maintain a good relationship with her, even if she was domineering and capricious, solely because of the shares she held. However, back then, she wouldn't have ignored his presence. Now, however, she had lost her greatest support, possessing nothing at all, yet out of respect for their past connection, he was willing to check on her. What did he mean by having lost everything? Lin Shi regarded him, feeling utterly bewildered. Han Zi, if you have something to say, just say it. Don't feign deep emotions. Can you even believe that? Han Zi maintained a cold demeanor. Do you think everyone is like you? Only recognizing money? I'm here to see what's become of you, why you sold your shares. Lin Shi paused, realizing why she felt something was amiss. She had overlooked the Han family and failed to exploit them. It was infuriating that he had come to inquire about her. She felt a surge of irritation. The shares were left to me by my father. I had a dream where he told me to let go of everything. So I naturally obeyed, she declared. I have things to attend to. I must take my leave. Lin Shi skipped into the garage, disregarding him, with Lin Wu frolicking behind her. Han Zi watched the off-road vehicle speed away. His expression filled with indignation. How could someone who had lost their support still act so arrogantly? Chapter 13. Shearing the sheep. Lin Shi and Lin Wu were received a warm welcome upon entering the pet store. Lin Wu basked in the adoration of several young ladies. Boss Song wore his usual cheerful expression. It seems Wu truly enjoys our services. Last time I noticed it relishes the lively atmosphere. Quite unlike a typical cat. Does it feel lonely or unhappy at home? Oh, I didn't notice. I've been rather busy, Lin Shi replied awkwardly. What could she say? Should she admit it was at home? Engrossed in its tablet, thoroughly enjoying itself, and despising any interruptions? Ah, I understand. If it were a timid cat, I would recommend keeping it at home for a sense of security. But for a lively one like Wu, given Miss Lin's busy schedule, it's perfectly fine to bring it here. Our girls adore it. Indeed, Lin Wu's greatest delight lay in receiving lavish compliments. Lin Shi decided to indulge her child. After all, a little flattery never hurt anyone. Setting aside other considerations, simply for the emotional value provided by the pet store, Lin Shi spent 50,000, acquiring a full-package annual card, which included pickup and drop-off services. Watching Lin Wu immersed in sweet nothings, Lin Shi shook her head and opted to treat herself to the most expensive spa, as her package card was already prepared. Ultimately, Lin Shi did not meet with the Lin and Wen families. Regardless of the reasons behind their ever-growing ambitions, she could not be bothered. Firstly, she didn't wish to waste her time and energy. Secondly, she feared her desire to incinerate would spiral out of control. Fragrant Lin Shi and aromatic Lin Wu continued to stroll through luxury boutiques, purchasing a plethora of cosmetics and new clothes. Once the store packaged her items, they were loaded into her car. Yet another full load. Upon returning to the villa, after dinner, Lin Shi leisurely packed her luggage, mindful of maintaining a low profile. After all, when traveling, having luggage was a necessity. Nevertheless, the vital and cherished items had long been stored away in her space. Snap! Snap! Lin Shi raised her eyes, fuming. Lin Wu, do not lounge on the sofa eating chips. Go eat downstairs. Crumbs were scattered everywhere, even on its furry belly. Do you believe I'll lock you outside today? Lin Wu reluctantly set down the chips, stretched lazily, and dropped a towel at Lin Shi's feet. Lin Shi wiped it down from head to tail, only relenting when her patience was nearly exhausted. The travel agency had rented a private jet, assigning a dedicated tour guide to coordinate with Lin Shi. While commercial flights were an option, Lin Wu was tricky to manage. It refused to be transported in the cargo hold and disliked being confined to the space, especially since they would likely remain in Changbai Mountain for a month. Upon entering the mountains, The noticeably lower temperatures necessitated warm clothing. Riding a motorcycle in leather at night still brought a chill. But Lin Shi harnessed her abilities to dispel the cold. This was the advantage of fire-based abilities. She was unbothered by cold and much more tolerant of heat. Qing had been eager to try out her powers in the space. And once granted permission by Lin Shi, a cloud of white mist shot skyward, dispersing wherever it went on the path to find meteorites. With few signs of human presence, Lin Shi was grateful for Qing's guidance. Otherwise, she might have gotten lost in the woods. After a night passed, they had only found a few meteorites the size of pebbles, insufficient for Qing. During the day, Lin Shi set up a tent, summoned Lin Wu from the space, and the two enjoyed bowls of ginseng chicken soup noodles together before preparing for some much-needed rest. She repeatedly instructed Lin Wu to guard the tent diligently, warning that if she fell asleep, a wild beast might carry it away. After hearing her admonishments, Lin Wu grasped its ears and shook its head, visibly impatient. I've already said I understand. I'll keep watch. Stop nagging. Fine. Who knew if it could be relied upon? It was undoubtedly exhausting. Driving, riding, walking, and climbing all night had drained her energy. As soon as she closed her eyes, Lin Shi fell into a deep slumber, waking only in the afternoon. The mountains grew dark early, and under the cover of night, Lin Shi and Qing resumed their work. Half a month flew by, yielding 5 large and several small meteorites. With Qing's mist thickening to almost corporeal form, Lin Shi probed her mental energy into the space, discovering the creek had widened to 1 meter. Once again, the distant mountains came to mind. Uncertain if I could approach them, I discovered that I could clearly see the summit of one particular peak. It appeared that while my physical form could not traverse the woods to reach this side, my spiritual essence could indeed perceive the happenings atop the mountain. However, something felt amiss. The lake at the mountain's summit was not particularly large, yet it seemed oddly familiar. It resembled the earth pool on that mountain. Upon closer inspection, lo and behold, there were even several hot springs. Qingbao? Lin Shi could hardly believe it. Had you collected all this as well? Why does this child seem to gather everything into her space? Once you've taken everything, what will happen outside? Surely, it cannot disrupt the external ecology. In the past, Qing would appear at my call, but now she flitted about in the air for quite some time before settling into my palm. Just a little. Faced with such an adorable Qing, what could she do? For the space to achieve the cyclical harmony of the 5 elements, it required metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Whether it be jade or meteorite, both could provide energy to assist the 5 elements. Yet, the space needed a substantial amount of these elements as a foundation. Qing felt somewhat guilty. Her once bountiful paradise had transformed into a dilapidated space that required sustenance from others, and she feared that her current master could not afford to maintain it. No worries, child. Don't you simply desire a few items from the 5 elements? That is hardly a significant matter. Qingbao is unperturbed. I can take you to find plenty. You can also gather a little from the outside world, as long as it doesn't cause too much disturbance. Next month, we shall travel abroad together, and I promise you shall collect in abundance. All right? Lin Shi, ever cautious not to frighten her, spoke softly and tenderly. Qingbao was still too delicate, lacking Lin Wu's robustness. The mist began to flutter with excitement. Yes? Yes. She also contacted the largest local specialty store, rented a warehouse, and made bulk purchases of ginseng, marten fur, deer antlers, and snow frog mushrooms, among other things. As the space improved, Qingbao informed Lin Shi that she required just a bit more energy to freely move within a radius of 100 zhang, which equates to over 300 meters. Lin Shi smiled as she adjusted the itinerary, placing curly hair country at the top of the list. After all, that museum houses over 8 million artifacts, with more than 20,000 from Flower Country alone. Chapter 14. Qingbao's little snack with visas from various countries secured, Lin Shi was ready to embark on her journey abroad at any moment. However, this time, Lin Wu would have to obediently remain in the space. A woman accompanied by a cat would draw too much attention, leaving a striking impression. The primary objective of this trip was to remain inconspicuous, ideally blending into the crowd. Lin Shi styled her hair into a loose braid at the back, donned a roomy dark gray hooded sweatshirt, paired with deep blue jeans and black combat boots, while carrying a khaki coat in her arms as she pushed her luggage onto the plane. The flight would last 12 hours. Linshi lay down, closing her eyes in a light doze, yet she did not miss the beverage and meal service, even requesting an extra portion, as she truly had not eaten enough. Upon landing, it was already night, and she took a taxi to settle into her hotel. On the first day, she did not rush to the museum but instead visited the Tower Bridge and Han Palace. It was the following day that she finally arrived at the museum, lingering in both the Western and Eastern galleries for quite some time. In truth, she was consulting with Qingbao on the menu. Is this permissible? Is this from the West? Ah, they all possess spiritual energy. The West has it too. Oh dear, the child is drooling. Qingbao, could you swallow the spiritual energy and leave the items behind? Is this how? A painting quickly turned black, as if it had oxidized upon being unearthed. Linshi discreetly moved further away. This won't work. You must leave some behind for them to last a couple of days. By then, we'll have boarded the plane and flown away. Should anything occur, the first step would be to scrutinize the backgrounds of everyone present, along with their recent activities, financial transactions, and so forth. If I only do this once, Linshi was confident that no one would trace it back to her. However, she planned to visit other locations. If an investigation revealed her presence at every incident site, she would become an obvious target, inviting scrutiny upon herself. She could not withstand such an investigation. After all, many matters remained unfinished. Before a mask, the mist swayed gently, the mask showing no signs of change. Qingbao, have you consumed this spiritual energy? 2 days, yes? Excellent, maintain that level. It cannot be less than 2 days. Time to eat. The mist, invisible to others, began to spread, easily bypassing the glass enclosures. Soon, Linshi sensed that Qingbao was now 100 meters away. It seemed Qingbao's range of activity had indeed expanded to over 300 meters. Linshi spent the better part of the day wandering through the museum, ensuring she explored every corner, even pausing at restricted areas as if merely resting her feet. In reality, she was delivering Qingbao inside. After purchasing a few cultural and creative products, she finally exited the museum. In the afternoon, she strolled along the walls of Han Palace, and how much Qingbao could indulge would depend entirely on luck. Curly hair country was truly relentless. Look at how it had spoiled the child. After 2 arduous months of climbing mountains and crossing rivers, Qingbao had never once complained of being full. On the 3rd day, Linshi continued her itinerary, visiting the cathedral, snapping photos, and purchasing souvenirs, resembling a quintessential tourist. Early on the 4th day, Linshi boarded a flight to the wine country. Her hair casually flowed down her back, wearing a fitted white turtleneck sweater paired with blue skinny jeans and sneakers, topped with a loose brown woolen overcoat cinched at the waist, accentuating her slender figure while exuding a relaxed vibe. 3 hours later, Linshi found herself at a seafood restaurant in the wine country. Ordering the renowned grilled seafood platter, which included mussels, lobsters, fresh squid, and crispy potato strips soaked in seafood broth. Glancing at her phone, she found no alarming news. It seemed that Curly Hair Country had not encountered any issues as of yet. Upon returning to her hotel, Linshi skillfully checked the room to confirm the absence of cameras before releasing Lin Wuwu from the space. Once released, Lin Wuwu remained silent, lying on the sofa with a look of grievance. Accustomed to its mischievous antics, seeing it in such a pitiful state tugged at Linshi's heart. She approached and gently patted its head, lowering her voice. "What's wrong, my most adorable Wuwu? Are you feeling down?" Lin Wuwu cautiously lifted its gaze. "Master, I promise I will obediently listen to you from now on. A Wuwu. Even though I feel useless, please don't confine me to the space. All right." Linshi embraced it. "Did you think I was upset and kept you inside?" Lin Wuwu leaned against Linshi's embrace, silent. Linshi pressed a firm kiss to its forehead. "You silly little thing. What were you thinking?" "I merely didn't want others to know." "Never mind. It's too complicated to explain. Just remember, I would never be angry with you, Wuwu. Who said Wuwu is useless? I'll burn them. We Wuwu are the most magnificent of Decepticons. So, being overly sentimental doesn't suit you. I prefer the playful Lin Wuwu." Lin Wuwu gazed up at her, showering her with kisses, its mood gradually brightening. During these past few days alone in the space, it had been free to do as it pleased, initially feeling quite happy with ample food and drink while watching cartoons. Albeit without internet access, however, as days passed, boredom crept in. Nothing seemed interesting, and it even began to miss the company of Master. It hadn't been like this before. During previous cultivation sessions, it would play on its own without issue. Why was this time so different? Could it be due to becoming an ordinary beast? The aroma wafted into Lin Wuwu's nose, making it shiver with delight. It quickly leaped from Lin Shi's embrace and pounced on the delicacies laid out on the coffee table. Ah Wuwu, ah Wuwu, be more civilized. No one is competing with you, and do not dirty your fur. Watch out for the soup. Oh dear, Lin Wuwu. Oh, this is the sensation. It's somewhat delightful yet slightly irritating. In the afternoon, Lin Shi packed a bag, placing Lin Wuwu inside, and rented a car to explore. The wine here was indeed exceptional. Lin Shi purchased over 10 boxes of Lafite red wine along with various cheeses, truffles, and foie gras, pretending to load them into the car while secretly sending them into the space. She also took the time to admire the enchanting flowers and dazzling night scenery, capturing photographs to immortalize the romance and splendor of the city. Of course, there were also the Louvre Palace Museum and the Palace of Versailles, which surely housed many treasures, but regrettably, Qingqing was still not awake. Chapter 15. The energetic well water on the second day in the wine country. News began to circulate online regarding Curly Hair Country's museum. Shock. Due to improper storage, countless cultural treasures in the museum have suffered extreme oxidation. Is it a conspiracy or an inside job? What is the truth? What transpired overnight at the museum? How can the oxidized artifacts or artworks be restored? Did the museum's security system fail due to operational errors, leading to the damage of collections? The museum has incurred losses exceeding XXXX billion. Will the insurance company cover the claims? The devil has descended. The museum has encountered the most bizarre event in history. Curly Hair Country deployed police, experts, and intelligence agencies to launch a joint investigation into this strange occurrence. Meanwhile, Lin Shi was savoring a delightful breakfast of salad, coffee, poached eggs, salmon, and butter croissants. Lin Wuwu feasted on a large bowl of beef noodles, accompanied by a plate of braised beef and a cup of milk tea. It turned out that the once mighty Decepticon had a taste for flower country cuisine, which was utterly adorable. Thus, during the days spent awaiting Qingbao's awakening, Lin Shi, as a typical tourist, visited one landmark after another, including the Iron Tower, the Nana River, Notre Dame, and the Arc de Triomphe. She even brought Lin Wuwu to Disneyland, where it was overwhelmed by the sheer delight. It had never imagined humans could have so much fun. Due to her lack of worldly experience, she found herself unable to fully enjoy each of its attractions. Lin Shi quickly regretted her decision, wishing she could set everything ablaze in frustration. Tom? Yes, it was Tom. Fine. At least he had watched Tom and Jerry. The characters from the television had transformed into a tangible reality. The petite Lin Wuwu eagerly approached the gigantic mascot to greet it, truly a sight to behold. Lin Shi, weary in both body and spirit, trailed behind her. After spending 3 whole days in Disneyland, Lin Shi had contemplated burning someone for 3 days. With lingering excitement, Lin Wuwu even urged Lin Shi to incorporate Disneyland into her space. Ha ha ha, can you guess whether I did? Of course, I couldn't at the moment. Amidst Lin Shi's agony and Lin Wuwu's exuberance, Qing awakened. Without a doubt, they set their sights on the magnificent Louvre Palace Museum in Versailles. 2 days later, as Lin Shi drove towards Mount Eris, the tumult of the red wine country was of no concern to her. The peaks of Mount Eris were perpetually snow-capped, serving as the source for many great rivers in the west. Both the water sources and the vegetation were dear to Qingbao's heart. Furthermore, there were no psychological burdens here. The only concern was not to overharvest and be detected by satellites. Qingbao adored this place and relished the freedom to gather. A thick layer of snow had been collected from the mountaintop, and even the massive rock formations were not spared. As for the natural water reservoir, she had feasted to her heart's content on the fish within. Remarkably, the space had transformed once again. Lin Shi felt that Qingbao must be a little girl, one who delights in embellishments. Certainly, this was not solely due to the current mist that made her appear as a girl with twin buns. Unlike ordinary little girls, Qingbao reveled in decorating her space. She observed the world outside, and whenever she encountered a delightful floral dress, be it a snow-capped mountain, a lake, a hot spring, or even a rock formation, she yearned to adorn her space in kind. Casting a glance at Lin Wuwu, sprawled comfortably beneath the peace tree, Lin Shi felt that this little girl was truly fragrant, soft, and obedient. The peace tree had grown to 6 meters, tall and verdant, standing like a guardian over the Qing stone courtyard. The Qing stone courtyard had expanded beyond recognition, transforming into a grand Qing stone garden, now adorned with pavilions and corridors. The well platform had also widened, requiring steps to reach the water well, its water clear as a mirror. She took a hearty sip and noticed its distinct difference from the previous well water. The slight headache from frequent gathering vanished instantly. She was pleasantly surprised. This well water was highly beneficial to her. She retrieved a 2-liter sports water bottle from the storage and filled it to the brim, yet the water level in the well did not diminish. It seemed that the space was no longer lacking in water, and she decided to replace her regular drinking water with well water. Having lingered on Mount Eris for nearly a month, she had not only gathered but also stockpiled a variety of local delicacies, such as hot pot cheese, potato cakes, and local sausages. Although the limited yield meant that her stock was not particularly abundant, it would still last her a long time. Indeed, Lin Wuwu had consumed an entire month's worth of delicacies from the flower country. Moreover, aside from sausages, she refused to eat anything else. Finally, their journey brought them to the beautiful country, and she felt a sense of bountiful joy. This was the big league. Upon disembarking the plane, she spotted someone sent by Michael to pick her up, holding a large sign and even a bouquet of flowers. As she approached, he recognized her. Hi, sorry, I'm not very good at recognizing people. Welcome. You can call me Aiden. Aiden took Lin's suitcase and opened the car door for her. Thank you, Aiden. My name is Lin Shi. Lin Shi smiled and nodded. Aiden had tousled brown curls and appeared very talkative and cheerful. Miss Lin, I know you've been on a nearly 10-hour flight. You must be exhausted. I apologize, but you'll need to bear with me for another hour before we reach our destination. It's all right. I feel great. Lin Shi was not being polite. She had been sipping well water from her space throughout the journey, completely free of the fatigue that typically accompanies long flights. An hour later, the car stopped in front of a private villa. A tall, blonde-haired, blue-eyed man emerged and gently embraced Lin Shi. Goodness, I can hardly believe it, in my mind. You have always been a little girl, and now you've blossomed into a young lady. This was Michael, a dear friend of her father's, with his short, sun-kissed golden hair and a healthy, rugged complexion. Really, Uncle Michael, how come you still look so young and handsome? Seeing an old acquaintance, she felt genuine joy. Is that so? That's wonderful, Michael laughed heartily. The two reminisced, briefly discussing their recent lives before delving into more serious matters over dinner. Brian is a highly professional manager. We've worked together for quite some time. This time, I will entrust your matters to him, and he will come to report to you tomorrow, however. Michael hesitated. To be honest, I don't quite understand your business direction. Import-export trade? You're just a novice, and the old-timers in this industry won't allow you to waltz in so easily. Perhaps we can set aside your sales channels for now, as that is your business secret. But your warehouse is overflowing with goods, accumulating without any turnover, and your capital costs, how long can they sustain you? Michael took a deep breath, slowly exhaling. Child, you are now an adult. You must take responsibility for your actions. I'm not trying to interfere, merely wishing to convey that business isn't conducted this way. You can do better. Lin Shi's eyes reddened slightly. If her father were still around, would he also tell her, Child, you can do better? But how could she explain to him that she was not conducting business at all? Merely preparing supplies for the impending global apocalypse? Lin Shi opened her mouth, only to feel a sense of despair. Faced with the well-meaning man, she truly had no words. She could only lower her head, concealing the complexity in her eyes. Uncle Michael, I promise, I will give it serious thought. Michael nodded, but in his heart, he mused that if his friend were still alive, he would never let a young girl flounder in the business world. Chapter 16. Bulk stockpiling. Brian arrived promptly at the villa the next morning at 9 o'clock. Still adjusting to the time difference, Lin Shi yawned as she greeted him. Brian had neat, gray short hair, deep gray eyes, and a sharp nose, dressed in a deep blue suit with fine stripes, exuding an elite aura. At that moment, his lips were pressed tightly together, as if he were deep in thought. Lin Shi was clad in a loose-fitting sports hoodie, white on top and black on the bottom, her hair styled in a bun, gazing at Brian's computer screen, which displayed the latest inventory list. The inventory included 1,000 tons each of agricultural products such as cotton, soybeans, wheat, corn, rice, and peanuts, as well as potatoes. Livestock products like beef, chicken, lamb, and pork were categorized by grade, with 200 tons each. Salmon, tuna, cod, trout, pomfret, and yellow croaker were listed at 50 tons each. Vegetables such as pumpkins, lettuce, tomatoes, cabbage, Carrots and green peppers were also at 50 tons each. The cheapest bottled water was available at 500 milliliters per bottle, 24 bottles per case, totaling 100,000 cases. White sugar, brown sugar, rock candy, and salt were included at 100 tons each. Cooking oils, vegetable, olive, butter, soybean, and peanut oil were listed at 1 ton each. Eggs and duck eggs amounted to 10,000 cases, with 30 eggs per case. Of course, the list also included 10,000 cases of pre-packaged 3-in-1 coffee, with 500 packets per case, making for a convenient source of energy during excursions. Compressed biscuits numbered 50,000 cases. With 100 biscuits in each, chocolate was listed at 10,000 cases, each weighing 5 kilograms. Almonds, apples, oranges, citrus fruits, grapefruits, and blueberries were stocked at 1 ton each. The procurement largely followed Lin Shi's provided list. Though 100 billion sounds substantial, given the scale of her stockpiling, she still needed to be meticulous in terms of quantity. Food comprised the largest portion, costing 15 billion. Next came clothing. Military standard all-terrain combat uniforms, including short and long-sleeve t-shirts, boots, and belts, with 500 sets for each size, scaled up by 5 sizes. Special work uniforms, biohazard suits, and radiation protection suits were each procured in 500 sets. Warm jackets and pants, sun protection clothing, and an assortment of cotton socks, all cotton underwear, and sports bras numbered 30,000 each. Technological thermal long-sleeve tops and bottoms were acquired in 1,000 sets, a total of 1,000 pieces of long and short down jackets in black, gray, and khaki were ordered, along with 500 cashmere sweaters and pants. The sports hoodies for both men and women were ordered in 5,000 sets across all sizes. Various styles of summer, winter, and spring-autumn attire were included. Lin Shi's eyes blurred as she tried to absorb the overwhelming information. She intended to scroll to the end of the list, but despite her efforts, she couldn't reach the bottom. Without hesitation, Lin Shi returned the computer to Brian, stating, "I can see that you have done an excellent job. Being able to review the entire list and complete all the procurement is truly commendable." Brian humbly nodded. "Indeed, the variety of items is extensive and fortunately, we have ample preparation time. However, the pressing issue at hand is the preservation of food items, along with the warehouse rent and personnel maintenance costs. These are no small expenses." This procurement task seemed peculiar to Brian, entirely diverging from conventional business practices. Merely accumulating goods without circulation, while also incurring costs to keep those low-profit items fresh, was illogical. A brief calculation would reveal that this young girl would inevitably incur losses while managing these goods. Of course, this was none of his concern. He was merely employed to handle the procurement of goods. "You're absolutely correct. I think the same." Lin Shi rose. "So starting today, we will gradually hand over the warehouses. Once the handover is complete, we will remove the surveillance cameras, and personnel will vacate immediately. The goods will be taken away by the buyers." Beginning with the agricultural products, Brian straightened his back, his eyes widening in surprise as he gazed at her. "Are you implying that these goods already have buyers, and that they can be transported immediately?" Such an endeavor would necessitate a massive convoy. Lin Shi turned, focusing her mental energy on Brian. "Can you guess why I would spend 1 million Meili coins to hire you? This price is significantly above the market rate. Is it not?" A chill inexplicably coursed through Brian. Indeed, the price was abnormal, and the conditions constituted a secret between the two of them, one that even Michael could not know. Yet, when Lin Shi first proposed it, he accepted, for she offered far too much. Of course, it's because you are the best. Furthermore, I shall grant you an additional 500,000 Meili coins as a reward for your excellent performance. All you need to do is maintain your professionalism and suppress your curiosity. Can you manage that?" Her voice was slow and enigmatic, laden with a sense of threat. "Naturally, that is merely the fundamental code of professional ethics. I can certainly adhere to it." Brian's forehead beaded with cold sweat. He surmised that Lin Shi intended to smuggle some illicit goods under the guise of these shipments, and he wondered what she planned to do with them. Oh heavens, this had nothing to do with him. He was merely a law-abiding manager. "Lin Shi, rest assured, I will transfer the warehouse to you in the shortest time possible." "That would be splendid. Let us set off." Observing the little girl before him, clad in a backpack and cradling a plump cat, it seemed as though everything prior had merely been a figment of his imagination. The warehouse, brimming with provisions, appeared endless. Counting and dismantling the cameras took a full 2 days. And that was without any inspection of the goods. However, Qing Bao was indeed a great help. She allowed Lin Shi to project her mental energy and share her perspective, in places shrouded in mist. As long as Lin Shi's mental energy could reach, she could see everything concealed beneath the fog. Once the transfer was confirmed, Brian eagerly led everyone away, instructing her to prepare for the next warehouse. Although Lin Shi did not understand why he departed in such a hasty manner, she was nonetheless pleased with his timeliness. After ensuring there were no cameras left in the warehouse, they hopped onto mountain bikes. And following Qing Bao, they rapidly cleared out the space until it was utterly bare. Lin Shi's previously anxious heart finally found some peace. This was indeed the foundation for survival in the apocalyptic world. After securing the grains, the next tasks involved procuring meat, poultry, eggs, fish, vegetables, and fruits. The ever-curious Qing Bao, an eager learner, quickly figured out how to disable the cameras and developed a fondness for the vast shelves of wholesale supermarkets, diligently arranging the warehouse to resemble a store. The wooden shelves were replaced with stone ones, appearing as if they had naturally grown from the warehouse itself, perfect in every way. 13 warehouses, valued at $75 billion, sprawled across various states, encompassing all manner of supplies for clothing, food, shelter, and transportation, with energy resources comprising only a small portion. Lin Shi intended to procure more energy from affluent countries, as the prices would be significantly lower at the source, allowing for savings wherever possible. Chapter 17. Qin Yuanxi. As only 31 billion remained in her possession, the weapons were still nowhere to be found. On the route to collect the warehouses, they made a brief detour to Greenstone Park and the Colorado Grand Canyon. To Lin Shi's surprise, Qing Bao did not even spare the magma. This was somewhat concerning. Which good space would stir magma within? Treasure, are you certain that collecting magma won't lead to any disasters? Qing Bao eagerly replied, yes, there used to be some, but then it disappeared. Very well, if you insist, but do proceed with caution. If a volcano erupts, it likely wouldn't be blamed on anyone. Magma? Could it perhaps be the fire element among the 5 elements? Coming to this realization, Lin Shi decided to go with the flow, clutching a bucket of well water to alleviate the headache caused by accumulating too many items in her space. After spending 2 weeks in Greenstone Park, Lin Shi noted that the lake's water level had dropped several inches by the time Qing Bao was satisfied and ready to leave. The Colorado Grand Canyon featured numerous colossal rock fractures. It took Qing Bao several days to gather a massive piece, leaving Lin Shi feeling dizzy for a considerable time. Such a obedient Qing Bao, so enamored with collecting stones. What could she do but indulge her? Collecting stones took 3 weeks, proving to be more laborious than gathering magma. After finishing with the stones, they proceeded to collect the warehouse's inventory. The electrical supplies included large, medium, and small generator sets, along with 100 solar panels and photovoltaic panels each. In addition, 1,000 units of batteries of various sizes were included. Outdoor equipment such as snowmobiles, inflatable boats, tents, portable water purifiers, mountaineering boots, thermal hats, ice axes, multifunctional water bottles, cooking utensils, and stoves were also abundant. Medications were procured in bulk packaging, encompassing a comprehensive range of anti-inflammatory, fever-reducing, cough-suppressing, pain-relieving, and chronic disease medications, along with various vaccines, serums, and full sets of diagnostic and treatment equipment, including surgical instruments, ultrasound machines, CT scanners, and even 10 hospital beds. Additionally, auxiliary devices were purchased according to the standards for establishing a hospital, complete with some consumables included. Lin Shi couldn't help but admire Brian's meticulousness. He was indeed reliable in his endeavors. However, there were some issues with the vehicles that were ultimately transferred. Due to the high demands for vehicle modifications, the 3-month timeline proved quite tight. Nevertheless, Brian insisted on taking Lin Shi to see the progress. The modification team comprised engineers from 3 manufacturing companies, as well as Andrew, who claimed to be a master of modifications. Andrew was a rather eccentric individual, never cooperating with others. Even when others offered substantial sums to summon him, he remained unmoved. Yet this time, involving the modification of 10 RVs, he sought them out himself. If not for his undeniable skill and good reputation, Brian would have long dismissed him as a fraud. When Lin Shi arrived, several engineers were arguing with him while he rolled up his sleeves and wielded a wrench. Holding his ground in the heated exchange, Brian's expression darkened further upon seeing the exposed vehicle frames and scattered parts. Wonderful, just what we need. Another person to add to the argument. Lin Shi dragged a chair over, crossed her left leg over her right knee, and stifled a yawn. While the energy from the well water fortified her body, it could not alleviate her mental fatigue. After a moment's wait, Lin Shi, who was disinclined to speak, picked up a steel pipe from the ground and struck it forcefully against the floor, producing a resounding clang. The commotion paused as everyone turned to look at her. Grasping the steel pipe at both ends, Lin Shi bent it into a U shape. She was satisfied to see several expressions of shock and disbelief. "Excellent!" Brian pulled out a tissue to wipe his sweat. But before he could utter a word, Andrew rushed over, chattering incessantly. Lin Shi's expression darkened. She had no intention of engaging in idle conversation and prepared to take matters into her own hands. Suddenly, a figure darted out from beneath the vehicle. "Andrew, shut up!" Reluctantly, Andrew fell silent, grumbling under his breath as he stepped aside in a huff. The newcomer was an Asian man, with black hair and eyes. Appearing to be in his 40s or 50s, standing at just under 6 feet tall, clad in a loose-fitting work uniform and wearing black-rimmed glasses, exuding a scholarly demeanor that set him apart from the others. "Ah, I apologize." Andrew meant to say that part is useful. Could you please restore it? This was becoming a tad awkward. Lin Shi, with an impassive expression, straightened the steel pipe, prompting a collective gasp from those present. Brian, both astonished and furious, interjected, "May I ask who you are?" Things had not gone well, and now he was being threatened. He was genuinely concerned about the safety of himself and his family should his boss become angry. The man adjusted his glasses and replied, "Actually, I am Andrew's assistant." "Do you take me for a fool?" Brian retorted. Lin Shi, her gaze fixed on him, felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. "What is your name?" After a moment's hesitation, he replied, "You can call me Nathan." "Sorry, I meant, what is your Chinese name?" "Qin. His name is Qin." "Qin Yuanci?" Andrew shouted. "Be quiet." Qin Yuanci shot him a glare as it was he, during the 9 years of the apocalypse. He was an expert in developing new materials. Moreover, he was the lover of Lin Shi's mother. The Wansi Group originally began as a small company, established by Wen Qinya and him together. After Qin Yuanci achieved success in research and secured a patent capable of impacting the entire industry, the Wen family sought to monopolize it. Ignoring Wen Qinya's vehement opposition, they expelled him from the company. Fearing they would face difficulties, they sought the Lin family for investment, yet tensions arose over equity stakes. The final resolution was a marriage alliance between the two families, with any children born serving as equity carriers. Wen Qinya steadfastly refused, but she had vulnerabilities. Qin Yuanci was sent abroad, and only if she married and bore a child could he live safely and freely. Lin Shi remained silent for a moment before speaking. "Brian, I recall you mentioning that everyone has been working hard, and you wish to treat them to coffee." Brian flashed a standard smile. "Oh, of course, of course. All right, everyone, shall we go for a cup of coffee?" They found a quiet corner where Lin Shi and Qin Yuanci sat facing each other, each with a cup of coffee before them. Qin Yuanci appeared quite reserved. "I apologize. Andrew has a dreadful temper. But his skills are unmatched." Chapter 18. Modifications more durable than expected. They found a quiet corner where Lin Shi and Qin Yuanci sat facing each other, each with a cup of coffee before them. Qin Yuanci appeared quite reserved. "I apologize. Andrew has a dreadful temper, but his skills are unmatched." Lin Shi regarded the individual before her, her emotions tumultuous. "Is it because of you that he is willing to modify my vehicle? Why?" "Ah, please do not misunderstand. I am not intentionally intruding upon your life. I merely die in truth. If you were to return after everything is concluded, you would not find me here." Qin Yuanci lifted his gaze to glance at her. His hands tightly clasped together. Lin Shi regarded him quietly, the figure before her gradually merging with the person depicted in her mother's most treasured necklace. "I am sorry." Qin Yuanci became increasingly uncomfortable. As if to mask his feelings, he lifted his coffee cup. Qin Yuanci looked up at her in surprise, shaking his head as he murmured softly, "Yet you are the most innocent one." Lin Shi smiled faintly. Perhaps the genes of the Lin family are inherently cold and indifferent, yearning for familial bonds yet never demanding them. She loves me, a truth I have known since childhood. At tea times, she would treat me with great kindness. But at other moments I believe she is simply conflicted, for she loves you as well. Her kindness towards me may evoke a sense of betrayal in her regarding you. Her life has not been easy. Perhaps only in your presence does she find joy. Then, out of guilt, she seeks to compensate me. Qin Yuanxi stared blankly at the girl before him, so composed, uttering words that were profoundly sorrowful. "Ideas nothing. I am doing quite well, better than many." She took a sip of her coffee. Had it not been for the impending apocalypse, her life would be even better. Qin Yuanxi found himself at a loss for words. Could he offer comfort? He felt unworthy of such a role, yet he hoped for an opportunity to make amends for this child. Shi's demands for tires were exceedingly high, and the materials available in the market did not meet her standards. However, this particular patent was not widely applied due to its prohibitive costs, preventing it from entering the market. Thus, they approached the patent holder, who was none other than Qin Yuanxi, but he was too engrossed in his research to pay heed. The situation was reported to Brian and Michael. Michael, familiar with Qin Yuanxi, sought him out privately to discuss the modified vehicles belonging to Shi, hoping he would authorize the team to utilize his patent. Upon learning of this, Qin Yuanxi took it upon himself to manage the tire modifications entirely and subsequently contacted Andrew. Though Andrew was well known, he often required novel materials that were unavailable in the market during the modification process. Qin Yuanxi merely gave him a brief tour of his research facility, presenting his terms. Andrew, enticed by the prospect of unique materials unavailable elsewhere, sought to cultivate a good relationship with the materials expert. Thus initiated a home service with Qin Yuanxi. As more individuals became involved, disagreements inevitably arose, all of them being technical experts, leading to frequent disputes. Naturally, throughout this process, various issues emerged, which they worked to resolve. For instance, they aimed to create batteries that, while maintaining the same volume, could store more energy. Additionally, they enhanced the performance of the vehicle body and wheels, yet questioned whether the chassis required similar fortification. They transformed the vehicle modifications into a research project, growing increasingly exhilarated by their creative freedom, even exceeding Shi's initial requests. After all, the budget was sufficient. Then, today, they encountered a minor issue. When discussing his area of expertise, Qin Yuanxi shed his earlier gloom, becoming animated. "Rest assured, we will not exceed the budget, and I have ample savings to contribute." Shi observed him, not fully comprehending but feeling reassured. With so many experts working without concern for costs, coupled with the latest materials, the modified vehicles would be sturdier and more durable than anticipated. However, they could not let their imaginations run wild. There still needed to be some restraint. The spare tires and motorcycles need not be affixed to the rear of the vehicle. They can be stored separately. Should the need arise, I will arrange for someone to install them. Everything else is satisfactory. No further significant alterations are necessary. The time frame is no more than a month. I intend to take this batch of vehicles. Is that acceptable? Upon receiving a positive response, Shi felt a wave of relief. "Uncle Qin, you need not concern yourself with the details here. There are so many people present. There is no need for you to take matters into your own hands." Qin Yuanxi was elated to hear her address him as Uncle Qin. He had always thought this child would harbor resentment towards him. "It is all minor matters. We conduct our research hands-on." Shi idly inquired, "Are these durable tires and ultralight batteries your patents?" Qin Yuanxi nodded, affirming, "Yes, they are merely durable little inventions. At that time, I always longed to see the desert." "I presume you wish to visit as well?" Actually, not really." However, Shi could only smile in tacit agreement. The extreme cold and heat there demand ample supplies of water, electricity, and fuel. The air conditioning has been replaced with a specially designed unit, equipped with sandproof nets, ensuring it can be safely used. Additionally, there is a complete vehicle circulation system designed by Andrew, capable of filtering out not only sand but even toxic gases. Moreover, seeing Shi's keen interest, he added, "I have some of these little inventions in my research facility. Perhaps you would like to take a look?" "Of course, I would love to," Shi readily agreed, arranging to visit his research facility in 3 days. This truly is an expert essential for the impending apocalypse. During those 3 days, Shi went nowhere, merely resting in her hotel room. She reclined on the bed, quietly contemplating the supplies still needed. She still needed to stock up on a few yachts. Submarines? That's out of the question. 2 people cannot operate one. The technical requirements are too demanding. Perhaps if fate allows, she might acquire one later. As for escape pods, she had access to those, preparing to take advantage of a free opportunity. Furthermore, she needed a few mobile villas, those where one could customize the design and materials as desired. Helicopters? Although flying just a kilometer from the base would result in detection by mutated birds, which could easily breach the cockpit with a single claw, they still held some utility at the onset of the apocalypse. And purchasing one would not be worthwhile. Fighter jets? What a joke. Their specialization is too great. Without electronic assistance, they are rendered ineffective. Firearms are far more reliable and need to be prioritized. Arrangements for zero-cost acquisitions must be made. Additionally, she needed to plan for Qingbao's little whims, particularly her beloved museum. Chapter 19. Peculiar Little Inventions. But where is Qingbao? Perhaps due to the recent abundance of good food, Qingbao had recovered well, often mingling with Lin Wuwu, which caused her a sense of unexplainable worry. She searched around but found nothing. The child was undoubtedly up to mischief. Feeling anxious, she rose and moved to another room. The television was playing animated shows, and the two little ones were huddled together, engrossed in the tablet. She dashed over in a flash. She snatched the tablet. Lin Wuwu tilted her head, scratching her face, looking adorably innocent, asking if it was time for a meal. She looked at Qingbao, who exclaimed, "Ah, ah, ah," and then floated away. She smirked coldly, raising the tablet in her hand. Then, "The password is incorrect? She couldn't unlock it." Lin Wuwu, "What mischief have you been up to change the password? Don't lead Qingbao astray." Lin Wuwu stepped back, her eyes filled with sorrow. "Chanchita, how could you say such a thing about me? Ah, what meaning does my life hold anymore? I might as well die." After which, she dramatically flopped onto the bed. What on earth has this child been watching? Is there so much drama? She pondered. Is society's influence on children truly so devastating? The time to meet Qin Yuanci arrived swiftly, and she arrived as promised. Qin Yuanci's research facility is situated in an industrial area. The buildings are not tall, with the highest being only 3 stories, though there are 3 underground levels as well. Numerous research facilities surround the area, each housed in a small white building, accompanied by low-rise workshops. Qin Yuanci explained that the workshops belong to various research institutions, primarily used for initial manufacturing of new products post-development. Sometimes, they also lend equipment to each other. The research facility features an exhibition hall displaying various samples for demonstration. She had little interest in overly high-tech items as they were impractical for her. Yet, she found herself more intrigued by those seemingly useless little gadgets. What is deemed useless is merely a perspective held by researchers. For instance, there is a new type of insulation material capable of producing garments that maintain the body at a constant temperature of 26 degrees. But only in Antarctica would one wear such attire. It remains a semi-finished product. Its material is somewhat rigid, especially when compared to very comfortable clothing, and it is only available in black, rendering its tactile feel and appearance unmarketable. I assume it must be quite expensive. She felt as if the sky had turned blue. Just for this item, she felt her visit was worthwhile. What a joke, at 70 degrees below zero. Who cares about tactile feel and appearance? Knowing there were still 100 sets available, regardless of size, she intended to acquire them all, including the fabric, everything. Such an elusive item priced at 1,000 beauty coins each? Not too costly, Professor Qin, as you know. We still need to retain some inventory. She cast a disapproving glance at the individual speaking. Who was this person, daring to obstruct her stocking efforts? A citizen of Huagua? Perhaps? Standing at least 185 centimeters tall, broad-shouldered and upright, dressed in a white lab coat, his muscular form not overtly displayed. Yet his strength was palpable. Oh, this is my student, Guan Yu. Xiao Gu. This is my family member. Guan Yu's deep-set eyes sparkled as he smiled heartily. Hello, Miss Lin. She coldly huffed and turned away. Guan Yu did not leave her with a favorable impression. He did not seem much like a researcher. However, it was no surprise who Qin Yuanci associated with. If these individuals thought of her merely as a temperamental young lady, that would serve her well. Qin Yuanci waved his hand at Guan Yu, signaling him to depart. She seemed to regain her enthusiasm. Uncle Qin, what else is there that is enjoyable? Qin Yuanci chuckled as he led her to observe. The batteries you replaced in your vehicle were produced using similar technologies. A battery the size of a shoebox can store 20 kilowatt-hours of energy, which is sufficient to power an air conditioner for an entire night. This is an essential purchase. Additionally, there is a mini heater that can be connected to a battery. Despite its small size, it boasts impressive power, covering an effective area of 100 square meters. It was created for use in my research institute after a major snowstorm caused a power outage. Constructed from aerospace materials, its quality is exceptional, but its utility is limited. Limited utility? Only 10 units? I shall acquire them all. What about the watch-sized sonic detector? And the goggles with thermal imaging? Not to mention the portable oxygen generator. These can be paired with a biohazard protection suit? Linchi felt increasingly puzzled, sensing that all of these items seemed tailored for a post-apocalyptic scenario. This was not something we created ourselves. Qin Yuanxi retrieved a box from the office safe. At his gesture, Linchi curiously opened the box, only to discover a firearm inside. A Colt M2000, accompanied by 2 boxes of ammunition. Unlike in our homeland, where a young woman venturing out alone can be perilous, it is prudent to carry a firearm for self-defense, regardless of one's strength. Linchi was taken aback by this revelation, feeling an unexpected surge of emotion. She replied, I will take good care of it. With the benefit of Qin Yuanxi's connections, Linchi toured several nearby research institutes, acquiring an assortment of peculiar building materials, reveling in her role as a naive yet affluent buyer. She also stumbled upon various astonishing toilets, some capable of automatically producing fertilizer, others that could release chemicals to vaporize waste, and even all stainless steel models designed for incineration. How many of the all stainless steel models are available? I shall purchase them all. What? Semi-finished products? The cooling issue has yet to be resolved. Requiring an hour's interval between uses? No matter. I shall take them all. And the array of colorful potions, for instance, the blue one that transforms you into a blue sprite for 4 to 8 hours? I fail to comprehend why such things are being researched. Nonetheless, I shall acquire them all. Observing Linchi shop with the exuberance of a day out, Qin Yuanxi cheerfully remarked, provide me with your account details, and I shall transfer some funds to ensure you can purchase without worry. Initially reluctant, Linchi reconsidered, viewing it as a means to help him stockpile resources. She was aware that he had reached out to Wu Lingshu, who had relinquished all his shares to the Lin family and ventured alone to America. It was evident that this young girl had likely faced considerable bullying, yet she had never voiced her grievances. A glance at the modification request for the vehicles revealed the extent of her insecurity. He felt a deep sympathy for her, yet felt helpless. All he could do was strive to meet her demands and provide the best possible solutions. Chapter 20. Zhao Zhiyong. In this lifetime, Linchi had intentionally spoken in such a manner. However, her research required a higher platform and the collaboration of more individuals to yield greater value and save more lives. For her, these items were merely embellishments. Perhaps there were many others like Qin Yuanxi, all of whom could prove invaluable. After her rebirth, she had never contemplated protecting anyone. What could she truly change alone? But they were different. Perhaps they could. A thought lingered in her mind for quite some time, and perhaps it was time to make a decision. With time of the essence, Linchi hastened to the museum. To exercise caution, Qingbao accompanied her in a state of invisibility. Typically, she refrained from wasting the energy of her space, but this time was different. She wished to avoid detection at the scene. The simultaneous emergence of issues in several of the world's largest museums had prompted heightened vigilance and increased security measures. Qingbao's mist enveloped Linchi, rendering her invisible to passers-by. She sought out a thermal imaging camera for testing, and indeed, nothing was visible. Her own energy was also shielded by the mist. Linchi grasped the approximate principle. Qingbao was a spirit of space, and its mist represented another dimension, capable of concealing one's energy. This time, Linchi moved swiftly, darting through various exhibition halls, while Qingbao excitedly weaved and swirled around her, enveloping the entire venue in mist. An hour later, Qingbao returned with a wealth of findings, and Linchi boarded a taxi to depart. Without pause, she made her way to the largest yacht dealership in the area, selecting 2 high-speed vessels, touted as the sports cars of the sea. She also chose 2 medium and large yachts, totaling 200 million. Amidst the respectful demeanor of the sales staff, she became a top-tier member. The unexpected joy was overwhelming. The dealership's owner personally poured her a glass of red wine, stating that as a premier client, she would receive a complimentary supercar, along with an array of yacht interior gifts. Linchi immediately expressed disdain for the supercar, prompting the owner to graciously exchange it for a smaller yacht, asserting that for the sake of their budding friendship, even at a loss, customer satisfaction must be ensured, evoking a sense of entrapment of the affluent client. Hence, Linchi acquired 7 fully fueled yachts. Unrelenting, Linchi then visited a manufacturer specializing in mobile modular homes. The entire structure was designed in a rectangular, curved shape, available in 5 different models, with the smallest being 20 square meters and the largest 100 square meters. The interior was equipped with all manner of smart home technology. If the space felt too cramped, multiple units could be combined to create two-story configurations or arranged side by side. Naturally, the price was not insignificant. Linchi opted for both the largest and smallest models. The smallest, comprising 100 units, would serve as independent living quarters, compactly designed with a bathroom and kitchen, meeting the needs of 2 occupants. The largest, comprising 20 units, would be configured into sets of 5. Not only expanding functionality but also ensuring overall comfort. The exteriors were finished in natural wood tones, with one set enhanced by Linchi's custom photovoltaic panels and incinerating toilets. The total cost amounted to 70 million, of which Linchi promptly paid 35 million, lamenting internally how quickly money could dissipate. She secretly planned to furnish a set in her space once the delivery arrived. After days of relentless activity, Linchi decided to grant herself a day of respite to entertain Qingbao, tease Lin Wuwu, rejuvenate, and then seek out that individual in a woodland area on the outskirts. A wooden cabin was encircled by a fence. Concealed within the fence were several surveillance cameras, and more were hidden beneath the eaves. Despite its simple appearance, the cabin was equipped with an advanced monitoring system. Should anyone approach the fence, the occupants would immediately receive an alert and take aim with a sniper rifle. Inside resided Zhao Zhiyong, a former elite special forces operative, perpetually teetering on the edge of danger while executing missions. Until one day, during an operation against drug traffickers, he disobeyed orders, resulting in a grievous incident. When questioned, he remained silent, ultimately becoming an unstable factor, leading to his departure. Yet Linchi understood the reason behind it. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, they had dismantled a notorious gang, unearthing several bottles of foreign liquor that he had shared with her in a drunken revelry. He was a rural child, introverted and not adept at expressing himself. Upon his arrival, a comrade had taken a special interest in him, insisting on forming a brotherly bond. One knew that this was his first friend. Later, that friend became an undercover agent and fell victim to the machinations of a nefarious individual. Subsequently, that individual harmed the entire friend's family. If given another chance, he would still take the life of that person himself. Thus, he became a mercenary. He was formidable, gradually gaining notoriety, yet he adhered to his principles. At that time, Linchi encountered Zhao Zhiyong, who resembled a walking corpse. Two psychologically troubled saviors found an unlikely camaraderie, both teacher and friend. Zhao Zhiyong's demise came when he shielded Linchi from a lethal blow from a mutated willow tree. His last words were, "Ouch, that hurts, don't cry. I've long grown weary of this broken world. I no longer wish to live." Past events now faded into memory. Linchi composed herself, leaping into the small courtyard and raising her hands in a gesture of peace. "Old Zhao, do not fire. I bear no weapons. I am from Huagua and have matters to discuss with you." The door creaked open, revealing Zhao Zhiyong, gun in hand. He appeared significantly younger than Linchi remembered, clad in a short-sleeved shirt, standing at 175 centimeters tall. With very short hair, piercing eyes, and a square jaw, his face unmarred by the deep scar that would later define him. The muscular definition of his arms was evident, radiating a sense of readiness. "I do not accept clients from Huagua. This is private property. Leave." Linchi raised her hands higher. All right, I carry no weapons. I merely wish to speak." In this period, old Zhao was exceedingly vigilant. "I just need a small favor." "I don't require you to take on a job." Zhao Zhiyong remained silent, unlocking the safety of his weapon. "Red egg, when you were 5, you received a red egg that you were reluctant to eat. A mouse stole it from the second shelf of your cabinet, and you cried for an entire day." Linchi spoke rapidly. Zhao Zhiyong did not lower his guard, maintaining his aim. "Who are you? Who sent you?" Chapter 21. "Linchi, the one mistaken for insanity," Zhao Zhiyong exclaimed. "What kind of person is this? Perhaps it would be better to just shoot. Furthermore, you would climb the ginkgo tree to find the most beautiful leaves, slipping them into a half-peeled black notebook, placing it beneath your pillow to press, waiting for the leaves to dry before gifting them to your sister, who would make bookmarks out of them." Only then did Linchi lower her hands. "Are you certain this is a suitable place for conversation?" Unwillingly, Zhao Zhiyong led her inside. The interior was starkly minimalistic. Aside from essential furniture, there were no unnecessary decorations. And the bedding was meticulously arranged. It was evident that he was exceedingly disciplined. a stark contrast to the later slovenly version of himself. Linshi found herself sitting rigidly, with the cheapest bottled water placed on the table. She showed no signs of disdain as she twisted the cap and poured half a bottle. She was observing intently. Zhao Ziyong was also watching. The young girl evidently placed a great deal of trust in him. Despite this being their first encounter, "Your sister didn't send me. I've never met her," he stated. She was aware of his unspoken question. Zhao Ziyong fixed his gaze upon her, demanding, "Who conveyed that information to you?" She felt a slight headache. While Lao Zhao was easy to deal with, this Zhao Ziyong was somewhat troublesome. "You told me yourself." She resolved to speak candidly. Lying before such a vigilant veteran mercenary seemed akin to courting death. "You'd best speak the truth. This is our first meeting." "It is not," she replied boldly, locking her eyes with his "It was you who informed me of where I could find you at this moment. It was you who instructed me on how to earn your trust. It was you who asserted that you could discern truth from falsehood." She raised an eyebrow. "I can prove it to you." Before she finished her sentence, she leaned back and kicked the table aside, simultaneously drawing a dagger from beneath it and swiftly turning to stab at Zhao Ziyong. He deflected her elbow and pinned her arm to the side. She relinquished her dagger, using her other hand to thrust it directly towards Zhao Ziyong. After he blocked it, she delivered a fierce kick to his shin. Zhao Ziyong stepped back, grasped Shi by the collar, and threw her to the ground. In an instant, Shi hooked her foot around his leg, and the dagger sliced horizontally through the air. This sensation felt strikingly familiar, and the little girl's techniques mirrored his own. It was as though she had been trained by him, and this sparring was nothing more than a routine exercise. "No more," Shi called out, rubbing her shoulder and muttering, "Your strikes are still so heavy." Zhao Ziyong instinctively retorted, "Clearly, you haven't practiced recently. Your skills are rusty." Shi shot him a glare. Zhao Ziyong, perplexed by his own moment of weakness, thought to himself how quickly Lao Zhao had found an excuse. Clearing his throat, Shi declared, "Well, you once said that words can deceive, but feelings cannot, especially in combat." Zhao Ziyong's breath hitched. "I still do not remember you. You claim I sent you to find me? What is it that you want?" Two matters of utmost importance," Shi asserted seriously. "First, I wish to procure 500 million in arms, payable in cash or gold. As for the specifics of the purchase, I would appreciate your counsel. In addition to standard firearms, ammunition, grenades, and rockets, I also require weaponry capable of targeting large, rapidly moving ground and aerial threats. It would be best to include vehicles that can defend against swift assaults from both ground and air." "That should suffice." Zhao Ziyong paused for a moment, asking, "What about supersonic missiles? Nuclear weapons, perhaps?" Shi contemplated this. "That's not out of the question. Having them would certainly be advantageous, though my funds may fall short." Zhao Ziyong regarded her, realizing she was quite serious, and tentatively suggested, "Why not just seize them instead?" "Of course. Do you have an address or coordinates?" She smacked her forehead, realizing why she was considering a purchase when she could simply take what she needed. Zhao Ziyong looked at her as if she were mad. "You intend to rob them? With what, exactly? Have you lost your mind? What do you plan to do with all these weapons? Start a war? Declare hostilities? Who do you intend to fight?" Shi. Zhao Ziyong felt a chill. Speaking such thoughts aloud would jeopardize his own safety, and he could never divulge this to the young woman before him. A murderous intent flickered in his mind. He concealed it well, yet how well did Shi know him? Zhao Ziyong felt defeated. Had he truly regressed to the point of being unable to hide his murderous aura? Irritated, he asked, "What is the second matter? Are you planning to blow up the earth?" Shi reassured him, "Do not be disheartened. We are simply too familiar with each other. Most people wouldn't be sense it. The second matter pertains to your sister." Zhao Ziyong instantly tensed at the mention of his sister. Shi gazed into his eyes. "Lao Zhao," she paused for a moment before softly saying, "Or else you shall regret it, even to the very day you die." Zhao Ziyong discerned an unshakable sorrow and pity within her eyes. Perhaps this time, they could avoid repeating the tragedies of their past lives. Chapter 22. Forced to engage in black markets, Zhao Ziyong took a moment to compose himself, stepped outside, and spoke on the phone for quite some time before returning to her. After hesitating, he said, "There is indeed a batch available of high quality, valued at 800 million, but it was acquired through theft. It is fine for personal use, but once sold, it could easily lead back to the original owner. And that would cause significant trouble. Consequently, it has yet to be liquidated. You need to think carefully about this. The asking price is $500 million. Lin Shi smiled, wearing an expression that seemed to say, I knew it all along. Shall we settle in cash, through a transfer, or in gold? Zhao Ziyong rolled his eyes. Gold. Tomorrow, is that enough time for you to receive it? Even if the local police were to investigate, it would merely be a case of black on black. Zhao Ziyong glared at her. You really dare to think like that? If you want to be hunted down by a multitude of people, then go ahead. This shipment, originally destined for East Asia, was of military-grade quality. Had the intelligence not been timely, and had he not intercepted it using mercenaries, a significant portion might have ended up in Huagua and neighboring nations. Currently, numerous parties were pursuing this batch of goods, and they could not hide for long. On the day of the transaction, Lin Shi donned a hood and altered her appearance to that of a young blonde male. Utilizing height-increasing insoles to gain an additional 10 centimeters, clad in a black hoodie, rendering her utterly inconspicuous on the street. Zhao Ziyong also changed his appearance to that of a disheveled middle-aged man. They parked outside a derelict factory district and, after some searching, finally located the group and the arms. The spacious warehouse was filled to the brim. Zhao Ziyong drew several weapons to test their quality, which proved satisfactory. In truth, Lin Shi had already used her mental prowess to share perspectives with Qing Bao when she entered, inspecting each weapon beneath its packaging and ensuring to gather all the arms within. Just in case, Lin Shi promptly handed over the gold. All right, the transaction is complete. You may leave now. We will handle the transportation ourselves. Zhao Ziyong's expression shifted dramatically, but there was no time to intervene. The mercenaries eyed the gold in the suitcase with greed. This transaction was far too simple, and the gold had come too easily. They exchanged glances and began to scatter. Zhao Ziyong gripped his weapon tightly. The presence of a substantial amount of arms made firing a dangerous proposition. In truth, Lin Shi had never intended to let these individuals leave. It was merely Zhao Ziyong that inhibited her from expressing this. By so readily handing over the gold, she sought to gauge their avarice, and indeed, they did not disappoint. One burly leader shook his finger. Little one, you cannot take the goods without settling the balance. You only paid a deposit. Gale, we had an agreement. 500 million. Zhao Ziyong maintained a stoic demeanor. Gale laughed heartily. Of course, Peter, you should thank me, however. We agreed that 500 million was merely the deposit. You still owe 300 million. You cannot take the goods. Or perhaps you wish to engage in a firefight within the armory? Zhao Ziyong chuckled incredulously. You truly are a shameless bastard. You know full well that the current situation makes 800 million impossible. Gale, you are going back on your word. Gale shouted back. No, no, no. The current situation is that you are mistaken. We have 16 men. 16 against 1, is it not? And outside, we have more of our people. Zhao Ziyong frantically gestured for Lin Shi to leave. But she remained in a daze. Lin Shi was searching for grenades. With 16 individuals inside and about 10 outside, surely obtaining a few M67s would not pose a problem. Furthermore, she could use the cover of an explosion to seize any remaining merchandise and gold. Truly, a flawless plan, the only complication being Zhao Ziyong. Lin Shi discreetly retrieved a tranquilizer gun from her space and quietly shot Zhao Ziyong. Ignoring his incredulous glare, she declared, It's merely gold. Since you all desire it so much, I shall give it to you. 26 individuals, is it? 1 grenade each. Qing Bao's mist enveloped a cluster of grenades, placing one beneath each of their feet. Few could have anticipated that someone would dare to employ grenades within an armory. Amidst their chaotic shouts, the remaining arms vanished in an instant. Just before the explosion erupted, Lin Shi pulled the unconscious Zhao Ziyong into her space. After 10 minutes, she brought him back out. The scene post-explosion was a chaotic mess. Such grenades could decimate light armor, let alone flesh and blood. Using a sonar detector, she confirmed that no life signs remained nearby. Excellent. Only then did they locate the vehicle they had arrived in and swiftly departed. When Zhao Ziyong awoke, it was already 4 hours later. He was certain Lin Shi had used some form of injection on him. Lao Zhao, you're awake? Lin Shi beamed at him cheerfully. She had just utilized her mental prowess to inspect the batch of arms within her space, revealing a diverse array and substantial quantity. Well worth the scheming she had undertaken. I was concerned about injuring you. I rendered you unconscious to protect you. Besides, you would not want to encounter those individuals. Would you? Zhao Ziyong felt somewhat weak. The residual tranquilizer had yet to be fully metabolized. And you? Are you all right? What about those people? Zhao Ziyong chuckled bitterly. How could I be? Was this your plan all along? Black on black? Lin Shi obediently shook her head. Not at all. I am a businesswoman, and I take my business very seriously. Had they accepted the gold and departed peacefully, nothing would have transpired. Regrettably, their greed proved to be their downfall. I merely sought to make them aware that greed can lead to one's demise. Zhao Ziyong observed her casting aside the gold before the transaction was concluded, initially believing her to be inexperienced and naive. Upon reflection, he realized it was a deliberate bait she had set'd. Is this the account number you gave me? I will transfer the funds. This time, we saved quite a sum. Lin Shi generously transferred 30 million to him. The notification of the funds astonished Zhao Ziyong, who hurriedly inquired if she had transferred too much. Lin Shi refrained from mentioning when things had gone awry, and Zhao Ziyong did not ask. Deep within, a tumultuous storm brewed. All the information coalesced into 2 words: combat readiness. Chapter 23. Acquiring new coordinates. Under what circumstances could such events transpire in Huagua? Moreover, that batch of weapons could sufficiently equip an entire battalion. Given the heightened tensions, how could she possibly consume them? Regarding this matter, I wish for no one to be informed, including your family or respected individuals. You are the sole confidant, and I trust you can maintain secrecy. For you have once saved my life. Thus, I cannot eliminate you to silence you. However, should you betray me, I would not hesitate to take your life, along with that of your family. Lin Shi could not guarantee the constancy of human hearts. Thus, she opted for a noble approach before resorting to underhanded tactics. Zhao Ziyong gazed at the young girl before him, wearied by her threats, and found it entirely reasonable. Had he been in her position, he would have acted similarly. Yet, regardless of the circumstances, he could not recall a time when he had saved her. He would simply regard it as a debt of gratitude. I will not, nor do I wish to, become entangled in this matter. Rest assured, I will depart from here as swiftly as possible. Zhao Ziyong took a piece of paper, inscribed a coordinate upon it, instructed her to memorize it, and then incinerated the paper. This location is peculiar. I have received word that there exists a large cache of arms, but it seems there is something else as well. The security surpasses that of an ordinary armory. I visited once and nearly became ensnared there. Zhao Ziyong instinctively felt this place was what the young girl sought, yet it exuded an air of danger and foreboding if you choose to venture there. Exercise caution. Who would have imagined that just yesterday, he thought the young girl was mad for speaking of seizing arms, yet today he could provide her with coordinates, with a new target in sight. Lin Shi did not feel elation but rather increased caution. Given that even Zhao Ziyong had nearly been trapped there, it was evident that this was not an agreeable place. After parting ways with Zhao Ziyong, Lin Shi looked up the coordinates, but curiously, no information was available. This certainly piqued her interest. Lin Shi checked into a 5-star hotel, reserving a suite to recuperate. Once assured there were no surveillance cameras, she summoned Lin Wuwu and Qing Bao. The 2 little ones engaged in playful antics, one bouncing on the sofa while the other darted about the room. She ordered room service, requesting Wagyu beef, lobster, Alaskan crab legs, salmon, foie gras, and red wine. After tasting the food, Lin Shi found it delightful and ordered 5 additional servings, 3 of which were to be packed. The service at the 5-star hotel was commendable. The meals arrived promptly. After tipping generously, the server left in high spirits. As Lin Shi stored the 3 packed meals in her space. Lin Wuwu sat primly, awaiting her turn to eat. Go ahead and eat first, Lin Shi said, taking only a bottle of red wine and a glass to the bathtub, which was adorned with rose petals. She planned to sip wine while enjoying a petal bath. Qing Bao joined her, exclaiming, Oh, I like it. Lin Shi shared her enthusiasm, realizing that girls often have similar tastes. Shall we bathe together? Lin Shi did not mind Qing Bao's company. Qing Bao, however, floated away, leaving Lin Shi uncertain whether it was from shyness or distaste. After half an hour in the bath, Lin Shi emerged, her skin tinted a rosy hue. Donning a bathrobe, she gazed at her reflection. Her features were picturesque, her skin glistening and translucent, exuding a faint fragrance. Her hair still bore droplets of water, shimmering in the light. In her heart, she had always intended to cut her hair short, thinking that when the time came, she would do so. Long hair in a post-apocalyptic world brought nothing but trouble. Apart from being a liability in combat, it also wasted precious water resources, considered a sin in others' eyes. But now, she reconsidered. Was it indulgent? If so, then so be it. In this new life, she possessed a space, companions, and more trump cards. Why should she not indulge? She yearned to live better than in her previous life, to prolong her existence. Otherwise, what was the point of living, merely to relive the tragedies of the apocalypse? It would be better to perish immediately. Lin. She stepped out. She nearly collided with Lin Wuwu. Pooper scooper. Look. Lin Wuwu stood upright, pointing a paw at Qingbao, who was floating in a cloud of mist, occasionally contracting. Lin Wuwu led Lin Shi to an empty wine bottle, stating earnestly, I told her this is wine, and children cannot drink it, but she secretly consumed an entire bottle. What should we do? Upon witnessing Lin Wuwu's accusatory gaze, Lin Shi felt compelled to address the situation seriously. Absolutely not. I shall impose a fitting punishment. No internet or videos for her for 10 days. Qingbao, however, did not even enjoy browsing online. Her greatest pleasure lay in redecorating her space. Yet, Qingbao could drink? When had that occurred? It must have been learned from her. No wonder she had exclaimed her fondness earlier. She was enamored not with bathing but with red wine. How could this be the child's fault? Lin Shi reflected on her shortcomings, recognizing she had set a poor example for the little ones. Qingbao, come here, she beckoned, extending her hand. The pink mist swirled about, flitting away from Lin Shi. Disappearing. Oh. Ah, how lovely. Oh. Qingbao, you drank an entire bottle. Are you feeling unwell? Ah, I like it. Very well. It seemed there would be no answers now. If she liked it, let her play for the time being. Lin Shi changed into a velvet nightgown and dried her hair before heading to eat. After a satisfying meal, Lin Shi reclined on the sofa, relishing this rare moment of tranquility. Qingbao, still tipsy, occasionally teased Lin Wuwu, infuriating it to the point where it flung its flat body, chasing after the mischievous one. It ran about, trampling over Lin Shi's feet, legs, and even her abdomen. Why, even her hair was not spared. Lin Shi could only surrender, burying her face in a cushion, allowing the chaos to unfold. The following day, Lin Shi rented a car, dismantled the GPS, and stashed it in a parking lot. She then drove towards the coordinates, which indicated a mountainous area on the outskirts. After 4 hours of travel, she approached the designated point, which appeared to be merely a range of hills. Yet, Qingbao grew restless. Qingbao has awakened. Are you feeling all right? Lin Shi probed, using her mental energy to check on her. I'm comfortable. Oh, stones from the sky. Qingbao expressed a desire to venture outside. Are there meteorites here? What a pleasant surprise. Lin Shi felt no urgency. She had resolved to claim whatever treasures lay within, calming the eager Qingbao. Lin Shi parked the car in a secluded spot. Daylight was inconvenient. They would have to wait until nightfall to proceed. Chapter 24. The mountain base is compromised by nightfall. The area was devoid of streetlights. Enveloped in darkness, Lin Shi donned a suit of nightly attire, equipped herself with a night vision helmet, and retrieved her motorcycle from her space. Thanks to Qingbao's instincts, she no longer needed to worry about coordinates. Following Qingbao would suffice, as the night provided excellent cover. Qingbao led her to a narrow entrance within the mountainside, which was likely guarded and equipped with a security system. Lin Shi conjured a small flame at her fingertips, tossing it near the entrance, igniting the surrounding underbrush and drawing the guards' attention. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Shi stealthily slipped through the entrance. Inside, she found herself in a spacious military base. She followed the personnel into an elevator, discovering that this was the top floor, with 9 additional levels beneath. Upon assessment, it appeared the mountain had been hollowed out. Qingbao informed her that the celestial stones resided 5 floors below. Accessing the 5th level required an authorization card, and neither the individuals in the elevator nor Lin Shi possessed one. Thus, Lin Shi decided to bide her time in the elevator. Fortunately, after a wait of half an hour, she encountered a red-haired woman in military attire descending to the 5th floor. The 5th floor revealed a vast platform constructed of pure steel, leading in various directions. Unfortunately, Qingbao seemed particularly intrigued by this platform. No, Lin Shi admonished her. They could not make a grand entrance at the outset. They needed to be discreet upon entering the village. Observing Qingbao's somewhat despondent demeanor, she promised, "You may dismantle everything upon our departure." Little did Lin Shi know that Qingbao's interpretation of dismantle everything included even the supporting columns. Revitalized, Qingbao soared towards the meteorite's location, prompting Lin Shi to hasten after her. In a grand hall, the meteorite's storage area lacked robust defenses, save for glass barriers. After all, the 3-meter-tall rock resembled a small house. One would not easily abscond with it. It was larger than all the meteorites she had previously discovered combined. Qingbao pounced upon it, and it vanished. Although Qingbao had disabled the surveillance cameras in the vicinity, if anyone recognized that such a massive stone could simply disappear, alarms would undoubtedly sound. Thankfully, Qingbao had grown quite adept at her craft. She located an abundance of weaponry. The previous explosion of 20 grenades had left her in awe. She understood that these so-called weapons were formidable, and she desired them. Lin Shi sprinted alongside her, only to be halted by the entrance to the armory. The mist enveloped the door. Taking a deep breath, Lin Shi pondered how to gain entry. Explosives seemed impractical. Upon a closer inspection, she gasped. Where had the door gone? Even the steel plate that constituted the door was missing. Qingbao expressed her delight. I like this, Lin Shi expressed. All right then, let's hasten our pace. The alarm is likely to sound soon. She donned a pair of skates and glided swiftly. The armory, stretching endlessly before her, contained several stockpiles, which began to empty rapidly as Lin Shi arrived. The alarm had already blared, drawing everyone's attention to the vanishing strategic reserves. Enemy attack! There's an enemy attack! With these shouts, squads rushed to the 5th floor. Lin Shi barely had time to consider what they were collecting. She instructed Qingbao to seize everything in their path, leaving no stone unturned. Hundreds surged to the 5th floor, only to find an expansive area devoid of any doors, prompting a meticulous search for the adversary responsible for the sudden disappearance of their supplies. This time, they reached the 7th floor, which housed various research equipment. Lin Shi felt lost, having never encountered such things before. A sharp and furious voice cut through the air. It was Qingbao. Lin Shi glided over silently. In rows of iron cages were animals subjected to experiments, some dazed, others in pain, and many mutilated, huddling within their confines. Yet they were still fortunate compared to those reduced to mere scraps, discarded in garbage bins. Awaiting removal. One gorilla bore gaping wounds, unbandaged, cradling her bloody child. No. This cannot be, Qingbao cried out in anger. But how could Lin Shi convey to her that, in their eyes, not only animals but humans too were mere subjects for dissection and research? In her past life, Han Ziyi and Lin Yuan had attempted to send her to a laboratory, inciting the base personnel to drug her. Qingbao floated over, her voice tinged with urgency. I want to save them. I want to save them, Lin Shi chuckled softly. Her dear Qingbao, with such a tender heart. All right, if you wish to save them, then let us do so. Qingbao began to gather the battered animals into her space. Lin Shi also instructed her to collect all computer equipment and paper documents. After all, those people coveted the experimental data, and she would not leave them even a scrap of paper. Alas, if only she knew where their central server was. Otherwise, she would set it ablaze and end it all now. Lin Shi descended to the lowest level. As she skated, an unsettling feeling grew stronger, and nearly lost her balance when sharing visuals with Qingbao. There stood a metallic cylinder, about 4 meters in diameter, housing an object resembling a bullet almost 20 meters tall. So big. I like it. Qingbao exclaimed up. No, 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 you mustn't. Lin Shi was overwhelmed with fright and turned to leave. Alarms echoed throughout the facility, and time did not permit her to explore further. Her foremost priority was a safe evacuation. Did we leave? I want that and this and that. Lin Shi hurried along, ensuring Qingbao remained within her vicinity. All right, take everything you like. Having just refused Qingbao, she now sought to appease her. The child desired something. It was no great matter. The elevator was locked and unusable. Apologies. Lin Shi gritted her teeth and unleashed her powers, igniting flames in an instant. The fire alarm blared, sprinklers activated, and chaos ensued, with calls for evacuation ringing out. Initially, Lin Shi worried that the water might disperse Qingbao's mist but soon realized it had no effect. Merging with the panicked crowd, Lin Shi finally made her escape. Yet, just a few steps outside, she heard a rumbling sound beneath her. An explosion? That shouldn't be. She had set a fire but hadn't detonated any bombs. An earthquake? No, That didn't fit either. The surrounding mountains appeared stable. This mountain had been hollowed out long ago. Hollowed? Collapsing. She swiftly summoned her motorcycle, leaping on and speeding downhill, cursing herself for her carelessness. She could not enter her space. The rules dictated that one must exit from the same point of entry, and re-entering now would leave her trapped. Thank goodness she possessed the skills honed before the apocalypse. Pushing her little motorcycle to nearly 300 kilometers per hour, as if flying. Chapter 25. Lin Wu Wu becomes an internet sensation. The thunderous sound behind her felt like a death knell, shadowing her every move. Finally reaching the base of the mountain, she exhaled in relief, only to trip and tumble, rolling far with her motorcycle. Lying on the ground, she pulled out a bottle of well water. Drinking deeply, the energy from the water instantly alleviated her tense muscles. She pondered how she had done nothing particularly troublesome, yet the base had collapsed without warning. The construction quality in the beautiful country was appallingly poor, nearly costing her life. Ignoring the mud on her face, she righted her motorcycle and climbed back on. She could not linger near the scene. It would raise suspicions. Without further delay, she sped towards the nearest city, Los Angeles. Upon reaching the Four Seasons Hotel, she realized she had gone 30 hours without sleep, relying solely on the well water to sustain her. Settling into her luxurious suite, she turned on the television and accessed the internet. Finding no particularly alarming news, the trending stories still revolved around museum artifacts. She sighed in relief, a self-deprecating smile gracing her lips. This was what it meant to be a guilty thief. After taking a shower and changing into her sleepwear, she collapsed into bed, quickly drifting off. Pulling back the curtains to admire the evening glow, she realized it was already dusk. Awakening from her long slumber, thirst gnawed at her, prompting her to drink another half bottle of water before summoning Lin Wu Wu and Qing Bao from her space. Wu Wu, you must be hungry. Let me see what delicious food we have here. Let us order everything. We want tea fear leftovers, and Qing Bao, you may indulge in a glass of wine, but not too much, however. She sensed something was amiss. It was eerily quiet. She heard no joyful sounds of anticipation for the feast, nor any protests. Ah, she lifted her head, an ominous feeling settling in her gut. Something was off. Lin Wu Wu sat upright, resting its head on Shi's knee, gazing at her with wide, innocent eyes. Master, I need to tell you something. Please don't be angry. A sense of foreboding washed over Shi, forcing a smile. Wu Wu is so well behaved. How could I be angry? Lin Wu Wu glanced at her, cautiously stepping back. But you mustn't hit me. I am still just a child. What nonsense. You're a spirit beast. What child are you? Shi felt an overwhelming urge to lash out. It was clear now. It had caused trouble, and not just a minor one. Taking a deep breath to compose herself, she replied, I won't hit you. I don't mistreat small animals. Lin Wu Wu puffed up its cheeks, clearly displeased, but dared not voice its anger. It was evident that it did not consider itself a mere animal. Spill it. What kind of trouble have you caused? She braced herself mentally. Lin Wu Wu hesitated before explaining. It was like this. At the pet store, the staff adored me, taking numerous photos and posting them online. Many people commented I learned about something called an account. I love playing on the tablet, and you let me have one, so I registered an account. How did you even manage to register an account? Shi inquired. Because I'm exceptionally clever and can remember everything. My username is My Master Loves to Clean Up Messes, with a caption saying it's the truth. My master might not understand this world well, but without my help, the house would have been a complete mess. This world is terrifying. Shi's frustration boiled. She could hardly contain herself. The commenters found it amusing, believing a pet was humorously running the account. But Lin Wu Wu, newly acquainted with the internet, found it delightful, occasionally posting pictures of itself and videos of its spa sessions, gaining a modest following. Thus, while Shi endeavored to remain inconspicuous, who could foresee that the cat she brought in and out would gain such notoriety and become a mini-influencer? However, that was not the crux of the matter. Upon arriving abroad, it had updated its account several times until it discovered that it could see the IP addresses from various countries. Moreover, some comments claimed to recognize it as a rich second-generation cat belonging to someone named Lin, speculating whether Miss Lin was behind the account. Though Lin Wu Wu was a clever creature, it was not naive. Realizing the potential disaster, it promptly deleted the comment and cleared its messages, believing that would suffice. However, when Qingbao rescued a batch of animals subjected to experimentation, Lin Wuwu was horrified by their plight. Remembering Lin Shi's earlier warning that if people realized it was different from other animals, it might be seized and dissected, it was gripped by fear and felt compelled to confess, hoping to mitigate its punishment. As Lin Wuwu spoke softer and softer, Lin Shi's expression darkened. "Oh, splendid. If someone recognizes you online, they could track my movements. And how did you manage to travel without being declared? How did you get past customs?" Lin Shi felt a throbbing headache. She thought, well, it's done now. Let us hope nobody connects the dots that this foolish cat belongs to me. At worst, I might have to resort to silencing witnesses. Resolving this, she shot a fierce glare at Lin Wuwu, who looked utterly sheepish. An idea struck her. "Can you change your fur?" Lin Wuwu hesitated but replied, "I can, but I can't keep changing. Otherwise, they de-slice me up. Make a slight alteration to your tabby pattern, adjusting it to resemble that of a mackerel tabby. As long as the fur's texture differs, no one will perceive you as the same cat." Lin Wuwu leapt up joyfully, exclaiming, "Ah Wu, how could I have not thought of this? You, my dear litter box cleaner, are truly clever. Thank you." Yet, Lin Shi maintained her stern demeanor, replying, "I do not wish to be labeled as clever." Once her worries dissipated, she began to act adorably, rolling around and tilting her head at a 45-degree angle. "Ah Wu, I am so hungry. What shall we eat today?" Lin Shi chuckled coldly. "Imph, how naive. Furthermore, you must alter your physique. Time to shed some pounds." "No way, that's fine. Just look it up online. The netizens will inform you. Moreover, make sure to research what human flesh means. Familiarize yourself with the terrifying aspects of the internet." In the wake of this shocking revelation, Lin Wuwu's eyes dimmed, resembling a soulless cat, leaving only a cacophony of sorrowful mews. Observing her despondent state brought a sense of relief to Lin Shi. Turning her head, she spotted Qingqing, exclaiming, "Oh my! So much to see." Lin Shi's expression softened. "Is it too much inside? Let us go take a look together." Chapter 26. Accidentally raiding someone's home upon entering the space. Lin Shi was taken aback. It seemed a small mountain had appeared within. Upon closer inspection, it was not a true mountain, but rather a heap of steel plates, doors, columns, blocks, and supports. No wonder the mountain base had collapsed. Perhaps even the rebar within the concrete had been extracted. Lin Shi gazed at Qingqing with mixed emotions. What had once been a mass of mist had now solidified into a human form. Complete with features, Qingbao floated over to Lin Shi, nuzzling against her. "I like it. Give it to Qingqing." Everything collected by the space was automatically deemed Lin Shi's property. Thus, even Qingqing could not freely utilize it without her permission. Items specifically gathered for Qingqing's space repair, such as jade and meteors, could be handled by her independently. However, for those stored in the warehouse, unless Lin Shi had previously stated that Qingqing could use anything she liked from the warehouse, Qingqing could not touch a single item. This pile of steel mountain was something Qingqing desired. How could Lin Shi bear to deny such a cute little one? "Here, take it all. But may I ask, what do you intend to do with it?" Qingqing blinked, and the mist enveloped the little steel mountain, causing it to vanish. Shortly after, Lin Shi was led by Qingqing to a mountain where Qingqing had constructed a base. Its structure resembled the external one, except it housed large shells, standing 20 to 30 meters tall. Had she even replicated a launch silo? Lin Shi felt a surge of anxiety. "Darling, do you realize that these could explode? They could obliterate the entire space. What do you need them for?" After much explanation, Qingqing conveyed that she sensed energy within, albeit minimal, yet better than none. She assured Lin Shi that consuming the energy would prevent explosions. Furthermore, she found the shells aesthetically pleasing and wished to collect them. Lin Shi's anxiety heightened. "You consumed everything here? Do you feel unwell? Some substances can react violently when combined, like explosions. This could destroy the entire cycle of the 5 elements." Thinking of this made Lin Shi furious, not with Qingbao, for she was still a child, but with the management of beautiful nation. How could they allow such large shells to be strewn about? Qingbao hugged her. "Do not fear. Qingxian is wonderful, truly wonderful." Qingbao then guided her to view the armory. Qingbao constructed a weapons storage facility for her from stone. It appeared to be an ordinary flat-roofed stone house. Merely an entrance. Inside, a sloped passage led to a vast basement where time stood still. The layout mirrored that of the mountain base, categorized for easy access. The firearms and artillery seized from mercenaries occupied the left side, organized by size, taking up 1/10 of the warehouse. The right side housed standard military weapons, also sorted by size for convenience. In addition to conventional firearms such as handguns, machine guns, submachine guns, shotguns, sniper rifles, special operations rifles, and assault rifles, there were even main battle tanks, infantry fighting vehicles, fighter jets, early warning aircraft, transport planes, and, of course, helicopters. So many. Unfortunately, Lin Shi recognized few and could use even fewer. What delighted her most was the presence of several medium and small tactical military vehicles, large military trucks, and even mine-resistant ambush-protected vehicles. These were far sturdier than the off-road vehicles she had purchased. Had she known, she wouldn't have bought so many. With vehicles came fuel, diesel, gasoline, aviation gasoline, kerosene, etc., barrels stacked high. A vast multitude, far more than she could ever use, indicating no need for further stockpiling. Upon exploring further, she discovered not only weapons, but also medications, camouflage uniforms, water, individual rations, chocolate, candies, flour, potatoes, seasonings, and a large quantity of canned meats, fruits, and fish. Auxiliary equipment included goggles, tactical helmets, panoramic night vision devices, lightweight and heavy ballistic vests, backpacks, and more. Among them, Lin Shi favored the combat boots, high-top leather, in a sturdy ochre, thick-soled and slip-resistant. A good pair of shoes could help one run farther and faster, ensuring one wouldn't falter in battle. Additionally, there were wall-penetrating sensors, which, when placed behind walls or doors, could reveal the distance and location of enemies, extremely useful. Lin Shi's joy transformed into numbness. This was not an ordinary armory but rather resembled a strategic reserve for a particular region. She felt as though she had raided another's home. Surely, they would seek vengeance upon her. She resolved that prior to the apocalypse, these items must never be removed from the space. Lin Shi intensified her training for the two little ones on the importance of maintaining secrecy, emphasizing the principles of safe internet usage and the dire consequences of leaks that could endanger lives. The overall strategy was to adopt a low profile, ensuring a peaceful passage through these upcoming months while awaiting the onset of the apocalypse. Qing Bao listened attentively, occasionally posing questions, while Lin Wuwu appeared pained, her stomach growling audibly. The effects of the vegetable salad and boiled chicken for weight loss were commendable. After a few days, Lin Wuwu appeared somewhat more delicate. Litter box cleaner, I've successfully lost weight. I'm slimmer now. I no longer have to make stinky messes. She lay weakly on the carpet. This world is so terrifying. How could such a thing as weight loss exist? How much weight have you lost? Did you weigh yourself? I lost fat. It's fat loss, not weight loss. Oh my, how professional. Did you not check online? The cycle for fat loss is at least 3 months. Lin Wuwu fainted with her eyes closed. After staying a few more days with nothing to do, she strolled through the streets, purchasing fine wines until Lin Shi had cleared her stock, earmarked for Qing Bao, reminding her to limit it to 1 glass per day. Lin Shi indulged herself in delicious food, packing extra portions for Lin Wuwu, as she suspected the latter could not hold out much longer. When Lin Shi prepared to set off to collect mobile homes, she encountered a torrential downpour in Los Angeles City. The violent winds and heavy rain caused traffic disruptions and widespread power outages. Hotels advised guests to remain indoors until the weather improved. This reminded Lin Shi of a previous occurrence. Los Angeles Port, the largest container port, had also experienced catastrophic flooding and inundation around this time in her past life, washing away countless containers with immense losses. Since they were washed away, why not? Lin Shi felt conflicted. Her stockpiled supplies were sufficient, perhaps just a few more items she liked, and those with cultural significance from beautiful nation would suffice. But why did fate present her with such a splendid opportunity? It felt as if she would incur divine wrath for not seizing it. Well then, since the storm had just begun, she would bear the burden. If she encountered a reliable ally in the future, she could assist them. Perhaps this was the very essence of her rebirth? Chapter 27. Never enough. Simply never enough. After becoming invisible and finding a hidden spot, she donned her diving gear and took the inflatable boat towards the port. Out in the stormy night, Lin Shi felt somewhat irritable. Her annoyance dissipated upon sighting a massive sign advertising a membership warehouse. Lin Shi had always felt that her stockpiled items, though plentiful, might lack variety. This vast department store before her could effectively resolve that issue. It truly felt like divine providence. She hadn't planned to go out at all. As she approached, she discovered there was no electricity. The generator was likely submerged in water. Once invisible, Lin Shi and Qingbao began their work. They took the shelves and freezers from within the warehouse. The goods in the lowest layer of the storage were slightly waterlogged, but not ruined. They would collect them and sort it out later. The cold storage was examined hastily. Qingbao entered and completed the task within minutes. In less than an hour, the largest hub storage warehouse lay completely empty. Lin Shi then set her contented gaze towards the port. The winds roared, and the rain fell heavily, with various objects swirling in the air. Being struck could result in severe injuries. Sharing her mental acuity with Qingbao, she remained vigilant, ready to retreat into the space at the first sign of danger. Lin Shi's primary objective was the 7 container docks. Aiming to retrieve those that had already sunk and those on the verge of sinking. She encountered several dangers, but fortunately, the space provided her refuge. Even so, she lost 2 inflatable boats in the process. The raindrops fell fiercely, incessantly pounding her face, leaving it numb. Lin Shi traversed the water's surface, while Qingbao collected treasures beneath, the exact number unknown. All she was aware of was having drunk from the well several times. Suddenly, a wave of intense dizziness struck, causing Lin Shi to plunge into the water, whereupon a fleeting thought transported her into the space. After coughing up water for what felt like an eternity, she finally recovered, gulping down more well-watered. To her surprise, Qingbao had managed to gather a boatload of items from a cruise ship, now deserted, in one fell swoop. After spending an entire night submerged, Lin Shi emerged cold, her skin wrinkled and pale from the prolonged exposure. Even after immersing herself in a hot bath, a shiver coursed through her body, likely a result of the chill, perhaps even a fever brewing. Taking cold medicine, Lin Shi lay in bed with her eyes closed, still feeling the sensation of drifting in water. Awakening from her dreams, she felt icy all over except for the warmth emanating from her chest. There lay Lin Wu Wu, snuggled tightly against her, a small figure reminiscent of a furnace. With sleepy eyes half open, it inquired, "Shovel Scooper, did you have a nightmare? I couldn't wake you no matter how I called. I was scared." Lin Wu Wu was genuinely frightened. Despite the Shovel Scooper's strictness, it truly cared for her, fearing the loss of Lin Xit nestled closer into her embrace. Lin Shi kissed its forehead, reassuring, "Do not fear. Just a minor illness. The medicine will have you well soon." Lin Wu Wu lifted its head. "Then you should take your medicine quickly. Qingbao, Qingbao, hurry and help the Shovel Scooper get her medicine." Lin Shi, possessing a robust constitution, had withstood a whole night in the frigid water, braving wind and rain. Aside from a slight sensation of hypothermia and a mild cold, she recovered after a day's rest. Lin Wu Wu, however, meticulously kept track of her medication schedule, supervising her with persistent reminders. Days passed, and as traffic order resumed, online discussions erupted, claiming that the large marketplace had been entirely looted. Lin Shi returned the rental car and took a flight to another city to collect a mobile home. After settling the final payment and acquiring her goods, she ventured to purchase additional items, finally entering her space late that evening. After drinking from the well, their injuries healed swiftly, becoming self-sufficient in the mountains. Lin Shi chose a spot at the foot of a lush mountain, rare in its verdancy. Once she arranged the custom mobile home, she called out to Lin Wu Wu and Qingbao. Spanning 500 square meters, the decor embraced a Scandinavian style, predominantly featuring white and natural wood tones, complete with all necessary appliances. It comprised a living room with an adjoining bathroom, adjacent to a dining room and kitchen. A media entertainment room that also served as a study, and 3 bedrooms, each with its own bathroom. For the time being, this would serve as a temporary refuge until the villa could be fully utilized. Lin Wu Wu and Qingbao circled the house several times, marveling at the novelty. Lin Shi, with a smile, encouraged them to choose their bedrooms. "Do I have one too?" Lin Wu Wu exclaimed. Qingbao echoed, followed by a chorus of excited squeals. One bedroom brimmed with Disney-themed merchandise, along with an array of snacks, candies, a television, and gaming consoles. Lin Wu Wu buried itself among the Disney paraphernalia, seemingly reluctant to emerge anytime soon. Another bedroom, painted in pink, resembled the hue that had transformed after Qingbao indulged in wine. The wardrobe overflowed with an assortment of little dresses, tops, jackets, shoes, and bags. The bed was adorned with plush toys. and one wall was dedicated to an array of Barbies, complete with their tiny dresses. The opposite wall featured a small wine cabinet stocked with Qing Bao's favorite red wine. Qing Bao darted about the room, unable to contain its excitement. "Do you like it? If not, you can add whatever you fancy." Lin Shi had painstakingly decorated it to appeal to a little girl's heart. Qing Bao suddenly collided with her, shaking its tiny fists in sheer exhilaration, pressing its face close to hers. "Yay! I love it! I really, really love it!" Lin Shi was witnessing Qing Bao's emotions so openly for the first time, and her heart swelled with joy for her. She felt immensely grateful for the companionship and support of her two little ones, allowing her to experience warmth amidst the harshness of the post-apocalyptic world. Regardless of where Qing Bao and Lin Wu came from or how long they had lived, in her eyes, they remained mere children, and she vowed to care for and protect them. As December arrived, Lin Shi stored all the modified vehicles in her space, bidding farewell to Michael and Qin Yuanxi before preparing to head to Canada. However, before that, the enchanting underground vault could not be easily overlooked. After all, it lacked a door, presenting itself as a solid steel cylinder, towering at 2.7 meters and weighing 90 tons. Steel, indeed, was Qing Bao's cherished treasure. The alarm sounded swiftly, and Lin Shi had secured half of the treasures when she decided to retreat to avoid being trapped inside. Regrettably, Qing Bao expressed disinterest in the loot. When Lin Shi inquired, it replied, there is, but I don't want it." Very well, she would keep it for herself. Gold remained valuable even in the apocalypse. Lin Shi departed just in time. Investigators had begun linking the incidents at the mountain base to the gold heist, scrutinizing individuals who had appeared in both locations during the same time frame. Chapter 28. The Toxic Days. At this moment, Lin Shi had arrived in Canada. This nation, sparsely populated and rich in untouched forests, boasted fertile soil yet to be developed. Lin Shi sought to pack her supplies. Qing Bao thrived in the forest, relishing the trees, plants, and soil, wishing to have such a forest within her space. The black soil gradually enveloped the plains of her space, infusing life into the entire area. Lin Shi cleared out several hundred empty containers, filling them with nutrient-rich soil. Canadian maple syrup, ice wine, and down jackets were quite appealing, prompting her to stockpile some. Observing Qing Bao's enthusiasm, Lin Shi ventured to the land of wool. There, the wool mattresses were dense and water-resistant, so she ordered 2,000. Additionally, she procured 2,000 pairs of snow boots, wool sweaters, and sheepskin coats. Qing Bao informed her that across the mountains in her space lay the vast ocean. What a delightful revelation! Without hesitation, Lin Shi set sail on a yacht. She collected seawater and marine life into her space, while also stocking up on fresh seafood such as lobsters, abalone, and crabs, placing them into her ocean to nurture and consume gradually. Checking her account, she found she still had 2 billion at her disposal and sought to acquire more of her preferred items. 10 tons of rice from the land of fragrant rice, along with 10 tons of durians and 5 tons each of mangoes, mangosteens, and bananas were acquired. She also remembered to purchase various fruit trees to plant in her space, alongside an assortment of fruit and dried fruits, which could be openly utilized in the apocalypse. The Land of Bears was also a must-visit for Lin Shi, as its museum held Qing Bao's favorite snacks. She stocked up on vodka, chocolate, caviar, purple sugar, and linden honey. Moreover, the vast primitive forests and Lake Gar were magnificent. The expansive primitive forests and the world's deepest lake, the Gar Lake, offered a rich soil-water vegetation combination, greatly appealing to Qing Bao. In the Land of Beauty, she filled 50,000 10-ton water tanks to the brim. Lin Shi remained there until the end of December before heading to the Land of Little Days. Her first stop was the museum. Watching the mist dissipate from Qing Bao as it clung to the artifacts, Lin Shi suddenly noticed the mist trembling. Upon exiting the museum, she discovered Qing Bao spitting out black substance. "What is that? So toxic?" Lin Shi felt a surge of anxiety at the sight of the dark matter. "I don't know." "Ugh, it stinks," Qing Bao replied, looking quite pitiful. Forget it. Let us leave this behind. Let us gather the lifeboats and go." Lin Shi initially wished not to let them occupy the treasures of the flower country for nothing, but it seemed that the items here had been tainted, and Qing Bao could not handle it. "Yes," Qing Bao nodded earnestly, clearly displeased with the place. Lin Shi located the manufacturer and, under the cover of night, collected all 10 installed lifeboats. She was not short on funds, but simply preferred not to spend them here. "Look, Qingbao pointed outside. Lin she momentarily dazed, realizing it was December 30th and the volcano had begun to smoke in her previous life. As the apocalypse approached, this volcano erupted 3 times, the first time on December 31st, which was tomorrow, and each subsequent eruption grew increasingly severe. The final eruption would toll the death knell for the land of little days, marking the onset of the apocalypse. We need to prepare to leave. Ah, I want that. What do you want this time? I want magma. Are you not afraid it's toxic? Lin she felt her legs run as Qingbao's declaration spurred her on. People near the volcano were hastily evacuating. But Lin she chose the opposite course. Qingbao, are you sure your mist can protect me? This is magma. If it pours over me, I'll be done for. Lin she sought confirmation once more. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Qingbao reassured, patting its tiny chest. At 10:30 on December 31 ST. The volcano began to erupt. Lin she donned a fireproof suit and dust mask, stepping onto the soft lava, her boot soles emitting smoke. Qingbao had already descended 300 meters below, leaving Lin she to grit her teeth and endure. The surrounding heat was unbearable, but thanks to Qingbao's mist enveloping her, she could remain safe. As she activated her powers, drawing on well water to combat the heat, she aimed to buy Qingbao a bit more time. Lin she sealed the well water in a bag, securing it close to her body and inserting a long straw, allowing her to sip without removing her protective suit. She donned adult diapers, recognizing that this was not a convenient place for restroom breaks. Her powers surged as energy replenished continuously, and Lin she suddenly felt a powerful jolt. Her heart leaped with joy. It was an upgrade to the second tier of fire abilities. At 8:30 that evening, Qingbao emerged, prompting Lin she to begin her retreat. She traveled a considerable distance before confirming the motorcycle tires wouldn't melt on the ground, then mounted her bike. Riding for several hours, she spotted a herd of cattle on a distant hill, and elated, promptly dispatched Qingbao. The cattle instantaneously arrived in another pasture, displaying a modicum of surprise, yet maintaining a semblance of composure. For grass is equally delectable no matter the location. A nagging sensation lingered, as though something had been forgotten, and he stealthily exited the hotel. Upon reaching the sacred restroom, he buried a block of TNT with a timed fuse a few hundred meters away, finally allowing himself to rest peacefully. Chapter 29. Luo Qingzhou of the NN Bureau. Meanwhile, Luo Qingzhou, the director of the NN Bureau within the country, found himself deprived of sleep throughout the night. Upon receiving news at 10:30 on December 31st that a volcano had commenced its eruption, the mug in his grasp clattered to the floor. The NN Bureau's mailbox was publicly accessible, inundated daily with countless messages. A 5-member team was tasked with meticulously sifting through these emails and categorizing them accordingly. On November 15th, he received a peculiar missive. Regardless of its absurdity, he diligently read it to completion. He concluded that the email was either a fabrication or the result of delusional thinking. However, thanks to his remarkable memory, he noted the so-called significant events mentioned within. Among them was a prediction of a tsunami occurring in XX location at 5 o'clock on November 20. As fate would have it, this prediction indeed came to pass on the specified date. Nevertheless, after thorough analysis, he deemed the occurrence merely coincidental, stemming from the synthesis of meteorological data. It was not until today at noon that another prediction materialized, making it evident to him that coincidences could not transpire twice. Yet, the events described in the email were too preposterous to be credible. Thus, he sought verification regarding the names and professions mentioned within. Confirmations revealed that a small portion of the names were authentic, comprising both active military personnel and individuals within the system. However, a significant majority of the names were met with a system rejection, indicating a lack of access on his part. Consequently, he stumbled into Luo's office. Sensing impending disaster from the moment the system denied his inquiries, Luo Qingzhou regarded the visibly anxious Xia Xiaowei before him. What seems to be the matter? Is it that serious? Xia Xiaowei licked his parched lips. I don't know. I lack the necessary permissions. He produced a printed copy of the email and placed it on Luo's desk. 5 minutes later, after perusing its contents, Luo remained puzzled, yet he trusted his subordinate and granted authorization. Xia Xiaowei took his place, inputting names to initiate verification. The first identity confirmed, revealing a mid-level classification of confidentiality. He proceeded to input the second name, only for the computer to present a dialog box, indicating a high-level classification of confidentiality and inquiring if he wished to proceed. His hand trembled slightly as he clicked cancel. He understood that this matter exceeded the scope of his clearance. Xia Xiaowei hastily completed his task. Luo Qingzhou's expression shifted drastically. He scrutinized the papers before him, his mind racing through numerous thoughts. Yet the sensitive information within was undeniably genuine. There existed another possibility. The sensitive information was deliberately fabricated to instill trust. Who else might be aware? I am the first contact, and you are the second. Very well. You need not concern yourself further with this matter, nor are you permitted to divulge it to anyone else. You should understand the importance of confidentiality. Understood. Xia Xiaowei exited. Luo Qingzhou continued to investigate a few more individuals, pinching the bridge of his nose before picking up the phone. This situation was beyond his solitary capacity to resolve. Lin Shi experienced a nightmarish vision of an apocalypse. She yearned for hot pot, only to awaken in terror, realizing she had not stocked even a single packet of hot pot base. The dread of never again enjoying hot pot lingered as she jolted awake. This fear clung to her, prompting her to change her flight to a direct route to Chong City. As the plane ascended, a tremendous explosion resonated from the ground below. Lin Shi opened her eyes to witness a plume of black smoke rising into the air. Satisfied, she closed her eyes once more, resting her head against her seat, a smile gracing her lips. Dear sacred restroom, I shall deliver you to the heavens. Upon arriving in Chong City, Lin Shi swiftly rented a warehouse and commenced her sweeping expedition of the wholesale market. Of course, the term sweeping was a misnomer. She merely located the largest store, adopting the guise of a wealthy heir preparing to open a shop, instructing them to procure goods according to her specified types and quantities for delivery to her warehouse. She herself ventured to a hot pot establishment, simultaneously dining and packaging takeout, requesting the establishment to continuously prepare more, ultimately carting it all away. Initially, the proprietors hesitated, but Lin Shi's generous payment swayed their decision to accommodate her whims. Not only the hot pot base, but also the pickled vegetables and tofu were delightful treasures. When salt was scarce, a few slices of pickled vegetable boiled with potatoes yielded a delectable meal. Leaving no broth to waste, the region boasted an abundance of specialties: dried tofu, cured meats, navel oranges, bamboo shoots, pomelos, and more, none of which Lin Shi intended to overlook. Additionally, she remembered the bamboo grove that Qingbao cherished. While she forbade her from disturbing the local water and soil, she permitted Qingbao to gather some bamboo to cultivate her own grove. Half stockpiling, half touring, Lin Shi departed with a heavy heart, taking in the vibrancy and warmth of the locale. Next, she journeyed to the grasslands where the skies stretched wide and the earth flourished with verdant pastures. Undoubtedly, the most delectable offerings were the free-roaming cattle and sheep. Their flavors particularly exquisite due to their unrestrained existence. South Troop steak, mountain goat, lamb shanks, and venison. Regardless of preparation, they were essential provisions. She purchased 20 non-related cattle and 20 non-related sheep, placing them into her space, hoping they would establish their own herd, as the space also contained fertile pastures. Additionally, she acquired exquisite white shrimp, a favorite of both her and Lin Wuwu, which Qingbao collected in abundance to nurture in her streams and lakes. Lin Shi ventured to the esteemed province, stockpiling a considerable amount of prepared herbal medicine, establishing a medicinal garden within her space to cultivate these precious herbs, hoping they would not face extinction. She also visited a renowned distillery, where the liquor was difficult to procure, but she found several local brewers whose spirits were quite commendable. Lin Shi purchased 4 cellars worth of their alcoholic beverages, neatly packaging them for storage in her space. The rich aroma of the liquor nearly overwhelmed Lin Wuwu. She tirelessly traversed numerous provinces and cities, enriching the diversity of flora and fauna within her space. Although the numbers remained limited, as for seeds, she had begun collecting them during the harvest season in September, and by the end of January, the variety had increased significantly. It was not until she arrived in the eastern province that she sensed a shift in the atmosphere. "Young lady, why are you purchasing so much rice?" a tall, burly owner inquired, hands on his hips. "The rice here is delectable. Since I'm here, I might as well take some," Lin Shi replied with a cheerful smile. "Indeed, you are not mistaken. Many flock to purchase from me, however, at present, it seems a disaster has struck somewhere, and the military is requisitioning grain for relief efforts. You should see how tightly packed those bags are. They could survive a plunge into water," the owner chuckled. Lin Shi murmured, "Well, I cannot be held responsible for that. It's truly splendid. My family insists I buy it. Soon, my vehicle won't have enough space. Spotting popsicles outside the shop? A brilliant idea struck her. These can be considered a local specialty as well. I'll take them all. Ultimately, she filled a bag with rice and walked away with an armful of popsicles. Chapter 30. A meeting that left the bosses in disbelief. The popsicles were stored in her space alongside the ice cream. Upon comparison, the popsicles were scarce, while ice cream was delectable when it came to cooling off. Popsicles were the superior choice. She visited a popsicle factory, receiving an enthusiastic welcome. The factory held a natural advantage in the area, and the unexpected presence of a Na'vi customer sent sales soaring. The popsicles, being both affordable and high quality, made it easy to stockpile several tons without significant expense. Both parties were thoroughly satisfied. On her way back to the hotel, she encountered several military trucks, laden with goods. She gazed in astonishment. Had they finally begun to believe her? While in the beautiful land, she had composed an email detailing the information from her previous life and sent it to the UN Bureau. She held on to hope, albeit cautiously, in all honesty. Even if someone had forewarned her of the impending apocalypse in her past life, she would have scoffed at the notion. Unbeknownst to Shi, on January 16th, all the elders set aside their responsibilities to collectively scrutinize her email. 9 o'clock on January 16th, the elders took their seats in the office. There were no mobile phones or electronic devices present. Yet they activated the electromagnetic interference device. Luo Qingzhou distributed several stapled sheets of A4 paper to each person for their review. Although such high-security meetings were infrequent, the elders did not voice objections. However, this time, what is this nonsensical content? Is this a novel? Are we truly expected to take this seriously? The fourth elder was the first to finish reading, his initial reaction one of disbelief. Report, there is no error. Please read carefully, Luo Qingzhou urged. The fourth elder shook the paper in his hand, scanned it again, and tossed it onto the table. The elders exchanged glances, shaking their heads subtly. The grand elder cleared his throat gently. Now that everyone has finished reading, let us share our thoughts. The fourth elder prepared to speak, but was interrupted by the fifth elder, who pulled him back into silence. Yu Liping, a psychological expert for the entire military, had previously found it peculiar to be present at such a high-level meeting. However, upon reviewing the email on the table, clarity dawned upon her. Esteemed leaders, may I first inquire when this email was received? Luo Qingzhou glanced at her. On November 15th. Yu Liping's heart sank. As expected, she did not believe in the authenticity of the email, yet she also found it hard to fathom that so many elders would gather solely based on a spurious message. The fourth elder could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, "Impossible! You must be mistaken. Do you truly think this is some kind of prophetic revelation?" Luo Qingzhou exchanged a look with the grand elder, who nodded in affirmation. Luo Qingzhou recounted the events in their entirety. After December 31st, I took over this matter, simultaneously investigating the base management personnel from different periods mentioned in the emails, which involved multiple theater commanders, officials from various provinces and cities, as well as entrepreneurs, businessmen, and criminals. The elders exchanged glances in disbelief, questioning how it could be possible to involve criminals. Most of the survivors mentioned could be traced, while the remaining individuals only had identifiable characteristics but lacked specific names, and verification is still ongoing. The elders began to reassess the email. The third elder set aside his reading glasses, pondering, is it conceivable that the individuals are real? But the events are fabricated. There are always those who attempt to undermine our stability and unity. Luo Qingzhou replied. You are correct. Hence, our initial investigation was directed in that manner. None of the individuals mentioned had overlapping interpersonal relationships, meaning no one could simultaneously interact with all those referenced in the email. However, during this process, I discovered something intriguing. The degree of intimacy displayed among the individuals in the email closely aligns with the results of our investigation. And such information is exceedingly confidential, the fourth elder scoffed. Young Luo has matured, adeptly discerning the factions involved, each with differing allegiances, all while articulating it so eloquently. Which faction do you belong to? Pray tell? The first elder glanced over. The fourth elder promptly sat up straight. I do not belong to any faction. I am merely sternly opposing such corrupt practices. Despite his words, all present understood that the so-called factions mentioned in the email were likely genuine. The sixth elder spoke up. The information delineated in the email is demarcated by June 10th. Prior to that, we encountered common natural disasters, while after, we faced mists, torrential rains, extreme cold, intense heat, floods, severe earthquakes, insect plagues, and mutations in flora and fauna. Have any experts issued warnings or observed signs? Luo Qingzhou responded. There is no definitive statement, but there are claims that those common occurrences serve as a form of early warning. The fifth elder inquired. So, is the purpose of this meeting to ascertain whether we trust this email? The first elder sighed, acknowledging that although 2 disasters had come to pass, we still hope the information in this email was false. And today, we await confirmation. On January 16th at 11:56 a.m., a magnitude 7 earthquake struck a coastal nation. They received their answer. The office fell into a profound silence, the gravity of the situation weighing heavily on everyone. No one wished for this to be true. The fourth elder resumed examining the documents on the table, scrutinizing each word. The timing of the apocalyptic disasters, the estimated death toll, the initial number of bases, and how many were destroyed, with natural calamities being cited as reasons, though human catastrophes were far more prevalent. The elders perused the information repeatedly, striving to uncover more details. Who sent the email? Has anyone been located? The methods employed in the dark web, globally locating individuals, yielded no results. Luo Qingzhou, do not claim you cannot find them. Do you comprehend the severity of the consequences if this is true? We must acquire more information. Yes. What? There is more information. We have received a second email. Had today's earthquake not occurred, this second email would not have been necessary. Why Yu Liping stood up, her face pale. I have 2 emails in my possession. But Luo Qingzhou nodded, distributing additional papers. The fourth elder was so enraged he crumpled the paper and tossed it aside, exclaiming nonsense. The fifth elder swallowed several pills, clutching his chest in distress, flipping the pages over to conceal them. How could this be? How is this possible? It must be false. We must investigate. There must be a way to uncover the truth. The first elder gazed at the group of elders with a heavy heart, pondering that perhaps they would not survive the onset of the apocalypse, for how else could they be in such disarray? The second elder could no longer remain silent and quietly asked, Have you finished reading? Can your heart withstand it? The first elder whispered back. I read it earlier. Young Luo arranged for a doctor in advance. Dr. Yu, what are your thoughts? Luo Qingzhou still wished to hear her opinion, which is why he had provided her with the second email ahead of time. Why Yu Liping had already regained her composure after the initial shock of reading the email. Her? Do you believe her to be female? Yes, I am quite certain. When she described the condition of certain female and child victims, her words were somewhat vague, which does not align with her usual writing style and intent. What do you believe her purpose to be? The first email serves as a notification. You should be aware of this situation and prepare yourselves. The second email is a warning. In other words, it conveys the message. Look at what you have done and the consequences of your actions. She is showcasing the aftermath. Chapter 31. The elders ultimately believed her. She used the most objective and calm language to depict the most brutal details. Yet, upon reviewing it multiple times, I found no such clarity. One could sense her deep anguish within the text, yet she felt powerless to resolve it and was compelled to seek assistance. She hoped we would aid those who had once provided help to her and the survivors, namely the young soldiers. Otherwise, she would not have provided their specific names. She wished for us to avoid repeating past mistakes. The seventh elder asked, among these, which soldiers saved her? Which unit do they belong to? Could they possibly know each other? Have we looked into this? Luo Qingzhou replied. We have investigated. Currently, he is a civilian, reportedly planning to enlist. The fourth elder banged on the table. He is one of our good children. The third elder added. Indeed, they are all good children. It is said that the mists of the apocalypse will claim lives, yet they will also gradually awaken latent abilities. Those in the military are robust, and there are many with newfound powers. The first to awaken are dispatched on the most perilous missions, suffering casualties and injuries. The sixth elder sighed deeply, lamenting that we must not falter. Look at our strategic resource reserves. They have become private hoards. I have been saying that how can criminals still control the bases? First, they seize the guards' weapons, then the police stations. Armed, they raid supplies and establish themselves as kings, gathering their own forces. Alas, at this age, must we still endure such tribulations? What purpose does life serve? The ninth elder's eyes reddened. She wishes for us to avoid repeating past mistakes. Where have we gone astray? Should we not distribute food for rescue? Should we not send soldiers for aid? Should we not have soldiers protect the populace? Should we not have prevented disguised marauders from slaughtering our soldiers and seizing our life-saving food and weaponry? They masquerade as civilians. What then should we do? Should soldiers fire upon civilians? The elders fell silent. She traversed numerous bases. Apart from combating mutated flora and fauna, she either faced death or dealt it. She had not seen children or the elderly for years, and women were scarce. She subsisted on a black grass cake infused with a type of black worm, occasionally consuming meat from captured mutated beasts. Selling the meat to the bases in exchange for precious living supplies. As an awakened individual, her life was considerably better than that of ordinary people. More lived as slaves, perishing amidst cold, hunger, dehydration, disease, and violence. Yu Liping's calm voice resonated clearly in every ear. There are also outsiders coveting our resources. We are powerless to protect our people and our land, the second elder added. The fourth elder interjected, that cannot be. Our military has perished, yet how can they still thrive? The sixth elder replied, do you think they are like us, deploying troops to shield civilians? They now kill civilians as if it were a game. When the time comes, they will merely push civilians out to die, preserving their strength. The first elder scanned the room. Enough, let us refrain from further pessimism. Being forewarned of this news is already a stroke of fortune compared to all other nations. This time we can prepare for battle. We have 5 months. Let us discuss. The military must endure. Weapons must not be leaked. We lack sufficient soldiers. Military industry must keep pace. While the apocalypse may come, we must avoid descending into chaos. Food, above all else, remains paramount. We will plant sweet potatoes and potatoes, high-yielding crops that will sustain us. Not only food, but anything that can be conveniently stored, vacuum-sealed, and for items that cannot be stored. We will produce freeze-dried packaging, ensuring that even if submerged, we can retrieve it. Extreme cold requires warm clothing. We must secure coal supplies. Water, once contaminated, becomes undrinkable. Even with water manipulation abilities, we cannot guarantee supply. We need purification tablets and water filtration technology. Medications are crucial. Without them, even a mere cold can prove fatal. Illness will lead to death. Furthermore, we must preserve the essence of traditional Chinese medicine. Technological innovation and research capabilities must be safeguarded. We are not incapable of developing cold-resistant crops. It is just that when such crops were developed, extreme heat arrived. Now, we must commence early research, which is of utmost importance. Relevant researchers must be protected. As for energy, we should store as much as possible. Even if new energy sources emerge, that will not happen overnight. Production lines for essential survival supplies must be preserved. Luo Qingzhou observed the 9 elders, their spirits elevated, the pent-up frustrations of many days dissipating significantly. They were not afraid of being struck down by natural disasters. They would strive with all their might to combat the heavens. Yu Liping gazed at the papers in her hand, yearning to know who she was, wishing to express her gratitude. Her information could save countless lives. She hoped she could prepare more, to live a life slightly better than that foretold by the prophecy. She harbored resentment, yet she still sought to save others. The elders, though silent, felt a sense of guilt, both for her and for the countless innocent souls tragically lost in the prophecy. After indulging in a lavish, welcoming feast prepared by Sister Chen, Lin Shi lay down on her bed, realizing once more how comforting home truly was. In a daze, it seemed to her that nothing had truly changed. The end of the world felt nothing more than a fleeting dream. Until Lin Wuwu affectionately pressed against her. Reluctantly, Lin Wuwu was taken by her aunt for a bath, transforming from a stinky creature to a fragrant one. Ooh, ah woo, pooper scooper, do you think I'm well behaved? Lin Shi, surprised as Wuwu trod on her hair and rubbed against her face, wondered if something was amiss again. After spending such a long time together, Lin Shi believed she had come to know Wuwu to some extent. Emotionally, Wuwu was quite dependent on her, yet more often than not, it had its own interests and dislikes being constrained. It was certainly not the type to lie in her lap and act spoiled for no reason. It was rather well-behaved. A well-behaved Wuwu deserves a reward. Lin Shi thought seriously for a moment, then sat up and said to it, how about I reward you with online classes? I spent a lot of money to buy you quality courses from elementary school to university. So Qingbao can accompany you. We have a saying here that you must have heard. Knowledge is priceless. Lin Wuwu replied, online classes? What are those? Are they delicious? Qingbao interjected. What does that have to do with me? What have I done wrong, Ah Wu? No. I want ice cream. Lin Wuwu angrily shook its head, fiercely pawing the bed sheet. Ice cream? That silly creature. Last time, when Lin Shi focused on helping it lose weight, it indulged itself just days later, gorging on seafood and ice cream without a care. Lin Shi was only concerned about it getting an upset stomach, which is why she had limited it to just one treat a day. Yet it was clever enough to charm the naive Qingbao into finding a family-sized tub, a whole large bucket. It devoured it voraciously, only to end up with a severe case of diarrhea. Oh dear. What a foul and pitiful state. Lin Shi dreaded taking it to the vet, fearing they'd notice something was off, so she just gave it some well water, which proved utterly ineffective. After diagnosing online, with a regimen of medication and fasting, it took a full 2 days to recover. Once well again, she discovered it hadn't lost weight, but its face had become sharper and its limbs longer. In a fit of anger, Lin Shi banned its ice cream. I've taken my medicine. I'm all better now. Ah Wu, Ah Wu. Lin Wuwu vented its frustrations by tearing and biting at the bedding, burying itself within. Sulking, it's been so long, so long, so long. Amused, Lin Shi patted it, only to have it swat her hand away. All right, I see it's been a long time, but I barely remember. Just 100 grams a day? Nothing more. Is that acceptable? Good little Wuwu? Lin Wuwu's eyes twinkled. It was a bit less, but still better than nothing. Tomorrow it could throw another tantrum and see how it goes. After contemplating, it raised its head, arching its back high, stretching lazily, and proudly sauntered from the bed to the sofa. The online advice was right. The pooper scooper was easily swayed by such tactics. Chapter 32. As solid as a rock. Steady as Mount Tai in the Panshan community, Lin Shi called Wu Lingshu to inform her of her return home and to arrange a meeting for the following day. She prepared a box of American ginseng and a box of French Lafite as gifts. Oh, thank you. You remembered to bring me something from your travels? That is so thoughtful. Though no longer as slender as before, she was not overweight, rather just perfectly proportioned, and seemed to have grown a little taller, which accentuated her slenderness. Even in casual attire, there was an undeniable aura about her. Her hair was lustrous and silky, her skin clear and flawless, radiating an inner glow. Wu Lingshu was extremely envious. No wonder they say one must learn to let go and take frequent walks. Look at you. It's like you've been reborn. Indeed, I've come to realize, letting go of certain matters allows one to enjoy the present and life itself. You should give it a try. Lin Shi encouraged. Wu Lingshu waved her hand dismissively. No way. I'm too busy for that. Maybe another time. Lin Shi refrained from pressing further, knowing opportunities might be scarce in the future. Aren't you looking for high-rise apartments? Being too particular might hinder your search. There are a few buildings in North City and Haishur claiming to withstand seismic ratings of 8 or higher. However, I'm skeptical of such claims and had professionals check, confirming there are no issues. The only drawback is the location. They are new developments in the suburbs, average layouts, and low occupancy rates. Take a look yourself and see which one you fancy. Wu Lingshu handed her the electronic files and paper documents. Lin Shi accepted them, saying, I'll let you know once I make a decision. After parting ways, Lin Shi strolled through the Brand Street. As she still had 500 million to spare, leaving 100 million for herself seemed just right. This time, Lin Shi didn't focus on practicality. She bought whatever she fancied: dresses, sweaters, hoodies, scarves, gloves, and pretty dolls, alongside clothes and toys for little girls. Although she had amassed quite a collection in America, this was the joy of shopping. She had the items delivered directly to her villa and then headed to a restaurant, ordering several dishes to enjoy, packing up what remained. Among the dishes were flower mushrooms with goose feet, bamboo shoots with vegetable hearts, braised pork knuckles, dried tangerine peel fish, crispy chicken, osmanthus clams, milk-flavored crispy bones, and sea cucumber with pomelo peel stew, among others. Lin Shi adored this restaurant, but the more she ate, the more melancholic she felt. Time could not be halted, and all beautiful things would be obliterated by the apocalypse. Upon returning to the villa, Lin Shi spread out the documents and began selecting properties on her computer. After reviewing several buildings, she focused on the Panshan community in the outskirts of North City, which seemed remarkably reminiscent of the former North City base she had visited, albeit during a time when it was riddled with scars. facing countless mutated flora and fauna. She had completely overlooked the Panshan community back then. Panshan? Does it mean as solid as a rock? The community is located in a remote area, surrounded by vast, undeveloped land. Yet the property prices were surprisingly high, with promotional slogans indeed proclaiming it to be as solid as a rock, steady as Mount Tai. Lin Shi chuckled. What an unappealing name, but she decided to give it a try. The building with a single unit per floor, known as the Building King, spanned 280 square meters and boasted a maximum of 18 stories. There were also buildings with 2 units per floor, each 180 square meters, reaching up to 24 stories. The properties in Haishur were not worth considering. Since the apocalypse commenced, prices had skyrocketed, but money could still procure goods. Many were aware that she possessed nearly 10 billion, and leaving it here might attract unwanted attention. Though she was unafraid, she disliked trouble. Thus, she settled on the Building King. After all, with only 1 unit per floor, guarding the stairwell would mean one man could hold off 1,000. The next day, Lin Shi communicated with Wu Lingshu and boarded a midday flight to view the properties. Manager Tian of the sales office personally welcomed her, offering her warm ginger tea. Miss Lin, it's cold outside. Please warm your hands. Just call me Xiao Tian. Lin Shi, unbothered by the chill, wore her coat without even donning a hat. However, she had forgotten how frigid the winters in North City could be. Are you here alone to look at properties? Your taste is excellent, to be honest. Our houses are of exceptional quality, as the developer is someone who pays great attention to quality and even resides here himself. You needn't worry about the house's quality. Tian Hong was surprised to see someone looking at properties alone, as families typically came together, especially just days before the new year. He was quite the talker, providing Lin Shi with a thorough overview of the community and the properties while she listened in silence. They entered the elevator of Building E, ascending to the 18th floor. Tian pointed out, this building has only 1 unit per floor, ensuring strong privacy and security. You see, without authorization, no one else can access the 18th floor. Lin Shi inquired, if I purchase it, will your property management still have access? Tian pondered, generally speaking, they wouldn't. However, dwelling on this issue seemed futile. The elevator's control was managed by the property management, who could easily reset it. Upon entering, she was greeted by a vast floor-to-ceiling glass window, prompting an immediate frown. Such large windows indicated potential energy loss and posed the risk of shattering in a storm. Look at this layout. I haven't misled you, have I? It's square, maximizing space usage, unobstructed views, and excellent lighting. This glass is bulletproof, imported, and won't break or crack. Why don't you give it a try, right? Lin Shi asked, if I wanted to remove it, could I replace it with bricks? Tian was momentarily speechless. Remove it? I don't think that is possible. There are regulations in place that prohibit altering the exterior of the building. He couldn't fathom why someone would want to remove glass rather than walls. Lin Shi quietly contemplated that she would have to build walls inside instead. How long does it take to process the property deed? Can it be completed before the new year? I'm eager to begin renovations afterward. Tian was bewildered as the conversation abruptly shifted to property deeds and renovations, wondering if they should first discuss any discounts or comparisons. Typically, it takes 30 working days to complete, but we will actively assist you in expediting the process. It can be done in 7 to 10 working days. If you're in a hurry to renovate, once you sign the purchase contract and make the payment, you can start the work. If paid in full, we offer a 9% discount, Tian explained in one breath. He discreetly glanced at Lin Shi, clearing his throat. 12,000 per square meter for our Building King. It's the best of the best. Totaling 33,600,000, but with the discount, it's just 33,260,000. We also have a gift for you. He was quite thrilled, calculating the commission on this high-value sale. Lin Shi called Wu Lingshu to have someone handle the paperwork. I'll just need to make the payment. Card or transfer? Well, do you find it convenient to transfer? Tian rubbed his hands together, realizing this would be his fastest and most expensive sale. Using a card incurs a fee, and as a competent sales manager, one must consider all aspects. Chapter 33. Lin Shi's Fortress of the Apocalypse. Lin Shi contacted a meticulous team from a foreign country, sending them the floor plans along with her renovation requests. She avoided hiring a domestic team to prevent future hassles with the construction workers. The foreign team would complete their work and depart, and if they had the ability to pursue her across borders, she would respect that. Lin Shi sought refuge in a 5-star hotel, choosing to remain temporarily in the northern city. With the new year fast approaching, She anticipated unwelcome visitors. Reluctant to expend her energy dealing with them, her thoughts turned dark, wishing only to rid herself of their presence. For the modest reward of 2 ice creams, she convinced Lin Wuwu to don a resplendent red robe, instantly igniting the festive spirit. After consuming an entire bottle of red wine, Lin Wuwu transformed into a pink-hued treasure, watching as a mix of yellow and red tumbled from the sky, shattering into a puddle of laughter. She endeavored to soothe the rebellious Lin Wuwu, asserting that she was still a child, incapable of understanding color coordination. This is a novel and audacious experiment, a testament to your courage and decisiveness. Only those with discernment can appreciate its artistic essence. The average person simply cannot grasp it. Do you understand? I knew you would. Lin Wuwu, perplexed and disoriented, sensed something amiss but chose not to admit her confusion. Instead, gnawing on her elbow in frustration. As the clock struck midnight, she silently expressed her gratitude to the heavens for the companionship of Qingbao and Wuwu in this lifetime. Initially, her focus had been on fortifying the front door and its surrounding walls, knowing that if the door could not be pried open, the walls could be breached. However, the team dismissed this suggestion, confident in their expertise in transforming apocalyptic strongholds. They argued that the roof, floors, and surrounding walls required reinforcement, as intruders might resort to weaponry to compromise other areas when a frontal assault proved futile, be it a crowbar, a hammer, or even explosives. Such widespread destruction was typically unlikely, yet she understood that the apocalypse was not a typical scenario. She acquiesced to their proposal, opting for hard alloy reinforcements and enhanced insulation for the walls. The first layer of the entry door was replaced with an outward-pushing, thickened steel security door, boasting a 20-centimeter thickness and fortified steel locks on the top, bottom, and sides. The second layer consisted of a sliding steel security door akin to a barn door, with the upper and lower tracks welded to the reinforced walls, measuring 30 centimeters in thickness and sliding horizontally to close at the frame. Due to its horizontal operation, once secured from above and below, it would be exceedingly difficult to force open from the outside. Furthermore, walls would be built to minimize window space, maintaining a gap between the walls and windows to accommodate solar panels. Coupled with an air circulation and filtration system, even amidst a haze of volcanic ash outside, the interior would remain pristine. The residence comprised 3 bedrooms, with the master suite featuring an en-suite bathroom spanning 25 square meters, while the other 2 bedrooms, each measuring 20 square meters, lacked their own bathrooms. Aside from a storage room, boiler room, kitchen, and bathroom, no additional partitions were necessary, creating an expansive space for fitness equipment, with the floor laid with wooden planks atop a framework. Considering the impracticality of outdoor air conditioning units during an apocalypse, exposed to extreme heat and cold, even the latest innovations from research institutions, she resolved to create an air conditioning room for the main unit. Once the arrangements for the house were complete, she busied herself with other tasks, purchasing an array of gaming consoles at Lin Wuwu's request. She felt that the greatest detriment of the apocalypse would be the loss of internet access. No gaming, no videos, no television. Although she had downloaded numerous online courses to stave off boredom for Lin Wuwu, she remained baffled as to why Lin Wuwu refused to attend even when fishing in Space Lake. By March, the renovations had begun to take shape. Wu Lingshu flew to the northern city to meet her, and upon seeing the transformed residence, she was taken aback. Wow, what is this? Is that a door? It's almost akin to a vault door. After her initial shock, Wu Lingshu fell silent, grappling with her lack of understanding yet respecting She's choices. Conversely, she had much to say but found herself at a loss for words. Aunt Wu, do you believe me? You should buy a house here too. I'll cover the expenses. Just hand me the paperwork. Wu Lingshu stared at her in astonishment. Regretting her impulsiveness, she reorganized her thoughts. You don't need to move in right away. I mean, you can come whenever you feel it's necessary. When that time comes, I will remind you. Wu Lingshu's mind was in a whirl. Initially, she thought She's lack of security had led her to overdo the renovations. However, her innate perceptiveness and feminine intuition hinted that things were more complex than they appeared. She chuckled. What do you need from me? Have you forgotten about my share from the sale? I have the funds. But how do you envision the decoration? Simple, comfortable, safe, sturdy, and warm. She lowered her gaze. In my personal opinion, Wu Lingshu smiled. A house isn't exceedingly expensive. If you want it, just buy it as an investment. Help me pick one out shortly. But when do you think we should move here? A mysterious melancholy washed over Lin Shi's face as she replied, "Soon. Purchasing a house is a swift process." She pointed to Building C, slightly closer to Building A, asking about its status. "Then let's take 2 units." Lin Shi decisively acquired 2 units on the 24th floor. Looking at Wu Lingshu, she said, "You choose one, and I'll keep the other." She was unwilling to leave Wu Lingshu with an uncertain neighbor, which could pose a security risk. These 2 units were somewhat smaller and considerably cheaper, priced at 18,900,000, with a 9.5% discount for a full payment, totaling 17,960,000. Tian Hong was overjoyed, having achieved sales champion status once again this month. Lin Shi messaged Zhao Zhiyong, inquiring whether he had secured a house. She urged him not to search any longer, offering him one of the units and asking him to come quickly. Having both families living together would provide mutual support, alleviating her concerns. Wu Lingshu had always stood by her side, while Zhao Zhiyong shared a bond from a previous life. Lin Shi recalled the lessons learned from that life. Human hearts are fickle. She didn't wish to live too close, fearing further harm, yet she couldn't bring herself to abandon them entirely. The next day, Zhao Zhiyong arrived in the northern city to meet Lin Shi, clad in a black cotton jacket and carrying a backpack. He looked down as he walked, entirely unremarkable. "Quickly hand me the paperwork so I can get the property deed sorted out," Lin Shi urged. Zhao Zhiyong sighed, slightly exasperated by her lack of courtesy. "Is it really appropriate for you to give me the house you bought? Don't forget to transfer the payment to me. Are you also moving into this neighborhood?" "Indeed." Lin Shi busily sent the electronic version of the documents for processing. She suspected this community might be incorporated into the base. If so, the distinction between homeowners and tenants would be significant. Top floor? That's not ideal. Over time, it will leak. And what about the orientation? South or north? The direction is crucial. Will they provide square footage? And what about the balcony? How does the community manage access control? Are there any discounts? How much does the property management charge? Why do I get the impression you're being reckless? Earning money is hard work. Zhao Zhiyong felt dizzy from the many property viewings he'd attended recently but had gathered considerable experience. Lin Shi realized how he had managed to find a house. "I had a foreign team reinforce my property. Do you want to take a look?" Zhao Zhiyong agreed to inspect it. After a lengthy silence, he remarked, "Is this a house?" "This is a safe house," discarding his ordinary facade. Zhao Zhiyong continued, "On my way here, I researched this neighborhood. Its greatest advantage is its quality and high seismic resistance. However, in terms of earthquake protection, high-rises are at a disadvantage unless flooding is involved." Lin Shi found it challenging to engage in a discussion with him. What could she say? "What about your sister? Have you abandoned her again?" Zhao Zhiyong snorted. "Don't try to change the subject. Others may be ignorant, but I am not. The current recruitment numbers are higher than ever, and they are still enlisting reserves. The frequency of military vehicles appearing everywhere is alarming, and their constant procurement of supplies from abroad. What will happen next? Those online rumors about the large-scale recruitment seem credible. Many private textile factories are overwhelmed with orders for high-density fabric, which is certainly not for civilian use. You sense something is amiss? Yet you dawdle over buying a house. You've already made a decision, yet you find fault with everything," Lin Shi retorted sharply. Zhao Zhiyong gazed at her seriously. "What do you really know? Is there anything I should be aware of that you haven't disclosed?" "Damn it," Lin Shi muttered under her breath. "Yes, I encountered an exceptionally insightful feng shui master who claimed that residing here brings peace and prosperity." Zhao Zhiyong paused, perplexed. "Could it be you've fallen for a scam? I told you, you've been duped into buying this house. Is there any chance of a refund now?" "Oh dear, this conversation is impossible." The team from Jinghua was quite pleased. Their employer was generous, introducing them to new clients and allowing them to operate in parallel, significantly enhancing efficiency. Wu Lingshu and Zhao Zhiyong's families only reinforced their doors and windows and added air filtration systems, which Lin Shi did not oppose. Her own fortifications were far more extensive, a reflection of her capacity to attract animosity. Lin Shi kept abreast of the news. Other countries were speculating about Huagua's recent recruitment efforts, with various rumors suggesting the scale far exceeded previous instances. The current international climate was precarious, leading some to assert that Huagua was preparing for war. One piece of evidence was the substantial procurement of living supplies from overseas, resulting in half of the ocean-going freighters transporting various goods back to the homeland. Once this statement emerged, it instilled hesitation in the previously jubilant nation that was poised to sell goods to Huagua. The spokesperson for Huagua was compelled to declare that Huagua is a peace-loving nation, one that would never fire the first shot. They indicated that various regions within the country were experiencing disasters, and due to the need for disaster relief, national reserves had been mobilized, necessitating the procurement of supplies from abroad. In the wake of such remarks, discussions regarding the calamities began to circulate, complete with images and detailed accounts. However, there were occasional posts surfacing from individuals claiming that they had not observed any disasters in their local areas, though these posts were quickly drowned out. A 100-member electronic information team at an N bureau had been residing there for nearly 2 months, continuously rotating shifts to post and delete messages online, modifying keyword permissions in the backend of various platforms. Xiaowu had transformed from an information engineering expert into a master of digital manipulation. No, I mean the nature of this. He gestured towards Xia Xiaowei and then pointed to himself. What kind of people are we? Are we here to spread rumors? It feels like we are treading a path of illegality, and it's making me anxious. Are you sure nothing will go wrong? Xia Xiaowei, with a stony expression, retorted. Did you not hear the director? This is an order. Just execute it. Xiaowu mumbled. I'm just worried that you might be misrepresenting authority. Ouch, that hurts. Xia Xiaowei gave his head a sharp rap, and only after seeing him grimace did he turn to leave. Several elders were busily attending to matters, especially as they observed the imminent second eruption of the volcano. Gripping their heart medications tightly, the first, second, fourth, and sixth elders convened for a discussion. The fourth elder pressed his hand against his chest and turned off the television, lamenting, "These days are unbearable. You need to calm down. Among us, you are the youngest. Stop getting so agitated. It's not good for your heart." The sixth elder chimed in. "I'm not agitated yet. The procurement overseas is not going smoothly, and the attitude has shifted entirely. It feels as though we are preparing for confrontation. When the time comes, they will surely come to settle accounts with us." The second elder shook his head. Their intent to eliminate us is unwavering. Regardless of whether we purchase goods from abroad, they will ultimately point their weapons at us. This is dictated by their history and their logic. If they lack, they will seize, the fourth elder bellowed. "Let them come and try." The first elder shot him a glare. "How many times must I tell you to temper your temper?" After a moment of contemplation, he continued. "I received a call from over there asking about our plans." The sixth elder inquired, "And what did you say?" "Huh." The sixth elder looked taken aback. The second elder glanced over and gave a thumbs up. The fourth elder, fuming, exclaimed, "Why should we tell them? That information belongs to us." The first elder, speechless, noted that while the fourth elder excelled in many respects, he was rather blunt when it came to matters outside his expertise. Thankfully, the second elder, familiar with him, understood with just a glance. "I said our country's experts predicted significant disasters in the second half of the year and advised that we should prepare more supplies for rescue efforts. Moreover, a renowned feng shui master in our country has also confirmed its veracity. We suggested they prepare as well." The sixth elder chuckled. "Still going on about feng shui masters? That's just a ploy. It's hard to believe they would fall for it. Yet the reality remained." Well, the first elder laughed. "Nonetheless, we cannot halt the procurement of supplies. We must overcome any difficulties. I remember there are several prominent families outside with extensive connections. Let us see if we can reach out to them." As the pace of overseas procurement accelerated, international criticism and questioning grew increasingly intense. Even Lin she could discern the undercurrents from the news. Chapter 35. When there's too much, just discard some. Lin she entered the space and gazed at the stockpiles in the warehouse. Letting out an awestruck wow, the diligent Qing Bao had already cleared away a significant portion of the piled containers. Some of these containers had taken on water, but they had dried out within the space. The sorted supplies included various daily necessities, fresh fruits, and meats, mostly stacked in the storage area, while a smaller portion was arranged in a supermarket. Indeed, Qing Bao had constructed a large marketplace within the warehouse, expanding upon the original layout and categorizing goods neatly on tightly arranged shelves. Walking through felt akin to strolling through a supermarket, albeit one that was perhaps 3 times larger than a regular store. Qing Bao's learning ability was astounding. Lin she wished to enroll her in a design course for further training. As for Lin Wuwu, that was out of the question. He would just doze off during online classes. Purely a slacker at heart, his wits solely dedicated to food. Lin she lacked for supplies, possessing enough to last many lifetimes. She had no desire to establish any base. Lessons from her past life had taught her that she lacked the capability. Yet, Gazing at the large number of unopened containers, she felt reluctant to sort through them, nor did she wish for Qing Bao to bear the burden. Qing Bao was not merely a tool. She hoped she could find joy. She could explore the grasslands to observe cattle and sheep, wander the woods in search of little gorillas, or laugh heartily when Lin Wuwu fell into the lake while catching shrimp. It was not her wish for Qing Bao to continuously assist her in sorting through these unfamiliar and tedious items. But what to do with these containers? Perhaps find a place to discard them. Just as she was pondering this, she turned to see the heap of gold, which, while dazzling, made her wonder what purpose she had for such an abundance. She should have taken only half. Considering there was still another half of the room she had yet to explore, it was estimated to weigh over 4,000 tons. Perhaps she could give Baba the portion meant for them? They might find the gold useful for their procurement efforts, right? She glanced again at the bulk of gold, contemplating, that is a lot. Let us give away half. She gestured with her hands, deciding to distribute a bit more. Perfect, leaving this much is just right. Give Baba 3/4 of it, as a blessing for her. Qing Bao and Lin W.In Beishur. She sought the Unin Bureau with relative ease. She had no desire to approach the elders, as their security was on an entirely different level than that of the Unin Bureau. She stealthily entered the Unin Bureau, extending her mental energy to easily locate Luo Qingzhou's office. The following morning, Luo Qingzhou arrived punctually at his office to find a note on his desk with an address written upon it. It led to a dilapidated factory area that had been purchased by a developer but had never been developed due to financial issues. He reviewed the surveillance footage and discovered that the note had seemingly appeared out of thin air. Luo Qingzhou's expression darkened as he immediately summoned the information personnel. This is your responsibility. The surveillance has been tampered with. Find out who did this. Preparation work for the impending apocalypse had kept him extraordinarily busy, with these restless infiltrators constantly pushing their limits. The address provided to him still warranted a visit. So he brought along Lu Ming and Zhang Yang from the action team, providing a few instructions before departing. The note had been passed in the night and under the cover of darkness. She had arranged the gold in containers, watching over them nearby, just in case any other parties discovered the setup. It would spell trouble. As the clock approached 11, she heard commotion. Luo Qingzhou's group arrived at the factory area, with Lu Ming and Zhang Yang brandishing handguns, scanning their surroundings. They utilized a detector to confirm the absence of anyone nearby before proceeding inside. Upon entering, Luo Qingzhou and his companions were taken aback. Within the vast yet dilapidated factory, containers were stacked high, but more importantly, at the center of the space lay a mound of what appeared to be gold, resembling a small house. Lu Ming was the first to speak. What are they thinking, making it look like gold? Who has that much gold piled high like a mountain? Director Luo, I suspect there's a bomb inside. They're trying to lure us in. Zhang Yang hesitated. Something feels off, but it certainly looks real. Just look at how the ground is depressed. Gold is heavy, and this feels so authentic. Be careful, Director. Luo Qingzhou cautiously approached the mound that resembled a small mountain of gold, picking up a piece to gauge its weight. Upon noticing the serial numbers and minting locations, his expression shifted dramatically. Zhang Yang, Lu Ming, retreat and stand guard. No one is allowed to approach. If anyone comes close, fire a warning shot. This is an order. Understood. The two exchanged glances and quickly withdrew. Luo Qingzhou circled the area, his heart racing with astonishment. He was aware that something had gone awry with the treasury of the beautiful country. And now he harbored a suspicion. Moreover, these shipping containers were not just inside the factory. They were piled all around outside as well. How did all this come to be? If this information reached the other side, wouldn't it incite war? His head throbbed painfully. He dialed a number, requesting to meet with the Grand Elder as swiftly as possible, insisting that the Grand Elder bring others along for the meeting. This matter was too significant to discuss over the phone. The Grand Elder responded, Accompanied by the 4th and 6th Elders, he boarded a helicopter. The 4th Elder remarked, well, this young Luo is quite capable. He is summoning us now. Why isn't he soaring to the skies? The 6th Elder noted, he mentioned he has urgent matters to discuss, something larger than an email. It requires a face-to-face meeting. The 4th Elder scoffed, I'm not convinced. Anxious and fidgeting, Luo Qingzhou finally spotted the Grand Elder. Without uttering a word, the 3 elders gasped in unison. The 6th Elder, well-versed in such matters, picked up several pieces. Growing increasingly alarmed, these serial numbers, the origin, why do they resemble those that went missing from over there? The Grand Elder swiftly organized, excellent, deploy the secretive task force and initiate immediate relocation. The Fourth Elder responded, yes, the transport aircraft is on its way. Where shall we move them? Elder 6 exclaimed with gleaming eyes, ah, the central bank. This is precisely what I applied for, the allocation to procure supplies. With these, those families could even sell the nation. Elder 1 chuckled with delight. Xiao Luo, go complete the necessary paperwork. We have withdrawn a substantial amount of gold from the national treasury. And you all, do remember to clean up your tracks? Luo Qingzhou stood upright, affirming, yes, furthermore, regarding these containers, I examined them and found a hodgepodge of items. There are cold chain goods that must be prioritized for processing. Elder 4, filled with curiosity, inquired, no worries, I will arrange for personnel to handle it today. How did such a large quantity of supplies arrive? Elders 6 and 1 departed first, leaving Elder 4 and Luo Qingzhou to manage the aftermath. Chapter 36. The return gifts of the overlords the following evening. Elders 1, 2, 6, 4, and Luo Qingzhou convened together. It was not a formal meeting. Rather, the group sat together to discuss matters. Elder 1 gazed at the fatigued Elder 4, saying, it must be the younger generation's vigor. Look at Xiao Luo, he endures more than you, and he appears more spirited. Elder 4, feeling quite indignant, replied, I have more responsibilities than him. I must organize the workers, dismantle those heaps of containers, and sort through everything. However, there are indeed quite a few valuable items within. Elder 2 then asked Luo Qingzhou, surely these items must belong to someone. Do you know who it is? Elder 6 interjected, that item has been confirmed. It was indeed lost from over there. The containers are not from our domestic ports. We focused on investigating several external harbors. The largest container port experienced a flood last November, resulting in a batch of containers being swept away. Luo Qingzhou was also filled with questions. Among the batch we received, some do show signs of water damage. The labels on the containers have been cross-referenced, confirming they are indeed from that lost batch. He frowned, moreover. The address I visited was prompted by a note left on my desk, yet I could not trace the individual. The surveillance footage indicates that the note appeared out of thin air. Initially, I suspected the footage had been edited, but upon investigation, there were no signs of tampering. This means the recording is authentic. The location is rather remote, with few visitors. We also checked nearby surveillance footage, but found no transport vehicles or related personnel. This was perplexing. An appearance out of nowhere. Elder 6 had a sudden epiphany. Could it be that person? She is privy to the situation. She knows exactly what we are doing. She saw our preparations and is aware of the difficulties we are facing. Could it simply be that there is an overwhelming amount of goods? It is possible. But this person was in the beautiful country in November and back in the domestic realm by March, no? In Beishur. Because of this, Luo Qingzhou retrieved an A4 sheet encased in a plastic bag from his pack. It was a list discovered while moving the valuable items. Take a look. Elder 1 took it. And the list read, 10 tons of honeycomb coal, 10 honeycomb coal stoves, 10 military-grade cotton coats, sizes 175 to 185, 10 pairs of military cotton shoes, sizes 38 to 42, and 10 pairs of military leather boots, sizes 38 to 42. The honeycomb coal stove was Lin Shi's obsession. It seemed inconspicuous, yet during a heavy snowfall in her previous life, she witnessed someone using one for warmth while roasting sweet potatoes atop it, the fragrance forever etched in her soul. She had an abundance of coal and smokeless coal, but when she finally remembered to purchase honeycomb coal, she was told the maximum allowed was 1 ton. Too lazy to fuss over it, she let it go. The military coats were perhaps an obsession as well. They were durable and reliable, something she had never used in her past life, only envied others for possessing. Recently, she had recalled them and decided to write them down. After all, if she was to bestow so much gold upon the overlords, it was only logical to expect something in return. Elder 1 chuckled as he shared the list with everyone. Elder 4 remarked with amusement, well, this child knows what constitutes good items and is quite adept at asking for them. Oh, indeed, they are honest children. Otherwise, how much junk would they need to trade for such fine goods? Elder 6 retorted. What do you mean by junk? If you have the capability, don't come asking me. Elder 4 expressed his fondness for the military coats. Elder 1 laughed as he watched them bicker. Xiao Luo, whether or not that person is the one. You are prohibited from investigating further. That is an order. To have such a powerful individual standing by our side is a blessing, but we must understand the limits. Yes, I will resolutely carry out the order. Prepare the items on the list and add a few more useful items. Although she may not lack for them, it is our heartfelt intention and gratitude. Go and take care of it. The back of the list stated that 3 days later, Lin Shi's requested items would be placed in the designated location. She was unafraid of surveillance, as she could turn invisible. 3 days later, when Lin Shi returned, she remained invisible while Qingbao swiftly collected the items into the space. Quietly departing. Upon returning to the hotel and entering the space, she examined the items the overlords had provided. Checking against the list, everything was in order, and there were even several extras. The surplus consisted entirely of military supplies, 1,000 individual self-heating meals, 1,000 water purification tablets, 1,000 disinfection tablets, 10 sets of camouflage combat uniforms, 10 water bottles, 10 gas masks, 10 sets of dining utensils, 10 training bags, 10 camouflage raincoats, 10 sleeping bags, and 10 individual first aid kits. Along with a multi-purpose bayonet. To Lin Shi's astonishment, there was even a handgun. Upon inspecting it, she found it accompanied by 50 rounds of ammunition and a note. The note read that firearms are strictly controlled weapons. Please use them with caution. Lastly was a box. Upon opening it, she discovered half of a seal, inscribed with characters and intricate designs. The box indicated that this seal could be used to seek assistance from any official entity. It appeared they were earnestly devising strategies. The inspiration for the half-seal must have derived from the ancient tiger talisman. When communications between bases are disrupted, the seal can be used to verify the authenticity of messages, a clever solution in desperate times. 50 rounds of ammunition indicated significant authority. Although she possessed many firearms and ammunition, the feeling was distinctly different. Leaning against the pile of supplies, she lingered for quite some time, feeling an inexplicable sense of peace. Fantasizing that perhaps this life would not be so tragically harsh. It was not long before Lin Wu came to find her. It seemed he could sense her emotions in the shortest of times. Arriving to comfort her, he exclaimed loudly, "Pooper scooper, this is the fish you were supposed to catch." Qingbao swiftly floated to Lin Shi's side, casting a reproachful gaze at her. "Ah? All right then, I was merely being overly sentimental. This wretched creature is here to cast blame upon her." The cyclical nature of the 5 elements in the space also included the self-sufficiency of small animals, which Lin Shi interpreted as the restoration of the biological chain. Until this goal was achieved, Qingbao would not allow Lin Wu to fish from the lake. But who was Lin Wu? Tugging at her without a care, he was not one to listen. How could Lin Shi contend with that? Both her palms held affection for him. "Oh dear, this is unbearable. I wonder if these two are too exhausted. I'm feeling dizzy. Quite dizzy indeed. I shall step outside for a moment to lie down. If it gets too unbearable, I will take a couple of pills." Watching Qingbao flit about anxiously, Lin Shi felt a sense of solace. Glancing at Lin Wu's disdainful expression, she couldn't help but pinch its rear. Lin Wu yelped in protest. All was proceeding in an orderly manner. Lin Shi took time to go shopping and dine, also exploring the wholesale market, discovering that as long as her purchases were normal and not overly large, they would not attract undue attention. Besides shopping, she also found a boxing gym, spending half her day there striking the sandbags and sparring to maintain her combat skills. Such physical prowess could only be improved through practice. Her strength and physical resilience had seen a significant enhancement thanks to the energy from the well water. Yet, aside from her abilities, her combat skills and instincts were still gradually recovering. Chapter 37. The carnivorous flower unveiled just as she was about to enter the boxing gym. She received a message from Qin Yuanxi. Lin Shi informed him that she was not in Haishur, but in Beishur. Qin Yuanxi, increasingly delighted, replied that he too was in Beishur. They arranged to meet for dinner that evening. Upon entering the gym, Lin Shi changed into workout attire, tying her hair back, and began her warm-up. Her figure was well-proportioned, with smooth lines, thin muscles tightly wrapped around her bones, exuding both strength and grace. As usual, she struck the sandbags for an hour, her powerful blows drawing attention. However, when it came to sparring, things did not go as smoothly. "Sister, you are my real sister. We just trained together. You need to switch it up for freshness." "Nonsense, I was here yesterday." "When did you come?" "A few days prior, when Lin Shi had sought sparring partners, Several muscular young men had whistled at her, calling her sister. After a few days, these young men had all been thoroughly trounced by her, now calling her sister and avoiding her presence. Lin, she raised an eyebrow, feeling somewhat disappointed. Is this the level of skill? Where does Zhao Zhiyong get the audacity to recommend me to you? TSK. The young men bowed their heads in embarrassment. Oh, a challenger? A group of tall, muscular individuals entered the gym. Lin Shi's eyes lit up. Cough, cough. Don't think too much. Strong muscles mean strong resistance to blows, essentially. They can take a beating. She smiled brightly. Not here to challenge. I've paid a hefty sum for this training. Who's up for sparring? The young men nodded. Brother Tiger. That's quite a sum. Gao Feihu had been quite pleased these past few days. As old comrades he rarely saw had been coming to find him. He was busy organizing welcoming feasts, but after a few days away, he discovered the gym was on the verge of being challenged. He wore a stern expression. What a lack of ambition. If you don't train diligently, how can you expect to keep up when I'm gone for just a few days? Why don't you give it a try? How would you know if we're not putting in the effort? A few young men feel quite wronged, and let me tell you, she is our own sister. Gao Feihu looked at Lin Shi and said, You are an esteemed guest, and it is my duty to ensure your satisfaction. How about I accompany you in practice, He gestured towards a few comrades nearby. These gentlemen can join as well. Hee. Yichin folded his arms and observed him, thinking that after treating him to a meal, he would have to work for him too. The group laughed and joked, not taking it too seriously. Merely enjoying the spectacle, Lin Shi took a moment to assess the few individuals. Their hands bore thin calluses. Were they marksmen? It would be interesting to see the outcome of a contest without any supernatural abilities. No rush, one at a time. Yichin shot her a glance. The others exchanged amused looks, noting her small stature but bold demeanor. Lin Shi frowned slightly. Are you still daydreaming? If you don't fight back soon, I'll kick you off the stage. Gao Feihu felt disheartened. He was originally afraid of injuring the wealthy bully, yet the ferocity displayed was beyond his expectations, revealing her to be a true force of nature. Come again? Su Qiuming whispered to Yichin. Look at that blonde girl. She can definitely pack a punch. If she were still on the team, she'd be trained rigorously. Wai Yichin seemed surprised. Not necessarily. Pay attention to her explosive power. With her build, it shouldn't be possible. Typically, explosive power is determined by strength and speed, and women have inherent differences compared to men. However, Lin Shi's strength clearly surpassed that of Gao Feihu. During their earlier exchange, Gao Feihu was evidently at a disadvantage, but it couldn't solely be attributed to his lack of focus or prolonged absence from training. Lin Shi's offensive was not complicated. The key lay in her straightforward application of raw power without any tricks. Many become obsessed with so-called techniques, yet the true lethal moves are rooted in strength and speed. Thus, the adage, in martial arts, speed is paramount. Without these two elements, techniques are inevitably flawed, asked the captain. Yichin observed that Gao Feihu was both surprised and struggling to withstand her initial strikes. See? Her jumping ability is quite impressive, He Ping'an remarked. Where did she come from? Her skills are extraordinary. Police or thief? A few muscular young men pointed and jeered. Oh, Tiger brother, you're not putting in enough effort in training. Gao Feihu, filled with shame and anger, glared at them, attempting to assert his authority. Lin Shi stepped back a few paces and commented, Your strength is decent, but your speed is lacking. Perhaps you're too hesitant in your strikes. Want to go again? If you do, you might still lose. Gao Feihu felt a chill in his heart. In front of so many teammates, he felt utterly humiliated. The only solution was for everyone to share in the embarrassment, thus preserving his own dignity. Although the likelihood of this was slim, how would he know unless he tried? Captain, you can't just stand by and watch. Before a young girl, he couldn't bring himself to ask his brothers to avenge him. Yichin turned to Zhou Yi. You should test her strength limits. Zhou Yi, the strongest among them, nodded and stepped onto the stage with a hearty smile. I'm pretty strong. If I hurt you, just say the word and I'll stop. Zhou Yi often appeared simple and honest, frequently putting his hands in his pockets and innocently claiming, Look, my pockets are cleaner than my face. I really don't have any money. This act had long since rendered the team immune to his guile. Su Qiuming tilted his head slightly and whispered, Captain, that's not fair. You're bullying a little girl. Yichin kept his head still but moved his lips. You know nothing. Lin Shi's eyes brightened. She was also afraid of hitting too hard. thus always holding back. But now, seeing Zhou, who looked quite resilient, she felt elated. Her money hadn't been wasted. Finding a sparring partner like this was rare. And if she had strength, she could go all out. As they engaged, she threw a punch that felt like striking a sandbag. The opponent remained unmoved. Wow! She became exhilarated, momentarily forgetting her initial purpose of learning techniques. Every move was executed with sheer force. The two exchanged blows, evenly matched, and Zhou became increasingly animated, absorbing several hits himself, yet neither showed any intention of halting. Gao Feihu's expression grew more solemn. Losing to a young girl was not at all unjust. The others, aside from Yi Chun, exchanged glances, murmuring, "Who is she? Her strength and speed rival Zhou's. Cut it out. She's not just strong. Her skills are on another level. Look closely. This isn't just talent. She's a killer. Who taught her to be so ferocious?" Upon first glance, she seemed like a wild card, but upon closer inspection, her techniques were somewhat refined. Despite her small stature, she could certainly take a punch, enduring many from Zhou's massive fists. Of course, if you strike a civilian, you can't expect to unleash all your learning. Look at your prospects. Our captain is indeed wise. He recognized that this girl is exceptional at first glance. Tiger, make sure to hide the money you owe her, lest Zhou demands a share. Yi Chun shot them a glare. Look at where this conversation is going. Usually, you all seem capable, yet here is a girl who doesn't lag behind any of you. A single glare silenced them all. 15 minutes passed, and she was thoroughly enjoying herself. She hadn't experienced such a fulfilling spar since her rebirth. Zhou was also drenched in sweat, panting heavily, giving her a thumbs up. She was in high spirits. "Hey, let us exchange contact information. We can practice together again in the future. Don't worry, I'll pay." Zhou glanced at Yi Chun, who blinked. Zhou chuckled, pulling out his phone. "Sis, I'd love to practice with you. It's refreshing to train without ulterior motives. Unlike them, who are cunning and deceitful." She burst into laughter. Zhou hadn't even used his full strength, and neither had she intended to fight for her life. Their exchanges were more playful than anything serious, which others could not replicate. Yi Chun handed them 2 bottles of water. "Impressive. It looks like you've trained before. Who is your instructor?" What do you want to know?" In a good mood, she didn't feel like sparring with him. Casually responding, "It's just natural talent. You see, I'm born with strength. At this level, why even bother training? It's just for fun." The others stifled their laughter, fully aware she was joking, and Yi Chun could only chuckle in return. She bounced off to take a shower, preparing to leave, while Yi Chun watched her retreating figure, his expression turning serious as he recalled Zhao Zhiyong. During missions in the beautiful country, he had encountered Zhao Zhiyong several times. That young girl's skills were taught by him. After some idle chatter among the others, Yi Chun decided to leave first. Witnessing the earlier sparring session had ignited a desire in him to find someone to practice with. In the training room of the Inn Bureau, 2 exhausted individuals lay sprawled on the mat. Luo Qingzhou struggled to sit up. "What's your problem? Coming here to pick a fight when I'm busy. Is your team not enough for you to spar with?" Yi Chun chuckled softly. "If my grandfather knew I had you in this state, he'd be delighted. You're not even my match anymore." Luo Qingzhou retaliated with a punch. "How can you compare? You train every day. How can I keep up?" Yi Chun yelped. I'm telling my grandfather so he can scold you. How old are you to still be tattling? Do you have no shame? You read the captain now. Where is your dignity?" Luo Qingzhou looked at him helplessly. "What do I need dignity for? Can it be eaten or drunk?" Yi Chun flipped over, lying on his side with his arm propping up his head. "Brother Luo, did my grandfather scold you again?" Luo Qingzhou leaned back, lost in thought. "The old commander invested heavily in me, holding high hopes, but I chose a different path. To owe him, I must seem like a deserter. It is only natural for him to be upset." Yi Chun pondered for a moment. "Not necessarily. I think he is just disappointed. His favorite protege was taken away. Don't take it to heart. If he were truly angry, he wouldn't even acknowledge you. Like my dad, he doesn't bother with me. When he catches me, it's nothing but training. That old man is really something." Luo Qingzhou chuckled. Recalling something, the other day, the elder praised your father, and your grandfather's face turned sour right in front of him. He gestured dramatically to illustrate the length of the displeasure. Yi Chun laughed heartily. "That old man is simply ridiculous. I wonder what the elder sees in him." Luo Qingzhou defended the old leader. It's not that simple. Think about it. After a lifetime in the military, the old commander takes pride in being a soldier. Your father, on the other hand, excels in academics and research, which would be a great achievement elsewhere, but to him, it signifies a lack of successors, and naturally, he'd be upset. Who's lacking successors? I'm here. Yi Chen retorted, but back then, I was still a child, and my grandfather favored you more than me. That thought angers me. He paused for a moment. Also, think about the good deed you did. Sneaking behind my back to change my aspirations. You really are something? Yi Chen had often quarreled with Luo Qingzhou over their grandfather's favoritism during their childhood. Luo Qingzhou would always yield to him and protect him, and eventually, Yi Chen felt grateful for having an older brother. Luo Qingzhou fell silent. Chen, why not consider retiring? You've been on missions for years. It's high time to take a break and spend more time with family. Luo Qingzhou hesitated. Perhaps changing your aspirations back then was our mistake. Who knows? Maybe the old commander regrets it now. He clasped his fists. I wouldn't dare. A gallant warrior walks away without sending off. Luo Qingzhou gazed at his retreating figure with a soft sigh. Yi Chen sensed something peculiar about Luo Qingzhou, yet he could not articulate the reason. Upon returning home, he promptly set aside these thoughts. Lin Mu swatted his hand away and gestured toward the inner room. You've kept him waiting for ages. He must be getting angry. Hurry up and eat. Entering the dining area, Yi Chen beheld a table laden with dishes, his stomach rumbling. Grandpa, it's time for dinner. Have you finished work early today? Everyone else is still working overtime. Wai Yuntian lifted his eyelids to glance at him. Humph. You little rascal. Just to provoke me, huh? Look how impressive others are. I can't compare. TSK. Yi Chen chuckled. Grandpa, you've matured. You used to scold anyone you caught, and now you've learned to be subtly sarcastic. Yi Yuntian gave him a light slap. You ungrateful brat. I hardly see you around, and even during holidays. You're nowhere to be found. You wander the streets like a vagabond with a bunch of other rascals on missions, and you still hang out during your time off. Is that amusing? If only you would tidy yourself up like a young gentleman. Find a nice girl and go shopping or dating. I wouldn't say much. Understood. Yi Chen took a large mouthful of rice. His cheeks puffed out. Grandpa, is Luogu still single? You should keep an eye on him. You? You want to play matchmaker while you can't even manage your own affairs? True, he hasn't had much time lately, but you do. Chapter 39. A war that is not a war after dinner. While helping Lin Mu clear the bowls, she inquired, why didn't you invite Qingzhou to dinner? Yi Chen pointed at his grandfather and whispered, he's too scared to come. After their meal, Yi Chen accompanied his grandfather for a stroll, and then they played a game of Go while chatting. You think you're so remarkable. You can't do without others, Yi Yuntian casually replied. Speak of you young ones. Once given a holiday, you all rush off to play, to marvel at the splendid landscapes of our homeland, to spend time with family, and yet during regular days, we can barely catch a glimpse of you. During a break, why do you all wander around like street urchins? Oh, and somehow, you still manage to run into each other. How impressive! The old man wore an expression of disdain. What are you talking about? Our fine young men have turned into street urchins? Yi Chen protested. Isn't it because of that day when we moved that thing? Yi Yuntian suddenly changed his tone. Stop, that's top secret. No prying, no questions, and not even a thought. They continued their game, but the old man's mind was already troubled. After a few rounds, he declared, go away, I want to rest. You can play by yourself. It's just transporting some gold. What's the big deal? Yi Chen thought. That day, when he had gone, both Luogu and Grandpa were present, and the atmosphere was quite tense. He had assumed they had quarreled. But in retrospect, it was evidently not the case. After he had showered, passing by his grandfather's room, he saw him holding a photo of Grandma, appearing somewhat dejected. Grandpa, why are you still awake? Yi Chen pulled a chair and sat down. The old man's hand gently caressed the frame. Just thinking of your grandmother. Yi Chen rose to adjust the frame. Are you about to confess some wrongdoing to Grandma? You ungrateful brat. The old man chuckled at him. I was merely reminiscing about your father. He inherited his academic talent from your grandmother. She was quite the scholar back then, full of literary charm. Haha. It was rare for him to mention the oft-criticized father so willingly. Yi Chen was surprised but followed along in reminiscing. I can study too. Haha. I take after my father. You always say I'm a good candidate for the military, yet you secretly change my aspirations. Did Grandma scold you for that? The old man feigned ignorance. Not me, that was little Luo's doing. Yet, after sharing a laugh, a hint of sorrow crept into his voice. Your grandmother did scold me. I know I was wrong. Chen, why don't you retire? Let's not pursue a military career. The mention of his father made the old man's tone rise suddenly. Wai Chun was taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief. Was this really his grandfather? The same man who had eagerly wanted to send him to the military at the age of 8? Retirement? This was the second time he had heard such a thing today, and both speakers were among his closest kin. Wai Chun quickly composed himself and jokingly remarked, What are you talking about? How can you just come up with such ideas? Retiring involves a lot of procedures, and besides, I'm still in the special forces. I can't just leave whenever I want. The old man appeared genuinely anxious. Rising to open a drawer and pulling out an application form, no worries, just fill this out. I'll handle the rest. Yichin leaned back in his chair, arms crossed over his lap, quietly observing his grandfather. Grandpa was aging, and he was growing up. The man who once seemed as monumental as a mountain now appeared like a weary old man. Wai Chun gently asked, Grandpa, what's wrong? You and Luogu seem so keen on my retirement. I can't believe it's due to the war. My grandfather wouldn't wish for my retirement out of fear of sacrifice. Wai Yuntian fell silent for a moment, then sighed. If it were war, I would proudly send you to the battlefield, watching you valiantly engage in combat, awaiting your triumphant return, even if it meant coming back wrapped in a shroud. But that is an apocalypse. It's not merely a matter of going to battle. The elders have begun discussing related policies in meetings. The emails mentioned what to do when soldiers become targets for insurrectionists. Should we shoot them on sight? The meetings have been agonizing. In such a cataclysm, they cannot save everyone. All their efforts can only ensure that more capable and valuable individuals survive. Is that fair? It is not. Therefore, insurrection is bound to occur. Their weapons must be aimed at the insurrectionists. But those individuals were once innocent civilians. The education soldiers receive will never allow them to open fire on the populace. The meetings have been arduous, further proving the truth of the emails. Soldiers who cannot bring themselves to shoot are destined to be hunted by insurgents. They will disguise themselves as survivors, stabbing the soldiers who desperately protect them in the back. Without the military, the regime will cease to exist, and then, in the wake of calamity, warlords will carve up the land, turning it into a hell on earth. This is absolutely intolerable. In chaotic times, strict measures must be taken, no matter the cost. The apocalypse must not descend into chaos. Therefore, their policies must be stern and ruthless. The old man sighed, patting Yichin's shoulder, looking at this grandson, who had always made him proud. With a hint of pain in his eyes. Many names were mentioned in that email, and he had searched carefully. Yichin's name was absent. With his abilities, if he were alive, he could not possibly remain anonymous unless... The old man's voice grew slow and somber. Chun, if you're reluctant to leave your team, why not retire together? You can form your own small team afterward, free and unrestrained. What do you think? Yichin gazed at him silently. I'm sorry, Grandpa. I truly love the military. No matter what happens, I will face it alongside my comrades. The old man felt a sharp pain in his heart, unable to utter another word, simply waving him away. Though he was unaware of the specific occurrences, he had observed many anomalies. Setting aside the peculiarities surrounding Grandpa and Luo Qingzhou, last month his team had intercepted a message sent outward, stating that a significant number of construction workers were being requisitioned domestically for a mysterious project. Given the recruitment numbers, Yichin suspected it was a military base being constructed in preparation for war. However, judging by his grandfather's demeanor, this impending major event was not war. Coupled with the international whispers hinting that Huagua was exhibiting signs of discontent, the surrounding regions maintained remarkable restraint. Additionally, his childhood friend, nicknamed Stinky Monkey, had casually remarked about the inefficacy of satellite communications, questioning why there was a need to produce high-power telegraphs around the clock. Therefore, Grandpa anticipated that the forthcoming events would be accompanied by an even harsher communication environment, one necessitating high-power telegraphs. Wai Chun pondered for a long while, but still could not make sense of it, ultimately deciding to set it aside for the time being. Chapter 40. A bunch of young men left behind for marriages. She invited Qin Yuanxi to dine at a private restaurant renowned for its delectable dishes, where the chef's reputation was so esteemed that he declined her request for a monthly reservation. Uncle Qin, Isn't it delicious? Please help yourself. You look so thin. Lin, she served dishes for Qin Yuanxi, not neglecting her own appetite. Observing Lin Shi's hearty appetite, Qin Yuanxi felt quite pleased, as most elders believe that a good appetite was a blessing. Well then, will you be staying in Beishur from now on? Yes, but the research institute is rather remote and heavily regulated. If I wish to go out in the future, I will need to submit a request first. If it weren't for the fact that their projects are genuinely intriguing, I wouldn't even want to come. Hearing that it sounded akin to a military research facility, Lin Shi felt a bit more reassured. A valuable researcher like Qin Yuanxi would certainly be well protected. I'll be residing in Beishur from now on, so you can find me whenever you have time. Besides, when you get busy, will you even remember me? Ha ha ha. Their meeting brought both parties a sense of ease. That evening, Lin Shi returned to her hotel and discovered that Qin Yuanxi had transferred another 10 million Meili coins to her account. Coupled with the previous 20 million, Qin Yuanxi now had 30 million Meili coins in her possession. Lin Shi fretted over how to repay him, uncertain of how much material goods would be appropriate in the future. The following day, Yi Chun resolved to spend quality time with his mother. Rarely home throughout the year, he felt it was essential to make up for lost time with his family during this holiday. He intended to be his mother's chauffeur, taking her shopping, carrying her bags, and ensuring she received admiration from her friends. Time swiftly passes, and before one knows it, the day has slipped away. Ah, is that your son, Qianqian? How he has grown, and still so handsome. Such filial piety, accompanying your mother on shopping excursions. Qianqian's mother, you are truly fortunate. With such height, I can only imagine the many young ladies who must admire him. You are indeed blessed, having a dutiful son. I envy you greatly. While you have a son who is respectful, ours are rather rebellious, always opposing us. Yi Chun looks at his mother, amused by her modest pride, yet his heart is laden with guilt for not spending enough time with his family, though bring joy to his mother. Yi Chun becomes increasingly earnest. Not at all. I am delighted to accompany you. It is no trouble at all. This seems quite heavy. Allow me to assist you. Your son must also be very filial. It's just that he lacks the opportunity. He is usually quite busy, but today is a rare chance. His mother beams with happiness, and Yi Chun's face is nearly overwhelmed with joy. Thus, he extends his greetings to the mothers of his two childhood friends, cheerfully noting that the two are enjoying their holiday, though he is unsure of their activities. 15 minutes later, his two friends sit before him. The competitive spirit of their mothers is not to be underestimated. Yi Xiaogo, you've gone too far. What do you want from us? Wu Wei, the more robust of the two, is quite irate, having been roused from a sound sleep to accompany their mothers on shopping trips. You have no idea how dreadful it is to go shopping with them, and later, we will have to take pictures. You should prepare yourself mentally. Meanwhile, Hui Fei, who appears somewhat frail, languidly responds, you silly monkey. It's just a whole day with them. What is the big deal? The key point is, Yi Xiaogo is being unreasonable. Wu Wei exclaims in frustration. Why Yi Chun gives him a playful kick, I don't know. He missed. Wait a moment. Why should you drag us both into this? That is hardly fair. Just you wait. I'll show you what skill looks like. This is what we call fighting without bloodshed. Hui Fei exclaims as he swiftly manipulates the phones of the mothers. With a devious grin, he declares, why do I get the brunt of this? It should be you. Before noon, Yi Mama and her friends expand their group, joyfully linking arms as they stroll. Following them are 6 or 7 young boys, walking tall and straight. At first glance, they seem quite serious, yet they are murmuring amongst themselves. Why are we just walking around here? Aren't we supposed to be shopping? We've clearly been here before. Do they not remember? Should we remind them? Strolling about is simply part of shopping, not progressing in a single direction, you fool. But we can't just keep going in circles. How inefficient. How long must we do this? You don't understand. Mothers are not just shopping. They are indulging in mood, feelings, and sentiment. A group of young men whisper among themselves. Their mothers initially exuberant, but soon they begin to worry. At this age, not a single girlfriend in sight. And what are they so happy about? Indeed, I used to date someone, but we broke up, and now I'm still single. Do you think they can hear us? I've made up my mind. I can't manage them. I'll go to their superiors next year and let them handle it. That's an idea? When are you going? Are you going too? Didn't your family say something about a marriage alliance? Oh please, for a marriage alliance, one must be handsome and charming to attract girls. Our family, well, not exactly the pick of a litter. Who is to say otherwise? I fear this bunch is precisely the leftovers from a marriage alliance, a cluster of young men, the remnants of potential alliances, gather in a game store, exclaiming in awe, "Oh, over here, over here. Quickly, keep up. Look up at 10 o'clock. Oh, it can be done this way too." Yichin sighs, surrounded by these older children, deeply reflecting. Truly, one does not perish by their own actions. Chapter 41. Moving into the new home by nearly 2 o'clock, the group finally heads out for a meal. They arrive at a somewhat famed private dining establishment, typically requiring reservations a week in advance. However, due to Yichun's acquaintance with the chef, no reservation is needed. Upon entering the dining hall, he spots a young girl, exuding a relaxed demeanor yet wielding a steel pipe, tossing it playfully with an air of arrogance mixed with menace. "Boss, can't you just reserve 10 tables? I've already offered to pay more. If one doesn't work, 2 will. If that fails, let us make it 3. The boss is nearly in tears. Where did this little troublemaker come from? She bent my steel pipe and straightened it out, and now she is trying to strong-arm me. It's not about the money. I'm just a chef. I can't manage that many. Everyone else has made reservations. I made a reservation too. You? 420 dishes all by yourself? That one tea work. The food one tea tastes good when packed. The flavors and aromas will change. Our establishment doesn't tea offer takeout. I am not going to leave without eating. Do you believe I'll file a complaint against you?" Upon seeing Yichun, the boss's eyes light up as if he has seen a savior. "Chen Chen? Come here." Lin Shi pauses momentarily upon noticing Yichun. He approaches her with a smile. "Miss Lin, what a coincidence. I'm Yichun, a comrade of Gao Feihu." Lin Shi, who appreciates the flavors of this restaurant, had intended to stock up, but now the boss seems unwilling to oblige. Displeased by the disruption to her plans, she huffs and turns her back on him. Why Yichun nudges the boss. Why can't she pack her food? Lin Shi nods in agreement indeed. Why shouldn't she? The boss, in despair, retorts, "What do you know? She wants 10 tables daily, for a month. Am I to cease all business?" Yichun offers, "Miss Lin, no matter how delightful a dish, eating it every day will become tiresome. Why not allow me to introduce you to a few other excellent restaurants? It would be better to alternate your dining experiences." Lin Shi remains disgruntled. "What do you know? I'm stocking up to savor it slowly. If he doesn't work hard now, he won't have a chance later. Humph. If you regret this later, do remember to seek me out. I'll pay you triple." With her unconsumed takeout box in hand, Lin Shi departs. Once she leaves, the boss rushes out from behind Yichun to lament, "I opened this restaurant for the love of it. Not merely for profit. That girl is fierce. She bent the steel pipe with a single twist. Oh dear." Yichun chuckles, patting the boss's shoulder. "You'd best not offend her. She could take on 10 of you." Time flies, and soon it is May. Lin She can no longer arrange for her beloved practice partner. The military has canceled all leaves and commenced full-scale mobilization. Strangely, while it is known that many new recruits have been enlisted, their locations remain a mystery. Yichun's squad, along with several others, is somewhat bewildered. They are currently undergoing standardized training, specifically survival training in extreme conditions. This includes scenarios involving extreme heat, cold, floods, and earthquakes, learning how to survive and fight in the absence of teammates and supplies. Additionally, they must study repair courses, learning the principles and maintenance of various equipment. The most bizarre requirement is mastering the principles of obsolete telegraph machines, which includes disassembly and locating substitute parts for reassembly. While all orders are to be strictly followed, doubt lingers in their hearts. Are we preparing for a survival reality show? How could that be? Are we to be sent as technical soldiers? No, I feel we are being dispatched to Antarctica. Why does it seem we are being sent to a desert? None of that seems correct. Perhaps it's to prepare for a time when there are no technical soldiers nearby, and without them, we want to engage in battle? That makes sense. Why not train to become satellite communication experts? Go on, go on. What nonsense. Why Yichun's emotions are complex. He perceives these specialized training sessions as simulations of potential future scenarios. Thus, what his grandfather cannot disclose to him is it a natural disaster. The instructors explain that in the event of damage to a telegraph machine, without supplies or repair personnel, one must seek out replacement parts. They even inform the trainees where such items might be found, such as radios, though they are now rare, or from automobiles, electric toys, hardware stores, or household appliances. This feels as if the country is destined to become a battleground, and they must learn to utilize every resource around them. After completing the lessons, the instructors depart in groups of 3, prompting a gathering of curious individuals. What is this new regulation? Why are there escorts for a lecture? A few wear grave expressions, exchanging glances with Yi-chun without uttering a word. They understand that the trio serves to supervise one another and prevent leaks. Leak what? Suddenly, Yi-chun recalls that throughout his lengthy leave, he has not seen his father, who works at the research institute. Now that the levels of confidentiality seem to be decreasing, it implies that whatever calamity lies ahead is drawing near. Meanwhile, Lin Shi has moved into her newly renovated home. Upon entering, she finds a spacious living and dining area, the floor adorned with thick carpets to muffle sounds from above. The windows, though small, are equipped with 2 layers of blackout curtains. The kitchen features pure white cabinetry, separated by narrow black-framed sliding doors. A massive cat tree occupies one corner, reaching from the floor to the ceiling. Observing the air conditioning and boiler within the house, Lin Shi feels an immense sense of relief. The entire space is both open and inviting. As she begins to organize food into her 4-door refrigerator, she suddenly realizes something. In her previous life, prior to the apocalypse, she never had to cook for herself. And after the onset of the end times, there were no ingredients available for her to prepare meals. Thus, upon her rebirth, she found herself lacking in culinary skills. However, this was of little concern to her. She possessed the confidence to learn. Lin Shi's first endeavor was to master the art of simmering rib soup, which was relatively simple. Once the rib soup was prepared, adding soft white radish or kelp, serving it alongside a bowl of rice and a plate of pickles constituted a sumptuous meal. Aware of her limitations, she understood that dishes requiring advanced techniques were likely beyond her grasp. Grilling meat, on the other hand, was within her capabilities, as she had a foundation from her past life in roasting exotic beast meat. To further her culinary ambitions, she purchased 50 sets of Odin-making equipment. This way, she could enjoy raw vegetables as salads or cook them in Odin at her leisure. Clever and resourceful, she had elegantly addressed the challenges of sourcing meat, vegetables, and rice. With 1 month remaining, she resolved to maximize her learning and culinary practice during this time. Additionally, she aimed to stockpile ready-made delicacies. Lin Shi acquired 500 oversized commercial rice cookers, for they could not only cook rice but also simmer soups and braise meats, allowing her to prepare meals that would last for an extended period. She decided to focus on cooking rice first, as there was a greater abundance of vegetables available than rice. She set up 10 rice cookers in her spacious living room, filled them with rice and water, pressed the switch, and waited. Once the rice was cooked, she packed it into disposable containers for easy access. Lin Shi alternated between cooking and resting, aware that while she could forego rest, the machines required adequate cooling time. Over the course of a day, she completed 4 rounds of cooking, utilizing nearly 300 pounds of rice, resulting in towering stacks of rice containers. The following day, using fragrant rice purchased from the Fruit Kingdom, she again used nearly 300 pounds, filling the air with a delightful aroma. On the 3rd day, she simmered lamb purchased from the grasslands, simply adding large chunks of ginger and salt, resulting in a broth that was fragrant and tender. She stored the entire pot in her space alongside the vegetables she had previously stockpiled. On the 4th day, Lin Shi employed 10 new rice cookers to braise pig trotters, adding a proportionate amount of pre-prepared braising spices, bringing it to a boil before simmering it on low heat. The enticing aroma wafted through the house, lingering for half the night. On the 5th day, she grew weary of the constant cooking. Why not simply order takeout? Lin Shi resolved that until her stocked cooked food was depleted, she would refrain from further cooking. Upon entering her space, she was pleasantly surprised to find a light rain falling. The environment was improving, now featuring meteorological changes. In the forest, a chimpanzee tended to its young, while rabbits and chickens scurried beneath the trees. The cattle and sheep on the prairie had given birth to calves and lambs. Meandering leisurely in the lake, fish splashed energetically, even landing on a cat's head. Cat. Lin Shi teleported to the lakeside, rescuing Lin Wu Wu from the water. Shaking off the droplets, Lin Wu Wu looked up at her with an adorably pitiful expression, prompting Lin Shi to scold it playfully. You, just yesterday, nearly fell into a pot, and today you find yourself in the lake. When will you ever learn? Soaked through, Lin Wu Wu protested, its eyes darting as it leapt into Lin Shi's arms, wriggling and tilting its head adorably. This rascal was doing it on purpose. With a scowl, She tossed it into the bathtub and scrubbed it clean, frustrated with how slowly the blow dryer dried its fur. She summoned a small fire elemental energy to her hands. With deft movements, she dried Lin Wu Wu's coat, marveling at her precise control of the flames, a skill demanding high mental acuity, one she had honed in her previous life for the purpose of roasting exotic meats. However, Lin Wu Wu seemed unfazed by the heat. Under Lin Shi's careful observation, she noted that Lin Wu Wu's fur had slightly curled. No matter, it still looked quite handsome after grooming Lin Wu Wu. She indulged in a bubble bath herself, later joining Qing Bao to watch television. Her room was adorned with various figurines of Elsa, clearly indicating her fervent fandom. Transforming into an Elsa-like figure, she floated through the air, reminiscent of the ice and snow magic being wielded by the character herself. It was a rare delight to see her child embracing a new hobby. Qing Bao, noticing Lin Shi had finally come to her senses, floated over to snuggle up to her, exclaiming, "Oh, the rabbits! There are just too many in the space." The rabbits thrived with suitable temperatures, abundant food, and no natural predators, multiplying rapidly as they gnawed on grass and seedlings. Digging burrows. Qing Bao was quite troubled. Lin Shi contemplated bringing in some natural predators for them. She decided to capture 30 of the most adept burrowing rabbits. Suddenly, she thought of Lin Wu Wu. There were too many rabbits. Why didn't it go catch some to eat? After all, it was a tiger. Shouldn't it be a natural enemy of the rabbits? Lin Wu Wu, munching on potato chips, glanced at her. "If you want me to catch them, I'd lose face, and besides, I'd dirty my fur, and you'd get angry." Lin Shi couldn't help but laugh. "Oh, as if you're so cleanly. Those 2 dark paw prints on the pristine white wool mat I just laid out, care to deny they're yours?" Lin Wu Wu paused its chip-eating momentarily before quickly resorting to a pout. No, it wasn't me. A Wu. Just not me." Lin Shi, exasperated by its antics, relented. All right, if it's not you then, show me your prowess by not eating tomorrow." Fortunately, as the master of her space, she effortlessly confined 30 plump rabbits into a large cage. But how to prepare them for a meal? The next day, Lin Shi brought a large cage of wild rabbits to the private dining establishment owned by Du Wei-he. Upon seeing her, Du Wei-he initially contemplated avoiding her but was quickly drawn in by the sight of the rabbits. "Oh my! Where did you find such robust wild rabbits? The meat is firm and flavorful," he remarked, squeezing one for good measure. "And no matter where they came from, how about I take half, and you cook the rest for me?" It seemed he preferred ingredients over money, a fortunate coincidence for Lin Shi, who had an abundance in her space. After a moment of hesitation, Du Wei-he agreed, "Fine, but will there be more in the future?" Lin Shi calculated that with time, her space could yield more. Wild rabbits need some care. "And what about Wagyu beef? Can you butcher it?" Du Wei-he grew momentarily nervous, whispering, "Did you smuggle it in?" As Lin Shi savored the freshly prepared dry pot rabbit, she marveled at Du Wei-he's culinary skills. The rabbit meat was savory and moist, with the bamboo shoots richly seasoned with cumin, and the lotus root crunchy and spicy. The harmonious blend of flavors allowed her to devour an entire pot alongside her rice. Satisfied, she remarked, "With your skills, if you were to become my chef, I would surely ensure your safety." Du Wei-he, recognizing his own talent, humorously replied, "Why would I rely on you for protection? I find it much more prudent to depend on the police." While gnawing on a rabbit leg, Lin Shi internally scoffed. "I mean what I say. Just don't forget." She refrained from giving him the Wagyu beef, as she couldn't clearly explain its origins. But she did offer him 2 prairie sheep, frequently returning to package delicious food for him. After Lin Wu Wu enjoyed the 2 pots of dry pot rabbit she had left for it, it was in a state of bliss, bubbling with joy as it feasted, then wiped itself down with a large towel, stretching lazily as it prepared to hunt rabbits. Throughout May, Lin Shi immersed herself in the pursuit of gastronomic delights, relishing in the culinary treasures she accumulated, as individuals like Du Wei-he, who shunned profit, were indeed a rarity. In May, many events transpired. The weather became unusually hot, with temperatures soaring above 30 degrees. Those in the know began stockpiling goods. Consequently, relevant authorities implemented policies to limit purchases, simultaneously prohibiting the hoarding of essential survival supplies. At the onset of these restrictions, many feared it would disrupt normal life. However, it became apparent that only basic survival items were affected, such as 100 pounds of rice and flour and 10 liters of oil per person each month. Those who criticized the policies online found themselves ridiculed, as few households could consume such quantities monthly without feeling satisfied. Meanwhile, businesses engaged in legitimate buying and selling remained unaffected. When people realized that aside from a slight increase in temperature, their lives continued without alteration and deliveries still arrived, the fervor surrounding the purchasing limits waned significantly. It wasn't long before authorities reported on two major conglomerates. These groups, leveraging their ownership of department stores and supermarkets, engaged in suspicious transactions characterized by purchasing without selling for an entire month. Their hoarded supplies were temporarily seized, and they were ordered to rectify their practices within a month. The powerful had their ways, and surely a month later, the apocalypse would arrive, Lin Shi mused. The mere act of buying without selling. Wasn't that exactly what she had done in her previous life in the beautiful country? How bold of them to act so in her homeland, however. This time, those individuals on the mailing list would certainly be scrutinized by the authorities. Lin Shi chuckled to herself, wondering if they could still bask in the glory of their former lives. As for her uncle, deprived of liquid capital this time around, she pondered how he would hoard supplies. Perhaps this would allow him to evade a calamity. It appeared that the authorities' initial intent was to permit personal stockpiling while targeting corporate hoarding. Lin Shi received a call from Wu Lingshu, her voice tinged with hesitation. Shi, there are some rumors circulating quite vigorously here. Have you heard anything over there? Lin Shi could only respond vaguely. Aunt Wu, please wrap up your current tasks as soon as possible and move here before June, bringing as many practical clothes as you can, especially warm ones. The more, the better. Food, medicine, water, purification tablets, disinfectant tablets, generators, solar panels, gasoline, diesel, charcoal, and stoves. Acquire as much as possible, and do so swiftly. Wu Lingshu felt her heart race with trepidation. She had heard the rumors circulating for months, yet to be honest, few took them seriously, until now. Most people carried a sense of cautious belief. She thought of the house Lin Shi had asked her to purchase. She believed it, yet hesitated to fully trust. Lin Shi reiterated, Aunt Wu, please believe me. Just this once, let the law firm take a back seat. Surely you can take a month off to rest. Convert as much cash as you can into supplies, for the future may prove even more challenging. Wu Lingshu was not one to waver, but the rumors were simply too absurd. Very well, I shall request leave tomorrow and will seek you out post-haste. Do not fret for me. Upon arriving, Wu Lingshu felt a measure of responsibility. Though she could not protect Lin Shi at all times, she could teach her how to survive in a world gone awry. Zhao Zhiyong required no concern from Lin Shi. He had received his younger sister. Zhao Xiaoxiao, a petite, slightly frail girl of merely 15, with delicate features and fair skin, possessing a gentle disposition. Lin Shi gifted him 10 kilograms of gold, packed in a black plastic bag as a housewarming present. He nearly had a heart attack, furtively hiding it away in his room for fear of his sister discovering it. Lin Shi rolled her eyes. Is this what you call a guilty conscience? Acting so suspiciously. With exasperation, Lin Shi retorted, I am a respectable person, for goodness sake. Stop casting me as a criminal. I purchased this for you. See how prominently the central bank's name is displayed. Zhao Zhiyong gazed at her in confusion. You, respectable? How could that be? Lin Shi, flustered, opted for silence and took to devouring the vegetables, surprised by Zhao Xiaoxiao's culinary skills. At just 15, she prepared a delightful meal. It was evident how Zhao Zhiyong's relatives had assisted him in caring for his sister. Lin Shi raised an eyebrow, inquiring silently. Zhao Zhiyong, taking a sip of his drink, felt anger bubbling within him. His relatives squandered his money, occupied his house, and deceived his sister into believing he had abandoned her, claiming they were merely sheltering her out of familial obligation. Poor Zhao Xiaoxiao believed them, living in a storage room, denied an education, too frightened to resist, and toiled relentlessly to repay them. By the time Zhao Zhiyong retrieved her, he was on the verge of a heart attack himself. He wished he could eliminate them, yet he could not allow his sister to lose her support. No worries, just tell me who they are, and if I cross paths with them, I shall assist you in dealing with them. As Lin Shi deftly removed the bones from the sour fish, she promised, while little Zhao Xiaoxiao tugged at Zhao Zhiyong's sleeve. Brother, are you angry again? Is the food not to your liking? Zhao Zhiyong quickly transformed his expression into a beaming smile. Brother is not angry. Xiaoxiao need not fear. Lin Shi lowered her gaze, contemplating that Zhao Xiaoxiao must have suffered greatly in her previous life. Her demise likely equally tragic. With a deep breath, Lin Shi addressed him. "Old Zhao, you must articulate how you intend to repay me." Zhao Zhiyong's smile faltered, realization dawning upon him. The cheerfulness faded from his face as he sincerely declared, "I owe you a life. My life belongs to you." Lin Shi nearly choked on the fish bone, her expression darkening in response. In her previous life, old Zhao had given his life for her. Now, here it was again. This notion was a thorn in her heart, and in exasperation, she exclaimed, "Your life is your own. Why not keep it for yourself? What would I do with it? It cannot be eaten or drunk." Fearing she might alarm Zhao Xiao, she turned to her gently. "Xiao, dear, your sister likes you. It's your brother who is the fool." With a scowl, Lin Shi left the table, still feeling unsated and agitated. Chapter 44. The mist is about to unfold on May 31st. Lin Shi set out for Little Japan once more. Though the place offered little of value, it possessed something that Hua country lacked, the military presence of beautiful country. Since there was a military presence, there must surely be a warehouse. Moreover, the nuclear materials that had previously sunk to the sea were to be collected this time, leaving Hua country with resources that could be of some use. Little Japan was remarkably close, accessible within a 3-hour flight. Lin Shi recalled a power station that housed a significant amount of materials. Upon disembarking, she transferred to a mainline vehicle, arriving at her destination by afternoon. Once again, she opted for invisibility, accompanied by Qing Bao, extending her mental prowess to locate hundreds of sealed barrels, each adorned with a prominent skull symbol. She collected them all. Next, she ventured to the military base of beautiful country. Arriving just as night fell, the warehouse was easy to locate, though its supplies were less abundant than those at the mountain base. Nonetheless, Lin Shi was not picky and took everything. The alarm soon blared. But this time, the response was far slower than at the mountain base. Having secured her haul, Lin Shi did not linger unnecessarily. As she exited the aircraft, dawn broke, and the internet buzzed with the news of the theft of materials from Little Japan. Condemning the thieves and warning of severe repercussions, promising thorough investigations. Beautiful Country also issued a statement, denouncing the theft and announcing the dispatch of an investigative team to probe the incident. It appeared that Beautiful Country had connected the events at the mountain base, the vault incident, and the happenings in Little Japan. Lin Shi had to admit their suspicions were accurate. Unfortunately, she remained invisible, leaving no images or traces behind. In 10 days, the volcano in Little Japan would erupt violently. She was curious how they would investigate then. As June approached, disaster management agencies began sending text messages to the public, warning of potential extreme weather conditions, strong winds, and dense fog over the next 10 days, advising everyone to stock up on food and refrain from venturing outdoors. Some believed, while others dismissed the warnings. Internationally, some publicly criticized Hua country for its unfounded alarmism, yet a portion of experts expressed concerns regarding the active volcano in Little Japan. The people of Hua country had one redeeming quality. They heeded advice. When the government urged them to purchase a few supplies for their homes, what harm could it do to buy a little extra? However, a few stubborn individuals clung to the lessons learned from hoarding salt for a decade. Yet, suddenly, they noticed changes happening quietly on the streets. Not only police officers patrolled, but also armed soldiers, marching in formation. The restrictions on purchases tightened, the types of limited items increased, while the quantities available decreased. Moreover, purchasing limited items required identification verification, ensuring that each person received only one portion. Most complied with this regulation. Yet a small minority remained unruly, causing disturbances. The patrolling soldiers began to impose order, proving that gentle persuasion was ineffective in curbing chaos. 2 Armed soldiers were nearly shoved to the ground by the rioters. Lin Shi shook her head in dismay. How could this still be happening? When one person acted out without consequences, it quickly emboldened others to join in. An older officer, acting decisively, drew his weapon and fired a shot at the feet of the instigators. The deafening sound startled them, and they finally realized that these individuals were armed. Following the gunfire, more squads arrived to disperse and drive away the troublemakers. This incident inevitably made its way onto the internet. Yet curiously, all related posts were deleted. Lin Shi recognized that, during this unique period, the authorities were intervening in public opinion. However, countless condemnations would surely emerge from abroad. Yet who cared? What good could favorable public opinion do in ensuring one's survival? None, so let it be carried away by the winds. On June 3rd, external sources issued a public statement indicating that experts in Hua country had observed a series of natural disasters expected to occur in 7 days, urging all nations to take caution and protect their citizens. This declaration also served to justify Hua country's bulk purchasing of survival supplies. Lin Shi had not anticipated that the authorities would remind other countries, demonstrating their diligence. Some nations believed, swiftly preparing survival resources, yet others, eager to showcase their superiority, vehemently criticized this statement, perceiving the authorities of Hua country as mad. Very well, let them be respected and blessed. Lin Shi found herself thinking of Uncle Michael in beautiful country. In May, she had called him, using the news from Hua country as a pretext to urge him to relocate to higher ground and fortify his residence in a doomsday shelter style. She reminded him to stock up on water, food, medicine, and weapons for 10 years. Michael had responded, just like you did before. It seemed he had noticed her unusual behavior, yet he kept his observations to himself. After that, Lin Shi had not contacted him again, uncertain of his beliefs regarding her warnings. However, with the recent public statement, Michael would undoubtedly take her seriously. By afternoon, she received a message from Michael. I am well. Take care of yourself. After the eruption of the volcano in Little Japan on June 10th, the entire nation was submerged by seawater. A deluge of volcanic ash, propelled by fierce winds, spread across the land, creating a fog that lasted for 7 days. During this time, all communications ceased, power was cut off, and electronic devices became inoperable. Researchers had previously noted that the fog contained an unknown energy that disrupted all electricity and electromagnetic waves, causing mutations in flora and fauna, as well as in humans. However, the human body could withstand this energy less effectively than plants and animals. The torrential rains following the 7 days would carry the energy from the fog underground, gradually dissipating its effects on humanity. Those who inhaled the fog would perish from pulmonary rupture. Those who came into contact with it would suffer bodily explosions. Yet this 7-day period was her best opportunity. She intended to store the villa her parents had left her within her space. She aimed to see those who had harmed her in her past life burned alive. The security had been withdrawn, and the aunts in Chen Sa had long been given a break. In May, she had sent each of them a generous red envelope of 100,000, urging them to stock up on food. A thin layer of dust covered the villa's floors and furniture. Lin Shi diligently wiped away at a cloth bit by biti in the past. She had never been fond of this grand house. It was simply too expansive, and her parents were seldom present. Over time, she had come to refer to it as the villa rather than home. Yet, in truth, this cold and vast abode was indeed her home. However, in her previous life, she had lost even this frigid residence. This time, it would not be the same. Chapter 45. The truth within the mist. There remained ample space in the villa that Lin Shi had yet to clean. Lin Wuwu lay sprawled on the freshly cleaned coffee table, resting her head on her paws, her gaze following Lin Shi as her tail swayed lazily behind her. Why are you unhappy, litter cleaner? I am not unhappy. You're lying. I know you are. I told you there's nothing wrong. I'm just— Lin Shi straightened her posture, hands on her hips, searching for the right words. I'm just a bit tired. Hey, Lin Wuwu, with such a large space, can't you lend a hand? No, I can't. If I go down, my paws will get all dirty. Will you wash me? Very well. Lin Wuwu was quite adept at manipulating her. Clearly, she did not wish to add the task of bathing the cat to her responsibilities. Suddenly, Qing Bao, resembling a little princess, floated in, her petite form shimmering with a gentle tremor, transforming into a wisp of mist. Lin Shi was astonished to discover that wherever Qing Bao's mist passed, it left a spotless trail. A realization dawned upon her. Qing Bao could absorb the dust into her space. With a heart full of gratitude, Lin Shi thanked the heavens for sending such a delightful little being into her life. With Qing Bao's assistance, Lin Shi could finally rest. She activated the electronic security system and called Lin Wuwu over. Will you guard the door tonight? If someone enters, you must wake me. Lin Wuwu agreed, seizing the opportunity to demand 2 ice creams as payment. Upon returning home, Lin Shi slept soundly. Breakfast consisted of her homemade thick soy milk, fried eggs, and freshly heated youtiao, the source of which she could not recall. Lin Wuwu yawned and devoured 3 youtiao, 2 fried eggs, and a large cup of soy milk. When Lin Shi ventured outside, she noticed that most shops were closed, and the streets were nearly deserted. It seemed that the majority were heeding the calls of the leaders, staying home and refraining from going out. As for the few like her wandering the streets, they could only hope for the best. After all, it was still safe before the eruption of the volcano from Little Days. AT 1444 on June 10th, the volcano from Little Days erupted with unprecedented ferocity. Within an hour, lava and ash covered 90% of the land, and a small number of people made emergency evacuations by boat, calling for humanitarian aid internationally. Even the elderly, the weak, and women did not forget to take advantage of the chaos in Huagua, looting supplies for survival, capturing livestock, and slaughtering countless survivors to end this life. The leaders proclaimed that Huagua was affected by the volcano from Little Days, warning of an impending catastrophe and expressing their inability to assist due to their own dire circumstances. At 16:00, disaster management agencies began sending messages to the public, stating that a fog containing unknown toxic substances would appear tonight, leading to communication and power outages, rendering electronic devices useless. They urged everyone to remain calm, predicting the duration to last 7 days. If anyone exhibited symptoms of lung or skin rupture, it could lead to death. If anyone in the household showed such symptoms, they were advised to stay indoors. Do not go outside. Do not exacerbate the casualties. This message ignited a frenzy online, with countless individuals, whether intentionally or not, posting about the government's infringement on their freedoms. Official accounts were extremely active in the comments, encouraging them to maintain their freedom and to venture outside if they wished, insisting they would not impede them. This left the individuals with little to say in response. Others, more knowledgeable, analyzed the message from various perspectives and fields, claiming the descriptions within were unscientific and that no toxic fog existed. The comments below all urged them to try it out themselves and to record it for evidence. She put away her phone. Understanding that the leaders had done their best, the rest was left to fate. She was not concerned about the fog entering her home. Although the villa was large, the air circulation system was effective. At least in her previous life, she had not been affected by the fog. She had prepared a biochemical protective suit equipped with a small oxygen generator. She awaited the arrival of the mist. It was the perfect opportunity to exact revenge on her enemies. She had waited far too long for this moment, enduring much, to the point that she was nearly bursting with anticipation. She did not notice the unusual behavior of Lin Wuwu and Qing Bao until Lin Wuwu forcibly nestled into her arms, jolting her from her fantasies of burning Lin Yuan and Han Zi. Cleaner, something is going to happen. She expressionlessly pushed her aside, acknowledging that something was indeed amiss, but it was not her that was in trouble. The cleaner was quite content today. Lin Wuwu began pawing at her in agitation, insisting, "No, something serious is happening. A big event." Qing Bao floated nearby, equally anxious. "Oh no, a big event." Only then did Shi listen as the two small creatures slowly revealed the impending danger. From their perspective, what was approaching was not mere mist but a spirit tide. What was that? Shi was perplexed. She had never heard of such a term in the spirit realm. The spirit tide was the most beautiful gift to all life. And after each occurrence, spiritual plants and beasts would grow stronger. Yet, in the mortal world, the spirit tide meant destruction, particularly for humans. Their bodies could not withstand the immense energy within the spirit tide. Whether inhaled or absorbed through their skin, it would lead to catastrophic ruptures. Only those capable of enduring the spirit tide might awaken the inherited powers within their bloodlines and become stronger. Many would perish, countless lives extinguished. They would all die. Lin Wuwu's eyes brimmed with compassion as she trembled gently in Shi's embrace. She understood that they referred to the young girls from the pet shop who adored her. Perhaps even her fans. She stroked Lin Wuwu's back, reassuring her, "It's all right, many will hide away. As long as they don't go outside, they'll be fine after these few days." Qing Bao nestled in her arms. Looking up, "Oh, it must be a mistake. A mistake indeed. A mistake? Who made the mistake? Was it the heavens? If this was a mistake, what about the subsequent disasters? Were those mistakes as well? Therefore, there was no mistake. If there were indeed a heavenly will, then this was fate. Fate sought to cleanse and annihilate. Shi thought of the lives within her space. To them, she and Qing Bao were the very embodiment of heavenly will. When the population of wild rabbits exceeded Qing Bao's estimates, they would eradicate a portion. Those rabbits, like humans perishing in disasters, were simply eliminated. Chapter 46. Finally, the time for revenge. Shi shuddered. From the perspective of the spirit tide, It was evident that the heavenly will favored life forms like Lin Wuwu and Qingbao far more than her own. Perhaps her rebirth was a boon bestowed by these two little creatures. Qingbao and Lin Wuwu held profound respect for the heavenly will and compassion for life. Compared to humans, at least some of them, they were more deserving of divine favor. Qingbao, can you absorb the energy from the spirit tide? Lin Shi attempted to shift the topic. Qingbao paused momentarily before bursting with joy. Oh yes, I can absorb a great deal. It's wonderful. That's good. The energy within the spirit tide is limited in what humans can absorb. The majority is consumed by mutated plants and animals, often making them stronger than those with abilities. If Qingbao can absorb some, humans might gain a slight reprieve as long as the mutated beings are not overly strong. Yet Lin Shi had another question. What about Wu Wu? Can you absorb it? Lin Wu Wu sighed. I could before, but now, I am but a mortal beast. Her voice carried a hint of sorrow, causing Lin Shi to feel a pang of sympathy. Fortunately, her mind was still clear. That can't be right. I've never seen a mortal beast transform. That ability resembles that of a mutated beast. I remember several types of mutated beasts can alter their size once they achieve a certain strength. For instance, the snow wolf can do that. I'll try to acquire one in the future. Lin Wuwu's spirit ignited with newfound hope. Could it be that I have not fallen from a spirit beast to a mortal beast, but rather transformed into a mutated beast? Her voice was filled with excitement. Thus, they decided that once the spirit tide arrived, Qingbao would absorb a little to let Lin Wuwu try it first. If there were no adverse effects, she would then absorb the energy to enhance her strength. To uplift the spirits of the two little ones, Lin Shi informed them that Haisher also had a Disneyland, and today they could absorb energy while collecting everything that Didi liked. Qingbao instantly spun in midair, exclaiming, "Oh, let us collect Elsa." Lin Shi agreed. Of course. Qingbao's squeals of delight echoed throughout the villa as she floated about. Lin Wuwu, feeling slighted, leaped from her embrace, puffing out her chest. Then why didn't you tell me? And why didn't you take me to play? How could Lin Shi confess that she had simply forgotten? Now, she only wanted to cheer them up. No way, she sighed. You see, you don't understand. What use is it for you to play? You can't move away, right? But now it's different. As long as you like it, we can move everything into the space. You can pick a spot now, and I'll create a Disneyland for you in there, and you can play however you wish. What do you think? Lin Wuwu let out a joyous howl, diving back into Lin Shi's arms. Oh, it was time for Lin Wuwu to realize that she could no longer recklessly leap into people's arms. She needed to be mindful of her weight. For dinner, we indulged in hot pot. The temperature, which had been a sweltering 40 degrees Celsius, plummeted by over 20 degrees in just one afternoon, making it the perfect occasion for such a meal. We enjoyed a hot pot gathered from the bustling streets of Chongqing, featuring lamb, beef, pork, luncheon meat, fish balls, meatballs, twisted donuts, fried dough sticks, and gluten, all cooked to perfection, infused with a rich, aromatic broth, paired with dipping sauces and chilled beer. Each bite of meat complemented the refreshing sips of beer just right. We fished out some live shrimp from the space lake, cleaned them, and added them to the pot, ready to eat as soon as it began to bubble. A few leafy greens were tossed in. Though Lin Wuwu refused to partake in vegetables, I opened 2 packets of instant noodles, letting the noodles soak up the savory broth, becoming deliciously fragrant and chewy. At such moments, concerns about purines could be set aside. We, along with a cat, savored our meal for nearly 2 hours before it concluded. By 9 o'clock, the outside world was shrouded in thick fog. The villa experienced a power outage, leaving even the engines inoperable, with all electronic devices plunged into darkness. The time had come. Lin Shi retrieved a modified off-road vehicle from the space, its earthy yellow exterior, rugged build, and high chassis making it a perfect fit for her. Despite the fog obscuring her vision, there were always those foolish enough to stir trouble under the cover of night. Driving under such conditions was akin to navigating blindfolded. Should someone carelessly crash into her, it would not be she who suffered the consequences. Qingbao tirelessly absorbed the energy from the fog, allowing Lin Shi's visibility to expand from less than a meter to nearly 100. Tests revealed that both she and Lin Wuwu could comfortably remain beneath the mist, perhaps due to their completed transformations. One a wielder of powers, the other a mutated beast. Due to the limited visibility, the vehicle did not speed, but the roads were largely devoid of traffic. By 11 o'clock, Lin Shi arrived at her uncle's residence. This villa was far inferior to her own, which explained why, during the extreme cold of her past life. They had sought to seize her family's wealth. Lin Shi stored the off-road vehicle, slid open the glass door on the first floor, and jumped inside. She promptly opened all the windows before searching for Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan's bedroom was on the second floor. Upon entering, Lin Shi found her lighting a candle, fidgeting anxiously. Lin Yuan could not comprehend how the world had suddenly transformed into this state. During dinner, when she looked out the window, she had heard a blood-curdling scream and seen a cloud of red mist, sending her retreating in terror. In the darkness devoid of power, fear intensified to its peak. Who's there? Lin Yuan sensed someone enter her bedroom. With a sly smile, Lin Shi emerged from the shadows. "It's you, Lin Shi?" Lin Yuan's voice turned shrill with surprise. "It's you. You did this on purpose. Didn't you? You deliberately sold your shares. You took all our money. We couldn't find you anywhere. If not, I'll tell everyone and report you. You colluded with the authorities, betraying the public and harming businesses." Her face twisted with rage, her once fair features resembling those of a venomous woman. Lin Shi delightfully listened to her outburst, clapping her hands. "Wow, your screams are music to my ears. Care to let out a few more?" "Ah, Daddy, come quick. Capture this wretched woman and make her return our money." Lin Yuan's inherent ferocity was unmistakable. She lunged at Lin Shi, attempting to grab her hair. "SK, do all girls resort to hair pulling in a fight?" Lin Shi seized her wrist and twisted it, eliciting a shrill cry. Lin Yuan's wrist snapped, rendering her unable to scream, only gasping for breath to alleviate the pain. "Why the silence? Cry out. Aren't you curious why? After all this time, not even a shadow has appeared." Lin Shi crouched down, watching her with feigned tenderness. Lin Yuan, drenched in sweat and tears streaming down her face, pleaded, "Sister, I'm sorry. I was just so scared. It was my fault. I spoke without thinking. I was wrong. Please forgive me. I've always treated you well." Chapter 47. Revenge. Lin Shi marveled at her ability to bend and twist, recalling how she had previously fallen victim to Lin Yuan's machinations. She had thought Lin Yuan would merely be a minor nuisance, yet she had turned into a significant threat. "Good to me? Sharing a bed with Han Zi while plotting against me?" Lin Yuan was struck with terror. How could this madwoman know? "Sister, you misunderstand. Z and I are innocent. Don't listen to those outsiders. We are family. Blood is thicker than water. I am on your side." Lin Shi felt a wave of nausea wash over her as she abruptly twisted Lin Yuan's wrist again. Lin Yuan cried out, rolling on the floor in agony. Her eyes reddened as she shouted, "Ah, wretched woman. Lunatic. You think Z would ever like you? Dream on. If you have the guts, kill me. Z won't let you off. The police won't either." Listening to her curses, Lin Shi felt an inexplicable sense of comfort. "Ha ha ha. How amusing. You're a Lin family member, yet you idolize Han Zi. Let me be honest, that kind of scum is beneath even a dog in my eyes. I keep him around just to see what mischief you two can conjure. A man who feigns integrity for money, acting all high and mighty before me, is nothing but repulsive. But you two. You a match made in hell." Lin Shi stepped closer. "Guess what? Why I waited until now to strike." With that, she unleashed a burst of flame from her abilities and hurled it at Lin Yuan. The fire consuming her. Lin Shi observed as Lin Yuan's screams transitioned from loud wails to eerie silence. Her hair ignited easily, skin charred black, her body contorted into a tight ball, exuding a scent of burning flesh. Ultimately, she was reduced to a charred remains. Even as Lin Yuan perished before her, Lin Shi's fury remained unabated, her hatred still gnawing at her soul. She turned to seek out Uncle Lin but noticed Qingbao floating in a daze in the air. Blinded by vengeance, she had forgotten that it was Qingbao who had shrouded the bedroom in mist, ensuring no sound would escape. In that moment, she felt like a demon, fearing her companion would despise her. She murmured, "Qingbao, Qingbao," mimicking Lin Wuwu, nestled into Lin Shi's embrace, adopting the soothing tone she usually used for Lin Wuwu. "Don't be scared, bad person. Master isn't angry." Lin Shi relaxed slightly, gently stroking her. "All right, not angry." She encircled the villa with a ring of flames reaching her height, then doused it with gasoline. Even if someone managed to escape the mist, they could not evade the inferno. All those within had, in her past life, invaded her home, defiled her sanctuary, etching their sins into her memory and soul, leaving her unable to find peace in this life. Let their blood cleanse their transgressions. The mist had encroached upon the villa, and many bodyguards burst apart in panic. She gleefully stepped through the bloodstains on the floor, making her way to the second floor, where she kicked open the door to the master bedroom. Uncle Lin and his wife screamed in terror. Shi, uninterested in their babble, bound Uncle Lin's hands and hoisted him up. You answer my questions, no nonsense, no panic. Aunt Lin, paralyzed in fear, collapsed to the ground. Uncle Lin, bewildered by her madness, spoke soothingly. Shi, what are you doing? You're breaking the law. Don't be impulsive. We are family. What can't we discuss civilly? Upon hearing him refer to them as a family, Shi's rage ignited anew. With a swift motion, she slashed his wrist with a dagger, causing blood to spurt forth amid his agonized screams. Shi, with bloodshot eyes, warned him, Family? Do you think you deserve to say that? Try saying it again. I ask you, did you have a hand in my parents' demise? Uncle Lin, a man accustomed to a life of ease, looked at the blood streaming from his arm, wailing, No, no. It wasn't me. It was an accident. Shi scoffed. You, the eldest son, uneducated and accomplished in nothing. While my father was alive, his brilliance made you appear nothing more than a clown. The prominent families outside never regarded you. You were merely a waste. You envied him, loathed him, didn't you? You've harmed him more than once, haven't you? But alas, overcome with hatred, she swiftly slashed his other wrist. Uncle Lin cried out in agony. No, no, it wasn't me. I had no authority to manipulate such funds. I only wanted to teach him a lesson. He was too unruly. She felt her blood boil. If not him, then who? She had contemplated Uncle Lin's words before. But she could not believe that the old man would truly wish her father dead. It was not a matter of trusting familial bonds. It was about interests. Her father's death clearly did not serve his purposes. Now it made sense. The old man had sought to teach her father a lesson, just as he had attempted to teach her. But this foolish man, driven by his selfishness, had ultimately led to her father's demise. Even if the old man knew, he could only choose to cover it up, and no further inquiries were necessary. She felt revulsion at the sight of him and unleashed a torrent of flames, instantly reducing him to ash. Aunt Lin crawled over, trembling. She, I know our family has wronged you, I advised them. Truly, they wouldn't listen to me. I had no choice. I was close to your mother. Please spare me. Shi's anger remained unquenched. In response to her words, she smiled ironically. So, you consider yourself a good person? Yet you are the worst and most despicable of them all. You stood behind them, watching as they charged into battle, then told yourself you disapproved, and that made you a good person. You shamelessly basked in the glory and power they brought you. You had no choice? No choice? Were your legs broken? Couldn't you call the police? I maintain a harmonious relationship with my mother. Have you given her even a hint of news? She howled as she plunged a knife into Aunt's heart, whispering softly in her ear, Do not worry, Lin Yuan has long since been burned to death. She awaits you below. Then she watched as Aunt lay lifeless on the ground, her eyes open in a final gaze. Yet Shi's fury remained unabated, and her hatred persisted. It was unclear when her face became drenched in tears. In her rebirth, not a single tear had fallen, but at this moment, she was unable to contain them. She stumbled out of the villa, standing at the entrance. Chapter 48. The fortuitous three-tiered ability, a strong sense of unwillingness, an anger that reached its zenith. Her abilities ran rampant within her body. She collapsed to the ground, unable to discern what was real and what was illusion, only aware that she too was on the verge of being consumed by flames. Qingbao sensed the violent tremors within the space and floated out to see Shi, her body ablaze, and screamed in fright. Qingbao pulled them into the space in Shi's bedroom within the space. Qingbao filled a tub with well water before placing Shi inside. Lin Wu leaned close to Shi's ear, her voice trembling with tears. You mustn't die, or you won't be able to take care of me anymore. I won't make you angry again. I promise to listen to you. I don't want ice cream anymore. I'll guard the door for you. But you must wake up soon. You can't abandon me, nor can you give me to someone else. I am afraid. At first, within Shi's consciousness, she felt as though she were struggling in boiling water. energy swirling chaotically within her, her skin feeling as if it might crack open from the pain. Eventually, she could not recall when the water around her began to cool and the pain in her skin subsided. Her body was filled with a warm and satisfying sensation, the only regret being that it was too noisy. When Lin Shi finally managed to open her eyes, she was greeted by a large head, orange with black stripes, a wide mouth adorned with long whiskers, eyes closed in slumber. Was this the form of Lin Wu Wu? Grown so much, Lin Shi, unable to resist, tugged at its whiskers, causing it to impatiently shake its head. Upon opening its eyes, the tiger's face was filled with joy. You woke up. You scared Wu Wu to death. You are so useless. A little energy sent you spiraling out of control. If not for me and Qing Bao, mainly me, watching over you, you would have perished. Do you understand? Lin Wu Wu babbled on without pause, showing no signs of stopping. Lin Shi, exasperated, embraced the tiger's forehead and planted several kisses on it. MMM, MMM, MMM. Only then did Lin Wu Wu shyly close its mouth, but not without a complaint. Oh dear. You are all wet. Don't soak my fur. How annoying. Who is this little fool, pretending to sleep by the bathtub, unable to avoid getting wet? She didn't inform it that during her moments of delirium, she could sense its anxiety and sorrow. Lin Shi felt the gentle energy suffusing her body and was astonished to realize she had reached the third tier. This was thanks to Qing Bao, who had absorbed the energy from Ling Shi Chao into the space, enhancing the quality of the well water. As she had absorbed too much energy due to her emotional turmoil, when her body could no longer bear it, Qing Bao soaked her in well water, which gradually aided in her recovery from the damage inflicted by that energy. As soon as she awoke, Qing Bao sensed it and circled around her, expressing her worries in a series of ya-ya-ya sounds. I always said I would protect and take good care of you, but I failed. I caused you both to live in fear. I promise it will never happen again. I will no longer allow myself to sink into hatred. Lin Shi solemnly vowed to Qing Bao and Lin Wu Wu when Lin Shi emerged from the space. It was already daytime, and she frowned slightly. Fortunately, the area was enveloped in thick fog. Otherwise, it would have been a significant problem if someone had seen them. Lin Shi rested at home while Qing Bao and Lin Wu Wu took turns venturing out to absorb energy, ensuring she was never left alone. When she urged Lin Wu Wu to go out, it stubbornly refused, raising its head proudly and declaring, Ah Wu, I just left for a short while yesterday before something happened. How can I leave now? Ah Wu, now you understand. This house cannot do without me. This little display melted Lin Shi's heart, and she embraced it, disregarding the roughness of its fur, showering it with kisses. Lin Shi's new plan was to transport her villa, including its foundation, into the space tonight. Then, using some dilapidated villas she had previously collected, she would fill the foundation pit and pile it up to a certain height before setting it ablaze, creating the illusion of a fire. After the fog comes the torrential rain, and by then, all traces would be washed away, ensuring that no one would ever uncover the secrets here. After disposing of the villa, she would go after Han Ziyi. This time, she intended to strike swiftly, not giving him a chance to provoke her. Then, she would head to the Disney park, where she calculated she could stay for 2 days. Ample time for Qing Bao and Lin Wu Wu to enjoy themselves. Today marked the second day of the fog. After spending 2 days at Disney Park, she would depart on the 5th day, allowing 2 days for travel as the fog would hinder visibility, making it impossible to drive quickly. Having nearly completed her calculations, she ventured back into the space to check. Yesterday, she had forgotten to collect supplies from Lin Yuan's home. But Qing Bao had not forgotten and had already moved everything inside. As expected, though they claimed to be broke, the basement was still overflowing with food and water. After dealing with Han Ziyi tonight, the supplies from the Han family, Lin Shi decided against taking them, and she needed to inform Qing Bao. The Han family was also on the list of targets. Their every move must be under the watchful eyes of the bosses. With their supplies gone, coupled with the disappearance of the Lin family's provisions, it would be easy for others to suspect that the perpetrators had personal grudges against them. She had no intention of placing herself under the scrutiny of the bosses. Soon, darkness fell, and Lin Shi stood outside the villa with Lin Wu Wu. Qing Bao transformed into mist and seeped underground. In less than a moment, a perfectly square pit remained on the ground. After bringing some soil from afar to fill it in, Lin Shi unleashed the dilapidated villa, her abilities surging as she released a great ball of flames. Using her mental energy, she divided them into strands of fire, surrounding the area before igniting it into a roaring blaze, consuming everything in its path. The flames of the third tier burned at a significantly higher temperature than before, igniting faster. Each independent villa area possessed its own space. Once one caught fire, it would not affect the others for a while. Some people peered through their windows, faintly seeing the raging inferno, but aside from praying that the fire would not reach them, no one dared venture outside. She contained the flames to that one location, ensuring no innocent lives were harmed. An hour and a half later, after confirming that all that remained were charred ruins and no lingering embers, she drove away. For Shi, a third-tier ability user and a stealthy figure, infiltrating Han Ziyi's room was exceedingly simple. Han Ziyi met his fate with a slit throat while deep in slumber, which could be considered fortunate for him. Shi swiftly controlled the flames, reducing him to ashes, while the bedsheets were merely singed. Having eliminated a significant threat and reveling in her refined control over fire, she felt her mood lift somewhat as she drove towards Disney Park. Chapter 49. Qingbao and Wu Wu at Disney Park. The car window was rolled down, allowing Wu Wu to absorb energy from the backseat. The passenger seat was reserved for Qingbao. She flitted in and out, a small figure seated beside Shi, clutching a straw and sipping a large cup of watermelon juice, which brought a novel sensation to Shi. In truth, she hadn't hoarded any watermelons. However, it mattered not, for she now possessed fertile land and watermelon seeds. Planting 10 acres of watermelon, they didn't grow well, but that was fine. She mixed in some well water to irrigate them. Soon, the watermelons flourished, yielding nearly 100,000 pounds, now stacked in her warehouse. They were large, juicy, and sweet, seemingly infused with a hint of energy, much to the delight of both Shi and Wu Wu. Considering Qingbao's fondness for wine, Shi also pressed a considerable amount of watermelon juice, packaging it in cups to let her taste, and indeed, Qingbao adored it. Wu Wu, lounging in the backseat, was not absorbing energy but rather calculating its own little schemes. It was different now. It was no longer an ordinary beast, but an extraordinary mutated creature. From now on, it would never again take on the role of a gatekeeper. Not for 2 ice creams would it do so. Unless, of course, it received 3. Yes, 3 was a must. Wu Wu's excitement was palpable as it thumped its large paw on the back seat. Shi, catching a glimpse of its pointed claws peeking out from the paw, warned, "If you dare scratch up the back seat, I will take Qingbao to Disney Park instead, and you will have to stay in this space." Wu Wu huffed defiantly, unwilling to argue at that moment, and closed its eyes in feigned slumber. However, in reality, Wu Wu cleverly concealed the spot it had just clawed, stealing a glance, feeling relieved to find it left only a minor mark. Not ruined. Shi chuckled at its guilty demeanor, feeling an urge to tease it further. She deliberately whispered to Qingbao, "Qingbao, there are so many ice cream machines at Disney Park. You know what those are, right? You just press a button, and a multitude of ice creams come out, as many as you want. Yes, that machine. You mustn't let Wu Wu know, or it will surely beg to have it stored in the space." "Understood." Qingbao blinked her large eyes, looking back in confusion. "Huh?" Wu Wu narrowed its eyes, ears swiveling like radar. She grinned mischievously and winked at Qingbao, making a silly face. Qingbao suddenly understood. Covering her mouth with her little hands and laughing quietly, Wu Wu had overheard this significant information, feeling quite pleased with itself. Wu. Each ice cream machine belongs to it. Ah, not a single one can be missed. Shi drove 3 small vehicles to reach Disney Park, where, naturally, the gates were all closed. However, it was of no concern. She could effortlessly scale the entrance. The once vibrant and bustling atmosphere of Disney Park had vanished. There was no music, no sound, and no people. With a twinge of nostalgia for the lost ambience, the group commenced their work. Since this endeavor was specifically for the 2 little ones, anything they fancied and could gather was promptly packed into the spatial realm. Qingbao floated about in the air, eventually coming to rest on Wu Wu, as the 2 little ones began their earnest collection. Shi, too, could not remain idle. She needed to move around to expand Qingbao's coverage area. One could only wonder when Qingbao would upgrade again, expanding its operational range from 100 zhong to 1,000 zhong, allowing her to find a spot to recline while waiting for Qingbao to finish its collection. Nevertheless, she retrieved her beloved motorcycle from the spatial realm, significantly enhancing both her mobility and the speed of her gathering. A dreamlike world. A fairy tale castle. Gather it all, for in the end, it would all be submerged by torrential rain and frozen into solid ice. Food, water, medicine, clothing. These essentials might still be salvaged by someone. But entertainment facilities? Ha! How laughable. Who would care when they are starving and thirsty? Almost forgot. There's also the earthquake. Collecting them now would preserve a fragment of pre-apocalyptic civilization. She spent 2 days wandering in Disney Park, which boasted many unique restaurants. She refrained from taking food, considering the surrounding residents might benefit from it. However, beverage and snack machines like milk tea shops, popcorn makers, ice cream machines, happy water dispensers, and beer machines were not spared, as Lin Wu Wu, with a keen sense of smell, left none untouched. As for clothing, she had instructed to select only what they liked, forbidding them from taking everything. Surrounding shops, she didn't see their appeal, but who could blame the children for their preferences? Lin Wu Wu rolled about in a pile of toys before dashing out in glee. The carousel, Dumbo the flying elephant, water play area, revenge ship, canoe, hugging dragon, spring dog, little carts, and so forth. After a whole day of activity, she finally retreated to her spatial realm to catch her breath. She had positioned her grand villa and its courtyard a kilometer from the lakeside, just a few steps away from a dock, providing a splendid view and easy access for leisurely strolls or fishing. Turning around, she noticed that Qingbao had also set up her treasured castle nearby, less than 2 kilometers from Lin Shi's villa. Surrounding the castle were those entertainment facilities, arranged in a rather impressive manner. Furthermore, there were those shops, 3 in a row, a sight that was undoubtedly a testament to Lin Wu Wu's aesthetic. Fortunately, the lake was vast. Otherwise, there would hardly be enough space for all this. Due to fatigue, dinner was simple. She prepared 2 large bowls of her homemade lamb and radish soup, with tender, fragrant lamb and sweet, juicy radish, complemented by 4 warm meat sandwiches, which she shared with Lin Wu Wu. After dinner, she selected a 4x4 Unimog, parked it in a performance hall, locked the door, and climbed in. The interior of the vehicle was a harmonious blend of pure white and beige, fully equipped with kitchenware. However, since she had already dined, she simply lowered the bed and headed to the shower. After washing up and changing into her sleepwear, she realized she could not rely on Lin Wu Wu, who was sprawled out in one of the shops, and thus had to trouble Qingbao to guard the entrance. The next day promised more hard labor. There were some items she couldn't even comprehend, yet the 2 little ones were filled with enthusiasm. The pits they had dug needed to be filled in and set ablaze to create the illusion of a fire that had ravaged the area. Shi accompanied them until midnight, feeling satisfied as they finally concluded their efforts. Due to a restless night spent in the RV, and with plans to head to Beishur the next day, Shi decided to rest in her villa within the spatial realm before setting off. Chapter 50. Journey back to Beishur. Perhaps it was due to the comfort she had experienced up until now, combined with her lack of exposure to the hardships of the apocalypse, that she had become somewhat sentimental. However, it mattered not, for once the apocalypse commenced, she would swiftly adapt to various environments. On the 5th day of the fog, Shi drove her off-road vehicle, armed with a paper map and a printed road guide from the mist, setting off towards Beishur as planned. Despite the highway being remarkably clear at that moment, Shi maintained a speed of 60, as visibility was quite low, prioritizing safety above all. The highway appeared to be closed, with numerous roadblocks in place. Qingbao diligently absorbed the energy from the fog. The more energy she absorbed, the clearer Shi's visibility became, increasing from 300 meters to 500 meters. It seemed this energy indeed enhanced Qingbao's capabilities. Coupled with her relentless efforts, even during their time at Disney Park, she never ceased her absorption of energy. Perhaps being an energy entity had its advantages, as she did not experience physical fatigue. Remarkably, she consistently made incremental repairs to the spatial realm, never showing the slightest hint of negligence. As for Lin Wu Wu, she had fallen asleep in a daze the previous night and had yet to open her eyes. Shi mused that Qingbao was akin to an honor student, blessed with innate advantages yet still diligent. Lin Wu Wu, however, was quite the contrary, a troublesome little creature, having fallen from the ranks of spirit beasts, still unaware of the need for effort. Stopping and starting, Shi drove from 10 in the morning until 10 at night, covering over 700 kilometers, searching for a roadside service station to rest for the night. The service station was desolate, devoid of vehicles, with the small shop's doors firmly shut. She stored the off-road vehicle in the spatial realm and retrieved the RV, parking it in a more concealed area behind the service station. She carried Lin Wu into the RV, laid a large towel on the booth sofa, and placed Lin Wu atop it. She then prepared 2 ginger duck dishes, 2 salted duck eggs, 2 large bowls of her steamed fragrant rice, a bowl of vegetable salad, a bowl of diced mango, and 2 cups of watermelon juice. As the aroma of the food wafted through the air, the drowsy Lin Wu finally stirred, rubbing its paws against the towel before diving into its meal. She savored her meal as well, recognizing that after such a long and monotonous journey, it was essential to indulge in something delicious. After dinner, she washed the bowls and put them away. These disposable bowls were of excellent quality and could be reused. However, Lin Wu's bowls were cleaned and stored separately. She rearranged the booth sofa into a large bed, placing Lin Wu on top, who immediately rolled over and yawned. It harbored serious doubts about whether its owner intended for it to keep watch without any form of compensation. Yet it had no evidence to prove its case. She went to wash her hair and body, tossing her dirty clothes into the washing machine at her villa, while Lin Wu's towel went into the RV's designated washing machine and dryer. By the time she had tidied herself up and was ready to lie down, it was already midnight. Clad in a creamy white cotton nightgown, she felt quite coordinated with the RV's interior. Finally able to recline on the bed, she closed her eyes and drifted off to sleep. She woke naturally, feeling invigorated for the day ahead. Glancing at the clock, she realized it was 9. She hurriedly rushed to freshen up and put on her outerwear. As time was of the essence, she opted for a simpler breakfast. 6 steaming meat buns, 2 cups of freshly made soy milk, and 4 eggs. After sharing the meal with Lin Wu, they resumed their journey. She held a deep admiration for the enforcers, who upheld order. Throughout this leg of the journey, they encountered no other people or vehicles, suggesting that the roads had been closed before the fog had fully lifted. This ultimately spared her from a great deal of trouble. Had they encountered anyone, death would have been inevitable if they were alive. Would she choose to kill or spare them? Qingbao's energy absorption had reached new heights, with visibility now at 800 meters, allowing her to accelerate the vehicle to nearly 70 or 80. Thus, by 3 in the afternoon, she exited the highway and entered Beishur. Upon entering the city, she occasionally spotted some vehicles, their occupants lifeless. A few individuals still ventured out for various reasons. But tragically, they walked down a path of no return. After traversing the city for another 3 hours, it was now 6 in the evening. Lin Wu seemed a bit lethargic from energy absorption, pondering whether it was truly suited to be a mutant beast. It felt more inclined towards being a content and carefree mundane creature. As night descended, darkness enveloped the surroundings, compelling she to don her night vision goggles. The community gates were tightly shut, and through the windows of the buildings, she could occasionally glimpse flickering lights, perhaps candles. With no electricity, she had no choice but to ascend to the 18th floor. Thankfully, she had sent Lin Wu into the spatial realm. She moved with utmost stealth, reaching the 18th floor and opening the door without making a sound. Once inside, she secured the inner door, activated the anti-theft lock, and her spirits soared. Lin Wu mimicked She's movements, swaying its little waist. Qingbao obediently nestled against She's chest, sharing a moment of closeness. This was bliss, tranquil, serene, and orderly. Alas, such order would gradually fade. One could only wonder how the enforcers were faring this time around. Judging by the highway conditions, they had indeed put in great effort in these 7 days. Those who awakened their abilities in the apocalypse had become formidable. Albeit a mere fraction of the population, it was said that in the previous life, many awakened individuals had emerged from the military, composed of strong and robust youth. Those with poor physical constitutions could only meet a tragic end. Yet, ultimately, the survivors were few and far between. It was these scarce survivors who, in the early days of the apocalypse, eradicated powerful mutated beasts and plants, granting the rest of humanity a brief respite. However, they themselves suffered casualties, and the cycle of loss continued. Chapter 51. The struggles of the awakened she sighed, feeling a sense of regret. She pondered what this life would hold. Wait. Suddenly, she sat upright. She recalled the well water in her spatial realm. She remembered that it had proven useful when energy surged. Is it possible that .it signifies she can dot? No, no, no. Absolutely not. Do not entertain such notions. It has nothing to do with her. But is it truly unrelated? Heaven is benevolent, and the wellspring of life never diminishes. Could it all be a gift from the heavens, solely for her? You silly creature. What are you doing, wriggling about? Lin Wu, in a huff, kicked at her with her tiny feet, nearly causing it to tumble off. She recalled the day Lin Wu had warned her of impending calamity. Her eyes filled with compassion. If even animals possess such empathy, how much more so should humans? With a renewed determination, she gritted her teeth. So be it, she would make another trip, considering it a blessing for the three of them. She only hoped that the order would last a bit longer, allowing her good days to extend a while longer. Upon entering the space, she found 100 bottles of 10-liter mineral water and several stainless steel barrels. She poured half of each bottle into the barrels and filled them up with well water. All right then, do not wander off. Stay in the villa within the space, where the television is still functional. After giving her instructions, she quietly opened the door, descended the stairs, and jumped over the wall. 3 hours later, she stealthily approached An's bureau, while Qing Bao transformed into mist, infiltrating Luo Qingzhou's office, depositing the mineral water, leaving behind a note, and then quietly departing. The water had been delivered. Whether it would be received or utilized was up to fate. She had done her utmost, in a fortified underground shelter. Several elders bore weary expressions. The fourth elder's eyes were particularly bloodshot. As stated in the emails, many had awakened within the ranks. The more exceptional they were, the more they could not escape. Yet, they had all fallen into a deep slumber and had not awakened since. The phrase 10 remain, one survives weighed heavily on the fourth elder's heart, akin to a stone pressing down. They were his finest soldiers, including his only grandson. Numerous medical experts surrounded them, yet they were powerless. The only hope lay in their willpower. The frail human body could not withstand such overwhelming energy, and death had already begun to unfold. Wei Chen lay with his eyes shut tight, his expression contorted in pain. Faint contours of valleys visible beneath his skin. Some individuals burned with fever, others felt as cold as ice, while some appeared as pallid as bronze. Each of them gritted their teeth in a desperate struggle for survival. Suddenly, there was another explosion of death. The doctors attempting to revive him were splattered with blood, wailing, "I don't know. I don't know. Commander." Luo Qingzhou rushed in, clutching a barrel of water, disheveled and panicked, sweat dripping into his eyes without time to wipe it away. Yet, a glimmer of hope shone in his eyes. This is from that person. He handed the fourth elder a note that read, "Administer a small amount, trial usage." Luo Qingzhou, breathless from his run, inquired, "Shall we use it? Or test it first?" The fourth elder clutched the note tightly in his hand. "Both at once. Hurry. We can't afford to wait. Administer it immediately, but start with a small amount." The medical staff swiftly used syringes to administer doses of 10, 20, and 50 milliliters to each soldier teetering on the brink of life and death. They then observed whether there was any improvement. Soon, within 10 minutes, a medical professional joyfully discovered that the soldier who received 50 milliliters had stabilized rapidly. Through gradual adjustments, they found that consuming 100 milliliters generally stabilized their condition, preventing any exacerbation of severe symptoms. As long as these awakened individuals could safely navigate this crisis, they would inevitably regain consciousness. Preliminary test results confirmed that the water contained mineral components and some unidentified energy. They were currently comparing it with the energy present in the mist. Medical personnel and experts surrounded Luo Qingzhou, one group eager to learn the water's origin, while the other insisted that a mere drop was insufficient. Thankfully, the fourth elder intervened, dispersing the crowd and pulling Luo Qingzhou aside to quietly inquire, "How much is left?" The fourth elder let out a long sigh of relief, murmuring, "Thank heavens for their blessing. Thank heavens." Luo Qingzhou felt a sense of survival after the ordeal. Since receiving that person's note in the office, his vigilance had compelled him to visit daily, fearing he might miss any news from them. If nothing came, that was a relief. However, should something arise, it would undoubtedly be of monumental significance. For days, he had donned a biohazard suit, carrying an oxygen tank, visiting just to avoid missing anything. Today, upon entering, he found the office filled with mineral water. He was certain it was no ordinary water. Otherwise, that person would not have sent it at this critical juncture. He was well aware of the army's dire situation. His first instinct was that the person had come for this very reason. He had made the right decision. That night, the fourth elder remained vigil by Yi Chen's bedside. His once white hair now tousled, fatigue from days of worry had overtaken him, his eyelids heavy with exhaustion. Yi Chen, lying in the hospital bed, opened his eyes, bright and shining, entirely unlike a patient recovering from a severe illness. Upon seeing his grandfather before him, a pang of sorrow pierced his heart. He gently rose, intending to lift his grandfather back onto the bed, only to find him as light as a child. As if something within him was surging, alarmed, he set his grandfather down and sought out the medical staff. After taking a few steps, he realized this was not a hospital, but an underground hall with passageways on all sides. He couldn't recall how he had arrived there. All he remembered was being with the troops. The hall was filled with hospital beds, separated by curtains. Some of his comrades lay there, some he did not recognize. All sound asleep. Several areas of the floor bore still wet bloodstains. Confusion clouded his mind as he spotted a hurried nurse. The nurse, astonished to see him, immediately grasped his hand, pulling him into a passageway. Quickly! Another one has awakened. Where are the medical staff? Why has everyone disappeared? The patient has woken, and no one is attending to him. As they spoke, several medical personnel rushed past them, and Yi Chen turned to see them enter the hall. Chapter 52. Lin Wuwu's grievance. Yi Chen was pulled into a grand dining hall, where others were busy erecting directional signs. The tantalizing aroma wafted through the air, instantly provoking an intense hunger that twisted his insides. He grabbed a bowl of beef noodles, lifting a hefty chopstickful without regard for the heat, shoving it into his mouth. In just over a minute, the bowl that had once brimmed with half a pound of noodles was nearly empty. Fortunately, there were buns, fried eggs, and more. Yi Chen felt something was amiss. He was eating far too much, yet his body did not feel satiated. A medical officer took the microphone and began to address the crowd. For those who are still hungry, please continue eating. I understand you have questions. Your increased appetite is not due to illness, but rather because your bodies urgently require a significant intake of energy at this moment. After you are sufficiently nourished, a designated person will meet with you to explain the current situation. Your only task now is to eat to your heart's content. Is that so? Yi Chen helped himself to 5 more fried eggs and another bowl of beef noodles, topping it with a stick of youtiao. Surely, this must suffice for energy. Gradually, more individuals were brought in by the medical staff. They exchanged bewildered glances, all looking utterly perplexed. The fourth elder had been moved to a bed. Witnessing Yi Chen sleep soundly for the rare moment, and several subordinates hesitated to wake him. By the time he awoke, 6 hours had passed, and upon seeing the time, he was taken aback. He exclaimed loudly, "What is the situation now? Why didn't anyone wake me? Is this the time for sleeping?" His subordinates dared not utter a word, and when Yi Chen heard his booming voice, he hurried over, nonchalantly declaring, "I told them not to wake me. What of it?" The fourth elder gazed at Yi Chen, brimming with vitality, and his eyes began to mist. He slapped Yi Chen on the back, scolding him fiercely. "Ungrateful little rascal! Worthless little scamp! What use are you to anyone?" Unsatisfied, he delivered another slap, muttering angrily, "Just a troublesome little creature." Hearing the commotion, more people gathered around, stifling their laughter behind their hands. The fourth elder looked at those who had been struggling for life on hospital beds just a day prior. Filled with mixed emotions, heaven had indeed favored the Flower Kingdom. In just a few short hours, it felt as though he had journeyed from hell to paradise, and his spirit was lifted. With a grand gesture, he called for a meeting to report on the circumstances. Nearly 2,000 awakened individuals comprised their batch, and the conversion rate from awakened to ability users had surged from 1 in 10 to 8 or 9 in 10. The newly transformed ability users required substantial energy immediately to ensure the stability of their powers. It was confirmed that compared to ordinary individuals, the physical capabilities of ability users had significantly improved. Upon verifying the special utility of the miraculous water for the awakened, it was divided into 50 milliliter bottles and transported to nearby combat zones in fully enclosed vehicles, 2 more distant battlefields. The transportation time was deemed too lengthy. It was suggested to wait until the mist dispersed tomorrow and then utilize air transport. The fourth elder remained silent, knowing the mist would clear only after a torrential downpour. Though the mist had obstructed all electricity and communications, The impending heavy rain would not bode well, as power and networks submerged in water would be difficult to sustain for long. Air transport bore significant risks. Yet this batch of water was too crucial, time was of the essence, and safe delivery was imperative. The fourth elder swiftly made a decision. Dispatch the original Special Operations Team S ability users for dispersed transport. Do not put all the eggs in one basket. If something were to happen with the aircraft, parachute with the water. I do not care how you achieve it, but it must be delivered. Understood. Have Luo Qingzhou come to see me? Yes, Luo Qingzhou's eyes were bloodshot, and he appeared to have suffered a crushing defeat, yet his spirits remained remarkably high. The fourth elder opened his mouth to chastise him. What use are young people nowadays? Look at your pitiful state. You can't even compare to an old man. Luo Qingzhou, however, was not offended and wore a cheerful demeanor. He. Indeed, I cannot compare. He leaned in closer and whispered, the Grand Elder has awakened. What? The fourth elder was taken aback, startled by the revelation. At such an advanced age, how could one endure such upheaval? When did this happen? He inquired urgently. Around the same time, Luo Qingzhou glanced around. Why didn't you mention it? The fourth elder was already aware of the dire state during the awakening. Luo Qingzhou shook his head. I wasn't allowed to say. The fourth elder understood. It was indeed a matter that should remain unspoken, lest chaos ensue. So, what is the situation now? The thought made Luo Qingzhou's lips curl upwards once more. Quite well. My strength has increased, my legs feel robust, I can run swiftly, and my hair has darkened. However, what? Are you going to keep me in suspense? The fourth elder, anxious, rolled up his sleeves, ready to strike. With a little misfortune, he'd end up covered in dirt again. Having just changed into fresh clothing, the fourth elder burst into laughter. Realizing that this was a soil-based ability that had yet to fully develop, thank goodness. Both of them felt a significant lift in their spirits. After all, the Grand Elder stabilizing was undoubtedly good news in a world on the brink of collapse. Lin Shi sat beside him, solemnly stating, Wu, today marks the final day of the fog. Don't you wish to absorb more energy and enhance your strength? Lin Wu placed its paws down, rolling over to sit upright, puffing out its chubby cheeks. No, I don't want to. Lin Shi attempted to stroke its head, but it evaded her touch, responding, in this apocalyptic era, which you all deem a great calamity, there will be numerous mutated creatures. They will seize every opportunity to augment their power and hunt down humans and other animals. The torrential rains have infused energy into the earth. Those mutated plants that absorb this energy will become so formidable that even a mere branch could easily pierce our bodies. Wu, you must at least strive to improve your strength. You are the mighty Titan, and you cannot fall short of them. You cannot remain a mere kitten forever. Lin Wu, already feeling discontent, was further agitated by Lin Shi's words. Its eyes widening in fury as it stepped back and shouted, I simply cannot compare to them. So what? It's none of your business. I cannot fly high or run fast. They all call me foolish. I dislike training. I possess little strength and I cannot defeat others. I am foolish. So what? I am unwanted. So what? It's none of your concern. I cannot become a spirit beast. I am merely a non-mutated beast. Just send me away. You are the best at sending me away. Chapter 53. Lin Wu's abilities. Lin Shi was taken aback by its outburst, glancing at Qingbao, who appeared equally bewildered. Based on her experience, Wu was currently quite unstable, not the best time for communication, yet she recalled her younger self. They were unaware that upon entering the room, she had always fantasized about her parents following her in to embrace her, comforting her by saying she was their most beloved treasure. Unfortunately, her parents would never do such a thing. She would not allow Lin Wu to suffer alone. Lin Shi knocked on Lin Wu's door, but there was no response. She opened the door to find a mound under the blanket on the bed, shaking slightly. With a sigh, she realized that Wu was truly upset and still crying. She sat at the edge of the bed, gently touching the lump, which suddenly surged forward, causing her hand to retreat. Lin Shi persisted, patting it softly, speaking tenderly, It's all right. It's my fault for not realizing you were feeling low. You can throw a tantrum, roll around, or make a scene, but please don't be sad alone. It makes me sad too. She had overlooked the fact that when Lin Wu first met her, it had been in tears. Over this long period, Its carefree nature had made her neglect its emotional struggles. Its owner had exhausted the last remnants of their consciousness to bring it to this world and into her care. Never considering whether it was willing, she slowly continued to stroke Lin Wu, stating, "I adore you, Wu. Whether you are mischievous, troublesome, proud, sorrowful, fragrant, or stinky, I love you all the same, and there's no way I would abandon you. Moreover, your owner told me early on to treat you well and cherish you. I believe she loves you even more than I do, having exhausted all her strength to bring you here for a chance at life." She paused for a moment before continuing, however, "Wu, if this were before the apocalypse, I would tell you that it's fine. If you wish to be an ordinary beast, so be it, do whatever you like. And if you don't want to train, just play every day. But now, that is not possible. This is an apocalypse, and I must strive to fight and enhance my strength to protect you. Unless you remain in the space forever, no one can guarantee that you won't encounter danger. Wu, do you understand? I don't need you to become incredibly strong. I only hope that when danger arises, you can escape and wait for me to rescue you. When you wish to eat fruits, you can tread upon the branches of mutated fruit trees, snatch them, and flee if you encounter any brazen mutated creatures that dare to bully you. Show them who's the boss." She gently peeled back the blanket, caressing Lin Wu, who had curled up like they had when they first met a year ago. "Wu, it's been nearly a year since we've been together. Have I ever truly been angry with you when you were being naughty? Perhaps one day I will say, Lin Wu, do you believe I will discipline you? Maybe I would indeed discipline you, but only if it was because of something you did that could potentially harm yourself. You and Qingbao are my companions, my family, and I swear, I will love you both forever." She silently stroked its fur from head to tail, murmuring, "Our Wu is truly beautiful, with vibrant fur, quick reflexes, and a clever mind. Other spirit beasts must surely envy you. Just like how you ran earlier, swift as a fleeting shadow, I could barely see you." "Splendid!" Lin Wu reveled in She's caresses and praises, feeling immensely happy, but alas, its stomach let out an enormous rumble. Observing the embarrassed Lin Wu, she quickly suggested, "Having run so swiftly, Wu deserves a reward today. Let us have something special for breakfast." She made her way to the dining area, retrieving several plates of dumplings, mackerel, cuttlefish, shrimp, and a large pot of sea cucumber and shrimp porridge, arranging them on the table. She also prepared ginger vinegar for Lin Wu. Lin Wu eagerly pawed at the black dumpling, curiously taking a bite, its taste causing its whiskers to perk up. "A Wu, so delicious." At this moment, Lin Wu had no worries or troubles. Since the Lingxi tide would only last for one day, it resolved to exert itself fully throughout the day. Lin Wu became earnest, feeling the energy within its body resonating with that in the air outside, making it feel light and buoyant. It was so engrossed in absorbing energy that it didn't even touch the lunch she had prepared for it. She slept soundly until the afternoon, waking up starving. Upon stepping into the living room, she was taken aback. Was Lin Wu floating? What kind of bizarre story was this? Thankfully, it didn't float for long before falling back down. Before she could speak, Lin Wu excitedly exclaimed, "A Wu, shoveling poop. Do you want to know why I ran so fast? Let me tell you. I have wind abilities. I can ride the wind and also, do this." Lin Wu raised its front paw, scratching the wall from a distance, leaving several claw marks. She marveled, "Wind blade?" Lin Wu rushed to her side, eagerly asking, "A Wu, what is that? Is it powerful?" She gazed at the little tiger, now larger than a golden retriever, and recalled how it had been the size of an adult cat when they first met. Lin Wu's eyes sparkled with joy as it turned to boast to Qingbao, who enthusiastically responded with exclamations of awe. She felt elated. How could such a magnificent spirit beast only possess skills for eating and sleeping? Tigers were inherently swift, and with wind abilities, even if they couldn't win against an enemy, they could certainly outrun them. Come. Today we must celebrate Lin Wu's academic achievements." She selected a cake adorned with a tiger design, grabbed a family-sized tub of ice cream, a bottle of red wine, and a hefty durian weighing over 10 pounds. With each item she retrieved, Lin Wu joyfully wagged its tail, letting out delighted sounds, until the final item, where Lin Wu stepped back in fright, staring in horror at the yellow, odorous fruit. "Why, Oh why had the shoveler brought this upon them? Chapter 54. Can it actually respond to her? That night, torrential rain poured from the heavens, the downpour striking the glass windows with a thunderous roar. Who could say how many people were left sleepless in fear? The following morning, Lin Xie's phone buzzed to life. It seemed the fog had dissipated. Electricity and internet services were restored, and electronic devices were once again functional. Though she wondered how long this restoration would last, Wu Lingshu and Zhao Zhiyong sent her messages inquiring about her well-being. She reassured them that she was safe, urging them to remain indoors if possible, and to stay calm at home. The home had been fortified for safety, untouched by the fog, with sufficient food supplies. Staying inside would keep anxiety at bay. She was truly grateful for having made the right choice in purchasing this house. Zhao Zhiyong, however, felt a profound sense of unease within. His instinct warned him that this downpour would not be brief. Although provisions were plentiful, how long could they sustain themselves? First came the fog, followed by torrential rain. And who could predict what other calamities awaited them after this deluge? The online discourse was rife with lamentations. Despite the reminders from the authorities, the number of lives lost in the fog remained alarmingly high. Some, undeterred by superstition, insisted on testing their luck, believing there was no difference from the usual mist. More troubling were those whose poorly sealed homes led to tragedy, often affecting entire buildings, resulting in an exceedingly high mortality rate. A few were simply victims of cognitive dissonance, erroneously thinking that stepping into their own yards or onto their balconies did not constitute venturing outside. Even more harrowing was the plight of families. When one member suffered, others could not bear to watch their loved ones perish and felt compelled to rush them to the hospital, often resulting in the entire family being unable to reach medical aid. Whispers of various rumors circulated. Some optimists claimed the weather would soon clear, that all would return to normal, while pessimists declared the apocalypse had arrived and humanity was devoid of hope. She nodded in agreement with the notion of an impending apocalypse, but refrained from further comment. She had thought herself accustomed to confronting death repeatedly, yet the prospect of facing it once more filled her with melancholy. She contemplated withdrawing. She noticed multiple platforms promoting a gratitude post, expressing immense appreciation for anonymous donations of 100 bottles of 10-liter mineral water. However, in the face of frequent disasters, such a gesture felt painfully insufficient. They were eager to purchase more at inflated prices. Some suggested they provide their address for donations from others, while skeptics accused them of merely seeking attention. Only she understood the message being conveyed to her. She muttered, "What ingenuity they possess to devise such a scheme. Why should I concern myself with it?" With that, she tossed her phone aside and retreated into her space. Qingbao had accumulated energy over the past few days and had ventured to explore the charming castle she had longed for since early that morning. Lin Wu felt that after exerting herself yesterday, she deserved to indulge in some television and gaming as a reward. She took a moment to inspect the well water, taking a sip and sensing the energy within had ascended once more. She resolved to search the warehouse for more 10-liter bottles. If they were absent, then it was simply fate. To her surprise, there remained 300 bottles. She reluctantly fetched several large basins, used her mental prowess to unscrew the caps, poured out a portion, and refilled them one by one. Purchase at a high price. What would they use to pay? A submarine. She had one, or rather, she seemed to have acquired one from the base in the mountain. New weapons? Yes, indeed, the new weaponry they were developing. She must have a stake in that. She swiftly recorded her order. 10 new weapons for the apocalypse, 10 units of new energy. Only then did she feel a sense of satisfaction. The elevated terrain meant that after a day of relentless rain, only a modest amount of water had accumulated. She drove her off-road vehicle through it with ease. If she encountered impassable terrain, she would resort to a speedboat. An's locality was also relatively high, and for the time being, there was no flooding. She stealthily approached on her motorcycle. Once the distance was sufficient, Qingbao could enter on her own. As soon as Qingbao emerged, she swiftly slipped away. Though she had interacted with them several times and found them agreeable, human hearts are fickle. Who could tell if they were monitoring her? Remaining even a minute longer increased the risk. Upon returning home, Qingbao eagerly relayed her experiences. It turned out she was worried that she would accuse her of hoarding items. She had previously explained that some items were acceptable to collect while others were not. Although Qingbao did not fully grasp the reasoning behind it, she was a well-behaved child. "It's all right. This collection is for us," she reassured her. By the way, Qingbao, you're becoming quite articulate. Qingbao gleefully tugged at her little dress and exclaimed. Yes, indeed, with that, she floated off joyfully to play in the castle. 100 perfectly roasted ducks were now cold, yet still palatable when warmed, alongside 100 portions of fried sauce noodles, 100 servings of braised dishes, 100 candied hawthorns, 100 jars of braised pork knuckles, 100 boxes of pastries, and a speedboat. They had indeed done their utmost. Lin Shi pondered for a long time, troubled by the extravagance displayed by the authorities. With such precious provisions, they ought to exercise restraint. After all, within a few years, these very items could incite a minor war. Nonetheless, 300 bottles of water were not a loss. Chapter 55. The special medicine distributed far and wide in the temporary command center. The fourth elder paced anxiously. Oh, you think she will arrive tonight? Luo Qingzhou nodded. As long as that person possesses it, she will certainly come today. This is the first day of the torrential rain. And as time passes, transportation will only become more challenging. My greatest fear is that she has run out. Upon hearing this, the fourth elder grew even more agitated. What time is it now? Shouldn't you go check? Luo Qingzhou reassured him. If I go now and she sees me, she might think we are monitoring her, and we would lose contact with her altogether. We cannot take that risk. Did you not also say we must not place all our hopes on her alone? What did the research institute say? Mentioning this made the fourth elder's face fall. The research institute stated they are still studying it and cannot replicate it at this time. They mentioned that the energy in the water closely resembles that in the fog. But as to why one can save lives while the other takes them, they are still investigating. If this deluge truly brings energy to the ground, it is likely a new energy source will emerge. But we must wait for that moment. The inability of the research institute to produce a substitute meant that hope still rested solely on that individual. Luo Qingzhou felt a surge of anxiety. Glancing at the time, it was only 2 in the morning, with still some waiting to do. You should lie down for a while. At your age, you shouldn't be staying up all night with us. Your health cannot withstand it. Did you not also say that maintaining stability is our primary task at present? Initially wide-eyed, the fourth elder's expression softened at these words. After some thought, he decided to rest for a bit. Remember, if there is any news, report it immediately. If I fall asleep, wake me up, understood? Yes, I will ensure the task is completed. Once the fourth elder departed, Luo Qingzhou fixated on the clock on the wall, watching the second hand move steadily, wishing it would hasten to 9 o'clock. This matter was of utmost importance. He could not afford to sleep. The special medicine was crucial for the lives of many. For the Grand Elder, it was a matter of life and death. If he delayed even a moment longer in delivering it, he hoped there would be more of this special medicine, that as many lives as possible could be preserved. Thus, he took the risk of angering that individual by promoting the gratitude post across various platforms. But what if she perceived it as a threat? A cold sweat broke out at the thought. Perhaps the Grand Elder was right. He had indeed been too aggressive. He spent the entire night in turmoil, feeling utterly drained, his face pale and covered in stubble. At long last, 9 o'clock arrived, and he opened the office door. Overwhelmed with joy, after testing, this batch of special medicine was of even higher quality than the last. Before long, the meticulously packaged special medicine was dispatched to various battle zones and survival bases. The torrential rain had persisted for a week, showing no signs of abating. Coupled with a week of fog, many households that had not stockpiled provisions were now out of food, in lower-lying areas. Water had reached the 3rd floor, and with the outbreak of illness and a shortage of medicine, the atmosphere online grew increasingly grim. Does anyone know when this rain will stop? My home on the 3rd floor is flooded. Where can I buy rice? We have run out at home. Seeking instant noodles, 100 per pack. Can anyone spare some? My child has a fever. What should I do? I beg kind-hearted souls to take us to the hospital. The hospital near my home has also been flooded. My elderly family member couldn't receive treatment and is now soaked and burning with fever. Have the bodies of those who perished in the fog been removed? They must not be left to float in the water with us. What can we do? This rain came so suddenly. How many could be moved? Aren't they all just floating in the water with us? In truth, the military had dispatched rescue teams, with speedboats continually navigating the waters to relocate affected civilians to higher ground. Conditions were somewhat better domestically, though petty theft was inevitable. Abroad, large-scale looting and rioting had commenced, resembling a small-scale war. Whether it was to appease the populace, their beliefs were theirs alone. The truth lay solely within their own understanding. The 9 elders of Hua country convened once more. Policies and appointments were rapidly issued like snowflakes. However, they reached an impasse on the final item, the public announcement. The 6th elder wore a frown. Must we state it this way? Announcing it now would be a tremendous blow to public morale. The Grand Elder shook his head, remaining silent for a long time. If not for the emergence of that special medicine, we can only imagine what the current situation might have devolved into. The Grand Elder spoke gravely. The times have changed. We are in an apocalypse. After this deluge comes extreme cold, and following that, new disasters will emerge at every moment. We cannot protect everyone. Rather than deceive the public, it is better to inform them of the truth. They have the right to know and should prepare to combat the calamities. Seizing the opportunity while the internet was still operational, the meeting ratified a speech draft. The next day, the Grand Elder's announcement to the public was live-streamed online. The address was lengthy, stating that effective immediately, Hua country would be under military control, and new laws and regulations would be instituted in response to the natural disasters. In regard to the torrential rain, it is anticipated that it will not cease in the immediate future. The duration of the disaster may extend far longer than one might imagine. Following the rain, there is a possibility of extreme cold or, conversely, sweltering heat, thereby presenting a significant crisis not just nationally, but globally. Rescue efforts are underway, yet unlike past instances of mutual aid in times of catastrophe, this calamity is of a global nature, necessitating self-rescue. It is earnestly requested that the populace extend their understanding and patience towards the soldiers engaged in rescue operations. Simultaneously, those with the means are urged to strive for self-preservation, and all are implored to safeguard their lives and properties. In light of the frequency of natural disasters, the government has established 100 survival bases, each designated by a numerical identifier. The National Book states that these survival bases serve as the final guarantee for the populace's survival. Living conditions there are not luxurious, and inhabitants are required to participate in the construction and security of the base. Upon entry, one must unconditionally comply with the management's directives. Chapter 56. Military Bases and Survival Bases. When Lin Shi observed this, she couldn't help but marvel at the efficiency of the authorities. It is worth noting that in her previous life, the bases did not emerge until 2 months later. Evidently, unbeknownst to her, the authorities had already begun formulating a series of related policies. In fact, the nation had initiated the construction of these bases as early as the end of January, with major construction companies dispatching personnel to commence work. The sites for the bases were selected based on the locations mentioned in previous communications. 5 major military bases were established to correspond with specific war zones, all under the jurisdiction of the Central Military Base. The Central Military Base and the 5 major military bases retain the organizational structure from before the apocalypse. Each of the 5 military bases governs 20 survival bases, resulting in a total of 100. Thus, there are officially 106 bases registered at present, considering the potential emergence of personal bases. From the date of establishment, they are implicitly subject to the jurisdiction of the nearest official survival base. Personal bases are prohibited from hosting any research institutions or activities. All research departments have been consolidated into a central research department, headquartered at the Central Military Base, with divisions at the 5 major military bases and research institutes established at each survival base, all of which fall under the jurisdiction of their respective divisions. The leadership of each survival base consists of a head, a deputy, and a political commissar, with military and political responsibilities divided between the head and deputy. The head is appointed by the military base under its jurisdiction, while the deputy and political commissar are assigned by the Central Military Base. The families of the 3 administrators of the 5 major military bases and 100 survival bases must reside within the Central Military Base. The families of the station military personnel have the option to choose whether to relocate to the military base under their command, whereas families of officers holding the rank of major and above are obliged to reside within the military base. As of now, the various bases have begun to take shape and personnel are being settled in. The first batch of relocated personnel, aside from those involved in construction, technical work, research, and medical services, includes the station military troops. The second batch comprises orphans who have lost their parents. Each rescue team, while distributing aid supplies, will take any discovered orphans to the survival bases, where they will receive specialized instruction in survival skills. However, the majority of ordinary citizens remain hesitant, for a week of dense fog and several bouts of rain are insufficient to persuade them to abandon their long-established homes. When death has not yet visited them personally, most individuals cling to a sense of false hope. Lin Shi, disinterested in the online uproar, received a message from Wu Lingshu inviting her to dinner. She packed 2 roasted ducks and 2 boxes of pastries into black plastic bags and, accompanied by Lin Wuwu, waded through the water to join the meal. The water here reached waist deep, and Lin Wuwu transformed into a cat, perching on her shoulder. Lin Shi wore the black rubber attire intended for fishing, which was lent to her by Zhao Zhiyong. Upon reaching Building C, Lin Shi emerged unscathed, folded the rubber suit, and ascended the stairs. The elevator shaft had flooded, rendering the elevator unusable. Climbing to the 24th floor was manageable for Lin Shi. Though it made her dizzy, Lin Wuwu, unaware of the situation, insisted on being held, proving to be quite the contrary child. Wu Lingshu, clad in a knitted sweater, opened the door for her, and upon entering, Lin Shi noticed Zhao Xiaoxiao assisting inside. While Wu Lingshu's husband set the table and chatted with Zhao Zhiyong. "Gifts," she exclaimed, handing Lin Shi a plastic bag and another to Zhao Zhiyong. "Where did you get this cat? It's so well fed," Zhao Zhiyong remarked. Lin Wuwu immediately took offense, her claws retracting as she exclaimed, "Ah Wu, who are you talking about? Try saying that again." Unfortunately, aside from Lin Shi, no one understood her, but it was evident to all that the chubby cat was displeased. "Where did you find such a spirited cat?" Wu Lingshu queried, emerging from the kitchen with a plate of braised fish, placing it down before wiping her hands with an apron. "Food is hard to come by now. And you can't cook, so keep it for yourself. Why bring it here for us?" When Wu Lingshu glanced into the kitchen, she was taken aback. "No worries, I have plenty more. Just don't heat it up." "I want something else," Lin Shi replied with a grin. All right, understood, Xiao Xiao, go play for a bit. We have a cat here. Come out and take a look." Wu Lingshu ventured into the kitchen. Zhao Xiaoxiao dashed out, spotting Lin Wuwu on the sofa and exclaimed, "Wow, what a cute little cat. What is your name?" Purr, purr, purr. Lin Wuwu, irate, jumped to the other side, thinking, "What is with the purring? I detest that." Zhao Xiaoxiao tore off a small piece from a piece of bread and offered it to Lin Wuwu, saying, "Little cat, would you like to eat?" Zhao Zhiyong chimed in, "Look at how fat it is. Don't feed it anymore. It needs to lose weight." Upon hearing the words lose weight, Lin Wuwu became furious and dashed over, delivering a flurry of cat punches to Zhao Zhiyong. Startled by her speed, he barely managed to react before enduring several hits, fortunate that she had not extended her claws. Lin Shi, exasperated, exclaimed, "What were you thinking?" Provoking her, she quickly scooped Lin Wuwu into her arms to console her. "Let us not stoop to his level, okay? Look how much Xiao Xiao likes you. Would you like her to pet you?" After some contemplation, Lin Wuwu graciously consented. Zhao Xiaoxiao eagerly squatted beside Lin Wuwu, gently scratching its chin. Before long, they began to eat at the table, which featured seaweed shrimp egg soup, braised fish, chicken with mushrooms, pork belly with potatoes, a plate of homegrown yellow bean sprouts, and a bottle of red wine. Given the current circumstances, this meal was quite sumptuous. Lin Wuwu was neither hungry nor interested in eating and instead chose to watch television. Zhao Xiaoxiao, while eating, frequently turned her head to gaze at Lin Wuwu, wishing to accompany her in watching TV. Lin Shi sipped a glass of red wine, sampling each dish only modestly, as it was inappropriate to indulge excessively in someone else's home. Indeed, the chicken with mushrooms, even with some left in the bowl, could be transformed into a fragrant bowl of mushroom chicken noodle soup with a simple addition of noodles. I'm enjoying this. The fish is delicious too. Xiao Xiao, eat more. No need to be polite. Wu Lingshu skillfully catered to the meal, ensuring all were satisfied. Her husband, Su Guangqing, was more reserved, speaking little but working diligently, now busy washing dishes in the kitchen. Zhao Xiaoxiao entertained Lin Wuwu with a small ball, while the three of them sat on the sofa, sipping tea and discussing the day's livestream. However, Zhao Zhiyong abstained from tea, finding the small cups trivial. Wu Lingshu inquired, "What do you all think about the survival bases?" Zhao Zhiyong remained silent, turning to look at Lin Shi. Chapter 57. Departing to retrieve supplies. Lin Shi leaned back on the sofa, taking a sip from Xiao Xiao's small teacup. "Didn't they say it is the final guarantee for survival? Conversely, if you can survive outside, then don't go." Wu Lingshu quickly set her cup down, her brow furrowed. Could the situation deteriorate to that extent? Or perhaps, The current conditions are the best they will ever be compared to what lies ahead. Zhao Ziyong had never felt reassured. After the morning live stream, he sensed a foreboding truth. Wu Lingshu urgently asked, "What about now? What is good about the present? Nothing is available to purchase, and everything is halted. Who knows when it will end?" Lin Shi exchanged glances with Zhao Ziyong, and seeing his reluctance to speak, she continued, "Aunt Wu, have you considered that with everything halted, the items we can purchase are merely the remnants of past production? Whether the land can yield crops is one question. When we can harvest them is another. Just think about what we'll eat when that time comes." This line of thought was truly chilling, and Wu Lingshu's complexion turned pale. She was no fool. She could not ignore the implications, yet she was afraid to contemplate such a future. Then what should we do? No matter how much food we have, it will eventually run out. And when that day comes, she seemed to grasp the ultimate significance of the survival basis. Having food means the chance to survive. Lin Shi, though reluctant, felt compelled to assert, "And water. At least for now, we don't need to worry about drinking. But if a drought occurs, what then? What will we drink?" Not only Wu Lingshu but now even Zhao Ziyong's face had turned ashen. Yet, he was accustomed to facing storms. He quickly responded, "We can't remain cooped up at home, waiting to starve. We need to go out and find supplies. Being submerged in water is no issue. We can dry off packaged goods. Even if they get wet, drying them will suffice. We can live on that. Let us go tomorrow. If we wait for more people to realize, supplies will be harder to find." Wu Lingshu quickly agreed, "Yes, let us go tomorrow. I have a rubber boat." Zhao Ziyong nodded. "All right, I have a speedboat. Once we find the supplies, we can load them onto the rubber boat and tow it behind." Both turned to Lin Shi. She smiled wryly, for she possessed ample supplies but had no desire to venture out. However, she knew she could not express this. Moreover, since it was their first expedition for supplies, she felt obligated to accompany them. "Let us set a time. We'll go together. Zhao, you can hold off on your speedboat for now. We'll use mine first. Tomorrow at 8, then? What, do you think this is a workday? The more, the merrier? What time do you say?" Before departing, he pulled out a paper bag from the large pocket of his coat and handed it to Wu Lingshu before turning to leave. Overwhelmed by an influx of information, Wu Lingshu stood at the doorway for quite some time before finally opening the bag. Upon seeing its contents, he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Su Guangqing hurried over, asking, "What happened? Did you fall?" Wu Lingshu presented the bag to him, revealing a compact Beretta handgun along with 50 rounds of ammunition. Although startled, he felt a surge of joy. They would not recklessly use firearms, but possessing one undoubtedly provided an added layer of safety. This gift was exceedingly generous. Lin Shi was unsure if Lao Zhao had one, so she initially refrained from preparing one for him. When she later inquired, he admitted he did not have one. He continued to ramble. "Where did you get this? Didn't you assure me while in the beautiful country that you wouldn't bring anything back? How did you manage to smuggle it in? You do realize that's a crime, right?" Lin Shi, exasperated by his nagging, retorted, "You, a mercenary, are quite the busybody. Just tell me if you want it or not." Zhao Ziyong hesitated for a moment, recalling his sister's often timid gaze. Yes, do you have an M9? That one is handy. But by the way, how much did you bring in? You didn't bring in that entire shipment, did you? If you don't shut up. Do you believe I will silence you? Not to that extent, really, not at all." After washing up, she set the alarm clock and hurriedly lay down, in the middle of the night. Her phone vibrated incessantly. Lin Shi quickly got up, tied her hair back, donned her wetsuit, and then slipped into a fitted black jacket. She laced up her khaki military combat boots, slung on a matching backpack, and pulled on a raincoat. Just as she was ready to depart, Lin Wuwu jumped out, insisting it wanted to accompany her. Lin Shi thought it might as well have some exercise, so she agreed and took it along. Descending to the second floor, she checked to ensure no one was around before retrieving the inflatable boat. 50 horsepower, weighing less than 80 pounds, yet capable of carrying 1,000 kilograms, it was quite manageable for her. After placing the boat in the water, she took out a motor filled with diesel, along with an oxygen tank, securing them onto the boat. Before she had even reached Building C, she spotted 4 individuals. Once they boarded, Lin Shi and Zhao Ziyong, in unison, used wooden paddles to navigate to a secluded corner of the community. Lin Shi took a few steps back to gain momentum, leaped over the railing, and Zhao Ziyong handed her the inflatable boat, then assisted Wu Lingshu, Su Guangqing, and Zhao Xiaoxiao in making their jumps, before finally leaping out himself. Wu Lingshu and Su Guangqing initially felt confident in their physical fitness from regular workouts. But watching Zhao Zhiyong and Lin Shi effortlessly carry burdens of over 100 pounds made them feel somewhat inadequate and embarrassed. Zhao Zhiyong patted Su Guangqing on the shoulder, saying, "Don't overthink it. I was a soldier before, so naturally, I'm a bit more capable. That girl was trained by me. She has practiced for a long time. You just need to get out a few more times, and you'll adapt." Su Guangqing expressed his gratitude, knowing these two were taking care of his family brother. "Did you teach her? Then teach me too." Zhao Xiaoxiao was dazzled by Lin Shi's elegant movements. "You need to eat more to grow taller. You're too short to learn properly," Zhao Zhiyong said with utmost seriousness. Lin Shi and Lin Wu exchanged glances at him, thinking they had never seen a brother so lacking in conversational skills. The inflatable boat was not spacious and rocked easily, so Wu Lingshu, Su Guangqing, and Zhao Xiaoxiao hesitated to stand on it, needing to adapt properly. Their destination was a snack street, considering the likelihood of power and gas supply interruptions later. They needed to find canisters of gas and gas stoves. If they could find any food, they would take that too, including seasonings, salt, and vegetables. Chapter 58. Underwater harvest. They advanced in darkness, and after an hour, they finally located the snack street, which was already submerged up to the second floor, and the area had lost power. They found the largest shop to dock and stored the motor back on the inflatable boat. Lin Shi removed her coat and shoes to reveal her wetsuit, fastening on her gear belt, which had several connectors. She first attached the safety rope, then clipped on an underwater flashlight, strapped the oxygen tank to her back, donned diving goggles, a headlamp, and a breathing mask, signaling an OK gesture to prepare for her descent. "Wait." Lao Zhao produced a military dagger, insisting she attach it to her waist for self-defense. Zhao Zhiyong was astonished by Lin Shi's professionalism and felt fortunate to collaborate with such a companion. With a splash, Lin Shi entered the water. Wu Lingshu was quite worried about her. In truth, when she had resolutely decided to venture out in search of supplies the previous day, she hadn't anticipated it would be so challenging. It was so difficult that she could only watch Lin Shi search alone underwater. Zhao Zhiyong noticed her concern. "Don't worry. As long as she can orient herself, she won't need the oxygen tank. I can go up and down quickly too." Lin Shi descended to the first floor, where the water was murky, visibility was low, and various debris floated about. Her mental acuity was somewhat restricted in the water, but it still proved somewhat useful. Entering through the main lobby, she could see the cash register and dining tables. Further in was the display for dishes. Venturing down a narrow passage led her to the kitchen. Pots, pans, and utensils were strewn about, with vegetable leaves floating in the water, along with clumps of black matter. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be seaweed, and it seemed flour had also been soaked. These items were no longer usable. She found 3 large gas canisters as well as 2 gas stoves. Lin Shi detached the soft hose connecting to the gas stove, packed it into a bag, and secured it to the gas canister. She then searched for unopened seasoning packages. Anything that was sealed and had not been exposed to water, she hastily stuffed into plastic bags without a second thought. Upon reaching the second floor, she was pleasantly surprised. It seemed that after the first floor flooded, the owner had moved the ingredients upstairs. Rice, flour, and dried goods were all there, and to prevent moisture, they had added another layer of packaging, so they remained dry. This shop would suffice. Lin Shi secured all the collected items to the safety rope and ascended using it.as she broke the surface. Zhao Zhiyong promptly pulled her up. "Why did you take so long?" Leaning against the boat's edge, she grinned triumphantly. "I secured everything to the rope. You can pull me up slowly, just don't let go." Zhao Zhiyong, along with Wu Lingshu and his wife, pulled on the safety rope. The 3 gas canisters were fully loaded but still submerged. Once they had hauled everything back onto the inflatable boat, Lin Shi had already spotted a second establishment, the Hot Pot restaurant. "There," she noted, "were stoves and gas canisters. Hand me the equipment. I'll dive into this one. I don't need a wetsuit. I used to do this often during flood control. Your gear is professional." Lin Shi had a wetsuit but couldn't produce one for him. She preferred to dive herself. Being in a space of refuge made it safer for her. However, she couldn't handle everything alone. For their sake, they needed to learn to adapt. She pretended to pull a breathing mask and a small bottle of liquor from her bag, handing them to Zhao Zhiyong, and tossed him her gear belt, advising, "Warm yourself up, the temperature is a bit low. Don't stay submerged too long. Be cautious of hypothermia." Zhao Zhiyong nodded. unscrewed the cap, took a sip, and praised, "Not bad at all. Where did this come from? Your gear is quite complete." Lin Wuwu leaped from Zhao Xiao's arms and puffed at him. "All right, I'll go down. You little chubby one. You're like a greedy capitalist," before it could throw a fit. Zhao Ziyong fell back into the water. Infuriated, Lin Wuwu cursed at the water's surface. Lin Shi poked its forehead. "You too. Why are you getting upset with him? He's just a good person. Too bad he has a mouth." Zhao Xiao giggled quietly. She primarily came along to adapt, knowing she could hide under her brother's protection. Lin Shi actually envied her. "Little Zhao is a good guy. Don't mock him. How are you doing? Are you cold?" Wu Lingshu wrapped her arms around her. "I'm fine. I'm in great shape." The supernatural energy flowed within Lin Shi. Wu Lingshu felt as though he was embracing a small furnace. Indeed, young people have such vitality. Lin Wuwu tilted its head and asked, "Ah Wu, why don't you let Qingbao go down to collect? Why get yourself dirty and smelly, you rebellious child? How dare you disdain me?" Lin Shi scowled and lunged to catch it, but it swiftly darted into Zhao Xiao's arms, seeking refuge. Wow, this cat is incredibly fast. Generally, cats are quick, but this one seemed to have extraordinary speed. Su Guangqing had been vigilant of their surroundings and was startled by Lin Wuwu's fleeting shadow. Lin Shi's mind raced, but her expression remained unchanged, smiling. Cats are fast. At night, they're even quicker when visibility is poor. Exactly, you, a teacher of electronic information, don't tell me you are considering switching to biological research. Wu Lingshu commented that Su Guangqing felt similarly, and he couldn't help but smile sheepishly. With a splash, the water surface broke as Zhao Ziyong emerged. Lin Shi extended a hand to pull him up. She then retrieved a large towel from her bag, actually from her spatial storage, to dry his wet hair. He took another sip of the liquor, exclaiming, "No worries. This time, we got noodles, the kind for hot pot, along with hot pot base seasoning, all well packaged. We also retrieved 8 full gas canisters, the household type. The gas stoves were only 3, but there were those portable stoves with small gas canisters. All brand new, 2 large boxes, and I collected all the old ones." As Lin Shi pulled on the safety rope, she had to admit that this haul was indeed quite bountiful. Zhao Ziyong had seemingly found a large piece of sunshade fabric, tied into a big bundle, filled with various bits and pieces. Combined with the water, the inflatable boat tilted alarmingly. "All right, when it comes to packing, he's a professional." Lin Shi dived back into the water, using her strength to lift the oversized bundle. Once it was brought up, Wu Lingshu and the others took charge of organizing and arranging the items. The inflatable boat was nearly full, and Wu Ling began to inflate the rubber dinghy, releasing it into the water. Zhao Ziyong skillfully tied knots with a rope, securing the dinghy to the rear of the speedboat, ready to load more supplies onto it. Nearby, a barbecue restaurant was visible, its sign adorned with images of coal and stoves. "Shall we take a look?" Su Guangqing observed their surroundings intently. Without hesitation, Lin Shi declared, "Absolutely. What a joke. Coal and stoves are essential for survival in extreme cold. They provide warmth and can be used for cooking, truly indispensable." Chapter 59. "Why don't you soar to the skies?" Lin Shi plunged back into the water, realizing she had little oxygen left. She swiftly retreated to her space to exchange for a new tank. Upon entering the barbecue restaurant, her heart surged with joy. This establishment had just opened. The charcoal grills were pristine, and there was an ample supply of charcoal. Even if they got wet, they could simply be dried out. There were 50 charcoal grills available, and 100 pounds of charcoal per box, totaling 10 boxes. However, the cardboard boxes had become waterlogged, causing the charcoal to scatter at the slightest tug. Lin Shi enlisted Qingbao to assist in storing the grills and charcoal in her space, while she herself ventured inside to package items, emulating Zhao Ziyong's method using a tarpaulin. She also discovered large plastic baskets for vegetables, filling them with bottles of soy sauce, vinegar, oyster sauce, ginger juice, and other condiments, tying them securely with rope. Astonishingly, she gathered 2 baskets of just seasonings, along with 5 boxes of vacuum-packed corn, 3 boxes of ham sausages, and 20 boxes of beer. Unfortunately, many fresh fish, meat, and vegetables had already become unusable after soaking in water. Lin Shi meticulously secured everything with safety ropes before resurfacing. Noticing Zhao Ziyong coming to pull her up, she waved her hand, indicating the dinghy. Zhao Ziyong and Su Guangqing hopped aboard, pulling her up as she pushed from below. They adjusted the supplies on both the speedboat and dinghy for an even distribution of weight. Zhao Ziyong noticed that Wu Ling and her husband were utterly exhausted. Lin Shi, not wishing for Zhao Ziyong to dive back into the water, feared that he might notice the dwindling oxygen in the tank. With the motor attached, the speedboat sped away joyfully. After 20 minutes, Zhao Ziyong pointed to a sign advertising a professional outdoor equipment store. Since we're here, it would be a pity not to take a look. Lin Shi gritted her teeth. Let us go. If necessary, I'll claim that the oxygen display is malfunctioning. This time, Zhao Ziyong descended with the largest tarpaulin. Aside from him and Lin Shi, the other three were utterly worn out. Lin Shi entered a state of alertness, extending her mental energy and advising everyone to remain silent, warning them that some unscrupulous individuals particularly favored ambushing those laden with supplies. She reminded them that they must never exhaust themselves completely. Otherwise, not only would they fail to protect their provisions, but they might also endanger their lives. It was essential to retain enough energy to escape. Wu Ling and Su Guangqing nodded in agreement, resolutely determining to enhance their physical stamina, ensuring they would not be a burden on others in the future. Lin Shi felt a sense of comfort at this development. This was precisely the effect she desired. Words of caution paled in comparison to personal experience. By 5:30, Zhao Ziyong finally emerged from the water. The smile stretching across his face indicated a bountiful haul. While submerged, he had been supporting a large bundle, facilitating Lin Shi and Su Guangqing's efforts to pull him up. Next time, we can return. We might not have room for everything we gathered. He had secured another speedboat, slightly smaller than Lin Shi's. Tethered to the rear of the dinghy, among the treasures were 10 oxygen tanks, 4 sets of diving suits, items of urgent necessity. Following these were 10 sets of fleece-lined jackets and pants, 10 sets of down jackets and pants, 10 sets of quick-dry skin suits, 10 water purification cups, 10 outdoor bags, 10 multifunctional water bottles, 10 raincoats, 1,000 water purification tablets, 20 sets of thermal underwear and socks, 200 pairs in total. Additionally, there were 5 sleeping bags, 5 tents, 5 moisture-proof mats, 5 bundles of climbing rope, as well as various items such as compasses, binoculars, paper maps, waterproof lamps, neck gaiters, insoles, towels, cookware, fire stoves, repair tools, and first aid kits, creating a massive pile of supplies. Both speedboats and the dinghy were brimming. With everyone packed tightly together, Zhao Ziyong felt overwhelmingly relieved. Had they followed Lin Shi's suggestion to venture out at midnight, they would have faced far greater dangers if they had dared to venture out during the day. Upon returning to the community, Lin Shi could only follow them in exasperation as they moved supplies up and down. She could have completed the task in mere minutes. After an hour of labor, Lin Shi and Zhao Ziyong took the lead, transporting the smaller items first, while the other three guarded the boats and their cargo. After 6 trips, they finally managed to transport everything upstairs. Zhao Ziyong, utterly exhausted, slumped against the sofa, panting for breath, while Zhao Xiaoxiao distributed water and small pastries to everyone. How should we divide this? It's all your gear. You should take the lion's share, Zhao Ziyong said. Eyes closed, Lin Shi waved her hand, feeling no fatigue herself, merely a bit dizzy from the stair climbing. I have far more equipment than you all. Let us store everything here first, and you can sort out what you lack among yourselves. I'll choose from what remains. The child, feeling sleepy, Lin Shi encouraged Zhao Xiaoxiao to take a nap. This left Lin Shi and Zhao Ziyong alone in his living room. Zhao Ziyong nibbled on a small pack of peanuts, accompanied by a tiny bottle of liquor, savoring the taste. After such exertion, he needed something to alleviate his fatigue. This liquor is good. Do we have more? Yes. Is it to your liking? Quite spicy. If you find it spicy, why did you buy it? I thought of using it as a disinfectant. Ah, what a waste. Wasting is shameful, you know. Indeed, if I share it with you, it won't be a waste, right? Ha ha ha. Zhao Ziyong chuckled softly, remaining silent. After a significant pause, he remarked, You knew, didn't you? Lin Shi hugged her knees, sipping beer while munching on peanuts. Knew what? The natural disasters. You were aware in advance. You prepared early. Otherwise, your gear wouldn't be so specialized and targeted. Lin Shi paused, her beer momentarily halted. So what if I did? How did you know? Why didn't you tell me? As for how I knew, let us just say it was the government officials who informed me. Do you believe it? She felt no guilt in shifting the blame onto the officials. Just you? No way. Zhao Ziyong rolled his eyes dramatically. Zhao Ziyong scrutinized her. But wait, back in the beautiful country, Your physical abilities weren't this impressive. Were they? It doesn't add up. I was about to collapse, and you seemed unfazed. This defies logic. That's right. I'm no longer the same as before. You see, are you a mere mortal? I am an extraordinary being. Lin Shi downed a large can of beer, feeling slightly tipsy. Zhao Ziyong burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Why don't you say you're a rocket aiming for the skies? Lin Shi conjured a flickering flame, swirling it around Zhao Ziyong playfully before departing. What on earth? Zhao Ziyong gasped, rubbing his eyes. I didn't drink much. How could I be seeing things? The greater the number of extraordinary beings in the military, the faster the news of their existence would spread. It was time for them to be informed of this matter. Chapter 60. Supply point. The outing planned for today had to be postponed until tomorrow due to the physical conditions of the group. The excessive exertion had led to a buildup of lactic acid in their bodies, resulting in overall soreness. Although she had stocked enough clothing to wear and dispose of, Lin Shi found it hard to part with them. The hardships of her past life made such wastefulness unbearable. After entering the bathroom, she first washed herself clean, applied a hair mask, wrapped her hair in a towel, and indulged in a fragrant bubble bath. Having spent most of the night in dirty water, she wasn't overly fatigued, but she felt quite uncomfortable. After soaking in the warm, fragrant water, Lin Shi finally rose, donned her sleepwear, and dried her hair. Qing Bao informed her that Lin Wuwu was sleeping in the activity room within the space, sprawled out with her limbs in disarray. Lin Shi used her mental energy to check on her. Feeling reassured before lying down to sleep, she awoke around 3 in the afternoon, feeling inspired to cook. Since she was already at it, she decided to prepare a larger quantity to store. She retrieved a box of cod from the warehouse, marinated it with ginger slices to remove the fishy odor, then coated it in egg wash and starch before frying it in butter until golden and crispy on both sides. Once done, she transferred the fish to a large stainless steel bowl to keep it warm. Next, she took 10 pounds of beef, cleaned it, sliced it into strips, and seasoned it with black pepper, salt, a splash of white rum, and a drizzle of olive oil for marination. She boiled 20 pounds of pasta until cooked, then rinsed it in cold water in a frying pan. She added the beef strips with some onions for flavor, stir-frying until partially cooked before adding the pasta and sauce. After tasting for seasoning, she adjusted with more black pepper, ensuring everything was evenly mixed before serving it in a stainless steel container, typically used in cafeterias. Lin Shi felt a twinge of regret. Cooking this way brought her no joy. Since she was already making Western cuisine, she thought to prepare a borscht as well. However, she was too lazy to add many ingredients, opting for beef cubes and tomatoes, with just a hint of onion, potato, and tomato paste. She simmered it all in a large pot until soft. The flavor was decent, tangy yet sweet, pleasantly refreshing, and visually appealing with its vibrant red color. By the time Lin Shi finished, it was already 7 o'clock. The smoke had dulled her appetite. She truly disliked cooking. She served 2 large plates of fried cod, 2 large plates of black pepper beef pasta, and 2 large bowls of borscht on the dining table, along with a big bowl of vegetable salad of her own making and a small piece of cake for Lin Wuwu. She then called for Lin Wuwu to come and eat. Lin Wuwu, having snacked on something, completely ignored the pasta, opting instead for the fried cod, borscht, and the small cake. Lin Shi, too, only touched her salad, sipping a bowl of borscht before leaving the table, storing the remaining dishes to be reheated for another time. Feeling that the meal she prepared lacked flavor and appeal, Lin Shi could not bring herself to discard them. It's simply impossible. She lamented, I must finish it. Once again, she sighed, realizing that she truly needed a chef. By 9 the next morning, the group gathered downstairs. Zhao Ziyong lugged Lin Shi's speedboat down with him. After resting for a day and night, their complexions had improved significantly compared to the previous evening. He scrutinized Lin Shi from head to toe but noticed nothing unusual. Amused, Lin Shi kept silent, allowing him to ponder in uncertainty. Su Guangqing's face still bore a hint of pallor as he remarked, I saw online that there are currently 4 supply points in Beishur, and the nearest one is 30 kilometers away. Lin Shi calculated, that's quite fast. If our speedboat isn't loaded, we can reach there in 20 minutes. This time, they exited through the main gate rather than climbing over the community wall. Upon passing through the gate, they discovered that the property management and security had long since vanished. Along the way, they encountered several individuals sitting in wooden tubs, their speedboats eliciting expressions of envy. The further they ventured, the more speedboats and inflatable rafts they encountered, some belonging to individuals, others to rescue teams rushing by. Zhao Zhiyong whispered, "I was worried someone might come to confiscate our speedboat. In previous emergencies, they had seized them, but now they haven't approached us at all." Lin Shi glanced around and said, "Currently, speedboats are essential for survival. The more people who possess them, the more can save themselves. If they were to take yours, they'd still have to look after you. It hardly seems worth it." "Indeed," Zhao Zhiyong agreed. "Just look at the frequency of those rescue teams coming and going. It seems they've prepared quite a few speedboats in advance." A sudden thought struck him. Could it be that preparations were indeed underway? His mind remained clouded with confusion. Before long, they arrived at the supply point, located in a government service hall that was now submerged up to the 4th floor, with the supply point situated on the 5th. An opening had been created on the 4th floor, where a row of small boats had been docked using plastic steel panels. They tied the speedboat to the railing, securing the motor with a chain. A soldier, armed and vigilant, stood a few steps away, exuding an air of intimidation. The 5 of them walked onto the dock, with Zhao Zhiyong scanning their surroundings while Lin Shi raised an eyebrow. In a conspiratorial tone, Zhao Zhiyong said, "Be careful. There are 8 snipers here." Lin Shi's eyes widened in disbelief as she jokingly unzipped her backpack, exclaiming, "Wu Wu, get him!" Lin Wu Wu, delighted, extended its 2 front paws and leaned forward, playfully launching an attack on Zhao Zhiyong. Zhao Xiaoxiao cheerfully approached, saying, "Little Wu Wu, you're out too. Would you like me to hold you?" Lin Shi looked skyward, thinking, "Sister, it's attacking your brother. Does that seem appropriate?" Still simmering with annoyance, she refrained from shouting and instead muttered, "What's wrong with the snipers? They're just lying there and bothering me for no reason." Zhao Zhiyong, with an expression of distrust, replied, "I'm just worried you might cause trouble. Besides, I'm also afraid of getting you into trouble." Lin Shi rolled her eyes, linking arms with Zhao Xiaoxiao on one side and Wu Lingshu on the other, while carrying Lin Wu Wu in front of her as they ascended the stairs. The hall, once a government office, now featured shopping carts at the entrance, but the counters no longer processed paperwork. Instead, they displayed various supplies. After making her payment, the cashier would hand over the items. The group glanced around, noting the wide variety of supplies, albeit at exorbitant prices. However, the essentials for survival, which required identity verification for purchase, had not seen a significant price increase. An adult could purchase a limited quantity each month, including 25 pounds of rice or flour, 5 pounds of soybeans, 5 pounds of mixed grains, 3 pounds of meat, 10 pounds of vegetables or 2 pounds of freeze-dried vegetables, 300 grams of salt, and 1 pound of oil, with adjustments made according to circumstances. These restrictions left many feeling despondent. Who wouldn't want to stock up on more food? Those minimal rations only lasted a few days. Yet, Lin Shi felt the authorities were excessively lavish. The stark reality was that regardless of how high the prices soared, they merely drained the populace's finances, essentially rendering the supplies nearly free. The authorities, in their dealings, were engaging in a one-sided trade. How long could they sustain such a practice? Chapter 61. An unexpected encounter with Yichen. Despite this, countless individuals remained dissatisfied. Lin Shi could envision the fury that would undoubtedly arise when people confronted these purchase limits, leading to potential riots. After all, the numerous sniper positions surrounding them were likely a result of past lessons learned in blood. But what fault lay with those people? They merely wished to survive and live a better life. Their error lay not within themselves, but within this era, this apocalypse. Lin Shi's expression darkened, reflecting the somber mood of those around her. Choosing not to compete for basic survival supplies, she opted to remain apart from the others. Lin Wu Wu, peeking out from the backpack, curiously surveyed the surroundings. To her surprise, there were radios for sale. Lin Shi inquired, "Can I buy a few?" After purchasing one, she realized she had to authenticate her identity via her phone beforehand. Curiously, she asked, "Do I need to authenticate every time I buy something?" The cashier explained that once authenticated, she would not need to repeat the process as long as she used her ID. However, if she entrusted her ID to someone else for a purchase, the authentication would only be valid for 24 hours. Lin Shi understood this was a method of tracking the living population and preventing individuals from collecting IDs of the deceased to resell supplies. Even if one were to steal someone else's ID for personal use, it would be valid for only one day. To utilize it again, the thief would need to ensure the original owner survived. The authorities had indeed made efforts to ensure more could live. As they moved forward, they spotted small home appliances for sale, including an intriguing single-person hot pot, which they purchased 3 of as there were no purchase limits. They also acquired 3 sets of bone china tableware, drawn to its pristine, jade-like quality. When they came across bedding items, she casually purchased 3 sets of cotton ones, not particularly fond of any specific design, and spent nearly 100,000 altogether. She noticed a pile of somewhat worn stainless steel utensils, likely from a cafeteria. Selecting 3 large stainless steel buckets and 20 medium-sized bowls, she thought these would be convenient for cooking and serving while out and about. Though she had some in her storage space, she believed it was still important to have practical items on hand. With her cart filled to the brim, she continued her leisurely browsing. Overall, food items were highly controlled, with even snacks being scarce, although reasonably priced. On the other hand, prices for non-food-related items were exorbitantly inflated. Amidst her shopping, she stumbled upon a collection of books in a secluded corner, with a sign written in blood-red marker stating, "All for sale at a discount." The sight of those crimson letters pained her eyes. As she approached, she gently brushed her fingers over the spines of classic texts like the Book of Songs. The Songs of Chu, Records of the Grand Historian, Classic of Mountains and Seas, General History of China, Records of the Three Kingdoms, Comprehensive Mirror for Aid in Government, and Book of Han. Though these were not books she cherished, she was familiar with their contents. Watching the rich history of her country, 5,000 years, turned to dust before her was undeniably heartbreaking. In her previous life, survival had consumed her thoughts, leaving little room to appreciate such sentiments. Most people, upon encountering books, found solace in the warmth they offered. "I'll take them all, no matter the cost," she declared. The bookseller, a middle-aged clerk around 40, initially thought he had misheard her. "All of them? Let me calculate the total first. They're quite affordable now, very reasonable." After a moment of excitement, he remembered something and added, "But they're heavy. Will you be able to carry them? I can pack them for you." Just then, a soldier approached, offering, "I can help with packing and carrying." Turning, she found herself face to face with a soldier in uniform, his short hair neat and tidy, high-nose bridge, bright eyes, and a tall, slender figure exuding a sense of confidence. He wore a smile that struck her as oddly familiar. "Yi Chen," he said, smiling, like the leaves of trees and the stars of the sky. She's eyes brightened, her smile becoming more genuine. "What a coincidence. Hee, you are the one." Yi Chen's smile appeared sincere as he responded, "Yes, it's me." She politely interjected, "Oh, right, Yi Chen. I hope I'm not interrupting your work." "No worries, we often assist others. However, Ms. Lin, do you have a way to store all these books?" Yi Chen inquired with curiosity. Observing she's complexion and demeanor, he noted that she appeared to be faring well. Unconcerned about food shortages or future uncertainties, purchasing only non-essential items, and leisurely collecting books, in comparison to those trapped in hardship and confusion, she either had a grand vision or some security. Yi Chen recalled her impressive appetite and robust physique, which raised some concerns in his mind. He called over 2 teammates, one of whom was He Ping'an, while the other happened to be Zhou Yi, whom she recognized as the resilient one. "Hey, it's you, Sister Shi. I'm so glad to see you're all right," Zhou Yi said with an endearing grin, scratching his head. "It's great to see that you're all safe." Seeing them, she felt an increase in warmth and sincerity. Hearing the commotion outside, Lin Wuwu peeked out of the backpack, curiously observing the scene. "So cute. You've taken good care of her," Yi Chen remarked, his gaze flickering as he noted the lively and well-cared-for cat. Zhou Yi gazed in astonishment and exclaimed, "Oh, there's a kitten. Mimi, meow meow meow." Lin Wuwu, who despised the sound of meowing, immediately widened her eyes in surprise, eager to swipe at the creature. Alas, it was too far out of reach. Shi, wishing to spare any potential embarrassment, cleared her throat and remarked, "It's still quite young and a bit mischievous." Zhou Yi found this even more amusing. Chuckling, "Oh, such a tiny creature with such a grand temperament. How delightful." Lin Wuwu kicked about in her bag, expressing her dissatisfaction. Chapter 62. Following the clue, Yi Chen seemed to recall something and said, "I remember there are pet supplies over there. Miss Lin, would you like to take a look?" She hesitated for a moment, glancing back at the books behind her. Yi Chen, ever considerate, suggested, "Let them pack everything together for you and leave it with the guards at the exit so you can simply take it with you when you leave." Was he really offering to help pack her previous purchases as well? Were these individuals truly so idle? Lin Shi nodded and followed him to take a look. Wei Chun was surprisingly agreeable, leaving her curious about his true intentions. Indeed, the pet supplies were rather neglected. Apart from cat food, everything else had been marked down to a mere 30 to 50% off. Understandably, with the world in such disarray, who would care for pets? Lin Shi called Lin Wuwu out to choose for herself, but the creature refused to emerge from the bag, merely placing her paws on the edge and resting her head atop. Unimpressed by the offerings, she had seen far grander sights as a mutated beast. Wei Chun cast a glance, noting the caddis air of indifference, clearly a favored companion of Lin Shi. This is the place. I noticed it during my morning patrol. They have both cat food and litter, Yichen pointed out. To Lin Shi's surprise, there indeed was cat food, stirring a complex mix of emotions within her. In her previous life, cat and dog food had been coveted items, far more sanitary than mice or cockroaches, containing meat and vegetable components. Had the leaders truly prepared so thoroughly this time, or had they simply not considered the possibility? She asked in astonishment, "There's actually cat food for sale. Is there no purchase limit?" Yichen chuckled, "These are for cats and dogs. Why would there be a limit? It's not like anyone would." He trailed off, pondering the implications. His usual cheerful demeanor faded considerably. Lin Shi, sensing his realization, offered a gentle nudge. The reason people weren't eating was due to their lack of hunger. When starvation struck, they might resort to consuming dirt. The nutritional content in cat and dog food was substantial. If it were ground and mixed with wild grasses, how many would scramble for it? How many lives could it save? Yichen's expression grew serious. After the apocalypse, his grandfather had shared everything about the supply situation with him. Beyond what Lin Shi had mentioned, he contemplated further. If someone were to seize control of the factories producing cat and dog food, amassing a stockpile, they would effectively hold a significant food supply capable of attracting survivors. If that person also had weapons, he looked at Lin Shi, happily carrying her cat food and litter, feeling a sense of relief. It was not too late to act. Lin Wuwu, distinctly displeased, shook her ears and protested, "Ah Wu, I'm not a cat. I refuse to eat cat food." No buying. In despair, she flopped back into the bag, complaining that even the noodles were unappetizing. Yichen then led her to purchase diesel fuel. However, each person was limited to buying only 10 liters per month, at an exorbitant price of 100,000 for 10 liters. When Lin Shi intended to find Zhao Zhiyong to buy a share, she unexpectedly bumped into him. Before she could greet him, he swiftly and stiffly turned away, appearing to flee in haste. Wei Chun promptly called, "Brother Yong." Lin Shi, suppressing a smirk, realized that the threads of fate were intertwining. Zhao Zhiyong was indeed the fruit of this vine. Yichen, feeling a bit awkward, hurried after Zhao Zhiyong with several strides. "No worries, my eyesight is keen. I spotted you from afar. What a coincidence." Yichen's eyes sparkled with mirth. Upon seeing Lin Shi, he had wondered if Zhao Zhiyong would also be present. During his shift, he had received intel that 2 professionals were scouting their position, raising suspicions that they were indeed trained operatives. Prompting heightened vigilance, Wei Chun had never anticipated that guarding a supply point could resemble warfare. He had heard that during the last shift, some had encountered organized looters with abilities, resulting in gunfire that took down several individuals to restore order. Yet, using automatic weapons to eliminate everyone was simply out of the question. It was too drastic a measure. Following that incident, they had established sniper positions in hidden locations, prepared to eliminate any leaders should organized looting occur. After a brief exchange of glances with the 8 snipers, Zhao Zhiyong had begun to suspect that the 2 were merely scouting the area. Lin Shi burst into laughter at the absurdity of it all. How could Zhao Zhiyong have the audacity to suggest she be cautious when he himself was under scrutiny by snipers? Zhao Zhiyong's face darkened, resembling a piece of charcoal. "It's one thing to say that, but seeing Miss Lin, I know they must have mistaken Brother Yong," Yichen replied lightly, exuding a carefree demeanor. Zhao Zhiyong forced a smile, saying, "All right then, I won't keep you any longer." He prepared to leave but was blocked by Yichen. "Brother Yong, it's been a while since we last met. Let's chat." Lin Shi, ever considerate, interjected, "You two carry on. I'll step aside." Wei Yichen insisted, "No need for that. Miss Lin should join us. I actually have some matters to discuss." He then called Zhou Yi and Su Ping'an over. The 2 greeted Zhao Zhiyong in unison, causing him to feel increasingly awkward. "Brother Yong, Miss Lin, are you familiar with abilities?" Yichen asked, his gaze fixed intently on them. Huh? What is that? Zhao Ziyong responded, utterly bewildered. What abilities? Lin Shi echoed innocently. Wei Yi-chun remained silent, raising his hand to reveal a small spark of electricity dancing in his palm. Suddenly, it vanished with a flick. Zhao Ziyong caught sight of a familiar cat paw darting past. Please do not ask him why he recognized it. Lin Shi, he exclaimed. What a strong gust of wind. Zhao Ziyong glanced upwards, using the opportunity to shift his body and shield Lin Shi's back. Indeed, there was a breeze. But what was that you just did? Yi-chun silently observed the two, feigning ignorance while conjuring another spark of lightning in his palm. Lin Shi gasped in astonishment. Lightning! How fortunate this person is. The lightning element, a force among the strong. Yet I never heard of this in my previous life. Zhao Ziyong stood in shock, realizing that if he had witnessed lightning today, then the fire he saw yesterday must have been real as well. The two exchanged bewildered glances, exclaiming simultaneously, What is this? Can it charge? This defies logic. Will there be blackouts? Zhou transformed his hand into metal, while He Ping'an manifested a slender vine. Lin Shi and Zhao Ziyong were left in awe, showering praise upon them. Chapter 63. Humans possess abilities. Flora and fauna will also mutate. Wei Yi-chun, feeling a headache coming on from their antics, had no desire to watch them play act. He directly informed them about the situation regarding abilities. This matter will be made public in a few days. Encountering you now provides an opportunity to share. Abilities are gradually emerging among both the military and the populace. Those willing may join the army, while those who prefer not to conform small teams and register with the military to undertake missions for points. He Ping'an continued, points serve as the universal currency within the base, allowing for the purchase of food, goods, and housing. Ultimately, its likely everyone will need to go there. Zhao Ziyong's expression dimmed, feeling a twinge of uncertainty. Having spent so long as a mercenary, he knew that while his team might not mind, he personally struggled with the decision. It was true that in these troubled times, young girls needed protection. However, the authorities had considered this, allowing military families to enter the military base. The families of officers below the rank of major could also stay in the survival base if they wished. Of course, whatever choice you make, we will support you. Just let us know if you need help. Zhao Ziyong nodded, giving Yi-chun a firm pat on the shoulder. Thank you. Yi-chun and the others assisted them in transporting their purchases to the dock, where they encountered Wu Lingshu and her husband, who had also bought an abundance of goods, likely too much to fit in a single speedboat. The adorable little one, Lin Shi, discreetly tucked a pack of beef jerky and a bar of chocolate into his bag. Stowing the items in her space, Lin Shi carried Lin Wu up to the 18th floor. Gripping its paws, she inquired, What were you doing just now? Why did you try to disrupt his lightning? Lin Wu huffed, Ah Wu. It was fun. Who knew he was so helpless? Halfway up, she remembered that Zhao Ziyong had invited her to dinner. Lin Shi decided to prepare a large bowl of pasta to share at his home. Upon arriving at Zhao Ziyong's residence, Lin Wu leaped out without hesitation. Zhao Xiao, seeing Lin Wu, took a small ice cream cone, divided it in half, and offered it to the cat, whispering, Look, my brother bought this for me. It is delicious. I'll share half with you. Lin Shi had worried that Lin Wu might find the ice cream unappetizing, but to her surprise, the cat licked it delicately, clearly pleased. In Lin Wu's mind, anyone who shared ice cream with her must be a truly wonderful person. Lin Shi placed the bowl of pasta on the table, urging Zhao Ziyong not to cook, so they could all enjoy the meal together. Zhao Ziyong slumped onto the sofa, lethargically responding while his eyes fixated on his sister, who was sharing ice cream, something she was reluctant to part with that little chubby creature. The moment he opened his mouth, Lin Shi anticipated his words and interjected, You can't say anything. Just spare yourself, or you'll provoke her again. Zhao Ziyong gazed at her for an extended period, eventually uttering, You claim that humans can mutate. What about animals? Your cleverness seems to have surpassed reasonable bounds. Lin Shi immediately shot him a glare filled with murderous intent. All right, I understand. Silencing witnesses, is it? I merely wish to inquire, what of plants? Might they also undergo mutations? And into what form might they evolve? Perhaps becoming increasingly intelligent, much like animals, which, aside from their inability to wield tools, refine their hunting techniques to closely resemble those of humans, strategically deploying forces to evade danger. Overcoming the weak with the strong. If plants grow more intelligent, they will aspire to become formidable, even resorting to hunting. Should you desire to consume them, they might just devour you first. In the absence of rain, they could resort to drinking human or animal blood. Thus, when Yi Chun and the others suggest that we ultimately must return to the base, it implies that beyond the base, no other locations are suitable for human habitation. Perhaps so. What is your special ability? Fire. Should you ever take a life, just say the word, and I shall assist in disposing of the body. Is that truly the extent of your abilities? Humph, oh, how utterly useless. Among our group, at least someone should possess the ability to manipulate water, or failing that, even the power to cultivate plants would be beneficial. At least we could consume them. Do you think special abilities are as easily plucked as cabbages from the earth? And what of that chubby fellow? Wind, perhaps. That little fist delivers blows accompanied by afterimages, which certainly sting, though, thankfully, he recognizes familiar faces and refrains from extending his claws. It won't be long before you provoke him a few more times. And he'll undoubtedly scratch you. Every time you speak, I can't help but laugh. His trigger words seem to be fat and weight loss. Have you pressured him to lose weight? Oh dear, what have you done to leave such a profound scar on the child? A heaviness settled in her chest, rendering the day unsuitable for conversation. Wu Lingshu and Su Guangqing approached, presenting a list of supplies retrieved the previous night to Lin Shi. Upon seeing the lengthy inventory, Lin Shi felt a headache coming on and passed it to Zhao Zhiyong. He marked items with ticks, dividing them into 4 portions. Lin Shi's equipment and the spoils would also be split into 4 shares. She would take 2 portions, with items such as diving suits and motorboats being divided between their families, while the remaining items would be distributed more evenly to her. Wu Lingshu and Su Guangqing had no objections. Though Lin Shi felt somewhat embarrassed. Why divide it into 4? 3 portions would suffice, 1 for each family. Consider Xiao Xiao. There's no need to be so generous. Zhao Zhiyong shook his head. We are aiming for long-term cooperation. It is imperative to establish clear rules from the outset. A clear account among close brothers is the best way to coexist. Besides, you provided the equipment, and you also supplied the diesel. Everyone is aware of current diesel prices. Xiao Xiao need not worry. With me around, she won't suffer a loss. Wu Lingshu quickly added, indeed, Shi, were it not for you, we would still be unaware of our current predicament. While we have some money. Today's excursion revealed that it is hardly worth anything. Seeing her eyes redden, Lin Shi comforted her with a gentle pat on her hand. Zhao Zhiyong pondered for a moment. Both of them and Xiao Xiao are lacking in physical capacity. We must work on improving that. They should come to my place during the day for training sessions. What is the trouble? We are all in the same boat now. Just don't criticize me for being too harsh. Zhao Zhiyong spoke from the heart. Chapter 64. Perhaps a trip to the library is in order. Furthermore, the supply of electricity and internet cannot be sustained for long. While we have prepared some generators and diesel, who knows how long they will last. The urgent task at hand is to locate fuel. Let us take one night to rest and venture out tomorrow night. What do you all think? Lin Shi felt reassured. Having gone out once, Zhao Zhiyong had already adapted remarkably well, truly worthy of being her mentor. The group outlined a preliminary plan and commenced their meal, consisting of beef black pepper pasta that Lin Shi had brought along, with Xiao Xiao reheating it and stir-frying a large plate of bean sprouts. Perhaps due to the larger gathering, Lin Shi found the pasta to be unexpectedly delicious. Xiao, how did you reheat the pasta? It tastes better than my version, Lin Shi humbly inquired. Xiao smiled with pursed lips and replied, it was my brother who heated it. Zhao Zhiyong rolled his eyes. What was your method? You simply mashed the meat with the noodles, and you added too much sauce. I had to add an entire pack of noodles before it tasted decent. Also, with that much water, couldn't you at least have reduced the sauce? Having spent several years abroad and being reluctant to dine out, Zhao Zhiyong might not be adept at cooking other dishes, yet he excelled at preparing pasta. Observing the mound of noodles Lin Shi had created, his immediate thought was one of waste. Lin Shi felt a tinge of guilt and concern, given the ample supplies in her space. Even Lin Wu had consumed 2 bowls using a small ice cream dish. And when Lin Shi wiped its greasy little mouth with a large towel, it remarked, why is their pasta tastier than ours? Impudent child. Lin Shi resolved that the evening's treat would be durian. However, this night, Lin Shi decided to visit several libraries. The overlords must have their own plans, yet they could not possibly remove everything. When Lin Shi ventured out at 11 o'clock that night, she experienced a sense of blissful freedom. She even took out a small yacht, boasting to be a high-speed vessel on the sea, and swiftly sailed toward the Grand Library. After securing the yacht and finding a secluded corner, she used a makeshift tool to break in. Arriving a bit late, she discovered that many books had been damaged by water, and numerous shelves were empty, indicating that some had indeed been relocated. Utilizing a sound wave detector, she confirmed that no life signs were present, meaning no one remained to guard the place. Qingbao gathered the undamaged books, insisting on taking the shelves as well. Qingbao waved a hand, conjuring a thick fog that enveloped the area, causing books to vanish in an instant. The terrain here was too low. She salvaged a portion, yet a significant amount remained submerged. Some areas of the school still had lights on, while the library was shrouded in darkness, which suited She perfectly. She managed to gather books from the third floor and above without pause, then proceeded to 5 other schools, employing the same method. Notably, one medical college showed signs of having moved lower-level books to higher floors, allowing to rescue quite a few volumes. Perhaps it was also due to her empty motorboat. That night, she still needed to accompany Wu Lingshu and the others on their outing. So she could only take advantage of the time to rest as she lay in bed. She resolved that after accompanying them a few more times, she would cease joining them. It was simply too exhausting. Awakening at 4 in the afternoon, she was roused by a cacophony outside. After 2 weeks of torrential rain, even the Panshan community had been inundated to the 3rd floor, while lower-lying areas were submerged up to 5 or 6 stories. Initially, when the flooding began, some people clung to the hope that the water would recede in a few days, refusing to leave with the rescue teams, making do in unsold properties. Yet as the relentless rain showed no signs of abating, some homeowners prepared to join the rescue teams at the relocation sites. Others decided to stay behind, searching for vacant homes floor by floor. In the homeowners group, inquiries emerged about which apartments on the 6th floor and above were occupied and which were vacant. Their tone and word choice remained polite, yet the intentions behind their inquiries were unclear. 3 weeks had elapsed since the onset of the mist apocalypse. Aside from those who perished within the fog, a portion of the survivors faced the dual challenges of homelessness and food scarcity. When they hesitated to approach the rescue teams, yet were unwilling to seek refuge at survival bases, their thoughts turned to the homes of the deceased. Initially, they might have felt a twinge of discomfort, but gradually, hunger and desperation would compel them to overcome such feelings. They would find food within others' homes, obtaining a semblance of peace. When food supplies dwindled once more, they would undoubtedly launch an assault on others' residences without hesitation. Long-standing legal principles had temporarily restrained them from storming into others' homes. Yet they would readily pry open unoccupied houses and claim them as their own. The duration of this temporary restraint remained uncertain. She decided to prepare something different today, retrieving the lamb spine hot pot and accompanying ingredients she had stockpiled from a hot pot restaurant. Finding the copper hot pot cumbersome, she poured everything into a large 5-liter electric hot pot. She presented a selection of lamb, beef, fresh tofu, and white radish. After preparing 2 bowls of dipping sauces, she poured Qingbao a glass of watermelon juice. Heading to her space to call Lin Wu, she discovered it was busy catching shrimp in a small creek. Qingbao was planting watermelons nearby, accompanied by a gorilla and its offspring, who were cultivating sweet potatoes and potatoes. She observed and found it quite impressive, asking Qingbao, "Did you teach them?" Qingbao patted its small chest, nodding vigorously. It likes it. It's quite capable, and it also enjoys well water. Qingbao is truly remarkable, she chuckled. It seemed that Qingbao had taken her previous suggestion to heart about having the gorilla assist with planting sweet potatoes and potatoes. Oddly enough, she could have utilized her psychic abilities to cultivate them herself. But it mattered little. Allowing them to have some tasks would be akin to play. Lin Wu was thoroughly soaked. By the creek, a dozen shrimp lay, occasionally leaping about. She quickly bagged the shrimp, using her abilities to dry Lin Wu's fur before calling Qingbao and exiting her space. Chapter 65. Lin Wu's gesture of gratitude. In a matter of moments, she had cleaned the shrimp, removed their veins, and plated them for the table. Qingbao obediently held the straw of the watermelon juice, sipping contentedly. Lin Wu clung to the edge of the table, savoring the aroma of the hot pot, joyfully exclaiming, "Ah Wu! Finally, something delicious! That horrible pasta is finally finished." She cast a glance at it, inwardly mused, "How naive. There is still half of that pasta left." While enjoying her meal, she inquired, "What did you do in the space today?" "Ah Wu! This morning, I ventured to Disneyland. where I also managed to catch a few rabbits that darted away with remarkable speed. Yet, no matter how swift they were, they could not outpace my wind blade. Lin Wuwu was quite pleased with herself. I instructed Qingbao to store them in the warehouse, for I desired to feast upon rabbit meat. Ah, my excitement was palpable. Lin, she presented her with 2 shrimp. Eat, eat, eat. Start with this. The large shrimp, freshly retrieved from the stream, soon found their way into the hot pot, their flesh firm and delectable. Truly a delight. Picky eater that Lin Wuwu is, she crushed the shrimp shells with her teeth, savoring each bite with an audible crunch. By the time Lin she finished tidying up, the clock struck 7. The drainage system was unusable, and refuse could not be disposed of. All waste was relegated to a small storage area in the space, where a container was placed. We would stack it up for now, awaiting the day when the ground would reveal itself, at which point we could bury it. Just as Lin she settled down, Lin Wuwu dashed over, pawing at her legs. Da Wu, the one who cleans up, where are the shrimp I caught earlier? I ate them. Didn't you see them go into the hot pot? Lin she replied. Bewildered. Da Wu, how could you eat my shrimp? They were meant as a gift for Xiao Xiao, Lin Wuwu exclaimed in frustration. What? You seem to enjoy them quite thoroughly. There were 11 in total, and you devoured 8? Lin she counted on her fingers. What now? Ah Wu, perhaps I should give her the rabbit instead, Lin Wuwu suggested weakly. That sounds reasonable, but this rabbit is rather plump. If they inquire about where I caught it, what shall I say? Lin Wuwu pondered, lost in thought. Moments later, a spark of inspiration lit up her eyes as she jumped onto Lin Shi, sweetly saying, Ah Wu, the one who cleans up, you're so clever. Please help me think of something. Lin Shi had already devised a plan. She retrieved the candied hawthorn skewers from the last visit from the elders, carefully wrapping 3 skewers and placing them in a small plastic lunchbox, one of hawthorn, one of strawberries, and one of green grapes. A tea wasn't tea that she didn't want to give more. She simply feared burdening Xiao Xiao with too much, considering the nature of exchanges between children. Noticing Lin Wuwu's mouth watering, Lin she handed her another skewer and said, There are 96 left, all for you. Make them last. In truth, Lin she had amassed quite a stockpile of these specialty snacks. But she worried that overindulgence might lead to a toothache for Lin Wuwu. Who knew whether mutated beasts experienced cavities? As time passed, Lin she donned her diving suit, still wearing the same outer garment as before. She carried Lin Wuwu in a bag on her back, while an outdoor backpack, measuring 1 meter in length, rested behind her, covered by a large raincoat. After gathering with others, they set off toward a logistics park to the north. Zhao Zhiyong had analyzed the situation. The city was flooded up to the 5th floor, and most gas stations were submerged, save for those equipped with specialized suction devices. Otherwise, even if they found diesel, opening the tank would result in water flooding in. Furthermore, given that it was a gas station, the elders would not easily abandon it. They might have already taken measures to salvage it. After some discussion, they unanimously agreed to head to the Northern Logistics Park, a location elevated and somewhat remote, where many small, medium, and large trucks were congregated. The fuel tanks of these trucks would contain substantial amounts of diesel and gasoline. And the park itself might also have a gas station, perhaps even barrels of oil. Even if they could not find fuel, the logistics park would be filled with packages, signifying an abundance of supplies. Following the downloaded map, the speedboat traveled for 1.5 hours before reaching the destination. Although the area was elevated, it still suffered from 2 stories of flooding. Nearby, a row of vehicles was parked along the mountain road, and Lin she extended her mental energy, discovering a fuel tanker among them. She could transport it all, but what about the other 2 families? Lin she informed Zhao Zhiyong about the tanker spotted on the mountain road. They had indeed found the oil, yet the question remained, how to transport it? Su Guangqing chimed in, I've heard that gas stations might have oil barrels, and large logistics companies could also store them. There are plenty of logistics companies here. Let us split up and search. The logistics park was vast, and with the night's poor visibility compounded by the torrential rain, they could only use flashlights to illuminate the buildings peeking above the water's surface. Guessing their identities, fortunately, the gas stations had prominent signage, making them relatively easy to locate. Lin Shi and Su Guangqing entered the water, following the structures of the gas station to the rear warehouse, where they indeed found 8 empty oil barrels bobbing in the water. They secured them with ropes as they finished tying them. They noticed 2 barrels standing upright in the corner, and their eyes gleamed with joy. Wonderful, 2 full barrels. Even if the tanker is empty, We'll at least have these 2 barrels as a reward. By in the gas station's convenience store, they discovered many sealed snacks and bottled water. And astonishingly, even a case of cooking oil that Su Guangqing secured the oil and water with safety ropes, while Lin she employed a large bag she had crafted from sunshade fabric to stuff in the floating food bags. Once they had filled it adequately, Lin she gestured to Su Guangqing, and they resurfaced. With the oil barrels secured, the speedboat headed toward the tanker on the mountain road. The tanker was already elevated, and since it was parked on the incline, only the wheels were submerged. Zhao Ziyong climbed up to inspect and confirmed it contained diesel. He then searched the driver's cabin for tools to open the tank's pipeline. Wu Lingshu deployed the inflatable boat, placing 4 empty oil barrels on it, ready for filling. By the time they filled the 8 barrels, it was already 2:30. Lin she decided not to take the tanker with them, reasoning that leaving it might assist others. Even if it were submerged, it would remain safe due to its sealed tank and could be utilized once the waters receded. They sought out the largest logistics company next, with Zhao Ziyong and Lin Shi entering the water again. Visibility underwater was poor, and the logistics company was expansive, rendering the search for oil barrels difficult. They exchanged hand signals and pivoted toward a nearby pile of packages. They gathered a large assortment to send back to the speedboat, allowing Wu Lingshu and the others to sift through them, discarding packaging and anything deemed unnecessary. After all, they had already secured 10 barrels of oil, and their weight limit was finite. Food that was not properly sealed would be rendered useless after soaking in water, but bottled and canned beverages could still be salvaged. Working swiftly, they unearthed several useful items: medications, vitamins, canned snacks, honey, chili sauce, instant noodles, drinks, beer, cured meats, sausages, thermos cups, moisturizing cream, and numerous feminine hygiene products. Chapter 66. The extreme cold approaches. With 10 barrels of oil, 2 barrels of gasoline, and 8 barrels of diesel, Lin she only claimed 2 barrels of diesel for herself, adamantly insisting that the remaining 8 be equally divided between the 2 families, leaving them no room for refusal. What a jest! She could hardly exhaust her own supply, having amassed a veritable mountain of oil obtained from the base in the mountainous region of the beautiful country. Were it not for the fear of raising suspicions, she would have no desire for these items whatsoever. During the final haul, Lin she sensed someone peering from the stairwell. She sighed, realizing that tranquil days were likely drawing to a close. Since Lin Shi and Zhao Ziyong were responsible for transporting the oil barrels upstairs, the rest of the tasks were delegated to Wu Lingshu, Su Guangqing, Zhao Xiaoxiao, who had already made several trips today. Lin Shi cautioned them that someone had begun to take notice of the 24th floor, urging them to be vigilant and to avoid being overly kind-hearted. Zhao Ziyong nodded in agreement, having also heard the commotion. Let us rest during the day and night. Tomorrow, we'll see if we can find a suitable door. I want to install another door in our stairwell, with a surveillance camera above it, at least to deter a few intruders. Su Guangqing nodded. I have a camera. It would be best if we could install one at Lin Shi's place too. Wu Lingshu was immensely grateful to Lin Shi, feeling secure and reliable with Zhao Ziyong as a neighbor. Lin Shi agreed, refraining from interfering with their decisions. Ultimately, the choices rested with them alone. Just as she was about to leave, Lin Wuwu sprang from her bag, pawing at Zhao Xiaoxiao. Be careful, I'm dirty. I might get you dirty too, Zhao Xiaoxiao replied as she crouched down. Lin Wuwu patted her bag, and Lin Shi helped unzip the outer layer. Retrieving a tightly wrapped rectangular lunchbox, Lin Wuwu nudged the lunchbox toward Zhao Xiaoxiao. Zhao Xiaoxiao looked at Lin Shi in astonishment. Is this for me? Lin Wuwu looked up and chirped an affirmation. Lin Shi nodded, saying Wuwu prepared this for you. She searched for quite some time. In truth, Lin Wuwu had spent a considerable time hunting for shrimp, only for Lin Shi to unwittingly turn them into a dish. But the sentiment was genuine. Zhao Xiaoxiao's tears welled up. Thank you, Wuwu. Thank you, Sister Cece. This is the first gift I've ever received from someone other than my brother. Lin Shi was at a loss for words. Gently patting her head, Zhao Ziyong handed over 3 tuned walkie-talkies, one for her and one for Su Guangqing. The power is out, and we're uncertain how long the network will last. Let us use these to stay in touch. Lin Shi took one and tried it out. Hello, can you hear me? Dinner at my place at 6 o'clock? Did you receive the message? Zhao Ziyong exhaled in exasperation. Got it. Upon returning home, Lin Shi noticed a faint odor lingering in her hair and on her body. After all, spending extended periods in foul water had its consequences. Lin Wuwu, determined to avoid a bath, had managed to keep herself entirely dry, having remained in her bag during their time on the speedboat, sheltered from the rain by a raincoat. Once home, she happily flopped onto the living room sofa, demanding that Lin Shi turn on some cartoons. Lin Shi resigned herself to the task, connecting the generator to ensure that the mighty bot Tian had something to watch on television. She also affixed 2 layers of blackout film to all the windows, feeling a bit more secure. Once back in the villa within the space, she washed and disinfected her entire outfit before attending to her personal hygiene. The neighborhood was experiencing a power outage, and it was only a matter of time before the water supply ceased as well. Although a water tank had been installed on the rooftop to collect rainwater, the drainage system was inoperable, meaning all water had to be collected in a basin and disposed of outside. Lin Shi sealed the floor drains with cement. The toilet in the living room has also been sealed off, leaving only a large plastic basin filled with a heap of cat litter for outsiders to see. The stainless steel incinerating toilet in her bedroom remains functional. The temperature has plummeted below 10 degrees. And in 2 weeks, the rain should cease. Go be precise. It is not that the rain will stop, but rather that the extreme cold will transform the rainwater into snow. The frigid temperature of -70 degrees has turned the previously accumulated water into solid ice. After finishing her morning routine, Lin Shi glanced at the clock and saw it was 8:30. She retrieved some stockpiled fried sauce noodles and soy milk, sharing them with Lin Wuwu, and after breakfast, they both returned to sleep. With her eyelids heavy, Lin Shi still scrolled through her phone for a bit before dozing off, aware that the internet might vanish at any moment. She cherished every moment of connectivity. The authorities have publicly disclosed the existence of supernatural beings, mentioning the mutations in plants and animals, cautioning the public to remain vigilant. This is just one aspect. The second is the anticipated arrival of extreme cold. It is expected to descend in 2 weeks, with minimum temperatures projected to reach between -30 and 40 degrees, potentially dropping suddenly in the dead of night. Citizens are advised to take necessary precautions against the cold. Lin Shi mused that this was a conservative estimate, revealing the actual -70 degrees might be too shocking for people to bear. Regardless, it is prudent to prepare as much as possible. The third point is that due to prolonged heavy rainfall, the internet may cut out at any moment. The latest updates from the authorities can be accessed via radio. If one does not have a radio, they may visit the nearest supply point to purchase one, with a limit of 1 per person. The fourth point concerns the implementation of a points system, whereby points can be used to acquire supplies and are also valid at various survival and military bases. As for how to earn points, one can exchange cash, though at a very low rate, trade gold, barter goods, participate in tasks assigned by the authorities, or accept various missions from the military to earn corresponding points. Lin Shi liked the authorities' post, ensuring that everything that needed to be communicated was conveyed before the network collapsed, a strategy of sorts in a desperate situation, a conspiracy. This is nothing short of a scheme to plunder the wealth of the populace under the guise of natural disaster. What sort of work are they publishing? Collecting corpses in such heavy rain, fishing for supplies in the stinking water filled with trash. They dare to call this work. Such tasks should be left to the soldiers. Mutations in plants? What do they transform into? A sprinting act. Are mutated animals edible? Food is already scarce. I am so hungry. How foolish of me to think of dieting. It seems there truly are supernatural beings. These individuals stormed into my home and stole the only bag of rice I had. Where is the law enforcement? Have they all perished? Power outages and internet failures mean that crime runs rampant without consequences. Is there anyone to help? I am out of life-saving medicine. Forget it. I cannot endure this any longer. I will head to the survival base where at least I can find food and work. Just as Lin Shi was finishing her thoughts, her eyelids drooped, and she fell asleep. Chapter 67. A feast must include fragrant hot pot. As the torrential rain intensified, the water levels rose, prompting the 8 elders to retreat to the central military base. With only the 4th elder remaining, Luo Qingzhou strode into the temporary command center, surveying the room before urgently inquiring, "Where is the 4th elder? Why hasn't he left yet? He is the last one remaining." Yi Chen's eyes were slightly red-rimmed. He has spent his entire life working and living here. It is heart-wrenching for him to leave in such a manner. Wei Yuntian emerged, his demeanor heavy as he ambled with his hands clasped behind his back. Casting a fleeting glance at Luo Qingzhou, "If he wants to run, let him. I wonder who taught him this so-called tactical retreat." Luo Qingzhou felt a surge of frustration and, suppressing his impatience, urged, "Old chief, please leave. Look, the boat is waiting outside, and it consumes precious fuel." Yi Yun Tian, visibly irritated, retorted, "Why are you rushing me? Is this within your purview? Do you even remember your responsibilities?" "I certainly remember my responsibilities. I will lead the special forces to eradicate evil entirely. Root out the problem. Strike against all malevolent forces, gangs, and spies attempting to exploit the chaos," Luo Qingzhou declared solemnly and seriously. "Grandfather, please cooperate with Luo Ji's efforts. As an old comrade, you should listen and board the boat. We will hold down the fort here. You can rest assured that I will ensure the annihilation of all those who harm the populace." Yi Chan understood his grandfather's concerns. If powerful mutated plants or animals were discovered during this time, they needed to be eradicated before they could grow stronger. The fourth elder boarded the boat, leaving the place that had nurtured him for so long, heading towards the fortified central military base. By 6 o'clock that evening, Lin Shi had already prepared the hot pot she had stockpiled, giving it a fresh presentation as she poured it into an oversized electric hot pot. She arranged a generous array of ingredients on a large platter, various beef and lamb cuts, along with tripe, shrimp paste, ham, luncheon meat, fish balls, twisted dough, tofu, gluten, potatoes, bamboo shoots, white radish, and yellow bean sprouts. At Lin Wuwu's specific request, she added 2 large platters of freshly skinned rabbit meat. She also found a regular-sized rice cooker and steamed a pot of fragrant rice. When Zhao Zhiyong and Wu Lingshu's families arrived, they were greeted by the enticing aroma of hot pot. Zhao Xiaoxiao exclaimed, "It smells so good." The others were similarly stirred by the scent, evoking memories of life before the disaster. Wu Lingshu nostalgically remarked, "In the past, I always thought these dishes were greasy and unhealthy. Now I truly regret not indulging more back then." Su Guangqing patted her arm, and they exchanged smiles. Zhao Zhiyong inhaled deeply, saying, "Wow, this aroma is identical to that of a hot pot restaurant. I can tell you have stocked up on some good ingredients. It's a pity it still feels like something is missing." "Missing what?" Lin Shi pondered, smacking her forehead. "You're right." She stepped into the bedroom and retrieved 2 unlabeled bottles of white liquor and a case of beer from her space, bringing them to the dining area. Only Zhao Zhiyong drank the white liquor, while Zhao Xiaoxiao and Lin Wuwu enjoyed sweet beverages, and the rest opted for beer. The fragrance of the hot pot soon mingled with the aromas of the liquor and beer, creating an intoxicating scent. Wu Lingshu, having consumed a bit of beer, felt her face flush and worriedly remarked, "This is too fragrant. If others catch wind of it, we might be in trouble." Lin Shi, unaffected by the alcohol, appeared even paler. She dismissed Wu Lingshu's concerns. She couldn't let the fear of being discovered deter her from enjoying her food and drink. With her capabilities, why shouldn't she indulge in deliciousness? Isn't there a saying? When friends come, serve good wine. When wolves come, bring out the shotgun. I am not afraid. Tender rabbit meat, once submerged in the hot pot until its color changed, was quickly retrieved and proved to be incredibly delicious. Lin Wuwu devoured a whole platter. Zhao Zhiyong found the freshness of the dishes almost overwhelming, but he refrained from questioning it. Especially the rabbit meat, which clearly had not been frozen, resembling that of a freshly slaughtered creature. However, since Lin Shi had first appeared before him, she had always exuded an air of mystery, and by now, he had grown somewhat accustomed to it. As they ate and conversed, the topic shifted to how their families had been approached by a group of individuals. "What did they say?" Lin Shi inquired, fishing for fish balls and ham for Wu Wu. "What else could they say? They lament their plight and seek to borrow supplies and food." Zhao Zhiyong groaned, feeling a headache coming on, yet unable to take any decisive action against them. "Later, I spoke with them. I told them that unless they were at their wits' end, who would choose to leave the comfort of their home to rush into the water?" Wu Lingshu, being a lawyer, took the lead in negotiations with this group. Food was certainly not something they could lend out. With the ongoing disaster, lending once would lead to a second request, and one person borrowing would lead to another. Such foolishness must be avoided. The final agreement was to lease them a means of transportation, a speedboat, including paddles, a motor, and a small amount of diesel. They would pay 30% of whatever supplies they found as rent. However, since the speedboat had been jointly acquired by their 3 families, Lin Shi's opinion was needed. Naturally, Lin Shi had no objections. If those people could indeed venture out and procure supplies, they wouldn't have to resort to desperate measures against them. If those individuals took the speedboat and continued to harass their families, they would be done for. She bore no psychological burden. She could simply dispose of them in the water if necessary. Once they had finished discussing their concerns, everyone felt more at ease as they continued to eat. After feasting, Wu Lingshu and Zhao Xiaoxiao helped tidy up. Lin-Shi sliced some apples and brought them to the living room. Zhao Xiaoxiao used a large towel to wipe Lin Wuwu's mouth and paws, first using a wet wipe to clean off the grease before drying with the towel, both cat and human busying themselves in delight. The group resumed discussing the authorities' announcements. Wu Lingshu expressed her worries. Will it really be that cold? It feels so unreal, Lin-Shi replied. I'm saying if, what if it gets even colder? When such news is disclosed, it tends to lean towards conservatism. Colder? Can this house withstand that? We would essentially be trapped in a giant icebox. Su Guangqing calculated the temperatures and felt uneasy. The group exchanged worried glances. Indeed, after being submerged in water for a month, then frozen, thawed, and re-soaked. Lin-Shi took a bite of her apple. What if there's another earthquake or something? It's not a what if. It is inevitable. Wu Lingshu shivered. Could it be that coincidental? What kind of natural disasters will we face next? Zhao Zhiyong shot her a knowing look, understanding the underlying tension. Chapter 68. Adorable little creatures, he gritted his teeth, stating resolutely, as long as we can stay, we will. If we can't, we will go to the survival base. With the few of us, we should be able to survive. Su Guangqing frowned. Prolonged exposure to water, extreme freezing, thawing, and then intense heat. The building materials of this house will surely not hold up. At that point, whether there's an earthquake or not, safety will be compromised. Lin-Shi felt that his analysis was quite astute, nodding slightly. Therefore, it is undoubtedly safe for now. Let us endure the extreme cold here. If a heat wave truly occurs, the water will certainly recede at that time. We can either change our residence or relocate to a survival base. Wu Lingshu, observing Lin-Shi, also calmed down. Since the authorities have notified everyone to prepare for cold weather, there should be supplies available at the resource distribution point. Let us go and take a look tomorrow. It was decided that Zhao Zhiyong and Su Guangqing would seek out the door, while Lin-Shi, Wu Lingshu, and Zhao Xiaoxiao would check the resource distribution point. As the two families departed, Lin-Shi provided each household with 2 rolls of blackout film and 4 apples. The apples had a long shelf life, and she had stockpiled quite a few. However, she did not particularly enjoy them, so gifting them seemed appropriate, albeit she was cautious not to overdo it. Concerned that others might discover that the two families still had electricity, she also handed Zhao Zhiyong a few additional bottles of baijiu, knowing that he enjoyed drinking. Anticipating their separate undertakings the next day, she packed the M9 and 200 rounds of ammunition into a bag for him. The following day, as Lin-Shi descended the stairs, she encountered several groups of people. Most individuals exhibited a wary demeanor, which pleased Lin-Shi greatly. This was the typical response of rational individuals, when aware that the calamity would not conclude in the near term. There is always a lingering fear of harm from others. However, 2 men, who claimed to be brothers, did not seem like reputable individuals. They greeted Lin-Shi enthusiastically, and even when she ignored them, they trailed behind her. Inquiring about various matters at a distance, it was only when Lin-Shi met up with Zhao Zhiyong and the others that the 2 men awkwardly departed. Perhaps due to the daytime, Lin-Shi noticed an increase in the number of inflatable boats within the community. Together with their own, there were now 5 boats, sufficient for the residents to rotate and scavenge for supplies, allowing them to survive. Upon leaving the community, Lin-Shi steered the inflatable boat towards the resource distribution point. After securing the boat, the 3 of them entered together. The layout was similar to their previous visit, but there were now more individuals purchasing goods. Some were even selling items. A large whiteboard displayed the exchange rates for items and points, listing everything from metals, food, and medicines to clothing, coal, charcoal, and plastics. Anything that was no longer of use could be exchanged for points. Lin-Shi exchanged some gold that she had previously acquired at the bank, obtaining 200 points. The updated list of purchasable items now included a set of cotton clothing, a coal stove, and 300 pounds of coal. Although the cotton clothing was rather unattractive due to its bulk, the fabric was sturdy and waterproof. The coal stove was a rough construct, encased in a layer of iron, with a fire-resistant core, yet it was highly functional, serving both heating and cooking purposes. The allocation of 300 pounds of coal per month seemed slightly insufficient, but if several individuals gathered together, at least they could keep warm collectively. All 3 items were reasonably priced, totaling 30 points. 1 point could purchase a pound of rice, meaning 30 points equated to 30 pounds of rice. The queue was particularly long, And although they arrived relatively early, it appeared they would have to wait until the afternoon. To enhance efficiency, the trio decided to split up. Zhao Xiaoxiao queued for the cotton clothing, Wu Lingshu for the coal stove, and Lin Shi for the coal. The line was extensive, and many voiced their grievances, but no one dared to shove or curse, as each line had soldiers maintaining order, and everyone was aware that they were indeed capable of using their firearms. Coal was heavy, and when some individuals struggled to lift it, soldiers would assist in transporting it to the boat's point. 300 pounds was not a burden for Lin Shi. However, purchasing for 5 individuals made carrying it cumbersome. Zhao Xiaoxiao and Wu Lingshu's queues moved swiftly, and once they acquired their items, they proceeded to guard the supplies on the inflatable boat. A few soldiers helped carry her load to the boat. And shortly after, one soldier joyfully leaped into the air, exclaiming as he bounded away with his comrades. Lin Shi, smiling at Wu Lingshu's puzzled gaze, reassured her, "It's nothing, let's go." With a hearty laugh, Lin Shi waved goodbye to the adorable little soldiers. Farewell. She discreetly placed 2 packs of 500-gram white rabbit candy into the bags of the other 2 soldiers, sharing the treats, only to realize the 4 young soldiers were staring at the candy with longing expressions. Unable to accept it, the soldier who had previously carried the rice swallowed hard. "Why not give it to Captain Yi? He knows that woman. It was he who asked me to help deliver supplies last time." As Yi Chen disembarked, he overheard the mention of his name. "What are you giving me?" The soldiers eagerly presented the 2 large bags of candy to him, explaining how Lin Shi had consistently provided them with goods. Upon understanding, Yi Chen felt a pang of discomfort in his heart. He had witnessed these soldiers transition from being scolded daily to acclimating to the insults, yet the sudden appearance of someone who treated them kindly left them at a loss. "Really?" The soldiers exchanged glances, yet ultimately departed with smiles on their faces. Although they had not gone hungry, it had been a long time since they had seen candy. With such large bags, each member of their team could enjoy a few pieces. Luo Qingzhou watched as they gradually walked away, thoughtfully asking, "What kind of friend do you have who can still be so generous at a time like this?" Yi Chen, equally surprised, was not astonished by Lin Shi's generosity. In his view, Lin Shi was not a particularly amiable person. She was somewhat headstrong, difficult to get along with, and harbored a significant distrust of others. The closer someone got, the more guarded she became. Chapter 69. The malicious brothers. Yi Chen's expression darkened immediately. "What of mercenaries? He's abroad, not domestically. Besides, he has certainly assisted us in coordinating efforts in the beautiful country." Luo Qingzhou, exasperated, stared at him. "So now no one can manage you? When did I ever say I looked down on him? I merely suggested you communicate with him, as it seems mercenaries have arrived. You ought to be cautious. Such a fickle face, Yi Xiaogo. What has become of your countenance?" Luo Qingzhou, infuriated, stormed off. "Why are you so petty?" Luo Gu, "No, Minister Luo, wait for me." Lin Shi assisted them in transporting the supplies to the 24th floor, noticing a newly installed iron door in the hallway, reinforced with iron spikes. The efficiency was impressive. The door was already secured. The community had flooded up to the 4th floor. They only needed to climb to the 20th now. Zhao Zhiyong and Su Guangqing made 2 trips, and all the items were moved. The door at your staircase has also been installed, but the surveillance system still requires wiring and power, Su Guangqing informed her. He then provided her with a small program, explaining, "Our faces have already been recorded. If an unfamiliar person is detected, an alarm will sound, and you will be notified." Lin Wuwu, who had been curiously following Su Guangqing, exclaimed suddenly, "Oh dear, how could I forget Wuwu? Come, come, let us record you too." Su Guangqing hurriedly took out a tablet to scan Lin Wuwu's face. Lin Wuwu sat upright immediately. Lin Shi poured them some water, mixing in 10 milliliters of well water for them. After they drank, Lin Shi inquired about their plans. There was also coal to consider. Although it was supplied monthly, what if there were disruptions? And there were purification tablets, whether collecting rainwater or melting snow. They would be essential. If they could locate bottled water to save for the heat wave, that would be ideal. After listening, Lin Shi neither expressed approval nor disapproval. After a moment of contemplation, she slowly spoke. "When you ventured out during the day, did you observe the nearby trees?" Su Guangqing, however, had no recollection. "That's impossible. It hasn't been long enough for them to grow so quickly. Trees are mutating, and animals are likely mutating as well, for instance. Snakes, crocodiles, or others, if we encounter them in the water, we will not have the upper hand. If we wait until the extreme cold freezes everything before venturing out, at least we can walk on solid ice, which is more secure. Furthermore, the healthy growth of trees is a good sign and a good sign. Zhao Ziyong looked at her in confusion. Lin Shi smiled mischievously. The frost immobilizes them, and we won't damage their roots. But what lies on the surface of the ice? Superior charcoal. Su Guangqing, still rational, was not swept away by the prospect of charcoal. But you mentioned those are mutated plants. Can we really handle them? Lin Shi and Zhao Ziyong exchanged knowing smiles. Rest assured, if others cannot move them, we certainly can. With her third-tier fire abilities, how could she not burn a tree? While the water posed dangers, recklessly entering could lead to encounters with mutated creatures, putting them at a disadvantage. However, gathering food was also urgent, so the trio decided their next target would be the Tianshan Tower. The Tianshan Tower had 86 floors and housed numerous companies. Even if someone had previously scavenged, there would surely be overlooked supplies. Considering that there might be other individuals inside the Tianshan Tower, Wu Lingshu and Zhao Xiaoxiao would remain behind. The three of them determined that it was better to act sooner rather than later. Planning to depart at 11 that night, I told you, physical fitness must be practiced. Zhao Ziyong exclaimed happily, feeling that his stamina had improved, wondering if he might also mutate at the appointed time. Lin Shi donned her raincoat, picked up Lin Wu, turned off the lights, locked the door, and descended. Today, she would not be entering the water, so she did not wear a diving suit, instead opting for a fitted cashmere shirt beneath a camouflage combat uniform, combat boots on her feet, and a large backpack containing a wall-penetrating detector and night vision goggles. She secured a dagger and flashlight at her waist, filling a water bottle with well water to keep in her space for later use. Lin Wu, having to help keep watch, did not mind getting dirty. Today, she was not treated to the luxury of squatting by the Biaji. As Lin, she descended to the 8th floor. She unexpectedly encountered the two brothers with ill intentions. The taller man grinned and said, "Little sister, where are you off to? I see you've been busy both day and night. Why not come sit at our place? We could have a chat." As he spoke, he reached out to wrap his arm around Lin Shi. Without hesitation, she twisted his arm behind his back, eliciting a scream reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. "Ah!" Lin Shi looked at him with disdain, released his hand, and delivered a swift side kick, sending him sliding away. She drew her dagger, fixing her gaze on the other man. "Do you still wish to chat?" The shorter man, terrified, fled in haste. Lin Shi was aware that others lurked in the shadows, observing her, and she warned them with her mental strength. "Thinking of making a move against me? Let us see if your life is robust enough. I dare to come and go alone without a care for you. If you're not afraid of death, then by all means, come and try." She was not truly angry. Being targeted was within her expectations. These individuals could easily be dealt with, yet the rescue teams would occasionally come to assert their dominance. Minimizing trouble was preferable. Chapter 70. Encounter with Highwayman. When Lin Shi reunited with Zhao Ziyong and Su Guangqing, she was promptly questioned about the earlier commotion, primarily due to the loud cries. Noticing no murderous intent emanating from her, Zhao Ziyong cautioned, "If you find it inconvenient to act, let me handle it." Lin Shi chuckled lightly. "All right, if it's inconvenient, I'll call for you." The speedboat traveled in a straight line, reaching their destination in just over 40 minutes. As they approached Tiansheng Building, about 100 meters away, Lin Shi turned off the motor and switched to paddling quietly to avoid alarming others. Upon nearing, she spotted a broken window. It was evident that someone had indeed entered. Using the pretext of hiding the speedboat, she instructed the two to enter first. After 10 minutes, she stored the speedboat in her space and jumped in to join them. Tiansheng Building comprised several structures, and they entered Building B, primarily housing commercial companies and live-streaming firms. The lower floors had undoubtedly been searched numerous times, so the trio decided to split into two groups. Lin Shi would search upwards from the 55th floor, while Zhao Ziyong and Su Guangqing would start from the 54th floor and move downwards, finally regrouping on the 40th floor. Lin Shi and Lin Wu dashed quickly. The 55th floor was filled with financial companies. Devoid of even a cafeteria, only the tea area had some bottled water, snacks, and instant noodles. Lin Shi took half the bottled water, deeming the rest unworthy and leaving it for future visitors. The 56th, 57th, and 58th floors were all dominated by financial firms. Confounded by the abundance of financial companies, Lin Shi gathered some bottled water, small bread rolls, instant noodles, and sanitary products. Upon reaching the 60th floor, she discovered it was occupied by live-streaming companies. Using her military hydraulic scissors, she effortlessly breached the main door and began her search. The first room was filled with clothing, unsuitable and unwanted. The second housed bedding. She took half. The third contained maternal and infant supplies, including baby formula. She again took half. In the fourth room, they sold adult products, vibrantly colorful and plush. She declined most but decided to take the small raincoats, reasoning that someone might find them appealing. The fifth room sold laundry detergent. Again, she took half. The sixth room had wuchang rice, potentially just samples, but at under 300 pounds, she took it all. The seventh was filled with cosmetics. She presumed they would be of little interest and collected everything. The eighth room offered pet supplies. She retained half the cat food and litter, taking the rest. From the 61st to 65th floors, real estate companies reigned. Lin Shi, wishing to avoid unnecessary wandering, headed straight for the cafeteria and was pleasantly surprised to find two, one for employees and another for guests. The employee cafeteria housed over 1,000 pounds of rice, alongside flour, salt, sugar, seasonings, and cooking oil, which Lin Shi collected generously. The guest cafeteria, adorned lavishly, unfortunately held only spoiled high-end ingredients in the cold storage. What she could salvage were rice, flour, and some dried goods like oversized dried scallops, abalone, dried oysters, dried sea cucumbers, shiitake mushrooms, bird's nest, and fish fins. Additionally, there were dozens of barrels of spring water, unopened tea leaves, candies, fine wines, and crystal wine sets. Lin Shi gathered it all, deeming it a bountiful harvest. Not wishing to collect any further, she left the rest for future scavengers. With Lin Wu, she hurried down the stairs. Nearing the 40th floor, Lin Shi placed 500 pounds of rice on the ground, wrapped it in a large piece of curtain fabric, and carried it up. Zhao Zhiyong and Su Guangqing had similarly found rice and cooking oil, indicating that they were all drawn to the cafeteria. The three of them, laden with nearly 1,000 pounds of rice and oil, slowly descended to the 20th floor. Lin Wu leaned against the stairway door, quietly whispering, "Someone else coming?" Startled, Lin Shi realized she had been too focused on carrying rice to notice. Glancing at her companions, Zhao Zhiyong appeared fine, but Su Guangqing was panting heavily. Lin Shi tossed them both a bottle of water while she retrieved her own canteen. Extending her awareness, she detected 9 individuals ascending from the 19th floor. Lin Shi gestured to Zhao Zhiyong, signaling him to prepare. He nodded and tapped Su Guangqing, writing a few words in his palm. Their burden was too heavy to retreat conveniently, and besides, they were not intimidated by anyone. It would not be prudent to eliminate the intruders outright. Instead, they settled on the stairs to drink some water and catch their breath. Indeed, 9 individuals appeared, led by a burly bald man with a scar across his face. Appearing to be in his 30s, clad in a grimy black jacket, his steel pipe clanged loudly against the stairs, echoing ominously. "Oh, I wondered what the ruckus was today. It's just you lot. Seems you've gathered quite the haul." UVE disturbed Scarface's beauty sleep. "I'm here to catch you little rats." Zhao Zhiyong and Lin Shi chose to ignore him, while Su Guangqing was compelled to stand up. "Scarface, this place is vast. We haven't made enough noise to disturb you, have we? The clamor you're making is solely your doing." Scarface was no fool. The mere fact that these individuals could amass such a collection indicated they were formidable. He refrained from attacking immediately, opting instead to gauge their strength. Upon noticing that 2 among them seemed utterly exhausted, his amusement grew. "Heh, this is my territory. You've stolen my goods and disrupted my rest. What, you still intend to deny it? What do you want?" Lin Shi inquired. Scarface's eyes lit up, suddenly noticing the woman seated on the floor. "Oh, there's a little lady. How delightful, brothers. Tonight is our lucky night. She looks quite tender. Let us enjoy ourselves before sending her off." The others jeered maliciously. Zhao Zhiyong sighed. "How about this? We'll return your items if you let us go." Scarface laughed heartily. "You re at death's door yet still unaware of your fate. Hand over everything you've got, even your clothes. The items are ours. What can you possibly offer in return? You owe us double. If you have nothing, you'll work to repay your debts." Lin Shi stood and approached, asking, "What sort of work? How would that work?" Scarface gazed at Lin Shi with rapt attention. Despite her camouflage attire, her beauty and charisma were worlds apart from the jaded women below. He had never envisioned encountering such beauty amidst the apocalypse, knowing that he would never have dared to dream of it before. Yet now, he could play as he pleased, and the thought ignited a fervor within him. Chapter 71. A service to the people. Scarface leered at Lin Shi. Ha ha ha, little sister. You can do as you wish. The surrounding men laughed mockingly. Scarface, don't forget about your brothers. Su Guangqing trembled with rage. You? How can you do this? You're breaking the law. Ha ha ha. Where did this fool come from? Still living in a dream at this hour. We are indeed breaking the law. What will you do about it? Call the police. Go on. The others were brazen, the youngest among them scarcely more than 15 or 16. Lin Shi turned her back to Scarface, spreading her arms toward Zhao Ziyong, shrugging her shoulders in regret. It was clear that she was not the instigator of trouble, but trouble had found her. Zhao Ziyong nodded, instantly leaping towards the nearby men, his dagger swiftly targeting their throats. The men, taken by surprise and anger, swung their steel pipes and machetes at him, but their speed paled in comparison to Zhao Ziyong's agility. It's the moment of his assault. Lin Shi cast a fireball towards Scarface, watching as his loud screams transformed into silence. One by one, she sliced the throats of the remaining assailants, witnessing their desperate struggles. Her heart softened, and she sent each one a small fireball, crisping them to a charred state. Ah, the cries echoed. Lin Shi counted. Something was amiss. 9 had turned to ash, yet they continued to wail. Zhao Ziyong surveyed the pile of charred remains, rummaging through his pockets for a pack of tissues, pulling one out to wipe the blood from his hands. Next time, let us keep the clothes. Burning them is such a waste. Lin Shi pointed to Su Guangqing, who was on the brink of madness, already overwhelmed by the encounter with a band of robbers. As a result, his amiable neighbors were swiftly annihilated in less than a minute. Wiped out, wiped out, wiped out, and then there was Lin Shi, the usually demure and gentle young girl, who could conjure flames. Flames, flames. Su Guangqing patted his chest to reassure himself, murmuring, It's all right, it's all right, it's all right. Lin Shi looked at him with sympathy and explained, Those people are not good. They have taken over this area and have likely harmed many. Only their demise can ensure the survival of others. Zhao Ziyong added, They are ruthless and vicious. They not only steal but also take lives without hesitation. Allowing them to live is tantamount to giving them the opportunity to harm others. Just imagine, if it weren't for us, what could have been your fate? Su Guangqing nodded emphatically. He wasn't foolish, merely naive enough to believe that his formidable neighbors were the kind who wielded power without taking lives. Rather than those capable of such brutality, he was a bit taken aback. I understand. This is to rid the world of evil. I just haven't quite gotten used to it yet. But that's okay. I will adapt soon. I'm not afraid at all. Lin Shi glanced at his trembling legs, and he immediately pressed down on them. I'll be used to it soon. Lin Shi resolved to give him some space and stood up to discuss matters with Zhao Ziyong. They had occupied this location. It was likely that there were more than just 9 individuals. From his tone, it seemed they had accomplices, and perhaps many others were being held captive for their amusement. It didn't concern them, but what if ordinary people came next? Could they escape their clutches? It would be best to eliminate them completely. Did you bring weapons? If there are many people using knives, some might slip through the cracks. Yes, and I've even brought silencers. I'll give them to you shortly. Su Guangqing's trembling legs shook once more, and he swallowed hard, having heard something. Oh no, 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 he hadn't heard anything at all. No, it seemed they were planning something. What should he do? Zhao Ziyong said, Sugu, wait here for us. If anyone approaches, just hide and avoid them. The things are safe right here. Su Guangqing forcefully maintained his composure, declaring, Rest assured, I shall wait for you right here. He then glanced at his bodyguard, a stout and plump little kitten. Zhao Ziyong carried his M9, loaded with bullets, while Lin Shi provided him with an additional 100 rounds, a silencer, a night vision device, and a bulletproof vest. If it can be quieter, let it be quieter. She herself also took an M9 equipped with a silencer. Expanding her mental energy, she discovered that the 18th floor housed around 40 to 50 people, with no guards in sight, indicating that those 9 were indeed the culprits. She then produced a life detection device and showed it to Zhao Ziyong. He was astounded, but could only mutter quietly, You even have this, Lin Shi scoffed. This is what you call professionalism. The 18th floor was lavishly decorated, which likely explained why that group chose this level. Lin Shi and Zhao Ziyong donned masks and stealthily entered. The life detection device indicated that the largest rooms collectively housed 25 individuals. 2 smaller rooms each displayed a dozen or so people, locked away, suggesting they were the captives. After sensing with her mental energy, Lin Shi gestured to Zhao Ziyong, and they simultaneously breached the door. Silencers proved effective. Pow! 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 The gunfire startled the captives, yet they showed no inclination to flee, instead arming themselves to confront the duo. Only when 4 or 5 remained did someone shout, "Gun! They have guns! Run!" Unfortunately, escape was impossible. None from that group survived. She opted not to incinerate the bodies, as the premises were filled with flammable materials, making a fire too easy to ignite. She opened several rooms, discovering them stocked with food. "Shall we take some?" She inquired. He shook his head, replying, "Let them have it. We can't carry it all." In truth, she could have taken it, but decided against it. Finally, they unlocked the 2 rooms, revealing separate quarters for men and women. Upon opening the doors, a foul stench assaulted them, prompting she to hold her breath and dart back. Zhao Ziyong collided with her. He frowned and proclaimed, "That group is dead. You can leave now." "Really, really? Has someone finally come to rescue us?" they exclaimed. Are you the police? Why did it take you so long to arrive? Do you have any idea what we've endured?" There were screams, curses, and wails. She looked upward, removed the silencer, and fired a shot into the ceiling. After a cacophony of screams, silence fell. "We are not the police. We are here for revenge. This time, we are in a good mood. So we won't kill you. Try cursing again." She glared at the captives. "Let's go." Zhao Ziyong, unwilling to linger, holstered his gun and turned to leave. The plight of those individuals must have been dire. Yet even so, it couldn't alter the fundamental nature of some who feared the strong while bullying the weak. That gang's numbers were comparable, and they lacked firearms. Why couldn't they unite to resist? Even if it meant sacrifice, it would be preferable to being enslaved and oppressed. When she opened the door, she at least noticed several individuals exchanging hostile, hateful glares. Chapter 72. The mess left uncleaned. This feeling disgusted Shi, leading her to choose avoidance. She would rather embrace the role of a villain than that of a savior, finding more joy and ease in the former. "Ha ha ha, just you, a villain, indeed." Zhao Ziyong doubled over in laughter at her words. Observing Shi's stern expression, he patted her head, saying, "You know, true villains don't go around proclaiming their murderous intentions every day. They simply smile and say you'll always be their brother. And then, when you least expect it, bang, a fatal shot in the back. All right, let us hurry." The villain. When they next encountered Su Guangqing, he appeared considerably more composed, working with Zhao Ziyong to haul supplies down. Shi excused herself to search for the concealed speedboat, quickly placing it into the water. Midway through their journey, they spotted a boat approaching them head-on. Shi and Zhao Ziyong exchanged wary glances and swiftly crouched down to hide their heads. Su Guangqing was extremely anxious, gripping the oar tightly and lowering his voice to ask, "Is it a robbery?" The two nodded somewhat randomly, exchanging furtive glances. Shi remarked, "The person standing on that boat looks like Yichun. They wouldn't also be heading to Tiansheng building, would they?" Zhao Ziyong replied, "This is bad. The bullets weren't extracted, and the scene is a mess." Shi countered, "In an apocalypse, who has time to clean up every murder scene?" Zhao Ziyong retorted, "You, an outsider, should know what traces of a struggle leave behind." Overall, this operation yielded satisfactory results. Shi only took 300 pounds of rice and 2 canisters of cooking oil, while the rest, milk, hygiene products, and snacks, were shared between their 2 groups. She also divided some dried scallops, abalone, sea cucumbers, and bird's nest from her pack. They were hesitant to accept her offerings, fearing she wouldn't take much. Zhao Ziyong urged Su Guangqing, saying, "Take it, or else she will squander it all." "What does that mean? Are you looking down on us?" Shi objected. "What's wrong with making porridge? I'm the best at making porridge." "What's the issue?" Speaking of which, Shi and Zhao Ziyong had quite the rapport. On the boat heading towards Tiansheng building stood Yichun. Having received intelligence that a group had taken over the building, treating it as their own domain and establishing a rule that intruders would die, they were completely infringing upon Yichun's territory. With unreliable electricity and internet, and police severely understaffed, news of such gang activities typically reached military rescue teams or resource supply points, ultimately landing in Yichun's hands. After reconnaissance confirmed the situation, Yichun and his team received orders to eliminate the threat. Upon stealthily entering Tiansheng building, Yichun discovered chaos within, accompanied by faint cries. The captives had fled. Upon further investigation, it was revealed that over 20 members of the offending group had been killed, with multiple bloodstains and 9 piles of ashes found on the 20th floor, an exact match for the number of the gang. Su Qiuming conducted a thorough inspection before reporting to Yi Chen. Captain, when we arrived, the survivors had already been released. According to their accounts, 2 individuals clad in camouflage, wearing masks, came seeking revenge, a male and a female. The male stood under 6 feet, while the female was slightly below 5 feet 9, both in shoes. They claimed these 2 had slain their captors and freed them without further interference. There were ample supplies here, and those 2 did not take any. Furthermore, aside from the 9 who perished in the fire on the 20th floor, 25 were shot, either in the head or precisely in the heart, demonstrating a high level of professionalism. Look at this. Yi Chen scrutinized the M9 bullet in his hand. American-made ammunition? Su Qiuming expressed concern. Yes, I'm worried it might be spies. Why? Yi Chen chuckled lightly. Spies? What would they gain? No resources. No territory. That doesn't align with their typical behavior. They thrive on chaos. If they were indeed spies, they would likely be kindred spirits with this group, meeting too late. Su Qiuming nodded. True, but who could it be? When we arrived, the bodies were still warm. Either they were still in the building or left just before us. Should we search the entire building? Yi Chen smirked. How long would it take to search such a large building? With that time, we could undertake 2 more missions. At least for now, the opposition shows no hostility towards us, Su Qiuming remarked, but with such lethal force displayed, it poses a potential threat. Whether it be the firearms from the police station or those from the prison, they were entrusted to the military for management long before the fog descended, as a stringent measure against the armed chaos instigated by malevolent gangs. Deprived of firearms, these factions would find their power significantly diminished, leading to more effective operations with fewer casualties. Yi Chen patted his shoulder. I am well aware. With no incendiary agents needed, one can turn a person into charcoal, aside from the fire abilities. What else could there be? A man and a woman hiding their faces is of little use. Their heights and attire are known. Proficient in American-made firearms and ammunition, their strikes are lethal. The woman possesses a foul temper, threatening others, yet generously leaves behind such abundant resources. Additionally, in the dead of night, encountering that speedboat, he sensed someone was watching. But when he looked over, he only saw one person aboard. He recalled the girl with immense strength who devoured half a table of food and threatened the chef with a steel pipe, demanding a monthly supply. Perhaps it was time to pay a visit to his former captain. Upon returning home, Lin Shi immediately entered the space, and Lin Wuwu felt a sense of accomplishment, her little chest puffed with pride. I know. Our Wuwu is indeed formidable. What would this family do without you? Lin Shi first lavished verbal praise, followed by a reward of ice cream. As for the ice cream machine, it has been completely emptied, and the raw materials have yet to be replenished. She brought it into the activity room of the space, first rinsing off the foul water, then placing it in a small bathtub, adding a few drops of the newly acquired shower gel. Lin Wuwu sniffed and expressed her fondness, wanting to use this scent again next time. Lin Shi was equally fond, feeling that today's Wuwu resembled a little baby with the scent of milk. It was surprising how, unbeknownst to her, Lin Shi had acquired such great abilities, leaving her uncertain whether it was a blessing or a curse. On the bright side, regardless of the outcome, in this apocalyptic world, possessing even a little more skill increases the chance of survival. However, Su Guangqing felt a sense of unease, believing that teaming up with these 2 families put them at a disadvantage. Wu Lingshu, however, reassured him. Shishi is not one to hold grudges. Her arrangement for us to stay opposite Xiao Zhao was a thoughtful gesture, a favor to remember, and we shall repay her when the opportunity arises. Su Guangqing was not one to get bogged down in trivialities, but the enormity of today's events had shaken him. With his wife's comfort, his spirits gradually calmed. Being a mercenary had diminished him considerably. Especially after having taken a life and then encountering Yi Chen, he always regretted not extracting the bullets, leaving loose ends. Chapter 73. The dominance of Lin Shi. As a result, none felt inclined to venture outside, and thus they decided that until the torrential rain ceased, the 3 families would remain indoors, waiting for the water to freeze solid before resuming work. Who would have thought that while they stayed inside, Yi Chen would arrive at their doorstep with Su Qiuming and Zhou Yi? Having refrained from going out, Wu Lingshu, together with Lin Shi and Zhao Xiaoxiao, had been kneading dough, making steamed buns, dumplings, and buns. Although Lin Shi lacked talent, she was enjoying herself immensely. Zhao Xiaoxiao, on the other hand, was quick to learn, even crafting a small cat from dough, which charmed Lin Wuwu. Lin Shi's buns and dumplings were merely passable, failing to master the dough kneading, leaving Lin Wuwu daily urging her to return. Unable to refuse, Lin Shi brought flour, pork, and cabbage each time. She couldn't keep taking from others. Why have you brought things again? Ive told you I have everything here. You didn't even finish what you brought yesterday, Wu Lingshu chided her. Lin Shi linked her arm with hers, smiling. Why be so calculative? Wu Wu and I have been eating and taking these past few days. Why don't you count that? Wu Lingshu lightly tapped her forehead, whispering, Stop bringing things. If you do, Xiao Zhao will follow your lead. And that's not good, Lin Shi whispered back. It's fine. If he offers to you, just accept it. He is not a stingy person. Thus, when Zhao Zhiyong heard the knocking at the stairwell, he initially thought it was Lin Shi, but upon approaching, he was surprised to find Yi Chen. After a moment of astonishment, he hurriedly opened the door. Before he could step inside, Su Guangqing passed by, mentioning that Xiao Xiao had asked for something. Upon seeing Su Guangqing, Yi Chen recalled, how coincidental. Wasn't he the one from that night on the speedboat? Yet, he said nothing, merely offering a meaningful smile to Zhao Zhiyong. Zhao Zhiyong felt a chill from his smile and could only lead them inside. Yi Chen was not alone. He brought Su Qiuming and Zhou Yi along, and none of them were empty-handed. They brought diesel, rice, flour, and charcoal, all scarce and limited resources. Before Zhao Zhiyong could politely refuse, Su Qiuming interjected. This is Yi Team's share. He doesn't need it. So he brought it for you. Zhao Zhiyong found it difficult to refuse, saying, Thank you. I have enough supplies. You are many, all with families to care for. Don't worry about me next time. Yi Chen surveyed the surroundings and noted Zhao Zhiyong spoke the truth. His home still had electricity, clearly indicating he possessed a generator that could still utilize diesel. What's yours is yours. This is our goodwill. By the way, where is Miss Lin? I thought she lived opposite you. Yi Chen casually sipped from his cup and said, It's nothing much. She sent a few little soldiers some candies last time. And I wanted to thank her. Zhao Zhiyong quickly stood, saying, She is not at home. She should be across the street now. I'll help you call her. He found Lin Shi and informed her that Yi Chen was looking for her. For me? Why is he looking for me? Lin Shi was perplexed. Zhao Zhiyong hesitated, saying he came to thank her, but added, Do you think he knows that we were the ones behind that incident that night? So what if he knows? I'm not afraid of him. Can he take me on? Let me tell you, I have heavy firepower. If he provokes me, I'll fire a shell. Lin Shi's words exuded an imposing aura. All right, I fear you. What do you intend to do? I warn you, do not harm them. Did you hear? Zhao Zhiyong wore a knowing expression. He is here to thank you, so just accept it. As for everything else, play dumb. Remember, no outbursts, no tantrums, no intimidation. Lin Shi pouted. Got it. I was just saying, I didn't mean to actually do anything to them. Why are you so tense? Zhao Zhiyong suddenly turned around. Almost forgot. And no setting fires, Lin Shi. Upon seeing Yi Chen, Lin Shi thought he was indeed quite handsome. Yet there was always a layer of something that made him seem opaque. Yi Chen, spotting Lin Shi, smiled warmly. Miss Lin, it's good to see you again. Zhao Zhiyong chuckled. We're quite familiar now. Just call her Lin Shi. Yi Chen noticed Lin Shi glaring at him without expression and gently nodded. In that case, I shall comply. Lin Shi, you may call me Yi Chen. Lin Shi lazily sat down, tugging at her lips. What do you want from me? Yi Chen showed no signs of offense, maintaining a demeanor as gentle as a spring breeze. I want to thank you on behalf of those children. They were initially reluctant to accept, but I assured them we are friends, which eased their minds. Lin Shi's expression softened slightly. That should be me thanking you for allowing them to accept it. I just feel they are still young. They have to face such a terrifying era in society. I can do nothing to help. I can only offer trivial items to ease my own conscience. Yet I must accept their gratitude, which makes me even more uncomfortable. They aren't small anymore, and soon there may be even younger ones. However, Yi Chen's smile faded, and with renewed vigor, he said, I wonder if you have any leftover candies. I'd like to exchange some with you, either with points or resources. I wish to give them as occasional rewards to the soldiers. Upon hearing this, Lin Shi's impression of him improved. Someone who cared for soldiers was not detestable. Yi Chen beamed. That's wonderful, Lin Shi. I have another question for you. What level is your ability? Both Zhao Zhiyong and Lin Shi were taken aback by this unexpected inquiry. For a moment, silence enveloped them, lasting several seconds. Zhao Ziyong fixed his gaze on Lin Shi, fearful that she might suddenly ignite and incinerate someone. Why me? Lin Shi regarded him with a half-dashed smile. Wai Yichun looked at her earnestly. It can't be Brother Yong. I asked him if he had awakened his abilities, and he said no. Brother Yong, wouldn't he deceive me? Lin Shi languidly glanced at Zhao Ziyong. Oh, is that so? Zhao Ziyong lowered his head in shame. These little rascals were becoming increasingly cunning, even deceiving him. Chapter 74. The dominance of the Titan team. Yichun wasted no time and got straight to the point. The 9 corpses found in the Tianshang building were carbonized to such a degree that it proves the flames reached an extremely high temperature. I have seen fire abilities before, but they cannot achieve this level of crispness. We examined the evidence and discovered that, aside from that gang and the imprisoned survivors, 3 other individuals and a cat were present. He produced a plastic bag containing a fine strand of fur. The rebellious child has shed. No, you managed to find such a minuscule cat hair. Lin Shi was taken aback. Zhao Ziyong cleared his throat and exchanged a knowing glance with her. The atmosphere grew slightly awkward, prompting Yichun to continue. The other person and the cat seemed not to have engaged Lin. She shot him an angry glare, thinking, why mention whether the cat was involved? Surely she would know. Zhou quickly interjected. Sis, Yi team means no harm. He hasn't disclosed anything to anyone. Lin Shi's murderous gaze immediately shifted towards him and Su Qiuming, asking, what, do you two not count as people? The shoulders of the 2 men trembled slightly. Wai Yichun, leisurely sipping water, remarked, if you ever contemplate silencing someone, I wouldn't necessarily oppose it. Su Qiuming and Zhou immediately gazed at Lin Shi with tear-filled eyes, pleading, sister, you are my own sister. How about we just follow you from now on? You should eliminate that heartless captain. Their lamentations sent a chill down Lin Shi's spine. Were they attempting to disgust her? Zhao Ziyong, unable to bear it any longer, waved his hand and declared, all right, enough of this nonsense. We're all adults here. What is it that you wish to discuss? Speak up. Yichun straightened up, his expression serious as he continued. As I mentioned before, apart from the regular military squads, there are now several unofficial teams comprised mainly of superhumans or capable ordinary individuals. Once registered, they are permitted to bear firearms and can undertake urgent missions, such as eliminating criminal gangs. During such times when our manpower is insufficient, we may invite them to join us on missions, and of course, they earn points for their efforts. Thus, I envision a future collaboration between us. Lin Shi remained skeptical, countering, but have you considered the possibility that once they register with the military, they might exploit the situation? In her previous life, those teams initially operated under military oversight. Yet many took advantage of their military status to commit atrocities rather than engage in the eradication of mutated flora and fauna. This was, of course, a given. Such individuals exist regardless of time and place. In the past, they could be eliminated or captured, given a chance for rehabilitation. However, now, upon identification, they can be dealt with on the spot, and warnings can be issued at various supply and rescue points to deter others. Yichun sighed, acknowledging the lack of better solutions at present. Their forces were currently stationed at 4 major supply points, maintaining basic resource availability while dispatching mobile rescue teams. These teams served a dual purpose, to patrol and provide aid, while also exerting military deterrence. There were always those who attempted to seize others' resources. When encountered by the rescue teams, they were often dealt with immediately. Yet, more often than not, these individuals would flee upon sighting the rescue teams, rendering pursuit difficult, and thus reports would need to be filed. The military simply did not have the manpower to conduct one-on-one investigations, focusing instead on dismantling criminal gangs as their primary goal. Lin Shi felt that this reality differed significantly from her previous life. At this time in her past, the leaders were tirelessly coordinating military efforts to provide aid, believing that if they could just endure the current calamity, things would soon improve. The outcome, however, was a fragmented military force being systematically dismantled, with increasing casualties among soldiers, and the resources and weapons they provided being seized by rival factions, leaving survivors without sustenance and forcing them to either ally with powerful gangs or perish in despair. Yet, in this life, if the military strength could be preserved and those criminal factions eradicated ahead of time, those gangs would likely lack the power to turn against the military. Zhao Ziyong, eager to speak, was silenced by Lin Shi's fierce glare. She raised an eyebrow and remarked, so, Captain Ye's proposal is, speaking candidly, she continued, both you and Yonggu possess considerable prowess. The military is indeed in dire need of personnel, more so than you might think. I hope you can join us. All it takes is to register a small team under the military's wing, without any other constraints. You can select your own missions. Whether to accept them is entirely up to you. If I require your assistance on a particular task, I will extend an invitation with points as compensation, which you are, of course, free to decline. Zhao Ziyong attempted to interject, but Lin Shi anticipated his words. Quickly interjecting, if we are to assist, I fear your points may not suffice. Yi Chen chuckled at the banter exchange between the two. Such arrangements are, of course, mutually agreeable. If we cannot meet your point demands, you are welcome to refuse. Lin Shi, observing Yi Chen's seemingly cheerful demeanor yet sensing a darker undertone, felt a mix of frustration and amusement. If he ever truly needed assistance, Zhao Ziyong would likely be eager to volunteer. Even at a personal loss. Regardless of whether they formed a team, it would not deter the ever-enthusiastic Zhao from pursuing such unprofitable ventures. Lin Shi couldn't shake the feeling of being at a disadvantage. With a haughty huff, she declared, then our team demands the highest level of treatment. Absolutely. Yi Chen readily agreed. Sister, what shall we name the team? Zhou eagerly approached her, fiddling with a device. Wu. Let us call ourselves the Decepticons. Lin Wu suddenly leapt into Lin Shi's embrace, startling everyone in the room, as they had no idea when it had arrived. Lin Shi winced at the sight, whether it was Xiao Xiao or Aunt Wu. It seemed to have been clad in a makeshift garment fashioned from a white cloth, giving it the appearance of a portly chef's apron. Lin Wu had been eavesdropping for quite some time. While it struggled to comprehend much, it understood that they were forming a team. It nuzzled and rolled around in Lin Shi's arms, exclaiming, Ah Wu, I want to be the captain. Lin Shi, unable to resist the adorable antics of the hefty creature, promptly announced, Decepticon team it is. All right, sister, Zhou exclaimed. Why not name it the Thunderous Conquerors instead? He pondered. Wu. What's so special about the Thunderous Conquerors? Is it really that impressive? Lin Wu, now well-versed in animated series, expressed its disdain for the name. Zhou, finding the cat's threatening glare utterly endearing, suppressed the urge to pet it, smiling brightly, determined not to disrupt the captain's business. The Decepticon team sounds fantastic. We'll start by registering you and Yonggu as members. Just let us know if there are any additions later on. We'll also need to account for weaponry. Of course, we can provide weapons as well. Lin Shi replied sullenly, no need. We already have two M9s. Yi Chen chuckled softly. This Lin Shi, while outwardly assertive and self-serving, appeared to reject even the weapons offered to her. Perhaps it was that she already possessed an abundance of her own? Chapter 75. Lin Shi's embarrassment. Yi Chen glanced at Lin Wu, noting that if mutated creatures were to appear and could not be tamed, they would need to be eliminated. However, some were domesticated by humans, such as military and police dogs, which had become more intelligent and obedient, and would be registered to avoid accidental harm. There were also pet rabbits and parrots owned by civilians. Lin Shi interjected. Let us add Lin Wu as a member. She observed Zhou busily operating a small device and curiously inquired, can your network still function? Zhao Ziyong, intrigued, asked, without electricity or internet, how do you send messages to the base? Do you send someone over? Su Qiuming brought over a small box, opening it for them to see. A telegraph machine. This is what we use for communication now. It's a bit cumbersome. But it's functional. It's been improved. You input your text, and it automatically sends the message. Team leader Yi has set aside a set for you, so you can reach out if needed. By the way, would you like me to teach you how to operate it, or would you prefer to learn on your own? Zhao Ziyong looked at Lin Shi, who scoffed derisively. Not a chance. I refuse to learn. Lin Shi decided to leave Zhao to handle these trivial matters alone, only to find Yi Chen had followed her to Wu Lingshu's home. To her surprise, he was exceptionally skilled at making dumplings, even crafting small figurines and cats, which delighted Lin Wu immensely. Noticing Lin Shi's sour expression, it nudged her affectionately, saying, Ah Wu, look, that's me, and that's you. Lin Shi glanced over and indeed saw the resemblance, but noted that they were missing a Qing bao. Clearing her throat, she presented a picture of Elsa to Yi Chen, awkwardly asking, can you make this? Yi Chen looked at her meaningfully and nodded. Wow, I didn't realize you liked the Snow Queen. Lin Shi, recognizing the misunderstanding in his gaze, clarified with a stern expression, it's not me who likes her. It's Wu Wu. Yi Chen struggled to contain his laughter, but seeing the serious look on her face, he managed to hold it back. wary of inciting her ire. Someone once said that explanations are merely a cover-up. What's the big deal if a young girl admires a princess or a queen? He solemnly assured her that he would indeed help Lin Wu craft it well. Lin Xi's expression soured even further. She had come to realize that Yi Qian was quite adept at winning people over. If he set his mind to it, there was no one he couldn't sway. From Wu Lingshu to Su Guangqing, and from Zhao Xiaoxiao to Lin Wu, they all held him in high regard. It was undeniable that he possessed a remarkable talent for winning hearts. When mealtime arrived, Wu Lingshu and Zhao Zhiyong insisted on treating them to several large plates of dumplings before allowing them to leave. Climbing the stairs was a trivial matter for the two of them. Yi Qian sought to bridge the gap between them, occasionally striking up conversation, but Lin Shi maintained her stoic silence. Yi Qian scrutinized her for a moment before asking, "Are you upset?" "Why?" Lin Shi shot him a glare, continuing to ignore him. "Let me take a guess. You can't possibly be sulking because the people around you seem to favor me, right?" Unable to restrain herself, Lin Shi scoffed. "Please, how childish." Yi Qian chuckled softly, a mischievous glint in his eye. "All right then, I'll say one more thing, but don't get angry. I have this feeling that your powers must have awakened before the fog appeared. But, of course, I have no evidence." Lin Shi abruptly halted, flames leaping to half her height. She thought to herself, fine, he is quite perceptive. She wouldn't he actually kill him over such a trivial matter, but he certainly had a penchant for rambling. He continued, "So, you see, we still need to work together occasionally, right? A friendly coexistence benefits everyone. Besides, I am quite an excellent team leader. Last time, our task earned us 1,000 points, and I allocated 500 to your Batian Tiger team. With so many of us cleaning up, we only received 500 points. Lin Shi, feeling dejected and unable to set anyone ablaze, murmured, "What do you mean you only divided 500? What did you clean up?" "Reassurance, handling matters, escorting survivors. If you like it that way, I could leave that work for you next time and transfer the points to you." "How does that sound?" "No way. Setting a fire is far more straightforward." Just imagining that scene makes Lin Shi's expression twist with frustration. "You're too young to be so irritable. No wonder you have fire powers, always losing your temper." Yi Qian continued to drone on. "What kind of person is this?" He is even more bothersome than the initially insincere smiles. Lin Shi began to seriously contemplate the possibility of incinerating him. Thankfully, the 18th floor arrived. She had never found the ascent to be so arduous. Upon returning home, she asked Yi Qian to wait in the living room while she pretended to fetch him some candy from the bedroom in the living room. Yi Qian inspected the sealed windows and the modified door. Tapping here and knocking there with his hands, Lin Wu dashed up to him, yowling, "Aw! You are not allowed to touch our things. Otherwise, I will tell the poop shoveler." "Aw!" Although Yi Qian could not comprehend her words, he somewhat grasped her intent. Lin Wu was quite pleased with his reaction and, as a reward, shared a bottle of her treasured happy water with him. Yi Qian was amused and bewildered. He had been treated by a cat. Lin Shi retrieved 10 bags of 500-gram white rabbit candies, 10 packs of 100-stick 3-in-1 coffee, and an additional 10 pounds of small packaged chocolate. She packed them into a black plastic bag and handed it to Yi Qian. Yi Qian was taken aback. "Aren't you going to keep some for yourself? You can't buy these with points. Giving you points means you are at a disadvantage." Lin Shi shrugged. He had just allocated 500 points to her team, and she did not believe that was what she deserved. Whether Yi Qian was being friendly or trying to recruit her, she did not wish to take his points without reason, and it's fine. "I have plenty of snacks saved up. You take these for now. Our points are sufficient. If you come across anything rare in the future, just give it to me. Did you find any ice cream powder?" "That would be good too." Lin Shi casually mentioned a rather obscure item. Yi Qian lowered his gaze at the items, solemnly stating, "All right, I will remember these. If I find something good, I will set it aside for you." Lin Shi cheerfully replied, "All right then, no need to see me off. Farewell." After Yi Qian nodded and exited with the black plastic bag and the bottle of happy water, she suddenly called out, "Wait," Yi Qian inquired. "Is there something wrong?" Lin Shi hesitated but pressed on, about the dough figurines, how long did it take you to learn to make them? Damn, just need them casually." In a fit of anger, Lin Shi slammed the door shut. Yi Qian gazed at the firmly closed door, his shoulders shaking as he clenched his fist to suppress the urge to burst into laughter. He must not laugh, not now, for she was already furious. Chapter 76. The Woeful Wu, who lacks even a little brother. Lin Shi glared at the door in anger. No wonder he gets along so well with old Zhao. Both of their mouths are equally insufferable. After gulping down a bottle of water, she calmed herself, reminding herself that this person must not be incinerated. Turning around, she noticed Lin Wuwu sprawled across the coffee table, staring vacantly, clearly lost in thought. Did someone mock its weight, causing the little one to feel inferior? Most likely that Yi Chun. Humph. Sooner or later, he would be set ablaze. Lin Shi feigned nonchalance, sitting on the sofa with her chin resting on her hand. Gazing into Lin Wuwu's eyes, "Wuwu, are you troubled?" It stood up and nuzzled against Lin Shi, emitting soft cries. "What is wrong? Who bullied our Wuwu?" Lin Shi kissed its forehead. "Oh, the poop shoveler. I envy Captain Yi. What is so enviable about him? One day I will also be able to make dough figurines. It's not a big deal." "Oh, dough figurines? What do you mean? Not dough figurines, but little brothers. He has so many little brothers. He is so impressive. Oh, but the obedient and good Wuwu has not a single one. Not even one. Little brothers. Those are not little brothers. They are soldiers, his comrades, his battle buddies. Comrades." Lin Wuwu fell into contemplation. After a moment, it slapped its chubby paw down decisively. "Oh, poop shoveler. I want comrades too. Help me find them." Lin Shi instantly felt she had dug a pit for herself. Where was she supposed to find comrades for it? It would be easier to find little brothers. Courageous Lin Shi was not afraid of challenges. She needed to pull herself out of this predicament. Ahem. Wuwu, to be honest, I thought about it again. Do you think my analysis is correct? What do Yi Chen's comrades call him? Captain Yi, right? If we Wuwu find little brothers, what should they call you? The boss. Hiss, that sounds even more impressive than captain. Would it sound better to call you Boss Batian or Boss Wuwu? Oh dear, to sound mighty, it must be Boss Batian. But to be catchy, Boss Wuwu sounds better. How about you think it over first? Once the storm passes, we can look for stray military dogs and police dogs. They are highly obedient and disciplined, perfect little brothers for you. Just think about it. Seizing the moment, Lin Shi made her escape, leaving behind a chubby cat in the living room, tossing and turning, alternating between joy and sorrow. In the days that followed, the torrential rain intensified, drenching everything in despair. When the water levels reached the 8th floor of the community, Lin Shi knew the rain was nearing its end, signaling the arrival of extreme cold. Over these days, whenever the rescue team's boats passed by, they would repeatedly broadcast warnings about the impending severe cold in the relief packages distributed. Small slips of paper reminding people of the severe cold precautions were included. Lin Shi had never collected a relief package but had gone to observe. Relief packages were only available to those who had not purchased limited supplies and were distributed based on identification cards. Inside, there were 10 pounds of rice, 3 pounds of potatoes, 1 pound of soybeans, 10 100-gram compressed biscuits, 30 water purification tablets, 30 pounds of charcoal, half a pound of dried vegetables, 2 ounces of salt, and 2 ounces of oil. The supplies were limited, but they represented the hope of survival. The purpose of distributing relief was to assist, merely to help you adapt to the apocalypse and navigate through difficulties. However, to survive, the most crucial factor remains self-rescue. The existence of supply points and rescue teams signifies that order still exists, that the populace has not been abandoned, and that the state needs its citizens to confront the apocalypse together. But if you can only wait for rescue, then you have already been eliminated by the apocalypse. It is harsh, but it is the reality. Lin Shi calculated that since the onset of the misty apocalypse, more than a month had passed, and at least half of the households should have stored provisions. The current order is the best it will be for the next decade. The true test will commence after the extreme cold. That evening, Lin Shi noticed the temperature had dropped to 0 degrees and promptly turned on the small boiler. She hesitated to use briquettes, opting instead for the smokeless coal purchased abroad, closing the small door. Watching the coal gradually glow red within the boiler brought her satisfaction as she left the boiler room. The interior was quite spacious, and it would take some time for the temperature to rise. Lin Wuwu had already begun watching The Avengers, and when Lin Shi approached, it grew impatient, annoyed that she was obstructing its view. Lin Shi scoffed, "Very well, if you have the capability, then when watching Silent Hill, don't come whining for me to keep you company." Lin Wuwu monopolized the large television in the living room, leaving Qingbao to retreat to her own room to watch Sailor Moon. Lin Shi felt that tonight was different. It marked the onset of another natural disaster, yet she could not find anyone to confide in, leaving her feeling like an empty-nested elder. Wiping the fog from the window, She observed the rain had lessened outside, indicating that the temperature drop was indeed upon them. She used the intercom to call Zhao Zhiyong and Wu Lingshu, advising them to be cautious that night, as temperatures could plummet, urging them to keep their thickest clothes and blankets nearby. Lin Shi too went to bed, only to be awakened in the middle of the night by Lin Wuwu pawing at her. Lin Wuwu pointed at the frost patterns on the glass, asking, "What is that?" She rose, donned her military coat, and gazed outside at the flurry of large, feather-like snowflakes. Some areas of standing water had turned white, indicating that they were beginning to freeze. As long as she was awake, she would not freeze to death from exposure in her sleep. Armed with her gun, she opened the door and stepped into the stairwell. Shivering from the cold that assaulted her, she quickly activated her fire powers to resist the chill. Aiming at the hollow part of the stair railing, she fired straight down. She pulled the trigger, firing 5 shots. Some struck the railing while others hit the stairs, but no matter where they landed, they produced a tremendous cacophony. Yet, upon stepping out, she had not felt the warmth of home as she did now. Chapter 77. It snowed. The extreme cold has arrived. She glanced at the thermometer. Outside it was 20 degrees below zero, while inside it hovered around 4 or 5 degrees. Having stayed indoors for so long, she was oblivious to the temperature until she stepped outside and returned. The sensation was entirely different. She added more coal to the boiler, stoking the fire to raise the temperature within. "Cold?" she asked, stroking the tigress' large head. Lin Wuwu whined pitifully, "Aw-oo, aw-oo." This large physique was utterly unsuitable for being cute and clingy. Lin Wuwu appeared reluctant, its round eyes gazing up at her expectantly. She had no choice but to first turn off the electric blanket in its room, then used a large towel to wipe it down from head to tail before placing it by the bed. After all the commotion from the night, she woke to find it almost 11 o'clock. The boiler is burning vigorously, providing ample warmth, and the temperature in the room has risen to a comfortable degree. She finds this temperature just right. With the boiler in operation, there is no need to heat water anymore, which is indeed convenient. Glancing out the window, the heavy snow has not relented throughout the night, transforming the world into a pristine white landscape, a sight of breathtaking beauty. Yet, it is also perilous, as the temperature continues to drop slowly, and the relentless snowfall threatens to bury even the 9th floor. Given the magnitude of the snowfall, breakfast will consist of lamb and angelica soup noodles. The chunks of lamb, with their perfect balance of fat and lean meat, offer a delicate texture, while the aromatic broth infused with a hint of angelica is simply irresistible. Ladling 2 generous scoops of the savory broth and a hefty spoonful of lamb into the cooked fine noodles results in a meal that is both delicious and warming. After savoring her brunch, she tidies up her home for a while. She prepares to lay out the electric blanket on the living room sofa, ready to be turned on at a moment's notice. She vacuums the carpet thoroughly. Although the furniture is sparse, it is polished to a pristine shine. Engaging in a bit of shadowboxing with a sandbag in the living room and jogging for an hour, she finally notices Lin Wuwu yawning as it enters the living room. She checks the clock. It's 2 in the afternoon. Lin Wuwu gazes out at the snow-covered landscape, marveling at the crystalline beauty, exclaiming, "It looks like the spirit realm." After being well fed, Lin Wuwu remains captivated by the enchanting snow scene outside. It leans against the window, gazing below. "Aw-oo, shoveling poop, let's go outside and play. I want to frolic in the snow." She shrugs, conceding to the request. One cannot remain indoors forever. After all, they must acclimatize to the harsh cold. Although she wonders if the puddles have frozen solid. Perhaps tomorrow will be the day. For now, she is uncertain whether the water has frozen adequately, and the thought of falling into it and being drenched in foul water is quite alarming. Lin Wuwu seems to ponder this as well and reluctantly agrees. "Aw-oo, then. Let's go tomorrow. I want to play in the snow." She gives an approving gesture. Lin Wuwu yawns widely, flopping onto the sofa. Curling up its plump paws and languidly states, "Aw-oo, I'll just stay here with you, shoveling poop. It's so cold outside. What would this home do without me? Well, perhaps that's acceptable," although she struggles to comprehend this line of reasoning. Lin Wuwu resumes watching Transformers, still unimpressed by Devastator. However, upon hearing the familiar sounds of transforming vehicles, it excitedly mimics the sound with a wide-open mouth. She retrieves several large purple clay pots. Recalling how fragrant the lamb soup was that morning, She resolves to prepare a few more pots. Humph, she muses, she has become quite adept, no longer just simmering soup, but also cooking porridge the next morning. Lin Wu rises early, bounding over to Lin Shi. Lin Shi, pulling the blanket over her head, protests, "No, it's only 8 o'clock. Don't you know that winter mornings are meant for lingering in bed?" Unfazed, Lin Wu hops onto the bed and begins to stomp on Lin Shi. This hefty creature is quite the nuisance. Lin Shi, feigning annoyance, suddenly sits up and pinches a meaty part of Lin Wu's body. "Aw-oo," comes the startled yelp. After breakfast and washing the dishes, they prepare to venture outside. Lin Shi layers herself in thermal clothing purchased from a research facility in the beautiful country, dons a thick woolen sweater, and a khaki mid-length down jacket. She wears down pants beneath black, fleece-lined windproof trousers, and thick wool socks with a plush lining, finishing with khaki snow-resistant military boots. She adds an ear-covering leather hat, a fleece mask, and snow goggles. Feeling fully equipped, she notices she is already beginning to sweat indoors. Lin Wu, impatient, paces, jumps, and circles. "Oh, are you ready yet? Humans are so troublesome. Oh, look at me. I don't need anything." Lin Shi chides, "You really should wear something. It took me quite a while to find this for you. Just try it on. It's freezing outside. You don't want to catch a cold." "Oh, I won't." Lin Wu stomps its feet in frustration. "Fine," Lin Shi thinks, in this post-apocalyptic world, while others rise early to walk their dogs. She now rises early to walk a tiger. As soon as the door opens, Lin Wu leaps out and rushes downstairs. Lin Shi, taking her time to secure the door, descends slowly, clad in so many layers. Her movements are sluggish. Lin Wu, weighing over 100 pounds, has already reached the ground, joyfully rolling in the snow. Lin Shi, feeling warm despite her heavy clothing, spots Lin Wu immediately as she emerges from the 9th floor hallway window. Thankfully, it is waiting for her, demonstrating a semblance of safety awareness. Yesterday, she had instructed it on the importance of staying close while outside, emphasizing that, to others, it is not a tiger but rather a delectable morsel. In the event of an encounter with someone possessing abilities or firearms, Lin Shi fears she would be unable to save it. Chapter 78. Lin Wu's love for snow upon seeing Lin Shi emerge. Lin Wu excitedly circles around her, leaving a trail of paw prints in the snow. It nimbly leaps left and right, sometimes dashing forward, other times rushing joyfully back toward Lin Shi. Lin Shi engages in playful antics, dodging left and right, crafting a large snowball to toss at Lin Wu, who responds not with anger but by eagerly catching snow in its mouth. Lin Shi sprints ahead, with Lin Wu hot on her heels, quickly outpacing her and letting out a triumphant howl, a woo. The sound is loud and commanding, momentarily stunning Lin Shi. Who is that? Her little Wu. Now nearly a meter tall, it rolls in the snow, its fur glistening with a unique orange-golden hue, dazzling against the white landscape. Unable to resist, Lin Shi reaches out to pet it, noticing that its fur is even denser than the previous day, prompting her to marvel at the extraordinary nature of mutated animals. Previously, Lin Shi had worried about Lin Wu's diet. As a beast, it had been consuming the same food as humans. Although the portions were substantial, they were still insufficient for a tiger, causing Lin Shi to fret over its nutrition and development. Not wanting to hurt its pride, she had quietly inquired with Qing Bao, who assured her that Lin Wu could replenish its energy by drinking well water, negating the need for anything else. It merely craved those lifeless foods, simply because of its indulgence. However, should there be other mutated animals in the future, Lin Wu would be able to consume them for energy. With this revelation, Lin Shi felt a sense of relief. After all, isn't it just a child with a penchant for junk food? It's not a significant issue. Adults enjoy their treats too. What brings you down here? Yesterday, during their conversation via intercom, they had advised Lin Shi to avoid going out for a couple of days to acclimate to the conditions. Zhao Zhiyong and Su Guangqing, having heard what they believed to be the roar of a tiger, suspected the presence of mutated animals and came down to investigate, calling for her, but she was not at home. Upon seeing her with Lin Wu, their eyes widened in disbelief, and their voices took on a different tone. What is that? A tiger? Aw, foolish humans. Lin Wu proudly displays its impressive stature, exhaling a huff. Hearing the familiar aw sound, the two men stand speechless, staring in astonishment. After a moment, Su Guangqing cautiously asks, Lin Shi, is this Wu? Oh, of course. Are you not intimidated by my magnificent presence? Lin Wu tilts its head, looking down at him with disdain. Though Zhao Ziyong cannot comprehend, he grasps the implication. He mutters to himself, it has mutated. Is it a variant? If they all turn out like this, how will we fight in the future? Lin Shi, at a loss for words, finds it difficult to clarify the situation to them. Yet, she does not wish for Lin Wu to feel cornered or ashamed. Suddenly inspired, she pretends to rummage through the large pocket of her down jacket, producing 4 unlabeled bottles of water. Look, I just found these with Wu on the way. It bit into one, and the water spilled out, causing it pain and bleeding from its orifices. I thought it was dying, but instead, it mutated. This is a valuable find. You can have it, but drink a little at a time and dilute it with water. Who knows? You might also mutate like Wu. Su Guangqing, emboldened, cautiously investigates Lin Wu, but I don't see any blood. I rubbed it in the snow for quite a while. My hands are still red from it. Lin Shi maintains her composure, heart steady. Zhao Ziyong looks at her with suspicion. If it's not toxic, why aren't you drinking it? I did. Perhaps because I am already an ability user, it has no effect on me. But it's certainly not poisonous. Lin Shi's expression is innocent and earnest. Without warning, Su Guangqing takes a swig, feeling a surge of energy coursing through him before collapsing. He had always felt burdened by his family's inability to keep up, and upon hearing that the water might grant them powers, he eagerly gulped it down. Zhao Ziyong quickly takes the bottle, sealing it tightly. You said it's not toxic? Who knew he would drink it so quickly? Besides, he is not dead. I suggested diluting it. Are you sure? What if he dies? You ought to keep an eye on your neighbor. He is lying in the snow. If you don't attend to him, he'll surely freeze to death. Oh, right? Let me just get the bottles ready. Zhao Ziyong hoists Su Guangqing up, his heart racing. He does not trust Lin Shi's words, yet he believes she would not harm them. He also longs for abilities himself. More importantly, he wants Xiao to have abilities too, as that would provide protection in this apocalyptic world. Wei Yichun had informed him that as time progresses, firearms become less effective against mutated flora and fauna, and only ability users can play a more significant role in eliminating them. Therefore, regardless of whether Lin Shi's claims are true, he feels compelled to try it. What if it works? After Lin Wu returned home, she collapsed onto the floor, sprawling in the middle of the living room, her tail occasionally swaying from side to side, exuding an air of comfort and ease, since Lin Wu enjoyed this. Naturally, Lin Shi had to take her out for walks 80 times. Feeling too lazy to go out, she would use the intercom to call Zhao Ziyong, asking him to walk Wu on her behalf. Zhao Ziyong had no choice but to wait downstairs for her. Lin Wu had grown quite robust. With the heavy snow blanketing the 9th floor, she had taken to leaping down from the 11th floor each time she went out, letting out a tiger's roar when feeling particularly jubilant. This commotion had alerted the entire building to the presence of a ferocious tiger on the 18th floor. Consequently, some residents voiced their concerns, claiming that someone was keeping a tiger in the residential building, which caused quite a stir, ultimately leading to a report reaching Yichen. Upon discovering that the news originated from Panshan community, Yichen first inquired with Zhao Ziyong. Zhao Ziyong, unable to clarify the situation, resorted to deceiving Yichen, claiming that it was merely a mutated beast someone had rescued and that it was quite docile, assuring him that it would never harm anyone indiscriminately. With many matters at hand, Yichen, after hearing this, decided to set the issue aside for the time being. Lin Shi, upon learning of this, was visibly displeased. But there was little she could do. She certainly could not slaughter everyone in the community. Chapter 79. Some problems are unsolvable. Another fortnight passed, and trouble began to find her. It was unclear which household it was, but a couple in their 40s or 50s would occasionally come to knock on her door. Lin Shi paid them no mind. If they had the ability to pry open her door, she would send them flying. Though she could ignore them, she still had to go out. One day, she was obstructed by a couple. The woman appeared somewhat haggard, her eyes flickering with shrewdness, and she spoke with a lowered demeanor. Young lady, I apologize for the intrusion. I know you are a capable person, otherwise, you wouldn't be able to care for such a large tiger. I beg you, could you lend us some food or a bit of coal? We truly risk freezing or starving to death. You are so beautiful. You must have a kind heart. Please help us. As she spoke, tears streamed down her face. Lin Shi sneered, you have misunderstood. My tiger is a carnivore, and it simply hasn't feasted on the likes of you yet. Get lost. If you irritate me, you won't even be enough to satisfy its appetite." Upon hearing this, the man's expression turned fierce. "I told you. This wretched creature has no compassion whatsoever. She would rather keep a beast than lend a hand to others. People like you, who only care for their own survival while watching others perish, will meet a grim fate. Don't think you're impressive just because you own a beast. There are plenty of capable people outside who could take it down with a single bullet. And there's plenty of meat to be had. They will come for you sooner or later." "Bah, wretched woman." She swiftly struck the man, sending him flying. A few of his teeth were knocked out, and the woman screamed, only to be kicked away by She as well. She conjured 2 fireballs from her fingertips, which landed on them, erupting into flames that consumed them before they could even utter a cry. Initially, She had no intention of killing them, but given the man's implications that he would collude with outsiders to cause chaos, she knew that while she was unafraid, such individuals were a menace to society. Eliminating them would allow others to live more peacefully. The audacity they had to insult her woo-woo was simply intolerable. If life became unbearable, they could work, go to the base, receive aid packages, or collect items for points. With so many options available, why resort to treachery and self-destruction? She could only facilitate their demise. Woo-woo was infuriated. She had never been insulted before, and not only did that scoundrel insult her, but he also insulted her caretaker. She wanted to bite him to death, but the caretaker wouldn't allow it. Woo huffed in anger, refusing to acknowledge She or let her pet her. She looked at the indignant tiger, sighed. Killing was hardly a good deed, and she did not wish to dirty Woo-woo's paws. Her Woo-woo deserved to be a pristine tiger, worthy of the world's love. Such filthy work was hers alone. Their hearts had strayed. Their flesh was tainted, unworthy of being bitten by Woo-woo. Her Woo-woo was a warrior, capable of fighting opponents honorably, but she would not stoop to gnawing at the vermin lurking in the gutters. For they did not deserve it, She reasoned with her, and though Woo-woo seemed to grasp only part of it, she ultimately understood that her caretaker acted in her best interest, so she decided not to be angry anymore. She rummaged through her space for a while, finally unearthing a pair of ice skating shoes. She took 1 pair for herself and set aside 4 additional pairs. Today, she decided to wear the ice skating shoes to exhaust Woo-woo. Indeed, wearing the ice skating shoes, she picked up speed several times over, running far with Woo-woo until it was thoroughly exhausted. Approaching the community, they passed a small grove where sounds of quarrels and shouts erupted. Preferring to avoid trouble, she intended to bypass it, but unexpectedly, Woo-woo charged ahead a few steps. She was not concerned for her. She kept her distance, observing. Woo-woo roared at 2 young men. The sight of the suddenly appearing tiger terrified them into a hasty retreat. Only an elderly man remained, appearing quite aged, his hair gray and somewhat long, disheveled across his forehead. He wore a leather cloak, half torn apart, and there lay a cotton jacket on the ground. With trembling hands, he fastened the cloak and reached for the fallen jacket. Upon noticing the frostbite on his hands, Woo-woo nudged the jacket towards him. Tilting her head, the old man donned the jacket, sighed deeply, and said to Woo-woo, "Thank you. You saved my life. I know you are a good child." He rummaged in his pocket for a compressed biscuit, placing it before Woo-woo, and gently patted her head, so soft. "This biscuit is for you." With shaking hands, he picked up tiny twigs from the snow, and Woo-woo helped him gather them together. Earning his cheerful praise, she merely stood at a distance, not approaching, pondering whether Woo-woo possessed an innate ability to sense good and evil. She placed the biscuit in front of She, lowering her head and retracting her neck. "Ah, Woo, did I do something wrong again? Did the caretaker get angry?" She sat beside her large head, scratching her neck gently, and affectionately replied, "Not at all. My Woo-woo is a righteous tiger. I couldn't be happier." The elderly man was someone she had encountered before, residing on the 16th floor with his wife. Both were in their 90s, with their children living abroad. The couple was refined and cultured, exuding a scholarly air. She had thought they would not endure much longer, but unexpectedly, they continued to struggle for survival. Aging brought forth various chronic ailments, and with good medical conditions, continuous supply of basic medicine, and a comfortable living environment, they could have lived for several more years in good health. Yet now, with natural disasters ravaging the land, they had none of that. How much longer could they hold on? In times of apocalyptic calamities, it was the most vulnerable, elderly, and children, who were the first to be eliminated. Children represented the future of a nation, and under her guidance, the policies established by the leaders ensured that all orphans were taken into the base by rescue teams. But what of the elderly? What could be done for them? Even if they could reach the base, could they withstand such turmoil? Would they even be willing to go to a strange place? Or die there? This was an unsolvable dilemma. A chill swept through Lin Shi, and she took out a small bottle of white liquor, taking a sip. It was sharp and pungent. She could not comprehend why anyone would enjoy such a drink. The liquor burned like fire as it coursed down her throat, warming her insides gradually. Lin Wu craned her neck, looking at her earnestly. "Ah Wu, caretaker, what are you sneaking? You ungrateful child. Fine. We share in hardships." Lin Shi let her open her mouth and dripped a few drops and, "Ah Wu. Ugh. It's toxic, toxic. Spit it out, spit it out." Lin Wu leaped about like a horse, shaking her head while expelling saliva. Just a bite of snow would suffice. Watching the bewildered tiger from the spiciness, Lin Shi burst into laughter. Chapter 80. Emotions embedded in objects. Hearing the cries from within, she halted her steps. 3 individuals were inside, presumably a family of 3, a couple in their 30s with a chubby young boy. They likely took advantage of the elderly man opening the door to barge in. The old man lay sprawled on the floor, while the boy cursed, kicking at him. His father clutched a small bag of rice, a bag of coal, and half a box of noodles, rummaging frantically around. His mother held a quilt in one arm and with the other was wrestling for a few pieces of satin. The elderly man's wife had also fallen to the ground, her face pale, desperately clutching the satin, refusing to let go. "You old fool, let go. You're willing to risk your life for this? You plan to take it to the grave? Let go," the woman shouted. "Take everything else. Just leave me this," the elderly man's wife pleaded desperately. Had she not witnessed this, who could have imagined that an ordinary family of 3 could sink to such depths? She recalled in her past life those whom she had saved. Perhaps they were of the same ilk, for otherwise, they would not have betrayed her with such ease. Lin Shi smiled, an exaggerated and eerie grin, as a growing malice glimmered in her eyes. Yet she remembered not to burn anyone in front of the elderly. She quietly stepped into the room. The 3 were too engrossed to notice her. With a swift motion, she seized the child's arm and flung him out the door, causing him to wail. "Son!" The woman rushed towards her child, while the man dropped his belongings and lunged at Lin Shi, fists raised. Lin Shi kicked him out as well, perfectly reuniting the family of 3. The wailing and cursing outside transformed into an entirely different scene. She strolled outside, observing their expressions of fear, her smile subtly fading. A great ball of flame erupted from her hand, instantly consuming them. It is human nature to bully the weak and fear the strong. Yet one must at least retain a baseline of humanity. Those who are robust and healthy have numerous paths to survival. Why must they resort to tormenting 2 elderly individuals in their 90s? Even if their time is short, they should not be subjected to such bullying, a family of scoundrels. They deserve to perish. The cries faded away, and the world finally fell silent. She exhaled, feeling a sense of relief. Everything was just as it should be. Squatting at the doorway, Lin Wu obediently summoned a gust of wind to sweep away the scoundrels. Lin Shi stood at the entrance for a moment, dissipating the hostility in her eyes before leading Lin Wu inside. The 2 elderly individuals helped each other to their feet and turned to see a tiger. "Ah!" The old lady was momentarily startled. "Fear not, dear, the little tiger is a good child. It saved my life this afternoon." The old man reassured his wife. "Please, do take a seat." The old lady, upon speaking, felt a twinge of embarrassment. The room was in disarray, truly difficult to navigate. Lin Shi assisted in righting several heavy cabinets and sofas. The elderly couple quickly stood to express their gratitude. "We are sorry for the trouble. Thank you for your help." After a few inquiries, Lin Shi learned that the woman who had just been there had worked as a nanny for them. Before the apocalypse, the elderly couple was fond of hoarding supplies, and she knew precisely what they had accumulated. Thus, she frequently came to borrow without returning, and recently, as their provisions dwindled, they had refused her requests. Consequently, she resorted to outright theft and even resorted to violence. The old lady wiped her tears and showed Lin Shi the satin she had protected with her life. "Is not that I am unwilling to part with it. If she took it, She would merely burn it for warmth. Such a waste. Lin, she found it hard to comprehend. But you have given them food. What use is this to them now? The old man chuckled gently, explaining, at our age, whether or not we have food, our time is limited. However, that satin represents generations of hard work. It cannot be allowed to be used as fuel. Their family had been in the fabric trade for generations. In his youth, the old man was a renowned cheapao master, skilled in crafting various styles. Now, in his advanced years, he could no longer pursue that craft. Thus, the family had stored considerable silk and satin, along with numerous types of ancestral fabrics. Lin Shi, overwhelmed by the multitude of silks and satins, managed an awkward smile. The old lady lamented, "It is a pity that the younger generation no longer appreciates them. My grandchildren disdain them as outdated and refuse to accept them. In the past, these were the finest of treasures, passed down from my grandmother, my mother, and me. How could they be burned?" Lin Shi may not have understood the intricacies of silk, but she grasped the profound emotions tied to these items. Suddenly, the old man said, "Oh, right. You saved my life, yet we have little to offer. Please accept these as a token. Just take good care of them." The old lady's face brightened. "Yes, dear girl, these patterns are truly beautiful. Keep them safe in the future. You may pass them on to others, but they must not be burned." Lin Shi looked at them, their weathered faces revealing little sorrow. "They are indeed lovely. I will accept them. However, I cannot take without giving something in return." "What do you need?" The elderly couple exchanged glances and burst into laughter. "We have everything we need." Lin Shi felt a pang of pain at their smiles. Unsure of what to say, she quietly listened as the old lady instructed her on how to preserve the precious fabrics. Since she had accepted their items, it was only right to offer compensation. This logic was sound. Lin Shi rummaged through her space storage, retrieving medications for chronic ailments, cough suppressants, asthma relief, heart disease, and hypertension, along with other essentials. She gathered 20 pounds of rice, 20 pounds of noodles, 10 pounds of potatoes, 10 pounds of sweet potatoes, 10 pounds of tomatoes, 5 pounds of sausages, 5 pounds of soybeans, 2 heads of cabbage, a pack of salt, a pack of sugar, 100 water purification tablets, 600 pounds of coal, and 2 foam boxes filled with soil. By 11 that night, under the cover of darkness, she ascended to the 16th floor. Lin Wu knocked for quite some time before the door finally opened. Upon seeing the door ajar, Lin Shi helped them carry the supplies inside. "In the future, do not open the door for strangers, and do not go out. If anything arises, I will send Lin Wu over. When it ventures out to play, you can call it. It has keen ears. If you need something, just write a note, and it will bring it to me. I have taken your items. This is my payment to you. Remember, ensure proper ventilation when using coal. We wouldn't want anyone to suffer from carbon monoxide poisoning. Also, do not eat all the potatoes. Save some for planting." Lin Shi spoke sternly, delivering her instructions before hastily departing. Such a situation was not suited for her. She preferred the thrill of battle. The elderly couple barely had time to respond before the door swiftly closed. The old man wiped his eyes with his sleeve, glancing at the pile of supplies before him. He found a small bottle of medicine in the bag and exclaimed with joy, "My dear, do not sleep yet. We have medicine. Take it before you rest." Chapter 81. Setting off towards the mutated trees, the temperature continued to plummet, reaching over -40 degrees, and the roadside was littered with the frozen corpses of the unfortunate. Lin Shi and Lin Wu had adapted to the frigid conditions and sought out old Zhao and Wu Lingshu to discuss the matter of venturing out to harvest trees for charcoal. Neither of their homes had installed boilers, and using air conditioning proved ineffective. They relied solely on space heaters and electric blankets. Lin Shi gifted each of them a beautiful insulated garment purchased from the market. Though it could not compare to her own warmth, it was better than nothing. Wu Lingshu and her husband remained confined to their bedroom, managing with the space heater and electric blanket. Zhao Zhidong, in an effort to conserve warmth, had retained only the dining room, partitioning the living area with cabinets and wooden boards, draping quilts for added insulation. The reduced space naturally increased the temperature, with 2 space heaters running and a small coal stove burning. The air was filled with the enticing aroma of roasted sweet potatoes. Lin Wu, experiencing roasted sweet potatoes for the first time, was enchanted by the rich fragrance wafting towards its nose, yet it could not eat them until they were cooked. And it stomped its feet in frustration. Why was it that the food from others seemed so delectable? Watching the drooling tiger, She felt exasperated. She had never deprived it of treats, so why the lack of composure? Zhao Ziyong chuckled at its antics. You just don't understand. Children are always like this. Food from the other side of the wall is always more enticing, right, Wu-Wu? Besides, it's just sweet potatoes. It's not like they're human. Wu-Wu chose to ignore him, fixated on the sweet potatoes sizzling on the coal stove, bubbling with syrupy goodness. Zhao Xiaoxiao picked up a comb and gently groomed the magnificent tigress fur. Utterly enamored, she was the only one, aside from Lin Shi, who had fully accepted the majestic creature. The sweet potatoes were still hard and unappetizing. Only when cooked would they become soft and sweet. This particular large one belonged to Wu-Wu, and she promised to remember it. Su Guangqing inquired, Lin Shi, where are you referring to? Wu Lingshu, warming herself by the heater, expressed astonishment. That sounds rather ominous. Could there be danger? Zhao Ziyong, hands tucked in his pockets, remarked, there should be danger, but not at this moment. If it truly is a mutated tree, its roots are likely frozen now. At most, it can only attack us with its branches and leaves? Lin Shi concurred, indeed. This tree has only recently mutated and cannot yet drag us underground with its roots. Although we cannot harm its roots, there are plenty of branches to turn into charcoal. Su Guangqing pondered, to make charcoal, we would need to construct a kiln. There seems to be a mountain peak nearby that hasn't been submerged, but now it's frozen, making it difficult to gather soil. Zhao Ziyong was unperturbed. The freeze is not a concern. We can use fire to thaw it. The real issue is the size of the mutated tree forest. If we cannot consume it all, it would be a waste. Wu Lingshu clapped her hands. Let us invite those soldiers from last time. They must need charcoal as well. Even if they do not, they could sell it to others. We provide information and support, taking our share while they take the rest. This way, we won't waste the mutated trees. This proposal garnered unanimous approval, and the task of contacting Yi Chun was assigned to Zhao Ziyong. Once the business was concluded, the group began to play cards, primarily because the sweet potatoes were not yet cooked, and Lin Wu stubbornly refused to leave. Yi Chun, upon receiving news of the mutated trees, took it very seriously and arrived with a team the following morning. After a brief meeting with Zhao Ziyong, the group decided to set out together. Lin Shi, not wishing to ride in their vehicle, drove in a four-wheel drive equipped with anti-slip chains. Zhao Ziyong's eyes widened upon seeing the vehicle. Is that the military model from Beautiful Country? Yi Chun noticed the lack of a license plate and realized it could not be registered in Huaguo. However, he was taken aback by the sight of the tiger in the back seat. He quickly turned to Zhao Ziyong. Is that the mutated tiger from your neighborhood? Yes. Zhao Ziyong rubbed his nose, avoiding eye contact. Yi Chun found it peculiar. Wasn't Lin Shi always accompanied by a plump cat? Why had it suddenly changed to a mutated tiger? Lin Shi noticed that no one inquired about the vehicle's origins. Zhao Ziyong was disinterested in knowing too much, while Yi Chun's attention was momentarily captivated by the tiger. Lin Shi, can I bring one more person? There isn't enough room. Yi Chun tapped on Lin Shi's car window. Lin Shi was perplexed. In this day and age, who still cared about seating arrangements? A little squeezing would suffice. Upon further reflection, could this also be the order they insisted upon? She pressed down the car window. There's a fierce tiger inside. And only one seat available. Lin Shi watched as he pulled the door and climbed into the car. Huh? Why was he getting in? Yi Chun, noticing the confusion in Lin Shi's eyes, suddenly understood. Was he expecting me to drive? Although, it wasn't entirely out of the question. Riding was certainly more comfortable than driving. Thus, the two switched places after stepping out of the vehicle. Lin Shi retrieved a paper map and gestured to Yi Chun. When she had gone, she had run over with Wu, so naturally, they would take a different route that accommodated vehicles. Why Yi Chun wasn't there solely for the purpose of driving, after all? Lin Shi, have you adopted another mutated tiger? Where did it come from? Hearing a familiar sound and glancing at the rearview mirror at that recognizable expression, Yi Chun increasingly felt that this large tiger was indeed the same cat from before. Lin Shi had no intention of hiding it. After all, there was no way to conceal the truth. Asr Wu. It just mutated. It can grow bigger or smaller. Yi Chun looked at Lin Shi incredulously. He wasn't blind. What household had a mutated animal that could change size and cross species? However, it didn't matter. The apocalypse had arrived, and with it, superpowered beings had emerged. Whether it was a cat or a tiger, as long as it posed no threat to humans, it was a good mutated beast. After 2 hours, The four vehicles finally came to a halt. Ahead lay not merely a forest but a massive canopy of trees. Covered in thick snow, resembling the high-rise buildings of a community. Goodness, after such a long time, not even a glimpse of the sun. How could these trees grow so large? They used to say one would sacrifice an entire forest for a single tree. Now, it became clear just how enormous this one tree could be. Were we really going to chop down all these trees? Whereas the chainsaw, if we were to cut trees, we would be short-handed. Hurry and gather more people. But wait, can we really chop them down? Can trees be casually felled? In the apocalypse, people can be cut down, so why not trees? Haven't you heard that these are mutated trees that devour humans? A group of simpletons, seeing such a colossal tree for the first time, were at a loss for how to proceed. Yi Chun had brought only 10 team members to scout ahead, and now that they had confirmed their findings, he began assigning tasks. Su Qiuming was instructed to bring over 200 people, equipped with tools and tents, to survey the nearby mountains and prepare to create a coal pit on site. Superpowered individuals were to pair up and attempt to attack in designated areas. The others were to retreat 500 meters. No one was allowed to approach until it was confirmed safe. Zhao Zhiyong pulled Zhao Xiaoxiao back, followed closely by Wu Lingshu and Su Guangqing. Yi Chen inquired of Lin Shi, "Would you like to join our team?" Lin Shi shook her head. "No need." Chapter 82. The wind fuels the fire seamlessly. Her fire. Lin Wu Wu's wind. The wind fueled the flames. Just the right match of one person and one tiger. She drew a long, jet-black knife from the car. The handle measured 20 centimeters, and the blade stretched 60 centimeters. This was custom-made from the most durable alloy. Crafted at great expense, perfectly suited to her arm length and height. Although she was not adept at wielding a knife, when dealing with mutated trees, aside from her powers, cold weapons were the most effective. "Sister Shi, you can use a knife too," Zhou exclaimed in surprise upon noticing Lin Shi's weapon. Only then did Lin Shi observe that Yi Chen and his companions also bore knives. Resembling oversized tactical blades, wider and longer, each slightly different, likely customized for each individual. Lin Shi swung the knife in her hand and said, "I'm not skilled with blades. I just use it to chop branches and conserve my powers." Seeing Lin Shi scrutinizing their knives, Yi Chen quickly remarked, "These were custom-made by the weapon master at the base. You can obtain them with points. What size do you prefer? I can help you customize one." "Oh, could it be that the weapon master has also been brought into the base?" Lin Shi shook her head. "No need. Any knife would suffice for me." Under the canopy, there were 5 groups including Lin Shi. Once they dispersed, 9 individuals and 1 tiger ventured inward. She released her mental energy to sense the tree, feeling its vitality and strength pulsating. Lin Wu Wu seemed to sense a threat, snorting and pacing anxiously nearby. Emitting a low, resonant growl, Lin Shi raised her hand and unleashed a line of fire that encircled a branch approximately 40 centimeters in diameter, igniting it for a few seconds before it fell to the snowy ground. Yi Chen observed this in astonishment. These were superpowered individuals who had awakened amidst the mist for 7 days, undoubtedly the elite of their kind. Yet their strength was evidently inferior to that of this young girl. Perhaps his suspicions were indeed valid. Su Qiuming and the others were thoroughly astonished. In just a short time, Lin Shi had already gathered a pile of branches. Suddenly, Lin Shi and Lin Wu Wu dashed at full speed towards a particular direction. Lin Wu Wu arrived first, leaping up and swinging its claws, unleashing a wind blade that struck a branch aimed at He Ping An's back. The branch's momentum faltered. Lin Shi leaped as well. A line of fire spiraling around the branch, instantly reducing it to ash. "What are you doing?" she shouted angrily at He Ping An and another individual. Yi Chen swiftly dashed towards another direction while commanding loudly, "Be aware of what's behind you. Defend each other back to back." Yu Xiaofeng, wielding water abilities, shot water arrows at the branch, while simultaneously, Yi Chen hurled a bolt of lightning. The water arrows scattered, and the lightning struck the branches, charring several of them. All the branches then shot towards the 9 individuals like arrows. Lin Wu Wu, leveraging its innate advantage with 4 legs and its acquired wind abilities, dodged with remarkable ease. Lin Shi, however, retracted her powers and maneuvered through the group. Whenever they were unable to block a lethal attack, Lin Shi would step in to sever the threatening branch. Under the relentless assault of branches, they endured for half an hour, sustaining injuries along the way. Half an hour had already surpassed Lin Shi's expectations. Given their current abilities, still below the 2nd tier, they were performing admirably. This was an elm tree. After such a prolonged struggle, they had yet to see any results, and the attacks ceased as the onslaught paused. The 8 of them gasped for breath, but they held their knives across their chests in vigilance, not relaxing for even a moment. Well, that's not too bad. A rumbling sound emanated from beneath the ice. It seemed the elm tree intended to uproot itself, but alas, it was frozen too solidly. In an instant, the enormous tree canopy drooped, with all branches converging towards the center, trapping those within like a colossal cage. Yi-chan chuckled wryly. An immature mutated plant turned out to be so difficult to combat. He could blast the area with explosives, but once the explosion occurred, the people inside would be reduced to ashes. Moreover, the tree would only lose its canopy, with its roots remaining unharmed, ready to regrow in due time. Had it not been for Lin Shi's presence, they would likely have faced total annihilation. Lin Shi was not surprised. She had anticipated this outcome long ago in her previous life. After countless casualties in the military, they discovered that to eliminate mutated trees, one could only drop a substantial amount of artillery shells from the sky. However, the aircraft would also face attacks from mutated birds. Eventually, as mutated trees grew stronger, the damage from artillery fire diminished, yet drones, planes, and shells could not regenerate. Lin Shi had joined them this time, not only to help them gain experience, but also to collect more charcoal. Otherwise, if she burned everything down, it would be a tremendous waste. AS-1's fire abilities advanced. They could generate flames, fireballs, and fire lines. In the later stages, they could form fire shields and explosive fireballs. But one must remember, the fire you unleash must remain under your control, to be released and retracted at will. Pay close attention. Simultaneously, with a thunderous roar from Lin Wu, a whirlwind surged, intensifying the flames, which roared like a dragon towards the tree canopy, turning branches to ash wherever they passed. Lin Wu charged forth, harnessing the wind to propel fireballs at the elm tree's trunk. The trunk ignited instantly, the searing flames consuming everything. The disturbance beneath the ice grew louder. Before the trunk could burn through to the ice surface, it collapsed with a thunderous crash. Lin Shi released her mental energy, only to discover that the elm tree, in a bid to prevent the fire from reaching its roots, decisively abandoned its trunk. Truly astute. With the trunk's support lost, countless branches plummeted from above. Thankfully, they were ensconced within a branch cage, or they would have been crushed to death. After a series of resounding thuds, they found themselves buried beneath the branches. Zhao Hui, also a fire user, gazed blankly at Lin Shi, then at the flickering flame in his hand. Feeling a pang of sorrow. Why was there such a vast difference between fire and fire? Lin Shi pulled out a wool blanket from her backpack, folded it 4 times, and sat down on the ice. Leaning against the warm Lin Wu, clearing her throat, she said, "Captain Yi, your team outside must be anxious. Hurry and think of a way to get out. Those outside likely feared their entire unit had been wiped out. And that mutated tiger, no wonder she didn't need to team up with anyone." The seamless cooperation between one person and one tiger was truly remarkable. Yi-chan selected a spot. "Here. Focus your attacks here, take turns, and don't stop." Lin Shi watched as they took action, with one group of superpowered individuals exhausting their abilities before the next group took over. Lin Wu even ran over to watch, occasionally snorting in amusement at them. She could have burned a path for them, yet it would not have been beneficial. It was better to let them grow rapidly through repeated exhaustion of their powers. Chapter 83. Is it gratitude or revenge? After finishing a round, Yi-chan approached her and sat down beside her. "Thank you." Yi-chan's eyes sparkled like brilliant stars when he smiled. Could this be why his family named him Chen? Lin Shi mused aimlessly. She maintained a serious expression and said, "No need for thanks. It's merely collaboration. I need to collect charcoal and points." Yi-chan's lips curved deeper, adopting an expression of distress. "It is only right. However, what shall I do if I cannot repay this life-saving grace?" Lin Shi became alert, pondering the implication. Did he intend to stick to her? Was he seeking to repay kindness or exact revenge? Had she known, she would have refrained from saving him. Yi-chan observed the young girl before him, her gradually wary gaze tinged with a hint of regret, and he could not help but burst into hearty laughter. Lin Wu, hearing this, rushed over in a flurry, squeezing between them, glancing left and right. "Pooper scooper, what are you sneaking a bite of?" Lin Shi's expression darkened. Unfilial child. The mutated trees had forsaken their trunks, countless branches collapsing like ruins after a community's collapse. It took Yi-Chen and the others 2 hours to carve out a path. Upon emerging, the vast desolation left them profoundly shaken, the sensation of narrowly escaping death flooding their hearts once more. Not far from the ruins, individuals wielding instruments were searching for something. Upon spotting Yi-Chen's group, they excitedly shouted, "Over here, they are alive!" Lin Shi paid them no heed, leaping out to find her companions. Zhao Xiaoxiao was the first to spot her, or rather, she first noticed Lin Wuwu, showering her with concern. "Wuwu, are you hurt? Are you hungry? Oh, why has Wuwu's fur curled a bit?" Lin Shi interjected. "Where are your brothers?" By this time, many soldiers had arrived, erecting several tents. Zhao Xiaoxiao was guarding one of the tents, observing a stove inside, where a few roasted sweet potatoes and a kettle of water sat her sister Cici. "Drink some ginger water." Zhao Xiaoxiao offered her a warm cup of ginger tea. As Lin, she hugged her hands for warmth. She saw Wu Lingshu rush in. "Cici," Wu Lingshu exclaimed, enveloping her in a hug. Lin she gently patted her back, reassuring, "It's all right. I just got trapped by too many branches." The three of them appeared somewhat pale, likely from the cold. Zhao Xiaoxiao hurriedly poured them each a cup of ginger tea. After drinking, warming themselves by the fire, their complexions improved significantly. Zhao Zhiyong felt somewhat disheartened. Such mutated trees were evidently beyond the capability of ordinary people to combat, unless one employed artillery. Yet, should a few high-level ability users be present, they could manage adequately. Thus, the importance of ability users became evident. Lin Shi understood his thoughts, but found it difficult to console him. Awakening abilities truly depended on fate. Su Guangqing, however, remained optimistic. "The trees are massive. Captain Yi is arranging for people to move the soil, planning to build a kiln for charcoal right here. Shall we lend a hand?" Lin Shi stroked Lin Wuwu, took a sip of ginger tea, and replied, "Since we are here, we might as well help." The others agreed, deciding to stay and assist. Lin Shi joined their vehicle to transport soil, only for Zhao Hui, Zhou Yi, and He Pingyan to insist on joining her. Viewing her as a paternal figure, Zhao Hui swallowed hard. "Dad, no, great master, I seek your guidance. I too possess fire abilities. Yet why is my flame still but a small sprout? Is there a secret to growing stronger?" Zhao Hui, Zhou Yi, and He Pingyan gazed at her with eager eyes. Great master? Is that my new title?" Lin Shi blinked. After some contemplation, she replied, "Well, it's about frequent use in combat. Have you not noticed that after each battle, when your abilities are exhausted, they gradually grow stronger during recovery? However, in unsafe situations, do not deplete your abilities completely. Be cautious of losing your life." Zhao Hui, Zhou Yi, and He Pingyan exchanged glances, seemingly not having sensed this. "That means you haven't fought enough. Currently, mutated flora and fauna are still too few. Once they all emerge, you will understand. More life and death battles will lead to qualitative changes through quantitative accumulation. For now, focus on training and enhancing your skills. Mutated plants consume ability users but can enhance their strength. Of course, if you have the prowess to consume them, you can also enhance your strength. How fair is that?" The trio's hearts sank. Fairness. Those mutated plants were colossal, capable of crushing them, not to mention their meager abilities. Upon arriving at the soil collection site, they found a mountain peak that had fortunately not been submerged, though it was frozen solid. The soldiers placed wooden beams on the ground, melting the ice before commencing soil extraction. Lin Shi joined in, managing to melt a considerable area by herself, significantly increasing efficiency. Zhao Hui, Zhou Yi, and He Pingyan were determined not to fall behind. Although Zhao Hui's fire abilities could not compare to Lin Shi's, he had no trouble melting the ice surface. Zhou Yi enveloped his hands in metal, effortlessly digging up the soil, while He Pingyan utilized earth abilities to extract the dirt. Their collaboration proved surprisingly effective. Thus, soil extraction proceeded swiftly. By nightfall, with soil and steel plates combined, the foundations of several sealed kilns were taking shape. When the branches were piled up and ignited, the flames from the fire abilities would ignite them instantly. Yi-Chen gazed at the grand kiln before him, his brow unfurling into a smile. "Our thinking was too limited. We always believed abilities must be employed in combat. In truth, utilizing them in such endeavors serves as a means of honing one's skills." Su Qiuming concurred. Many bases are recruiting ability users who often harbor lofty self-regard, believing themselves superior. Yet, look at Miss Lin. Her abilities surpass ours, yet she treats others with utmost courtesy, even assisting us in melting ice and extracting soil. Should those arrogant individuals be tasked with such work, they would complain of humiliation. Who knows what they are so proud of? Currently, various military and survival bases were enlisting ability users. Some were commendable, while others, lacking substantial skills, were insufferably arrogant, frequently causing trouble. Opinions on how to manage such individuals varied widely. In contrast, the ability users within the military were more numerous, of higher rank, and exhibited better discipline. Otherwise, they would struggle to keep those individuals in line. Yi Chun sighed. Let it unfold gradually. Times are changing. We are all navigating the waters cautiously, and solutions will emerge. For instance, these mutated trees are indeed hazardous, capable of inflicting harm and understanding when to retreat. However, the abundance of branches, once turned to charcoal, could save countless lives, allowing the base to breathe a little easier. In due course, we shall report this. Providing a reference for other cities, Chapter 84. Every little child's tantrum has its cause. After a day of bustling activity, Lin Shi and the others gathered inside the tent for dinner. The evening meal consisted of individual self-heating rations, distributed uniformly by Yi Chun. Simply adding water would activate the heating process. Each bag contained 2 servings of fried rice, 1 mixed fried rice and 1 sausage fried rice, along with a small packet of spicy sauce, sufficient for 2 individuals with modest appetites. Concerned about insufficient food, Wu Lingshu placed her own corn, sweet potatoes, and steamed buns on the stove. Additionally, Lin Shi pretended to retrieve canned goods from the vehicle, all stockpiled in the beautiful nation. The assortment included meat soup cans, luncheon meat cans, beef cans, tuna cans, oyster cans, and fruit cans, all of which could be heated directly over the stove once opened. Fearing that they might not have enough to eat, Yi Chun brought over additional self-heating rations, only to find their meal to be quite lavish, prompting him to brazenly join them for dinner. Zhao Zhiyong had brought his own white liquor, intending to pour some for Yi Chun, but the latter declined. This too could be considered a mission. Drinking was not permissible. Furthermore, the base had commenced grain cultivation. If nothing else, there would certainly be potatoes and sweet potatoes, ensuring that everything would improve. With a bountiful harvest of charcoal, Yi Chun felt elated and spoke more than usual. Hearing his words, Zhao Zhiyong and the others became equally cheerful. As long as they could grow food, hope remained. And with hope, life could persist. A bright yellow tiger lay sprawled within the already cramped tent, angrily twisting and rolling about, a rather distressing sight. She could not fathom why it had suddenly grown finicky again. So she embraced it and stroked its fur. Lin Wu huffed, "Ah Wu, I can roast by myself at home." "No, good Ah Wu," Lin Wu roared. Resigned, She stood and suggested, "Then, shall we go play in the snow?" "Oh, right Wu. Did you not get to play in the snow today?" Only then did Lin Wu let out a pitiful "Ah Wu." Today, such a formidable Wu had received no reward. It was one thing, but the pooper scooper had neglected to play with it all day, leaving it quite irate. It seemed every little child's tantrum had its reasons. The 5 humans and 1 tiger indeed struggled to sleep in the tent. As they neared the community, She halted. "It's south, not suitable to park in the community. I'll drive to hide it elsewhere." Zhao Zhiyong said little, merely nodding as he prepared to leave first. "Wait," She called out, handing him 4 bottles of well water. "You 2 families should give it another try." Although old Zhao had no abilities in his previous life, She was unwilling to give up, believing that another attempt could yield change. Zhao Zhiyong declined the offer. Having used 1 bottle, he could distinctly sense its contents, which greatly benefited bodily recovery. The hidden ailments within him had ceased to ache, which was already quite satisfactory. Such a precious resource, why waste it if it was of no use? She pressed the bottles into his hands. "You're overthinking it. Didn't Yi Chun mention that the awakening of abilities post-mist is a gradual process? This water merely promotes health. Just drink it blended with water to nourish your body. If abilities manifest, splendid, but if not, you remain my best partner." Afterward, she accompanied Lin Wu, rolling and frolicking in the snow. The tiger's hide, scrubbed clean in the snow, gleamed with a golden hue. Switching into ice skating shoes, she exclaimed, "Let us go slide with the tiger." She played to her heart's content, and only then did Lin Wu joyfully skip along. Shaking its head before starting to climb the stairs, she ascended to the 18th floor. Lin Wu was seen with a bag hanging from her body. Inside were medications that were of no use on the 16th floor, along with 5 neatly wrapped pancakes. What a wonderful child. She has certainly become industrious. How delightful. Lin Shi affectionately patted Lin Wuwu's large head in commendation. Upon returning home, Lin Wuwu began to roll around on the floor. A new quirk that Lin Shi could not quite comprehend. She took 2 charcoal grills from the barbecue shop, added charcoal, covered them with wire mesh, and placed chestnuts, corn, and sweet potatoes on top. Initially, she contemplated sneakily adding a durian to roast and enjoy, but was caught in the act by Lin Wuwu. With a somersault, Lin Wuwu leapt up, exclaiming, "Ah Wu! No eating the stinky stuff. TSK, such a rebellious child. What use is she?" Lin Shi turned on the television, squatted beside Lin Wuwu's ear, and instructed, "I'm going to wash up now, so you keep an eye on the roast. Remember to flip it with your sharp claws, don't get burned. Also, keep the fire low, or it will get charred. If it catches fire, make sure to call me. Don't burn the house down, understood?" Lin Wuwu flicked her ears and rolled over, turning her back to Lin Shi. "Ah Wu, got it? Stop nagging." The subsequent days were tranquil and lazy, with only one trip to the supply point, where Lin Shi used the identification cards of 2 elderly residents from the 16th floor to purchase some limited goods for them. As for other necessities, Lin Shi had no shortage, and Lin Wuwu was even less in need. She did enjoy occasionally visiting the 16th floor for a snack, like pancakes. Consequently, everyone became aware that the 16th floor was under the protection of that ferocious tiger, and no one dared to trouble them anymore. To this, Lin Shi could only sigh. She was willing to lend a helping hand, but preferred to maintain a distance from them. Some farewells are destined, and getting too close would only lead to greater sorrow. Standing a little further away might ease the heartache. However, this reasoning was lost on Lin Wuwu, who would likely have to learn what parting truly meant this time. After all, no one can remain a child forever. Chapter 85. The hunt for the mutant rat. Half a month later, Yichin arrived with 1,000 pounds of charcoal to seek out Lin Shi. Based on 500 pounds per person, including your Wuwu, let me know when you run out, and I'll send more. Old Zhao has already delivered his share. Additionally, just to confirm, should the 5,000 points still be allocated to the Baishanhu team? Lin Shi looked at him with surprise. A single point could buy a pound of food, and 5,000 points was no small amount. Yes, allocate it to the team. Yichin nodded and informed her. There is now a task at hand, to hunt down the mutant rat king. A rescue patrol discovered it a few days ago. 2 were killed, and 5 injured. Young soldiers, with chunks of flesh bitten off their arms and legs. Are you interested in taking it on? It hadn't been long since the mutant rat king had appeared. Yet, it was not surprising, as rats have always demonstrated a far superior adaptability compared to humans. Lin Shi curiously inquired, "How do you know it's the rat king?" "As long as you're interested," Yichin replied, lightly biting his lip. "We sent someone to scout and use detectors, discovering an enormous number of them. Yet they weren't scattering about. If no one had intruded, no one would have known such a large batch of mutant rats was hidden there. That indicated they could follow commands." Lin Shi concurred with their speculation. "Where was it found?" "In a high-rise building in the outskirts, filled with processing workshops. 2 floors are dedicated to the production of pet food, and a wonder. I'll take it on, but don't bring too many people. If we can't handle it, we should retreat. Having too many might worsen the situation. Bring some explosives, flamethrowers, and a first aid kit. Dealing with such creatures is bound to be hazardous." Lin Shi suggested all she could think of. Yichin straightened up, warmth shining in his eyes. "Thank you, Lin Shi. I've realized that I often find myself saying thank you to you." Lin Shi immediately grew wary. "There is no need for that. I am merely doing my job for payment. You can discuss points with me more often in the future." Wai Yichin replied earnestly, "You're right." He noticed that Lin Shi was quite resistant to others getting close, even maintaining a distance from the 2 families that had been taken under her wing. Whenever he attempted to draw nearer, he could see her expression as if she were ready to wield a knife. How intriguing! Could she be the one? 3 days later, in the morning, Lin Shi and Yichin arrived at a tall building, which was a processing facility. The floors were significantly higher than typical residential buildings. And due to the high terrain, the freezing conditions combined with accumulated snow only submerged up to the 6th floor. The mutant rats occupied the 8th and 9th floors. They stealthily entered the 7th floor. Lin Shi acutely felt what it meant to embark on a mission unprepared. Lin Wuwu was already retreating in tears, looking at Lin Shi with watery eyes. "Ah Wu, it's too stinky. I'm going to suffocate. Lin Wuwu lamented. My nose can't take it. She felt a twinge of guilt. Just before she entered, Yi Chun had warned her about the overwhelming stench inside and advised her to wear a gas mask. She had indeed donned one, but had completely forgotten about Lin Wuwu. She recalled having seen somewhere that a tiger's sense of smell is 4 times that of a human. Just how overwhelming must it be for Lin Wuwu? She quickly comforted, don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Actually, our Wuwu's nose can still be salvaged. You stay outside and wait for us to come out. Don't wander off. Be careful not to get caught and turned into a stew. Afterward, still worried that Lin Wuwu might stray and get lost, she decided to assign a task to keep her occupied. Here is the plan. You guard outside. If any other mutant rats come out, you can ignore them, but if the mutant rat king emerges, you must hold it back for me. Understand? Lin Wuwu nodded her large head. Ah Wu, understood. I want to wander off. Yi Chen and the others observed in awe as she seemed to communicate with the mutant tiger quite proficiently. Once the 4 regrouped, Yi Chen joked, your Wuwu is already timid before the battle. She shot him a glare. She is still a child. The others chuckled quietly. As night grants an advantage to rats. They chose to act during the day. However, the processing facility had minuscule windows and no electricity, resulting in dim lighting upon their entry. This time, Lin Shi and Yi Chun were equipped with the same full set of gear. Armed with submachine guns, each carrying 2,000 rounds of ammunition, 50 grenades, 20 incendiary bombs, and 2 flamethrowers. If they could take down the mutant rat king, they could demolish the entire building. The greatest advantage of the freezing conditions was that the mutant rats could not dig holes. Or rather, doing so would be extremely difficult. After their mutation, the rats had grown significantly larger, previously measuring around 20 centimeters, but now at least 40 centimeters in length. The Rat King was even larger than an ordinary civet cat. Additionally, their running speed had increased, and their jumping ability was heightened. Lastly, their teeth and claws. One could only imagine the damage they could inflict. Once they leveled up, they could even bite through steel plates. The mutant rats capable of biting through steel could have their teeth and claws fashioned into weapons, and would fetch a high price. In her previous life, she had captured many of these creatures to exchange for resources. However, in this life, while this batch of mutant rats wouldn't be overly powerful, she herself was only at the 3rd tier, let alone Yi Chen and the others, who were barely above the 1st tier. This meant that mutant rats could leap up at any moment to attack. Whether 1 or 10, it was inconsequential, but if there were tens of thousands, then they would have to flee. The 5 of them ascended to the 8th floor via the stairs, and as soon as they stepped onto the 8th floor, they felt a noticeable increase in temperature. A fully enclosed corridor led to various workshops and warehouses. They proceeded cautiously, observing various equipment such as office computers, mixing machines, and sealing devices in different compartments. It seemed the 8th floor was dedicated to production. Logically, the raw materials for processing should be on this level. As they ventured further, they indeed began to encounter scattered mutant rats. Upon noticing intruders, the rats squealed and charged at them. She flicked her fingers, igniting flames that instantly turned the nearest rat to ashes. However, the commotion had already attracted a horde of sentinels. Yi Chun and Yu Xiaofeng acted simultaneously, using water to summon lightning, charring the leading sentinel. The aroma of roasted flesh permeated through their gas masks. Ugh! Zhou felt nauseous, while Zhao Hui struggled to hold back his retching. The mutant rat smells quite appetizing. Why don't you give it a try? If we catch the Rat King, its meat might be infused with energy, which could help level up. Lin Shi's voice was laced with temptation, reminiscent of a demon. Is that true? Yi Chen pondered seriously. Yu Xiaobo couldn't help but interject, Captain Yi, you should really control the heat. It's overpowering. Just look at how Lin Shi's strikes reduced them to sh. Yi Chun shot him an irritated glare. What the hell do you mean by controlling the heat? Am I here to grill? You all need more practice. Lin Shi lightly sked as she floated by. Children who haven't faced hardship are just so finicky. Having already alerted the sentinels, there was no point in being discreet any longer. It was better to eliminate them in bulk and draw out the mutant Rat King. Chapter 86. There are actually 2 mutant Rat Kings. Lin Shi and Zhao Hui led the way with fire control. Yi Chen and Yu Xiaobo followed behind, combining their water and electric abilities for support, while Zhou provided cover fire. Although the 8th floor wasn't their main base, waves of rats continued to swarm in. Finally, Upon reaching the raw materials warehouse, they discovered the mutant rats were not merely scattered. They were densely packed, stacked several layers high, reaching up to Lin Shi's knees. Suddenly, Lin Shi empathized with Lin Wuwu. Feeling as if her knees were no longer usable, she hurled 10 clusters of flames into the mass, which exploded like rain in midair, landing among the rats and setting them ablaze, causing them to screech and scatter in panic. The 5 of them stood at the warehouse entrance, using machine guns to shoot down the mutant rats that charged out. Yet, a significant number still managed to escape. Lin Shi spoke in a low voice. "Be cautious, these are merely scattered soldiers. If they fear neither life nor death and charge in mass, the Rat King will undoubtedly arrive. It will linger at the back, waiting for us to exhaust our abilities and sustain injuries before launching its attack." No sooner had the words left her mouth than a rustling sound filled the air. The mutated rats surged forth like a relentless tide. With every step they took, countless mutated rats fell. Yet an equal number surged to take their place. Lin Shi inhaled sharply. Was this truly an extermination of the mutated Rat King? This was clearly a miniature rat tide, designed to wear us down. Increase the payment. It must be increased. Had she known that Yi Chen would summon her, she would have anticipated nothing good. Bullets could only slow their advance, but they could not halt their arrival. Lin Shi and her companions were retreating step by step, the sound of gunfire echoing. Bang, bang, bang. The ammunition was depleting rapidly, and the frequent magazine changes revealed a small vulnerability. The few mutated rats managed to breach the machine gun's defenses, immediately sinking their teeth into Zhou Yi's shoes, while others climbed up to bite his legs and hands. Fortunately, Zhou Yi was of the gold element. He unleashed his powers barehanded, crushing them before tossing them aside. Lin Shi and Zhao Hui surrounded themselves with flames, momentarily deterring the mutated rats from closing in. Yi Chen, cloaked in electric energy, was likewise protected, but the water element user, Yu Xiaofeng, found himself besieged. The water element was traditionally at a disadvantage in offense, and accompanying Yi Chen merely meant aiding him. Soon, Yu Xiaofeng was screaming in distress, blood seeping from his wounds. Now, the defense rested solely on Lin Shi and Zhao Hui, who continued to sweep the area with their machine guns. Yi Chen, Zhou Yi, and Yu Xiaofeng focused on fending off the mutated rats that breached the machine gun's barrier, their bodies already stained with blood. "Captain, be careful," Zhao Hui shouted as he abruptly seized a mutated rat charging towards Yi Chen, killing it and tossing it aside. But the machine gun's line of defense was faltering. The mutated rats encircled the group, leaving 4 of them bloodied and battered, except for Lin Shi. The mutated rats greedily sniffed the scent of blood in the air, yet they dared not advance, instead parting to create a pathway. The mutated rat, larger than a cat, crawled through the opening, positioning itself at the forefront of the rodent horde, standing upright and sniffing the air, drooling, which nauseated Lin Shi. The Rat King emitted a series of high-pitched squeaks, issuing some unknown command. Suddenly, a bullet shot towards the Rat King, causing it to turn and dash back into the horde, only for that bullet to transform midair into a large metallic net. Ensnaring the Rat King within, Zhou Yi immediately pulled the metallic wire, tightening the net, but the Rat King struggled violently, its immense strength knocking Zhou Yi to the ground. The surrounding mutated rats charged in frenzied desperation, while Yi Chen unleashed bolts of lightning to shield him. Seizing the moment, the Rat King unleashed a barrage of ice arrows towards the two. Lin Shi countered, shooting down the ice arrows with flames. And Yi Chen delivered a final strike of lightning, charring the Rat King, which then collapsed motionless, while Yu Xiaofeng and Zhao Hui employed flamethrowers to push back the waves of incoming mutated rats. Lin Shi conjured a ring of flames, a foot high, around her companions, deterring any further advances from the other mutated rats. Zhou Yi crushed a few more that climbed onto him, cursing, "I've performed all this just to capture you. How dare you run, cowardly rat?" Lin Shi warned them, "Be careful. This creature feigns death. The cunning Rat King would likely flee with its loyal followers if it sensed defeat, making it all the more difficult to capture later." Thus, they devised a trap, feigning exhaustion and spilling some of their blood. Real blood, drawn from an ability user, which was a fatal lure for mutated creatures. The Rat King, confident of victory and enticed by the prospect of a feast, could not resist the temptation to approach. Sure enough, it fell into the pit. What they did not expect was that it would feign death as well, waiting for an opportune moment to escape. Zhou, both astonished and furious, immediately plunged a knife down, and indeed, the Rat King struggled once more before succumbing. With the demise of the Rat King, the other mutated rats lost their command and began to scatter in disarray. Those fighting independently were no longer as fearsome, and the flames engulfed everything, leaving nothing but ashes. The group ascended to the 9th floor, where the storeroom for cat and dog food resided, yet it had been ravaged by the mutated rats. The number of mutated rats on the 9th floor was substantial, and in one compartment, an entire room was filled with small rats, densely packed. She felt her heart tighten, her scalp prickling, and set them ablaze to eliminate them all. To prevent any survivors, they planted explosives on the 8th and 9th floors. She planned to find Lin Wu Wu first before detonating them. Otherwise, if it had not escaped the building, she would surely be devastated. As she exited the building, before she could even utter a sound, she spotted Lin Wu Wu, looking quite pleased, squatting in the snow. That large head seemed precariously close to toppling over. Understanding it well, she instinctively praised, "Oh my, what a presence! You must be renamed. Come here, Dominator Tiger King. Let me give you a kiss." How absurd. What sort of demeanor did that mutated rat possess to be called king? Look at our Wu Wu. This is what true regal spirit looks like. Though Lin Wu Wu's eyes narrowed from the flattery, it still took a few stealthy steps back, seemingly unimpressed by the excrement. "Ah Wu, the litter box is overflowing. You should come quickly. I have a gift for you." Lin Wu Wu had shown disdain before, but perhaps out of consideration for the gift, it chose to overlook its rebellious child. When she finally saw the gift Wu Wu brought her, she was taken aback. Another mutated rat larger than a cat. How could a horde of mutated rats possibly have two kings? Unless this one was the queen. They had spent all that time capturing one king, and if not for Lin Wu Wu, the queen would have indeed escaped. She's concern for Lin Wu Wu resurfaced. "How are you? Did you get caught? Were you bitten? Show me." "Ah Wu, how could that be? I am the formidable Dominator Tiger King." Lin Wu Wu pranced around in small, proud steps. Just look at that smug demeanor. She could tell it was truly unscathed. She turned her gaze back to the mutated rat, and the more she looked, the more something seemed amiss. This mutated rat was clearly battle-worn, covered in numerous scratches and bite marks. But the fatal wound was a gash across its throat, likely inflicted by Lin Wu Wu's wind blades. She crouched down to ask, "Did you truly catch this? Are you not disgusted?" Lin Wu Wu shifted its gaze, feeling guilty, and replied stiffly, "Ah Wu, of course it's true. It counts as my capture." Afterward, feeling it lacked grandeur, it shook itself and proudly stated, "My little brother caught it, so it counts as mine too." She questioned in confusion. "Little brother? When did you acquire a little brother? I was unaware of this." Lin Wu Wu retorted confidently, "Ah Wu, just now. You said you would find me a little brother. How can you say your word does not count?" Look at that fierce demeanor. What more could she say? Chapter 87. Lin Wu Wu finally has a little brother, of course. A little brother is a little brother. What a trivial matter. "So where is your little brother?" Lin Wu Wu let out a low growl, and from a distance, a dog and a cat came running. "These are your little brothers. Old, weak, sick, and disabled is one thing. But why is there even a pregnant one?" Lin Wu Wu whispered, "Ah Wu, they are excellent fighters, very powerful. I want them. I want them." It even understood to maintain a semblance of dignity in front of its little brothers, not daring to act overly coy. Whatever, if they are to be taken in, so be it. If they don't meet the mark, I can always recruit more capable ones in the future. The child had grown up and cared about appearances. She must grant that dignity. The dog and cat halted their steps. The dog was a German shepherd, limping as it walked, appearing quite aged. The cat was a black one, with slender limbs and dull fur. Yet its belly was round and full. The black cat was a stray, adept at reading people's moods. Though the tiger appeared somewhat foolish, it was still formidable in combat. Those filthy rats had invaded their territory, and unable to confront them directly, they had taken to stealth attacks. Today, they had coincidentally found this lone filthy rat and were determined to kill it. Just as they were locked in a fierce struggle, a large tiger leaped in, and with a single swipe, the filthy rat was dead. The large tiger demanded they become its little brothers. The black cat thought having a cheap boss was not so bad. Unfortunately, this boss had an owner. Having been a stray for so long, she knew most people did not favor black cats. The black cat retreated slowly, its expression gloomy. Lin, she turned around, adopting a warm smile. So you are Wu Wu's little brothers? You have worked hard. Wu Wu is my family and my companion. Since you are his little brothers, we are all family now. Come here. Lin Wu Wu stood beside her. Puffing out its chest, Ah Wu, you all come here. The litter box master listens to me the most? Lin, she chuckled softly. When they approached, Lin, she noticed their injuries were quite severe. Their backs bore deep gashes that exposed bone, and bite marks indicated they had been the main fighters against the mutated rats. This dog was extremely thin, which made it appear older than it was. Upon closer inspection, it was merely a young creature. The limping was due to a leg injury, and it bore several old wounds as well as a gunshot scar. Was it a police dog? Or a military dog? The black cat looked even thinner. Skin stretched taut over its bones, and with that round belly, Lin, she felt a pang of worry. Alas, survival was no easy feat. Lin, she retrieved 2 bottles of water mixed with well water, along with 2 plastic bowls, pouring half a bottle for each. Drink some water. It will benefit your wounds. Do not be afraid. Soon I will wash you and your wounds with water to help you heal faster. As the water was poured, the black cat sensed the energy within and knew it was precious, beneficial to it, drinking eagerly without lifting its head. The German shepherd observed the black cat drinking but remained seated upright. Its gaze fixed on Lin Wu Wu. Lin, she gently stroked its head and said, "Go ahead and drink. Your master has plenty more." Only then did the German shepherd lower its head and gulp down the water. Once they had quenched their thirst and caught their breath, Lin, she rinsed their deep wounds with well water, then used her abilities to help them dry off, hoping to expedite their healing. All right, Wu Wu, take care of them. We must rendezvous with Yi Chun and let him have a look at this enormous mutant. As Yi Chun and his companions emerged from their task, they unexpectedly encountered Lin Shi, who was indeed startled by the sight of the large mutated rat. Zhou exclaimed, "My goodness, one is already such a hassle, and now there is another." Zhao Hui cleverly remarked, "Wu Wu, you are truly remarkable. You managed to capture such a large one in an instant. No wonder you are our Shijia's companion." Yi Chen sighed. The intelligence reconnaissance was incomplete. Why Yu Xiaofeng flatteringly suggested, "Lin Dad, let us team up next time to hunt wild boars. Please take good care of me." Lin Shi, uninterested in their banter, turned to Wu Wu and asked, "Do they have names? We can't keep calling them dog and cat, can we?" Wu Wu communicated with them a few times and replied, "Oh, the dog is named Lightning, and the cat has been astray without a name. Then we shall call it Lightning.as for the cat. I will name it. Given its pitch-black fur, let us call it Imo. Shall we?" The black cat let out a soft meow, clearly pleased with its new name. After wandering for so long, it finally had an identity. It was Imo. Zhou glanced at Lightning with envy and remarked, "Sister, these two must also be mutated beasts. Otherwise, how could they overpower that mutant rat? Sister, how is it that you encounter mutated beasts the moment you step outside? Is this dog a police dog? Would you like me to help you take care of it?" Upon hearing this, Wu Wu, unwilling to let anyone take its little brother, immediately bared its teeth and growled at him. Lin, she showcased Wu Wu's sharp teeth, saying, "Do you see that? That is Wu Wu's little brother. You can forget about it will tear you apart in no time." Zhou sighed heavily, lamenting the timing of their meeting. Lin Shi, not accustomed to Lin Chen's chatter, couldn't he help but glance over, only to find him staring blankly at the corpses of the 2 large mutant rats. Curious, Lin Shi asked, "What are you thinking about?" Yi Chen murmured, "Would roasting them be sufficient?" Lin Shi responded, "It's uncertain at this point. The higher tier ones undoubtedly possess energy, but right now, at most, they are only tier 2. Perhaps you should submit them for examination first." Yi Chen snapped back to reality. Realizing he had been lost in thought, it was indeed better to send them to the Research Institute for study. How had he gotten so sidetracked? Truly, the desire to ascend had driven him mad. With the mutant rats eliminated, Yi Chen and his companions collected intact corpses to take to the Research Institute. As they prepared to part ways, Zhou tempted Wu Wu, saying they had discovered a spot teeming with wild boars last time, where many had gathered to hunt, feast on boar dishes, grill meat, and camp together. How delightful! Wu Wu's DNA was deeply stirred, and its ingrained hunting instinct prompted it to agree that it must be invited to capture wild boars next time. Lin Shi watched in amazement as Zhou Yi, despite the language barrier, managed to completely enthrall Wu Wu. It was indeed impressive. After exchanging greetings, Lin Shi departed. As she navigated through the pile of rats, it was no wonder Wu Wu found her smell unpleasant. Lin Shi took several of Wu Wu's large towels and gently wrapped Lightning and Momo before placing them in the vehicle, turning on the heating. She removed her entire outer coat, tossing it into the space of her mobile home for cleaning and disinfection, shivering from the cold as she jumped into the vehicle. She did not wish to soil the car, as there was currently no place to wash it. By 4 in the afternoon, they finally arrived near the community, at which point Lin Shi stowed the vehicle in the space. Upon entering her home, Lightning seemed at ease, having been domesticated before, while Momo curled into a ball. Hesitant to move, constantly sneaking glances at the towering cat tree. Lin Shi first fetched 2 large bowls, grateful for the abundance of pet supplies she possessed. She poured cat and dog food into each bowl, opened several cans, added 2 egg yolks, and divided a baked sweet potato that Wu Wu had not finished into halves, 1/2 for each bowl. Additionally, she prepared a substantial piece of fish for Momo, as it was a pregnant cat that needed nourishment. She also filled a small basin with well water and placed it nearby for them to drink together. Lightning, having not been well fed for a long time, devoured the dog food eagerly. Momo remained somewhat restrained. It had never been in such a fine place nor tasted such delicious food. Fearful that eating too quickly would leave it with nothing, it nibbled slowly. While the issue of food was easily resolved, the dilemma of housing remained. Having roamed outside for so long, they were undoubtedly dirty. Ideally, they should be bathed first, yet their wounds, though mended by the well water, were still sensitive. Lin Shi took a blanket and a bed that Wu Wu no longer wanted and laid them out in the living room. Once the two had eaten and drunk their fill, she informed them, "You've been outside for quite some time, and you're a bit dirty. Once your wounds heal, I will bathe you and provide you each with a new bed and blanket. For now, you will have to make do and play in the living room. Also, Wu Wu's master has no shortage of food. Take care of yourselves and regain your strength. If you find your bowl empty and are hungry, as long as I'm awake, you can call for me." Though they hadn't bathed, she could still administer deworming medication. Lin Shi swiftly entered the space to tidy up the mobile home. Gathering Wu Wu's belongings, she reflected that in her previous life, her sole goal had been survival. Cleanliness and odor were trivial matters in this life. However, she found herself overly finicky, even applying the same standards to Wu Wu. In the living room, only Lightning and Momo remained. Lin Shi left them a small nightlight. Their beds contained a few plush toys and a ball. After playing with the ball for a while, Lightning burrowed into the fluffy blanket and closed its eyes, having not spent a night in such warmth for a long time. It puzzled over why its usually caring owner had attempted to harm it with a knife, which had indeed pierced its body painfully. Yet, it was the little master who opened the door and urged it to escape. Ever since it had fled, it had been awakened by the cold each night. Even when curled up tightly, eventually, upon meeting Momo, they were able to huddle together for warmth, though they still faced hunger and hardship, as finding food was truly difficult. Now, however, it had an owner again. Along with an elder brother, a ball, a bed, a warm blanket, and an endless supply of food, Momo lay motionless in its bed, fixated on the large cat tree. It had seen such structures before when it was small and the weather was cold. Back then, it had been outside the glass, watching a plump cat inside. The cat had struggled to climb, rolling around on the ground and meowing. Its owner had held it in their arms, laughing and coaxing it. Momo had been envious and had mimicked the cat, hoping to win the attention of that person and find a home there. Yet, that person had shouted at it and chased it away with a stick. It had not understood why, and at that moment, it had felt immense sadness. Momo quietly approached and touched the cat tree. It felt so soft, It was afraid to climb up, fearing it might anger its elder brother, or even its elder brother's master, which could lead to being cast out. It longed to stay in this warm home, wishing for its children to be there as well, so they could climb the cat tree as soon as they were born. It burrowed under the blanket, curling up while keeping its face exposed, allowing it to gaze at the cat tree. The next morning, when Lin Shi awoke, both Lightning and Momo were still asleep. She chose not to disturb them, knowing that extra rest would benefit their recovery. Instead, she gently refilled their empty food bowls and water and cleaned their litter boxes. Thus, they spent several peaceful days together. As for the little companions she had taken in, she bore all the responsibility for their care. Fortunately, both Lightning and Momo were well behaved, requiring minimal effort. They were quiet, eating, drinking, and playing, which made she feel a pang of sympathy, wondering how much hardship they had endured while wandering outside. With the help of the well water, their wounds healed remarkably fast. Finally, it was time to give them a bath for sterilization. She allowed them to soak for an hour, and they obediently remained still. Taking advantage of this interval, she collected their old beds and blankets to clean, disinfect, and sterilize in the space. Once dried, she would expose them to ultraviolet light, packing them in plastic bags for potential use with other small animals in the future. Discarding them seemed too wasteful. She then thoroughly sanitized the entire living room, ensuring that when they emerged from their bath, the environment would be clean. First, she fished Momo out, drying its fur and discovering that the freshly washed Momo appeared even darker. Its previous dirt had concealed its long hair, likely evolved to withstand the cold. Next was Lightning. She ran her hands through its fur, which dried quickly as well. Its coat was slightly shorter but equally thick and plush. After several days of companionship, she had come to understand their respective abilities. Momo possessed a form of teleportation, allowing it to appear and disappear within a 10-meter radius, making it a natural assassin upon advancement. Especially with its color, Lightning, on the other hand, was of the metal type, currently capable of enhancing the claws of its limbs, serving both offensive and defensive purposes, which was commendable. If Zhao Ziyong were to discover that the pets she raised had abilities, he would surely be envious. Thanks to the well water, both their powers steadily improved, and their physiques visibly enhanced. Lightning had grown sturdier, of course, having consumed ample food, and its fur gleamed with health. Momo's fur has become luxuriously fluffy, and her limbs have filled out a bit. Her belly is no longer so conspicuous, which brings a sigh of relief to Shi. Since they are all clean little ones now, Shi decides to rearrange their accommodations. The house contains only 3 rooms, hers, Wu-Wu's, and Qingbao's, which cannot be altered. The remaining storage room and boiler room are also unsuitable. The most spacious area is the expansive living and dining room. Shi retrieves a bookshelf from the space and places it against one side of the living room, creating a long, rectangular independent space of about 7 or 8 square meters behind it. She then finds 2 sturdy little tents, setting one on each side. One contains a large dog bed, while the other houses a smaller one. Though the latter is smaller, it is still ample enough for Momo and her little ones. With a perfect balance of privacy and comfort, she cannot help but feel a sense of pride in her accomplishments. Chapter 89. Lin, the female Rakshasa, and the crunchy meal. The only downside is that Lin Wu must be warned not to indiscriminately recruit more little brothers, for there is no longer enough room in the house. If she collects any more, they would have to share a room. When Momo and Lightning first saw their new nests, they were momentarily stunned. Just when they thought that having the large nest and blanket was the pinnacle of happiness, they discovered that their leader had prepared even more joy for them. Momo rushed over to nuzzle against her. A truly delicate little female cat, in stark contrast to Lin Wu's boisterous displays of affection. Lightning, however, sat upright, gazing at her with wet, eager eyes. "All right, you must remember to heed your leader's words. Meals and water are still over in the dining area. This is your sleeping space. If you wish to play in the living room, feel free to do so. Momo, if you want to play on the cat tree, go ahead, but be cautious not to fall and hurt the little ones. Lightning, your toys have been sanitized, so you may play with them, or even take them to your own nest." Lightning immediately dashed into the living room, while Momo quietly entered her little tent, lying down peacefully inside. Finally, Lin Wu's little brothers were settled, and as the leader, she felt utterly carefree. Outside, heavy snow began to fall once more, and the temperature dropped even further. She noted that it had reached a chilling -65 degrees. Lin Wu, unfazed by the cold, insisted on going out to play in the snow every few days, often bringing Lightning along. Though Lightning's fur was thick, she still found a black cotton coat for him to wear when venturing outside. Lightning was Lin Wu's most loyal little brother, accompanying her for play, walks, and even watching television. Both parties expressed their delight on days when she felt reluctant to join them outside. She would let Zhao Ziyong take them out to frolic in the snow. Momo, however, preferred to stay indoors, quietly accompanying Shi in whatever she did, occasionally playing on the cat tree. Thus, It was clear that little girls truly know how to endear themselves. Just look at Qingbao, Momo, and then compare them to the rambunctious Lin Wuwu and Lightning outside. There was simply no comparison. This was not to say that there weren't those outside who sought to capture them, as there were indeed many. Given that Wuwu hailed from the spirit realm, Lin Shi wished to shield her from being entangled with too many lives, thus advising her that unless faced with life-threatening danger, she must not kill indiscriminately. Therefore, when Wuwu discovered someone attempting to capture them, she excitedly shouted and leaped about. "Ah Wu, shit shoveler, help, help, someone wants to eat the tiger." This left Lightning utterly confused, oblivious to the embarrassment. Meanwhile, when Lin Shi arrived with a dark expression and, in front of everyone, charred a would-be captor of Lightning, the rest scattered in terror. Soon, a legend began to circulate in the Panshan community, claiming that a female Rakshasa resided there, raising a tiger and a dog, who delighted in roasting people until they were crispy and crunchy. Lin, the female Rakshasa, and the crunchy meal. The attitude exuded by Wuwu was as if the entire household relied solely on her for sustenance. Oblivious to the fact that a mutated tiger and a mutated dog working together to take down a mutated rabbit was hardly an achievement worthy of pride. Yet, Momo scampered over to Lin Wuwu, mewing sweetly, which only fueled Wuwu's arrogance further. Very well, one of the primary purposes of little brothers is to flatter their elder sister. Momo seemed to have mastered the essence of being a little brother. Lin Shi, not wishing to dampen the child's spirits, replied, "All right, our remarkable Batian who will hunt. From now on, you'll be responsible for supporting the family. Shall we prepare this rabbit for braising today? Would you like that?" Lin Wuwu suddenly snapped to attention, realizing that the shit shoveler intended to cook for her. This was hardly good news. With a cunning glint in her eyes, she stated, "I want to find Xiao Xiao to make a blanket from the fur. And while we're at it, let Yonggu prepare rabbit meat for us." In truth, she was solely seeking someone to prepare rabbit meat for her. Lin Shi, having seen through her little schemes long ago, was not angered. Her culinary skills were limited to making soups and porridge, and while cooking vegetables was straightforward, as Wuwu did not eat them, meat dishes remained her Achilles heel. Since rabbits had appeared outside, she could retrieve the ones from her space, as Wuwu had already wreaked havoc on several within. Lin Shi took out 7 rabbits, placing them alongside the mutated one, and packed them into a bag. Donning her down suit and military coat, she reminded Lightning to guard the home well and advised Momo to rest, before setting out with Lin Wuwu. The two of them should refrain from consuming overly greasy or salty foods and stay home instead. Zhao Zhiyong was taken aback when he saw the rabbits Lin Shi brought. "Wow, where did these come from? This one is particularly large." Lin Shi cracked a chestnut and replied, "Wuwu caught that one. It's likely a mutated rabbit, just look at those claws and teeth." Zhao Xiao also cracked a chestnut, offering it to Lin Wuwu. Zhao Zhiyong examined the mutated rabbit, clicking his tongue. "Are you sure? Can we eat this mutated rabbit? What if it makes us sick and we end up lying on the ground?" Lin Shi tossed him a chestnut shell. "Stop talking nonsense. What do you mean lying on the ground?" Pish-posh, children speak without restraint. Soon, Wu Lingshu and her husband arrived to assist with skinning and cleaning. Naturally, they kept the rabbit skins, which could later be sold for points or used for tanning. Today's main dish would be Zhao Zhiyong's spicy rabbit pieces. The rabbit pieces were fried to a golden hue, then the residual oil was used to saute chili peppers, Sichuan peppercorns, and garlic until fragrant. Before adding the rabbit pieces and pre-fried potato cubes, tossing them together with cumin powder and pepper salt before serving. Alongside, a large bowl of sweet steamed pumpkin and a plate of pickled vegetables complemented the meal. Everyone, including the tiger, devoured a large pot of rice with great satisfaction. Lin Wuwu rubbed her belly, licking her lips, and made a silent vow to catch more mutated rabbits next time, as consuming the meat of mutated creatures left her feeling warm and cozy. Oh, and there were also mutated wild boars. Someone had mentioned a plan to hunt boars together. Lin Wuwu suddenly turned to Lin Shi, chattering excitedly, urging her to inquire, By the way, has Yi Chun reached out to you? Did he mention when they would be hunting boars? Zhou invited my Wuwu along." Zhao Zhiyong shook his head. "Not yet. He messaged me yesterday, saying they're busy capturing someone from a gang." Upon hearing that Zhou and his group had no time for hunting, Lin Wuwu felt disheartened and lay back down. However, when the day came that Zhou sought her out to join the hunt, she found herself unwilling to go. Chapter 90. Sharing the same bed in life. Sharing the same grave in death. Days passed, and the temperature plummeted to -70 degrees, making the outdoors feel like walking through a vast, silent grave. One evening, well past 8 o'clock, Lin Wuwu suddenly dashed to the door to listen. Then hurried to find Lin Shi. Shit shoveler, someone from the 16th floor has come looking for you. Lin Shi felt an ominous sensation in her heart and quickly donned her clothing to head out. As she closed the door, Lin Wuwu insisted on following her. Lin Shi crouched down and softly said, "Wuwu, please stay at home and wait for me." "All right." Lin Wuwu stamped her little feet defiantly. "I won't. I know you all are sneaking off to eat delicious food. You think you can trick a tiger? Not a chance." Lin Shi sighed and stroked her plump ears, "Then let us go together." Upon seeing the elderly gentleman, Lin Shi noted that his face was slightly bluish from the cold. Unable to bear it, she removed her military coat and draped it over him. The old man looked at her with joy in his eyes. Albeit tinged with concern, "I apologize for the trouble, but my old companion wishes to meet you. Is that all right?" He frequently encountered the little tiger and understood that Lin Shi was reluctant to meet them. Lin Shi maintained a stoic expression. "Very well." When they arrived at the 16th floor, the old man led her into the bedroom. The chamber contained 2 stoves. While it wasn't cold, it was hardly warm. The elderly lady reclined on the bed, wrapped in heavy blankets and clutching a hot water bottle, her complexion ashen, her breathing accompanied by a wheezing sound reminiscent of a malfunctioning speaker. Lin Wuwu sensed something amiss. This felt different from her previous visits, and she grew frightened, clinging closely to Lin Shi's leg. The elderly woman smiled, extending a trembling hand towards Lin Shi. Lin Shi moved closer, taking hold of the cold, frail hand. "Do not worry. I am not truly cold. It is simply that age brings a deficiency in vital energy," she said with a gentle smile directed at Lin Shi. Lin Shi remained expressionless. "And that I hope it is not too presumptuous to invite you here. I simply wish to convey some thoughts. You have helped us immensely, yet you seem afraid to approach us, and I am aware of this." The old man revealed an understanding smile, tinged with a hint of mischief. "You fear facing our departure, but dear girl, what is your name?" "I do not even know your name." Lin Shi leaned in close, whispering in her ear, "Lin Shi, Lin from the forest, Shi from the stream." "Lin Shi, such a melodious name. I wish to share with you that I am exceedingly happy. Even if I must depart, I shall leave in happiness. And there is no need for you to mourn for us. Do you know? My dear companion and I are childhood sweethearts, deeply in love. Eventually, we married and were blessed with children who are dutiful and well-behaved, each achieving success in their careers and fostering harmonious families. As we age, though our health may falter slightly, we have traversed this lengthy journey of life together, and I have no regrets in this lifetime." Cough, cough, cough. Her lungs have been troubled. The bitter cold has inflicted great harm upon her, causing her to cough violently, while Lin Shi gently soothes her back. "Although we encountered natural disasters in our twilight years, we were fortunate to meet Xiaohu and you, receiving your protection. These days, I have been living quite well and joyfully, and thus I want you to know that it is your assistance that has allowed my companion and me to walk together to the end of our days. You should feel happy for me, my dear child. Do not feel sorrow for helping others, nor should you feel disheartened for your inability to assist. You are a good child and should embrace greater joy and happiness." She spoke a bit too much, pausing to catch her breath as she gazed at her companion. The elderly man slowly approached, opening the wardrobe, revealing 2 large cabinets filled with various kipayos, some classical, others modern, in hues of red, blue, pale green, ink-wash bright purple, resembling blooming flowers, both beautiful and artistically rich. Over the years, each piece has accumulated its own story. These kipayos are the finest in recent days. I alter the sizes, and you can wear them. I wish to leave these for you. One day, when peace returns to the world, you shall don these exquisite kipayos to attend celebrations, showcasing the most beautiful attire from the flower kingdom. Her voice grew softer, yet her face remained adorned with a smile as she looked at Lin Shi. Lin Shi clasped her hands, promising, "Very well, when that day arrives, I shall wear these garments to celebrate the dawn of a new era. To commemorate the beginning of a new life, I also wish to establish an exhibition hall, allowing all to witness the gifts left by our elders, sharing their stories." The elderly lady nodded, opening her mouth to speak. Yet no words came forth. The elderly man approached, inviting Lin Shi to sit in the living room. "I wish to invite you to sit for a moment. Later, Could you accompany us? Let us remain together forever. Lin Shi's throat felt constricted, rendering her voiceless. She could only nod vigorously. The elderly man's face bore a wistful smile as he stroked Lin Wuwu, bidding farewell before retreating to the bedroom. Lin Wuwu appeared bewildered. This unusual sensation leaving it at a loss, he looked up at the departing elder, then anxiously nudged Lin Shi. Lin Shi knelt down, embracing it, resting her head upon its body. Lin Wuwu's ears perked up, listening to the sounds from within the room. Suddenly leaping as if to rush inside. Lin Shi held it tightly. Shu, Wuwu, it's all right. It will be over soon. Lin Wuwu struggled, exclaiming. It's so cold inside. They will freeze to death. The one who cleans needs to save them. Lin Wuwu paused, bewildered. What is that? I don't understand. There is much you do not comprehend. Do you know what farewell means? That is what we are experiencing now. Wuwu, today we have come to bid farewell. They are too old. The grandmother's body can no longer endure. She is holding on with great difficulty. The grandfather cannot bear to see his wife pass away alone, and he cannot survive without her. They wish to remain together eternally, in life and death. This world is too harsh. Let them rest peacefully, Lin Shi gently conveyed to it. Lin Wuwu fell silent for a moment before struggling fiercely again. Prompting her to release her embrace, Wuwu collided with the tea table, knocking a large box onto the floor. The contents spilled everywhere. Rice cakes, pancakes, layered pastries, small buns, all exquisite and adorable, including several buns that resembled tiny tigers. Lin Wuwu gazed at the scattered items, its eyes widening with sorrow. With a mournful cry, Lin Wuwu retreated. Ah, Wuwu, I just don't understand. I know nothing. I don't want to understand. It dashed out in a frenzy. Lin Shi, fearing its erratic escape, had no choice but to have Qingbao swiftly take it to safety. She collected the scattered snacks, placing them back into the box and storing them away. After spending half an hour in the living room, she finally opened the bedroom door. The bedroom windows were wide open, the fireplace long extinguished, and a thin layer of frost coated the room. The two elderly souls embraced in death, their faces still adorned with smiles. Lin Shi summoned flames, reducing their bodies to ashes, and then carefully gathered them for temporary storage. She had promised to keep them together, in life and death. Chapter 91. Winning at the starting line? As Lin Shi prepared to leave, she gazed upon the home, unwilling to let it fall into ruin at the hands of others. Thus, she stored all the furniture in her space, leaving behind an empty room. With a sigh, she lamented that had she known, she should have kept Wuwu indoors despite its protests, sparing it this sorrow. Wuwu, farewells are a reality every individual, every life, must confront. Sometimes we have no choice but to accept. Lin Shi closed the door for it, granting some space and time. She instructed Lightning and Momo that for the next few days, Wuwu was in a poor mood and should be left to itself, without disturbance. The two little ones obediently agreed. Lin Shi initially thought Wuwu would only be sad for a short time, yet it unexpectedly fell into seclusion, remaining in the room for 3 days and nights without food or drink. Lin Shi grew increasingly worried, frequently checking on it. Its health seemed fine, yet it curled up despondently, ignoring everything around it. The day Joey came to invite it for a wild boar hunt, it still refused to budge. Lin Shi had to consult Zhao Zhiyong and others. Have I made a mistake? Is this akin to forcing growth? Unfortunately, none of them had experience with children and looked just as puzzled, leaving Lin Shi without any guidance. However, she did receive 2 pieces of good news. Zhao Zhiyong's abilities had yet to awaken, but his sister, Zhao Xiaoxiao, had indeed awakened her water abilities, albeit at a low level, only able to condense a small cup of water. Upon learning of his sister's awakening, Zhao Zhiyong was even more delighted than if it had happened to him. In the future, we need not worry about a lack of water. We shall provide for both your families. Su Guangqing's awakening was rather muddled. Even he could not articulate it. He merely noted that whenever someone ascended to the 24th floor, he could sense it, and his memory improved significantly, regardless of the time or place. A glance would etch everything clearly in his mind. Lin Shi informed him that this belonged to the mental abilities category, enhancing perception, and at higher levels, could shield one from being sensed by others. Zhao Zhiyong curiously remarked, so it's akin to radar, capable of invisibility and reconnaissance? One could say so. They briefly discussed each other's abilities, though Lin Shi's concern for Wuwu overshadowed their conversation, and she had little desire to linger. Until the fourth day, early in the morning, Linshi had yet to rise when she heard a cacophony in her room. Straining to listen, she discerned what seemed to be the faint cries of kittens. She hastily dressed and made her way to the living room, only to find Lin Wuwu and Lightning standing before Momo's little tent, intently watching inside. Linshi squeezed in beside them, astonished to discover that Momo had given birth to 5 kittens, 2 pitch black and 3 adorable tabbies. Each one, eyes closed, let out soft mewling. Momo meticulously licked each one clean before placing them on her belly to nurse. Spotting Linshi, Momo greeted her with a gentle meow. Linshi felt immense joy at the sight of the kittens and was even more delighted to see Lin Wuwu finally emerging from its shell. Lin Wuwu looked up at Linshi, its once bewildered dark eyes now brimming with wonder at the arrival of new life. Lin Wuwu understood that while life inevitably fades, new life continues to arrive. Ah Wuwu, they are so tiny. Were you this small when you were a baby? No, you were certainly larger than they are now. Ah Wuwu, how do you know? You've never seen me as a baby. I know for certain. The cubs of great tigers are indeed this small. I'll find a video to show you later. Ah Wuwu, does that mean I, as you say, have won at the starting line? Well, that certainly counts. How could it not? Ah Wuwu, you are also quite remarkable. You too have won at the starting line. Hee, you're too kind. Witnessing Lin Wuwu regain its former vitality, Linshi finally felt at ease. She changed Momo's bedding and prepared a nourishing meal for her. Cat food, canned food, eggs, nutritional paste, goat milk powder. She also took a large purple clay pot, placing 10 chickens inside, along with ginger slices and a few red dates. Being cautious not to add too much ginseng, after simmering from morning till afternoon, the chicken was tender, and she removed the bones. Momo received chicken soup and meat-soaked cat food, while Lightning enjoyed chicken soup and meat-soaked dog food. Linshi and Lin Wuwu savored the salted chicken soup, each enjoying 2 eggs, accompanied by a large plate piled high with crispy fried chicken and a bowl of vegetable salad. Lin Wuwu licked the soup clean, satisfied and sprawled out in the living room, legs in the air. The chicken is delicious. I wonder if mutant chicken tastes good. I must go catch a few to taste. Lin Wuwu expressed its desire to hunt. A small request that Linshi felt compelled to grant. Lin she called Zhao Zhiyong, asking him to check if Yi Chun had any tasks that could be conveniently completed while hunting out. If not, the Ba Tianhu team would set out to hunt on their own. When Zhao Zhiyong sought out Yi Chun did not elaborate, merely stating that they could discuss it when he came over as a guest. Lin she found it peculiar. Weren't they busy capturing people? Why did they have time to loiter near their community? When Yi Chun arrived at Zhao Zhiyong's house, he carried with him 50 pounds of mutated wild boar meat. Zhao Zhiyong, curious, inquired, "Is this the mutated wild boar you hunted?" "Indeed." Yi Chun replied, "We stumbled upon a nest that day. A mature one weighed at least 1,000 pounds, its evolved tusks impervious to bullets, and its hide as tough as steel. It took considerable effort to bring it down. We sent 2 to the base, keeping 2 for ourselves, and the research institute confirmed they were edible, hence I brought some for you. By the way, wasn't he Lin Wuwu eager to hunt wild boars? Why didn't he go that day?" Yi Chun, cradling a teacup, watched as Zhao Zhiyong cut the meat into pieces. Ah, Wuwu had a little incident. Zhao Zhiyong recounted Wuwu's matter to Yi Chun. After a moment of silence, Yi Chun gritted his teeth and remarked, "No wonder the heavens brought about this apocalypse. Some animals possess hearts kinder than humans. Yet some individuals are even worse than beasts." Zhao Zhiyong shot him a glance, chuckling. "Hey, remember your position. You're a captain after all. Why let it get to you like this? Stay calm and don't lose your temper so easily." Yi Chun exhaled deeply, suppressing the coldness in his eyes. Chapter 92. Illegal research on abilities. Upon hearing a knock at the door, Yi Chun went to assist in opening it. Upon swinging the door open, he was greeted by Lin Shi, and his expression softened immediately. "Lin Shi, you're here." Before she could speak, Lin Wuwu squeezed his large head through the door, exclaiming, "Ah Wu, it's Lin Wuwu." Yi Chun, playing along, responded, "Wow, whose mighty tiger is this? Such a majestic and formidable appearance. Truly enviable." Lin Wuwu, who relished compliments, happily shook his head. "Ah Wu, I am the illustrious Banan Hu." Seeing Wuwu so delighted by the flattery, Lin Shi's eyes crinkled with a smile. "Captain Yi, how is it that you have the time to visit? Have all the villains outside been apprehended?" Zhao Zhiyong, from the kitchen, chimed in, "Yi Chun is here to deliver mutated wild boar meat. Wuwu, do you want to eat some?" Wuwu hurried into the kitchen, asking excitedly, "Mutated boar meat? Is it delicious? I've never tried it." Watching Wu Wu enter the kitchen, Yi-Chen's smile faded slightly. "Lin Shi, please keep a closer eye on Wu Wu. Don't let him wander outside too much lately." Lin Shi looked up at Yi-Chen, inquiring, "What do you mean?" After a moment's hesitation, Yi-Chen slowly divulged, "We have recently been tasked with tracking a group of individuals, and we discovered they are moving towards the Panshan community. During surveillance, we overheard them discussing plans to capture a mutated tiger." Lin Shi felt a sense of unease and probed further. Are they simply aiming to catch a mutated tiger? Or are they specifically targeting Lin Wu Wu? "When did this happen?" Lin Shi chuckled. "Heh heh heh. To dare set their sights on Wu Wu, they must be courting death." She pressed on, "Why are you pursuing this group?" Yi-Chen was momentarily taken aback by Lin Shi's laughter. He had never seen her smile so freely. She usually maintained a serious demeanor in his presence. After a thoughtful pause, Yi-Chen replied, "I am afraid I cannot disclose that. It's classified information." "Oh?" Lin Shi raised an eyebrow. "Then let me rephrase my question. Is this group only capturing mutated beasts? Are they not apprehending ability users?" Yi-Chen looked at her helplessly, astonished by her sharpness. "Oh, it's the survival base, and there are missing ability users. Wow, it seems the numbers are not insignificant. If they captured ordinary ability users, they would naturally seek higher tier ones. Where would they find them? I recall the survival base has stationed troops with a high awakening rate, especially during those 7 days of fog. Capturing them would create too much noise and alert the military. They must be using deception, masquerading as survivors. Perhaps a dainty little girl with a tranquilizer gun or some sedatives." Yi-Chen's expression darkened. "Is this merely speculation? Or are you following a script?" Lin Shi merely combined her experiences from her previous life for analysis. The actions of those individuals back then were far more conspicuous. After all, the military was preoccupied and could not suppress them as effectively. Unlike this life, where they could allocate personnel to track and investigate. Zhao Ziyong listened, his heart racing. His sister possessed water abilities. He immediately empathized with the captured ability users, exclaiming in anger, "This is happening at the base. How can such things occur? What are they doing?" "Humph." Lin Shi finally donned a stern expression, scoffing, "Mercy and foolishness. In this apocalypse, what does that even mean? Tracking and investigating? How absurd. Just capture them all, and use severe torture. If they don't confess in a day, take a piece of flesh. If they don't confess in 2 days, take 2 pieces. Let us see if their mouths are tougher than my flames." Zhao Ziyong clenched his fists, contemplating seriously, his eyes radiating fierceness. "That is indeed a method. Torture is necessary. Whoever confesses will survive." Yi-Chen sighed, rubbing his forehead. He had anticipated such a response from someone with a high combat power. He could only provide a rough overview of the base's current situation. Most ordinary people at the base were relatively well-behaved. The issues arose with the ability users, as some formed cliques, complaining about preferential treatment given to military ability users. However, this distinction was based on the nature of the tasks. Military ability users always undertook the most challenging missions, while ordinary ability users often selected the easiest tasks. Some individuals might genuinely not understand, but others were merely stirring up trouble, hoping to take advantage of the chaos. Lin Shi understood this well. With military ability users exerting pressure over them, when would they ever have a chance to rise amidst the turmoil of the apocalypse? Naturally, they would want to incite unrest to their advantage. Lin Shi lazily interjected, "It's not just that. If they're specifically targeting Wu Wu, they must also be aware of my existence. Perhaps they intend to capture me as well. TSK, you must have leaked some information, allowing them to catch a whiff." Having said that, Yi-Chen naturally had to clarify matters with them. Indeed, various bases had infiltrated some moles, and although they had eliminated a few, they later realized it was merely a temporary measure that failed to eradicate the root cause. Allowing the problem to resurface, as for the leaks, there were indeed instances where Yi-Chen had personally acted as bait, only to return empty-handed. Thus, they had set their sights on this group of individuals, not out of a desire to capture and torture them, as they had done previously. However, the puppet masters behind these individuals were exceedingly cautious, making it nearly impossible to extract useful information. Zhao Ziyong scratched his head, frowning. "Did you try using your charm again? Did it backfire this time?" "Hiss, that shouldn't happen. You, Brother Yong. What nonsense are you spouting? I didn't use anything. I didn't do anything." Zhao Ziyong muttered. "Well, I remember it being quite effective. Among us, you're the most handsome. How did you use it? Tell me. Lin Shi leaned in with curiosity. Seeing this, Lin Wuwu also leaned in. Yi Chun, feeling flustered, flushed red, sitting there seething. Zhao Zhiyong finally sensed Yi Chen's embarrassment and quickly changed the subject. Continue. What are those people capturing ability users and mutated animals for? Isn't it obvious? They want to slice them up for human experimentation, Lin Shi exclaimed, fully aware without needing to explain why she knew. Yi Chen corrected her. It's illegal human experimentation. Countries worldwide are conducting research on ability users and mutated flora and fauna. Chapter 93. Lin Wuwu's defense plan. With a large population, the proportion of ability users in Hua country is also significant. Furthermore, several elders received news prior to the calamity, prompting various factions to send moles to infiltrate and eye the ability users in Hua country. The Baba factions established unofficial bases to prevent indiscriminate capture of ability users for human experimentation, thereby prohibiting any research institutions or practices. It must be said, this policy indeed caused significant inconvenience for those individuals, forcing illegal research on ability users underground. Lin Shi's eyes flickered. What about official research institutions? Yi Chen paused before adding, moreover, each base will establish an ability user union, which will collaborate with the military to oversee the research on human experimentation involving ability users. Lin Shi, if you're willing, I can recommend you as the president of the union. Lin Shi and Zhao Zhiyong exchanged glances, deciding to observe before making any decisions. Yi Chen felt somewhat disappointed. In his view, Lin Shi possessed integrity and strength, making her the ideal leader for the ability user union. However, he did not lose heart. He believed that with time, it would come together. He gently nodded to Lin Shi, speaking cheerfully, this time we will proceed with disguises. And I hope you can bear with us. Lin Shi, unsure of how he planned to disguise things, forced a smile and replied, Sure. Zhao Zhiyong patted Yi Chen on the shoulder. Are we all set? Are you taking the lead, or shall I? Yi Chen stood up, casting a disdainful glance at him. With your skills? You sit this one out. Let me handle it. Lin Shi, puzzled, looked at Zhao Zhiyong, who quietly informed her. This guy makes an exceptional braised meat. Lin Shi was skeptical. Is it tastier than what you make? Yi Chen teased her. Do you remember Du Wei? My culinary skills were taught by him years ago. Lin Shi, bewildered, asked, Who is that? Yi Chen chuckled heartily. It's that chef from the private dining establishment. His culinary skills are exceptional, yet he's unwilling to pack leftovers for you. Lin Shi, overjoyed, promptly seized his arm. It's him. I remember now. Where is he? Is he still alive? Her enthusiasm left Yi Chen momentarily taken aback. Alive indeed. I ran into him just last week. He faced some difficulties, but overall, he's doing well. He is currently working in our cafeteria to earn points. As soon as he finished, he regretted not simply stating that the fellow was no longer among the living. Lin Shi was elated, immersed in the blissful thought of having a chef at her disposal. Relieved that she wouldn't have to ruin so many ingredients anymore. What can he possibly do in your cafeteria? It seems such a waste of your points. In that case, hand him over to me, and he shall serve me from now on. Such audacious words startled Zhao Zhiyong, who widened his eyes in disbelief. Yi Chen's mood suddenly shifted, feeling somewhat reluctant. Well, I ought to ask him first. It's only right to consider his own wishes. Lin Shi felt a tinge of disappointment, but it did not detract from her admiration for Yi Chen's skill in preparing braised pork. The aroma of the braised wild boar wafted through the air halfway through its cooking. A rich meaty scent mingled with a hint of caramel. Lin Wuwu had taken on the role of the kitchen sentinel, perched by the door, inhaling the fragrance with a hungry gulp, refusing to budge at anyone's beckoning. 50 pounds of meat had yet to be fully cooked, as the pot size limited Yi Chen's culinary prowess. Nevertheless, nearly 30 pounds of fragrant mushrooms and braised meat filled a stainless steel basin to the brim. Wu Lingshu had also stir-fried a large basin of spicy sour shredded potatoes and prepared a seaweed and shrimp soup, signaling that it was time to feast. Drizzling thick soup over rice, adding a spoonful of the unctuous melt-in-your-mouth braised pork, and pairing it with a few pieces of mushrooms soaked in savory broth. If one was worried about the richness, a bite of the spiced potatoes or a sip of the seaweed soup would provide a perfect balance. It licked its greasy lips and complained, "Aw, shit shoveler. Why can't you make such delicious meat?" Look, everyone else can. Lin Shi felt helpless. She could indeed cook. It was just that her flavors were slightly lacking, just a smidgen. The worst offender was Lin Wuwu, who was particularly picky. After the meal, the group tidied the place before casually chatting about Zhao Xiaoxiao and Su Guangqing's abilities, an unspoken agreement to avoid the topic. So, any plans to go out recently? Lin Shi remarked nonchalantly. It's so cold. What is the point of going out? I'm staying in. Yichen fashioned a snowball, lightly tossing it at Wuwu, who scampered away in surprise. With a yelp, Lin Wuwu chased after him, darting back and forth. Hey, what is this nonsense? Yichen led Lin Wuwu on a merry chase, and after a significant round, both were panting heavily as they returned to Lin Shi, who watched the orange figure frolicking in the distance. Wuwu was undeniably adorable, yet it was still a child, full of playfulness and a love for excitement. Its agility and sharp claws could not compete with the malice of human hearts. You know, it's no match for those criminals lurking in the shadows, employing their clumsy tricks. A single tranquilizer gun could bring it down. He fixed his gaze intently on Lin Shi's eyes. I know you want to protect it, and I do too. I refuse to believe you would simply wait for those people to strike. You would retaliate. Let us collaborate. Together, we shall unearth the mastermind behind this. I can deliver him to you, so you can reduce him to ashes with fire, eliminating any future threats. I just want you to understand that merely eliminating this batch means you remain oblivious to when the next wave will come. Lin Shi stared at the snow-covered landscape, her breath turning to mist in the cold. She nodded. All right, let us collaborate and eradicate this menace. Upon discovering that this group aimed to capture Lin Wuwu, they relocated to the 17th floor under the pretense of transferring and sheltering survivors, ready to monitor the situation closely. Had they known Lin Shi would agree to cooperate, they would have moved directly to the 18th floor. After hearing his words, Lin Shi chuckled coldly. Dream on. Yichen's lips curled into a slight smile, unperturbed. She truly was the same Lin Shi. Chapter 94. The generous tiger Lin Shi felt an overwhelming urge to laugh. Yet she refrained. With utmost seriousness, she declared, well, there's no other choice. I can treat him to pasta, just like the one I made last time. There's still plenty left, Lin Wuwu gasped in shock. Oh? There's still food left. How could there be so much? Stealing a glance at Yichen, it wore an expression of distress. Consequently, Yichen paused on the 17th floor, bending down to say, Wuwu, from now on, I, Zhou Yi, Yu Xiaofeng, and Zhao Hui will temporarily reside here. You can come find us to play anytime. Oh, so that's how it is. He doesn't intend to come to our house for a meal. Lin Wuwu exclaimed joyfully, tilting its head to ask Lin Shi, can I go play? Lin Shi looked at Yichen. You may, but if you wish to go downstairs, you must inform me first. Otherwise, you are not allowed outside. There are bad people waiting to catch you, Lin Wuwu readily agreed. It wasn't foolish and certainly didn't want to be captured by nefarious individuals. However, seeing Lin Wuwu's carefree demeanor, Lin Shi felt Yichen's reasoning was indeed sound. Lin Wuwu, being playful and lively, would surely be unhappy if cooped up at home. Although there was room for it to run and play in the space, it preferred interacting with people. Upon returning home, Lin Wuwu first checked on its two little brothers, then visited the offspring of its little brothers. The 5 tiny creatures, still with their eyes shut, were being fed by Momo, their bellies round and content as they slept soundly. Back in her bedroom, Lin Shi entered the space, where Qingbao floated over, snuggling against her face. The crops cultivated in the space were thriving. Perhaps due to the ample energy present, Qingbao had harvested watermelons twice, and now, the farming crew had expanded beyond the 2 gorillas to include 2 more. Additionally, a few golden monkeys had been rescued from near death due to the cold and taken in by Qingbao. Qingbao could roam within 100 yards of Lin Shi, eagerly collecting any small animals it fancied, including golden pheasants, golden eagles, antelopes, and zebras. Recently, it even found 2 pandas and placed them in a bamboo grove. Days later, when Lin Shi finally saw them, her eyes widened in disbelief. Her first thought was that the space could grow national treasures. After Qingbao explained, she speculated that these animals must have escaped from a submerged zoo. The sweet potatoes and potatoes harvested from the space were particularly large, making it difficult for Lin Shi to give them away. Thankfully, they were exceptionally fragrant, and the little animals loved to nibble on them. For instance, when Lin Wuwu roasted sweet potatoes, if they were from the space, it could devour half without hesitation. Lin Shi, intrigued, sampled one herself. It was crisper, sweeter, and slightly more hydrating than usual, with the unique quality of containing a hint of energy. Perhaps due to the well water used for irrigation. Speaking of well water, Lin she had also visited, and the mist rising from the well resembled ethereal smoke, creating a truly enchanting atmosphere. The sweet potatoes and potatoes grew rapidly. After several harvests, the warehouse was piled high, and Qing Bao, discontent with the disarray, packed them into containers, 6 of the largest containers, to be precise. The fruit trees she had hoarded before the apocalypse were bearing fruit, and Qing Bao strictly forbade the little animals from approaching Lin Shi's orchard. It carefully stored the harvested fruits for her, especially the large durians. Lin Shi was overjoyed and immediately grabbed a durian weighing over 10 pounds, slipping it into the space villa. Seizing the opportunity while Lin Wuwu was absent, she deftly pried open the flesh and placed it in a small bowl, taking a big bite with a fork. It was delicious, both fragrant and pungent, rich and sweet, soft and smooth. Lin Shi decided to forego dinner that night, having filled herself with durian. Lin Wuwu also skipped dinner, having indulged in too much meat at lunch. The next morning, Lin Wuwu eagerly announced its desire to visit. Yi Chun and the others had moved downstairs, providing Lin Wuwu with another place to explore. Lin she felt a mix of heartache and anger, mentally scolding her rebellious child 100 times, while she patted the little one abandoned on the side to console the upset Imo. Upon reaching the 17th floor, she discovered that Yi Chen was not present. The layout of the 17th floor mirrored her own, and they were temporarily residing there without any furniture, save for the buzzing generator. The large living room housed 2 sturdy tents. One tent was furnished with plush mats, a heater, and a workbench adorned with various monitors, where the occupants were diligently engaged in their tasks, tracking, eavesdropping, and gathering signals. In stark contrast, the other tent was a lively scene, featuring a heater, a small table, and cushions, with 4 or 5 individuals gathered in a circle playing cards, the losers sporting several strips of tissue paper stuck to their faces. Zhou had the most paper on his face, while Lin Wuwu had the least, 3 strips. How those fluffy ears and forehead managed to accumulate them was a mystery. Lightning, as a loyal little brother, followed closely behind. Zhou wore a sheepish grin, hurriedly peeling the paper from his face, even taking a moment to help Lin Wuwu remove its strips. Here, I brought you some roasted sweet potatoes, still warm, perfect for a late-night snack, Lin Shi said, handing a tightly wrapped package of fragrant roasted sweet potatoes to Zhou. Tomorrow at noon, come to my house for a meal. Consider it Lin Wuwu's treat. Everyone must come. Zhou happily accepted the generous package. Honestly, I'm quite hungry at this hour. The current food is so lacking in oil, it hardly fills one up. Thank you. Sister Shi, you're so kind. Well, we'll come over for a meal tomorrow. Wuwu. I'll bring you gifts next time. Lin Wuwu stomped its feet. No need for gifts. Tomorrow I'm treating. Lin Shi chuckled as he affectionately patted the large head of the tiger, hardly able to discern that it was, in fact, a tiger with a penchant for hosting. Chapter 95. Yi Chen's desire for employment. Lin Wuwu took the matter of treating guests very seriously, which manifested in its expressed concerns regarding Lin Shi's culinary skills. Lin Shi found the situation amusingly exasperating. Given the current state of affairs, having something to eat was already a blessing. What more could one possibly want? Nevertheless, due to its relentless insistence, Lin Shi had no choice but to summon Zhao Zhiyong, requesting him to bring some assistance the following day. With a scowl, Lin Shi declared, "All right then. Is this sufficient, Lord Batian? Can your pitiful servant finally get some sleep?" In truth, Lin Wuwu was rather excited, bouncing around energetically, showing no inclination for slumber. This was its very first occasion to host a gathering. The mere thought brought it immense joy, however. Noting Lin Shi's expression, it wisely nodded and scurried off to the living room to engage in a game of flash. The following day, Lin Shi awoke shortly after 9, glancing at the time and hastily dressing and grooming herself, still perplexed as to why Lin Wuwu had not come to urge her. Upon entering the living room, she discovered the tiger and a dog sprawled on the floor, soundly asleep. It was evident they had stayed up late the previous night, not even having turned over by this hour. Lin Shi had to extract the ingredients from her space and place them into the refrigerator. Given that they were all young men with abilities, she estimated they would have hearty appetites, so it would be prudent to prepare a substantial feast. Previously, Lin Shi had made a large pot of soup with grassland lamb, which she had cut into sizable chunks and stored in a large stainless steel container used in the cafeteria. She simply needed to retrieve one container. Additionally, she had prepared 10 braised pork hocks and 10 roasted ducks. She decided to steam some sausages, directly layering them over rice and sprinkling some mushrooms, green peas, and diced carrots, resembling claypot rice. Next, she took out 3 heads of cabbage, which looked rather fresh. No matter, she planned to roast them until they appeared slightly wilted. Perfect! She then retrieved 20 pounds of pork belly along with a bag of flour to make cabbage and pork dumplings, setting the stage for a convivial atmosphere. As for vegetables, the only easily accessible ones were potatoes and yellow bean sprouts, which should suffice. And of course, beverages, white liquor, red wine, and sparkling water. By 10 o'clock, both Zhao Zhiyong and Wu Lingshu, along with their families, arrived, and surprisingly, Yi Chun was also among them. Noticing Lin Shi's confusion, Yi Chun proactively stated, "I am quite adept in the kitchen, and since you have gone to the trouble of treating us to a meal, I naturally ought to assist. Fine, as long as he was better than her." As they entered, the sight of Lin Wuwu sprawled on the floor prompted hushed inquiries from the others regarding its condition. It was simply too excited and stayed up late last night. No need to worry about it, Yi Chun mused internally, marveling at how remarkably sentient Lin Wuwu was, which explained why it had garnered such attention. As they stepped over Lin Wuwu and into the kitchen, Lin Shi opened the refrigerator and indicated the contents. Most of it is cooked food, but this pork belly and cabbage are for dumplings, which might take a bit of effort. Zhao Zhiyong asked, "Are you planning to use all this pork belly for dumplings?" He gasped, "That must be at least 20 pounds. Do you know how many dumplings that will yield?" Lin Shi was taken aback. She hadn't considered that. Is that not enough? Wu Lingshu shot Zhao Zhiyong a sideways glance. How would she know? We'll manage it as we see fit. There's plenty of meat. Lin Shi rolled her eyes. Content that it was sufficient. At that moment, Yi Chun gained a deeper understanding of Lin Shi's culinary prowess. He rolled up his sleeves, declaring, "No worries, we can use half for dumplings and fry the other half into meatballs. Both will be delicious. I'll handle the filling." Lin Shi regarded him skeptically. "The filling is crucial. Can you manage it?" Yi Chun laughed, tilting his head and locking eyes with her. "Would you like to give it a try?" Lin Shi maintained a stern demeanor. "Is this something one can experiment with? If I end up with a batch of inedible dumplings, Lin Wuwu will surely make a scene." Wu Lingshu interjected, "Why are you fretting? We're all here. You should take a break and let others handle it. It's too cramped here." Realizing the truth in her words, Lin Shi took Xiao Xiao to visit Imomo's kittens. Upon seeing Lin Shi, Imo meowed softly, exposing her kittens beneath her belly. 5 tiny creatures, not much larger than a palm, were round and plump. Lin Shi had taken excellent care of Imo, who was also nurturing her offspring well. "So small and adorable," Xiao Xiao exclaimed. "What are their names? How do you distinguish between them?" Lin Shi had yet to ponder this matter. "They are still young. We can name them once they are a month old. I don't need to know who is who. As long as Imo can tell them apart, that suffices." As they spoke, one slightly larger tabby, having eaten its fill, began to push its siblings aside, preventing them from eating. Imo, observing its mischief, promptly moved it aside, leading the little tabby to protest with loud cries. Zhao Xiao found this amusing, exclaiming, "This little one is quite naughty." Seeing her delight, Lin Shi encouraged her to play with them. "Just watch them, but don't touch. Imo is protective of her young ones, so be careful." Zhao Xiao nodded without looking up, busily using a large towel to dry the 2 playful kittens, while warning them, "You 2 are not allowed in the kitchen today. If you do, I'll really give you a beating." Lin Wuwu sat there looking utterly aggrieved, while its eyes darted around, seemingly plotting something. Lin Shi raised her fist before it, shaking it playfully. "Do you see this? I'm serious. If someone sees you getting beaten, you'll lose face. One to you?" Reluctantly, Lin Wuwu settled down, tugging at its ear before leading its little companion off to watch an adventure in Antarctica. Finally, Lin Shi seized the opportunity to chop cabbage and grind meat. As for tasks requiring precision, like draining water, kneading dough, or seasoning the filling, those were beyond her expertise. Observing Yi Chun preparing the dough, Lin Shi casually inquired, "By the way, where did you go yesterday? You weren't around when I came down. Did you ask Dewey if he is willing to come here? You can tell him I'll make sure he isn't shortchanged." "How many points did you offer him?" "I'll double it." "No, I'll give him 3 times. Yi Chun pondered briefly, a hint of regret in his eyes. "Unfortunately, when I went yesterday, I arrived too late. He had already left with the team transporting mutated animals to the base, so I didn't get to see him. However, he had been eager to go to the base. Would you like me to take you there to find him? Lin Shi, disheartened at the thought of her beloved chef being unavailable, replied with disappointment. Oh well, that's that then. She couldn't possibly drag him back from the base. Wai Chun casually suggested. How about this? You see, I'm quite skilled in the kitchen. Why don't you hire me? My cooking may not be as good as his, but I require fewer points. How about just 1 times the standard? Of course, since we're all friends, I can offer a discount. Lin Shi was taken aback. What are you suggesting? You're actually available to work here. With 2 prominent dark circles under his eyes. It was evident he had pulled an all-nighter the previous day. Wai Chun sighed, speaking sincerely. Life has its demands, you know. The conditions in the military are quite challenging. We have to hunt and work. It's necessary. Besides, I can't solely focus on not starving. I have my brothers to consider. Listening to him, Lin Shi felt a hint of logic in his words, yet something still felt amiss. Chapter 96, Delectable Roast Duck. Zhao Zhiyong, with a scowl, shoved Lin Shi aside, glaring at Yi Chun. Have you finished kneading the dough? Hey, what's with your sudden appearance? Before Yi Chun could finish, Zhao Zhiyong appeared with a fierce expression. He snatched the dough from Yi Chun's hands, lowering his voice to warn him. You, don't even think about it. Yi Chun wore an innocent smile. What am I thinking about? Zhao Zhiyong regarded Lin Shi with the same vigilance he reserved for Zhao Xiao. He could be quite careless at times, but when it came to his 2 sisters, his protective instincts were heightened. Humph, the kid might look decent and have a good character, but living on the edge every day? He was not suitable for anything beyond brotherhood. Wu Lingshu observed the 2, her thoughts contrasting sharply with Zhao Zhiyong's. Yi Chun was capable, had a good character, and given Zhao's relationship with him, his morals should be acceptable in this apocalyptic world. Having someone to rely on was far better than facing it alone. Lin Shi remained blissfully unaware of the complexities, having endured 9 years in the apocalypse in her previous life. She appeared to be in her early 20s, but internally, she felt like a weary 30-something. Therefore, in her eyes, many individuals were merely younglings, not much older than Lin Wuwu. After preparing the dumpling filling, Yi Chun placed it on the dining table and sent a request to the 17th floor for a few people to come up and help with the dumplings. Lin Shi had intended to do it herself, but Yi Chun stopped her. Wu Lingshu expressed her astonishment, quietly commenting to Zhao Zhiyong, is he trying to charm Lin Shi, or is he genuinely sincere? Zhao Zhiyong scoffed, he is trying to woo the young lady, but he speaks the truth too. You should warn Lin Shi. He may have ulterior motives. Wu Lingshu shot him a glare. Why don't you say something? Zhao Zhiyong.as Zhou Yi and Zhao Hui arrived. The familiar aroma wafted through the air, stirring emotions. Lin Shi's living room and dining area were open, with minimal furniture, creating a spacious environment. The large dining table could comfortably accommodate over 10 people, allowing for a relaxed gathering. The menu included lamb soup, braised pork hocks, roast duck, sausage rice, fried meatballs, dry fried potato strips, stir-fried bean sprouts, pork and cabbage dumplings, along with white liquor, red wine, and sparkling water. It is not a refined dish, but rather substantial and hearty fare, with fresh ingredients expertly seasoned by Zhao Zhiyong and Yi Chun, leaving everyone thoroughly satisfied and appreciative. Moreover, with Lin Shi's boiler keeping the chill at bay, the likes of Zhou Yi and Zhao Hui were particularly elated, exclaiming, Shijia, is your home heated by a boiler? It's wonderfully warm. Lin Shi nodded, indeed. I dread the cold in winter and worry that the heating might not suffice, so I installed a boiler myself. Fortunately, I procured a batch of charcoal last time. Otherwise, the boiler wouldn't have been able to operate. That batch of charcoal was quite remarkable, lasting longer than coal. How peculiar. Isn't this just a strange world? What could be stranger than the apocalypse? True enough, in that light, the mutated plants aren't entirely a misfortune. Ha ha, as long as we can manage to overpower them, it's a blessing. Otherwise, it would be a tragic world. Ha ha ha, one day, we shall prevail. Don't you think if we constructed houses from this wood, they would be quite sturdy? It hardly needs saying. Hasn't the Research Institute sought out masters skilled in mortise and tenon joinery to build houses from the wood of mutated trees? Lin Shi enjoyed listening to their conversations, glancing at the most talkative Yi Chun, only to find him in a daze. Zhao Zhiyong nudged him with his elbow. What's the matter? You look like a fool. After a moment of silence, Yi Chun finally spoke. Lin Shi, where did you buy this? The flavor is incredibly authentic. Lin Shi chuckled softly. I can't recall. As you all know, my culinary skills are lacking. I frequently order takeout and don't remember which restaurant it was. Besides, even if I did remember, could you go buy it? Yichen wore a forlorn expression. That is true. I can never find it again. I wanted my grandfather to taste it. In light of the elder's wishes, Lin Shi decided to be generous. How about this? I still have a few left. If you want some, I can exchange 2 for you. But no more. Yichen's face lit up with surprise, a glimmer of fervor in his eyes. Really? That would be wonderful. Thank you, Lin Shi. You're so kind to me that I don't know how to repay you. Zhao Zhiyong gruffly interjected. You're thinking too much. It's not a freebie. You'll have to trade points for it. Lin Shi wholeheartedly agreed. Exactly, TSK. Yichen deeply understood the meaning of throwing coy glances at a blind person. The residents of the 17th floor took turns coming down for a meal, each one overwhelmed with emotion, showering Lin Wuwu with compliments. No, tiger flattery. After all, Lin Wuwu adored kind words. The exchange for a meal was worth it, as it made Lin Wuwu stand tall among her peers, or at least that's what Lin Shi believed. After Yichen exchanged 200 points for roasted duck from Lin Shi, he descended the stairs with a beaming smile. Once back on the 17th floor and inside his tent, he no longer needed to conceal the tumultuous waves of emotion within, and the smile vanished from his face. Yichen examined the packaging box in his hands, his gaze deep and somewhat perplexed. Little did Lin Shi know, what he truly desired was not the roasted duck itself, but rather the packaging. The moment he took the first bite of the roasted duck, he sensed the addition of a unique seasoning, and during the roasting process, a rare fruitwood charcoal had been used. This charcoal was specially made and unavailable on the market. A secret recipe from Master Wei. His grandfather had informed him that this was Master Wei's exclusive roasted duck, reserved for esteemed guests. It wasn't something one could simply purchase. Thus, he recalled that flavor, distinctly different from the roasted duck available commercially, and the packaging was also unique, marked with the time from then. The tales his grandfather and Luogu had shared about that individual, coupled with Lin Shi's likely already awakened extraordinary abilities before the mist. Along with her home resembling a fortress in the apocalypse, could all these coincidences truly be mere coincidences? Yichen was certain that Lin Shi was that person. What should he do? Should he inform Luogu or keep it a secret from her? In Chapter 97, naming Imo Mo's cubs, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yichen recalled Lin Shi's stern expression and her radiant smile, and he unconsciously smiled as well. He burned the packaging box, dividing the roasted duck among his small group. Well, if it were someone else, he would certainly tell his grandfather and Luogu. But this was Lin Shi. The Lin Shi who was petty and easily angered. The Lin Shi with a heart so soft it could be crushed. Who had endured so much suffering, which explained her stern demeanor. Yet, her smile was captivating. If she were to discover that despite her careful precautions, she had been outwitted, she would likely become furious and resort to extreme measures. Just the thought made Yichen chuckle uncontrollably. After laughing, he felt a bit troubled. How could he subtly remind her to keep her guard up? In recent days, the temperature had not dropped further, with the lowest being minus 68 degrees. With Panshan Community now a settlement for survivors, it had become quite lively, with many previously vacant houses now occupied. Lin Wuwu paused on the 16th floor. Listened for a moment, then continued up the stairs. Before bed, Lin Wuwu nestled beside Lin Shi, resting her large head on the edge of the bed, her round eyes blinking. Oh, where did they go? Lin Wuwu ran to the entrance of Qingshi Courtyard, where the newly grown peace tree had flourished, enveloping the entire courtyard. Lin Shi had to tilt her head to see the top of the tree. Lin Wuwu patted the base of the tree. Oh, the peace tree will protect them. Lin Shi buried the Qingshi box beneath the tree, and Wuwu helped cover it with soil, chattering away about something. Lin Shi didn't pay special attention. That was Wuwu's little secret. She felt a sense of satisfaction, seeing that little transformer had finally grown up. Lin Shi kissed its big head, gently stroked its neck, and took it out of the space. Lin Wuwu dashed off to see Imo Mo's little ones, and Lin Shi accompanied her, sitting cross-legged in front of the small tent. "Ah-oo, the little ones have opened their eyes." Wuwu's loud voice startled the kittens awake. The little ones all squealed, and Imo licked each one to soothe them. Lin Wuwu leaned close to Lin Shi's ear and whispered, "Ah-oo, what will you name them?" "You should give them names? Naming 5 kittens? That seemed excessive." Seeing Imo's hopeful gaze, Lin Shi had a sudden inspiration. Ahem, Imo children would naturally take the surname Imo Xiao E, Imo Xiao Air, Imo Xiao San, Imo Xiao C, Imo Xiao Wu. Imo was quite pleased, as her children now had names, a day she had long anticipated. Lin Wuwu was perplexed. Not long after, Yichen ascended to the 18th floor to find her. He warned Lin Shi, in the next few days, they're likely to make their move. They've figured out your and Wuwu's routine for going out. You need to be cautious. Or I could take Wuwu out to play in the next few days. Lin Shi smiled and declined. Knowing full well that Wuwu was in danger, how could she entrust Wuwu to someone else? Yichen felt a bit disappointed, but it was to be expected. She had never been one to trust easily. Well, based on the information we have, there are 12 of them, 8 of whom are abilities users. They will approach you and use tranquilizer guns to take you to a certain stronghold. We will swap out the tranquilizer to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. At that point, you must pretend to be overpowered and follow them. This is a positioning transmitter. Press here, and a signal will be sent out, and we will follow right away. Lin Shi accepted a button-sized device, placing it in her pocket, saying, "Understood. Does Wuwu know?" Lin Wuwu excitedly exclaimed. Looking quite eager, Yi Chen's heart was suspended in uncertainty. This carefree demeanor made it hard for him to relax. Wuwu, this is a game. You must pretend to be weak and fearful of them. Don't resist too much, or they might harm you, understand? If you get hurt, Lin Shi will be heartbroken. Yi Chen feared that if Wuwu were harmed, Lin Shi would go berserk. Lin Wuwu impatiently nodded. Oh. I understand. This is called feigning weakness to infiltrate the enemy's lair. Lin Shi stifled a laugh. The 18th floor was the very lair of danger. She mused that although Yi Chen had always been talkative, she had never realized how verbose he could be. Yi Chen felt as though there were 1,000 more words to convey, but alas, she was disinterested. Since those individuals were about to make their move in the next few days, Lin Shi resolved not to go out, letting them lie in wait in the ice. It was all about psychological warfare. On the 4th day, Lin Wuwu could no longer contain herself and insisted on going out. After tidying up, Lin Shi took her downstairs. Upon reaching the 17th floor, she coincidentally encountered Yi Chen. Yi Chen greeted Lin Wuwu. Wuwu is going out to play. Let us go together. Lin Shi found this odd. It was not what had been planned. Originally, the plan was for her and Lin Wuwu to go together, with Yi Chen and the others providing support. However, Yi Chen couldn't shake his worries and feared for Lin Shi's safety. That person was far too significant for Huagua, and if something were to happen, it would be too late for regrets. Lin Shi walked alongside Yi Chen, while Lin Wuwu hopped about excitedly. Oh, a rabbit. There's a rabbit. The orange figure darted away like an arrow. How could there be rabbits near this community? They had been hunted to extinction long ago. This trap was utterly foolish, and both Lin Shi and Yi Chen could only comply and sprint after her. Lin Wuwu? Slow down. When they finally caught up to Wuwu, she was proudly pinning down a rabbit with her pudgy paws, head held high as she bellowed, "A woo!" The tiger's roar echoed far and wide. And the two exchanged glances, puzzled that there was still no response. Chapter 98. The trap finally appeared before long. A cry for help echoed through the air. Oh dear, here it comes. Ha ha ha, little beauty, why aren't you running anymore? Ha ha ha. Lin Shi and Yi Chen exchanged knowing glances. A beauty trap. The two rushed over, anxious that the trap might slip away. A young woman, likely in her 20s, with curly long hair and fair skin, bore a slight bruise at the corner of her mouth. Her long eyelashes framed her peach blossom eyes, exuding a unique charm. She wore a cream-colored, fitted down jacket, stained at the hem with blood. Looking particularly pitiful. 3 burly men held her down on the ice as she struggled desperately to free herself. Upon catching sight of Lin Shi, her eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope. Sister, help me. I'm a student at Doomsday University. I came out to find my classmates. Let me go. Pretty boy, stay out of this. Mind your own business. One of the men barked at Yi Chen. Yi Chen, filled with anger yet reluctant to resist, whispered to Lin Shi, Shi, there are too many of them. Perhaps we should. Lin Shi shot him an indignant glance. How could he possibly add to his own drama? Furiously, she retorted. How can we just stand by and watch them bully this girl? Their numbers don't matter. It's your own weakness. Humph. I'm not afraid of them. Woo woo. Let us go teach them a lesson. Don't worry, sister. I will help you. It was at this moment that the three men noticed Lin Wu Wu, their faces pale with fear as they recoiled. What is that? Is it a tiger? With a thunderous roar, Lin Wu Wu sent the trio fleeing in terror. A swift swipe of its paw nearly severed one man's head. Only then did the girl's eyes flicker, a smirk gracing her lips as if she had confirmed something. Lin, she hurried to help her up. Are you all right? You shouldn't go out alone. The outside world is too dangerous. Wiping her tears, she replied, thank you, sister. I'm so fortunate to have encountered you today. Otherwise, my name is Wu Shui. What is your name? I will repay you well in the future. Ah, she even has mascara on. It seems she is quite well off. Perhaps even at Yichen's expense. Lin, she replied kindly. Lin, I merely lent a hand. No repayment is necessary. However, I don't believe I've seen you around here before. How benevolent she is, extending a ladder to help. I'm so worried he might be in danger. Sister, could you accompany me to look for him? Just for a moment. He should be nearby. Lin Wu Wu chimed in with a soft whimper. Yichen fell silent. Fine. Their acting skills are commendable. Lin, she supported Wu Shui as they walked ahead, while Lin Wu Wu and Yichen trailed behind. Upon entering a thicket, Wu Shui suddenly slipped, gasping as she fell to the ground. Lin, she rushed to assist her, but was struck by a tranquilizer dart. You? Lin, she gasped in shock and anger, feeling her strength wane. Why, Yichen, echoed her cry, collapsing to the ground. What is this? This wasn't part of the rehearsal. Lin Wu Wu turned its head, incredulous at the sharp object lodged in its rear. It suppressed its urge to lash out. Instead, trembling beside Lin, she, Ah Wu, help, help. Someone is trying to eat the tiger. Save me. At this moment, Wu Shui stood triumphantly, waving her hand as 8 armed men emerged from the woods, one draping a black fur coat over her shoulders. Capturing them took no effort at all. The captain is truly formidable. Is this what they call an ability user? How embarrassing for us. Hey, this tiger hasn't fallen yet. Is the dosage insufficient? Should we administer another shot? One of the previous trio spoke. It doesn't matter if it's still standing. It has no strength to resist. Just getting it into a cage is sufficient. They say this tiger is formidable. Yet it seems rather ordinary. It's just a domesticated animal. How fierce can it be? We'd be better off capturing those wild mutated tigers. Now that would pack a punch. Wu Shui frowned. Clearly these individuals lacked decorum, yet regrettably, they still had too few capable hands. Do not question Dr. Luan's decisions. The doctor wants this tiger, and we must fulfill our task. Besides, you've seen it possesses wind abilities. Its rank may be low now, but given time, it will undoubtedly become the finest specimen. Both Lin Shi and Yichen caught the mention of doctor, realizing he must be the leader among them. Bound hand and foot, they were loaded into a cargo van, while the unfortunate Lin Wu Wu was crammed into a small iron cage, also shoved into the vehicle. Lin Wu Wu, unable to stand upright, wore a pitiful expression on its fluffy face. It had never endured such hardship. Acting was no longer fun. It resolved never to act again. Accompanying Yichen, Lin, she felt it inappropriate to engage with the surveillance in the carriage. Even if she sensed Wu Wu's distress, she could only ask Qing Bao to comfort it. Upon seeing the woman, she instructed Qing Bao to seize the opportunity to extract most of the tranquilizer from the dart, leaving only a fraction. Regardless of whether Yichen succeeded in swapping the darts, she would not gamble with Lin Wu Wu's safety. She only trusted herself. The cargo van rattled and jolted, its speed slow as it traversed the icy surface. Hours passed, and it showed no signs of stopping. Lin Shi's hands were numb. Lin Wu Wu had transitioned from soft whimpers to an agitated growl. Frustrated, Lin Shi struggled to sit up, leaning against the iron cage, soothing, Wu Wu, it's all right. Why don't you just lie down and get some more sleep until we arrive? Lin Wu Wu pressed its nose through the cage bars, resting against Lin Shi's back, finally calming down. Suddenly, a small ice cream appeared by its mouth. It quickly licked it up. Delighted by the sweetness, it obediently followed Qing Bao's instructions, covering its head with its pudgy paws while Qing Bao fed it more ice cream. With Lin Shi sitting in front to shield it, successfully calming the little creature. Chapter 99. Finding the culprit, Lin Shi gazed at Yichen, who lay motionless in the van, feeling a surge of admiration. Now this is acting done convincingly. Although Yichen appeared still, his mind raced at high speed. He was registering the changes in direction to map out their route for future tracking, a fundamental skill they had honed. After another few hours, the truck slowed, stopping intermittently before finally halting. They must be at least 300 or 400 kilometers from Beijing now. Yi Chan sat up, the effects of the tranquilizer wearing off. Which was to be expected. With a clang, the van door swung open, revealing a dim light and 10 fully armed men pointing guns at them. They were dragged from the vehicle, and Lin Wu Wu's cage was hoisted onto a trailer. Lin Wu Wu had truly fallen asleep by now, still a bit dazed. Yi Chen surveyed the surroundings. It resembled a basement, devoid of windows and shrouded in shadow. Lin, she struggled in anger. Who are you? Why have you captured us? A melodious laugh rang out as Wu Shui approached. I suggest you cooperate. Your abilities 1T stop bullets, and your boyfriend. If you don't behave, I'll kill him right now. How could she not know she had a boyfriend? Where is he? Yi Chen coughed, a mix of sorrow and indignation. She, I warned you not to meddle, but you wouldn't listen. Now look, Lin, she realized. That's right, Yi Chen is currently playing her boyfriend. She screamed, It's you, Wu Shui. I saved you, and you repay me with betrayal. Lin Wu Wu awoke as well, ready to seize the moment. Immediately, someone aimed a tranquilizer gun at its rear. Lin Wu Wu quickly dropped down, shielding its head. I'll be good. Please spare me. Don't poke me with that sharp thing again. Wu Shui, uninterested in wasting words on these test subjects, turned her attention to the mutated tiger. Oh, it's quite sensible. Your intelligence must have evolved nicely. No wonder the doctor specifically requested you. I know you understand me. If you behave, you won't be harmed. Seeing his role diminish, Yi Chen protested. What do you want from us? What you're doing is illegal. My girlfriend is an ability user. If she goes missing, our families will notify the rescue team. Wu Shui, her face flushed with anger, assessed Yi Chen. Though tall and somewhat useless, he was still quite handsome. She smiled sweetly. What can those fools do? We mean you no harm. We're here to help you. Don't you want abilities? Don't you want to have powers like your girlfriend? Yi Chen paused. Who wouldn't want abilities? But it's not something that can just be handed out. Who are you? Why have you captured us? Pushed along by a gun, Lin Shi and Yi Chen had no choice but to follow Wu Shui forward. Wu Shui tucked a stray hair behind her ear and softly said to Yi Chen, You and your girlfriend just need to cooperate with our research, and I assure you, you two can possess abilities. Lin Shi retorted bitterly, Don't trust her. She just betrayed us. She even captured Wu Wu. Wu Shui smiled sweetly, a hint of feigned innocence in her expression. I'm sorry. I was just afraid of hurting you. See? You haven't been harmed at all, have you? Many individuals endowed with extraordinary abilities tend to exhibit a profound selfishness, unwilling to share their gifts with others. Our hope is simply to have more of these gifted individuals collaborate with us in our endeavors, to devise methods that would enable a greater number of people to possess such powers. The capture of mutated creatures is an unfortunate necessity. After all, certain experiments are far better conducted on animals than on humans. Wouldn't you agree? Yi Chen cast a perplexed glance at Wu Shui, yet remained silent. Wu Shui's eyes sparkled as she glanced at Lin Shi, her expression brimming with triumph. Lin Shi was baffled by her look, pondering whether Wu Shui had taken a fancy to Yi Chen. TSK. It is no wonder that old Zhao remarked that his charm would work wonders. It truly appears to be effective. Yi Chen surveyed his surroundings and remarked, It's quite warm here. Is this your office building? Do you all reside here? However, Wu Shui chose not to respond further, her demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. They had traversed an inclined walkway, halting before an elevator. The elevator appeared quite new, seemingly constructed not long ago. Upon reaching the third floor, they found themselves in a long, white corridor reminiscent of a hospital, flanked by numbered rooms. Wu Shui led them into the first room, a spacious hall filled with various instruments, where several individuals clad in white lab coats were seated. Within the hall, there was another door. She whispered to one of the individuals, Today, I have brought 3 samples, one of which was specified by the doctor. The person leaned back, glancing at Lin Wu Wu through the throng, and picked up the phone on the table, muttering something. Lin Shi noticed that the ropes binding her hands had already been nearly severed by fire. And once that doctor appeared, she would be ready to act. She glanced at Yi Chen, who seemed oblivious, foolishly gazing around. She couldn't help but admire his acting skills. Yi Chen was exasperated. He had observed numerous technologies in this hall that should have been utilized during the construction of the official base, indicating a significant infiltration of the base. Once that doctor emerged, Yi Chen knew trouble was imminent. The doctor, in his 50s, was short and portly, with a receding hairline, yet he bore a friendly expression. Wu Shui looked at Yi Chun in shock. How is this possible? Wu Fei's expression darkened. Useless fool, ensnared in their trap, and yet you prance about in delight. He glared coldly at Wu Shui, and with a piercing scream, she collapsed to the ground. Blood streaming from her orifices, it turned out to be a psychic attack, stealthily targeting the brain. This must be a third-tier ability. How could this be? What exactly had transpired that she was unaware of? Lin Shi grew increasingly cautious, quietly stepping back. Yi Chen advanced, shielding her behind him. Impressive. So Dr. Wu is quite formidable. Why then, does he refuse to serve the nation and insists on going rogue? Which master do you serve that fails to keep you in line? Wu Fei sneered, his eyes filled with malice. Yi Chen. Lightning abilities, you truly are an exceptional specimen. Unfortunately, with your father around, I cannot act against you. Yet you insist on presenting yourself. I am aware that your associates are en route, but no matter when they arrive, I shall send you all to the afterlife together. Kill them, after issuing the command. He moved towards a wall where something resembling a circuit breaker was located. Chapter 100. The perfect assembly line operation. Could it be a self-destruct device? Is it explosive? Lin Shi and Yi Chun were obstructed and could not approach immediately. Suddenly, a shadow flitted past, and Wu Fei, both startled and enraged, clutched his neck and fell to the ground, blood seeping through his fingers as he searched for the shadow in vain. Those armed individuals surrounding Lin Shi and Yi Chun proved to be no match for them, and it seemed their guns were devoid of ammunition. Of course, they were. Clean Treasure had confiscated the bullets. Lin Shi's fireballs and Yi Chun's lightning descended upon the assailants like a torrential downpour, eliciting cries of anguish, while many instruments in the hall shattered. Several lab-coated individuals fled towards the door within the hall. As Yi Chun charged at Wu Fei, he found himself inexplicably immobilized. Lin Wu burst forth from the cage, roaring as it pursued. Wu Fei gazed at it with fervor. A superstandard evolved entity. Capture it. An invisible force surged towards Lin Shi's mind. She instantly recognized it as a psychic attack. Yet after a brief pause, she regained her composure. Huh? Is that all? Damn it. Lin Shi had endured this for far too long. She unleashed a line of fire to ensnare his hand, igniting it in flames. Lin Shi controlled the spread of the fire. Speak. Who commanded you to capture it? Wu Fei watched in horror as his hand burned before him, howling in agony, yet the fervor in his eyes remained unyielding. Who are you? Is this fire ability? How did you achieve this? You can resist psychic attacks. Are you the master of that tiger? You are also a superstandard evolved entity. Come, let me study you properly. I can enhance your abilities. Lin Shi's murderous intent intensified. She had taken many lives but had never encountered such a lunatic. This madman spoke too much. Keeping him alive would be a nuisance. Gathering a fireball in her hand, she prepared to incinerate him quietly, but Yi Chun seized the opportunity first, plunging a dagger into Wu Fei's heart. Yi Chun stated coldly, leave no survivors among the staff here. Eliminate them all. Burn the bodies as well. Lin Shi glanced at Yi Chun, perplexed. Did this individual change his mind so quickly? He had previously instructed her to leave some alive. Why the sudden reversal? Yi Chun regretted involving Lin Shi in this matter. He had no desire for her to be exposed to these madmen. According to Wu Fei, both Lin Shi and Lin Wu were regarded as exceptionally unique by these individuals, and he could not allow this information to leak. The research materials here must be destroyed. Lin Shi's secrets would remain just that, secrets. Lin Shi was reluctant to let Lin Wu kill, and Yi Chun was equally unwilling for Lin Shi to take action. Thus, it became Lin Wu's task to locate individuals, Yi Chun's to eliminate them, and Lin Shi's to incinerate the remains, forming a perfect assembly line. This building was constructed against a hillside. The elevation was not high, and floodwaters had submerged much of the structure, yet remarkably, the waterproofing was exceptional, preventing any seepage. When the floodwaters crystallized into ice, they posed no threat to the building. Lin Shi marveled at the quality of the waterproof materials. Yi Chun was incensed. How could it not be good? This was a new material utilized during the base's construction, now stolen and brought here. Lin Shi and Yi Chun located the control room, where they indeed discovered explosives, along with numerous batteries, each the size of an old computer's mainframe. Lin Shi scrutinized the batteries, her familiarity piqued. These were newly developed by the base, capable of storing 100 degrees of electricity at a time. A single household could apply to purchase one, insufficient for high-power appliances but adequate for basic electrical needs. Once depleted, they could be exchanged at the power center for fully charged batteries with accumulated points. Yi-Chen explained this to her. Such technology had not existed in the previous iteration of her life. Lin Shi was intrigued. Does the base also have a power center? Yi-Chen examined the battery codes. Relieved to find they were still intact, indicating they had not yet been destroyed. Using these codes, one could trace the inventory records at the base. Noticing her keen interest, he elaborated. Essentially, it's a power station. Given the current capabilities of nuclear technology, power generation is feasible, yet considerations for potential future calamities necessitated that the Research Institute minimize the scale of power stations to maintain mobility, preventing the entire base from being jeopardized in the event of an incident. Utilizing these high-capacity batteries as power carriers minimizes the need for extensive circuitry, allowing for more agile responses to disasters and enabling newly constructed buildings to access electricity swiftly. Aside from the control room, they also found a laboratory. Upon entering, the walls bore scratch marks and bloodstains that had changed color, eliciting a visceral reaction. Yi-Chen pulled her out. Zhou Yi and the others are arriving soon. Let them handle this. Would you like to check the warehouse? What would be the point of looking? She couldn't take anything away, and Lin Shi had no interest. I'm tired. I'll find a place to rest with Wu Wu. You go see if those missing individuals from the base are still alive. Yi-Chen's eyes flickered. All right. Lin Shi and Lin Wu Wu found a small conference room, laying a blanket on the floor and sitting down. She extended her mental energy into the space, confirming that Mo and Lightning were unharmed, and felt relieved. As Lin Shi exited. She worried about not returning home on time, leaving Mo and Lightning hungry. So she brought them and 5 little Mos into the space, settling them in Lin Wu Wu's territory. Lin Wu Wu treated the mobile house as its domain, even enlisting Clean Treasure to position it across from 3 nearby stores in Disneyland. To prevent it from feeling cramped, it acquired another mobile house, ensuring sufficient space for any little subordinates it might gather, having purchased 5 units in total. As anticipated, Lin Wu Wu began to whine. Having been confined in a small cage all day, it must have felt quite miserable. Even after dispatching all the villains, it still felt deeply wronged, the kind of distress that could not be soothed by any amount of ice cream. It sought to bury its head under Lin Wu Wu's arm but felt it inappropriate, instead gazing up at Lin Shi with an expression of pitiful longing. Unable to transform into a cat today, it could not curl up in its caretaker's embrace, which only fueled its frustration. The great tiger, with a look of despair, rested its head on Lin Shi's lap, exhaling heavily, its furry face contorted in a way that seemed to plead for comfort. Lin Shi quickly wrapped her arms around it, planting a kiss on its forehead, gently stroking the tiger's neck. Do not be upset. That wicked individual has been reduced to ashes. Let us see who dares to bully our Wu Wu. Chapter 101. News of Qin UNC. Lin Wu Wu paused for a moment, wavering between ceasing to act coy and continuing her playful demeanor, ultimately opting for the latter. Indeed, she soon heard a warm greeting from Yi-Chen. Oh dear. Whose little darling is this? DSK. A man should be resilient. What's the big deal about enduring a little hardship? Everyone has faced difficulties, yet here you are, sulking. Aren't you ashamed? This great tiger, Lin Wu Wu, was particularly sensitive to her pride. And Yi-Chen's words incited both anger and irritation within her, prompting her to butt her forehead against him. Yi-Chen lost his balance and fell to the ground with an exclamation. Inadvertently tripping Lin Wu Wu with his long legs, he held her head with one arm and playfully asked if she would concede. Naturally, Lin Wu Wu refused, flipping over and, relying on her robust physique, attempted to pin him down. The two engaged in a playful tussle, each trying to dominate the other. Lin Shi could only shake her head in amusement, discerning that this was not their first bout of playful antics. No wonder Wu Wu enjoyed playing with Yi-Chen and Zhou Yi. She never engaged with Lin Shi in such a manner, nor could Lin Shi provide her with such experiences. Wrestling with a great tiger was indeed quite laborious. And when Yi-Chen grew weary, he resorted to tempting Lin Wu Wu with food. Do you know what this is? You little rascal. This is beef jerky, and here is a big sausage in this black bag. I've got marinated eggs, as well as marinated chicken wings. Have you ever tried marinated chicken feet? They're absolutely delicious, incredibly fragrant. I brought these just for you. Which would you like? You can't take them all. You can only have one. Let us each have one. Lin Wuwu earnestly began to select her treat, ultimately choosing a marinated chicken foot, having never tasted one before. Observing Wuwu being coaxed by Yi Chen, Lin Shi decided to keep a marinated chicken wing for her. It was truly remarkable. No matter how delightful the items at home were, they paled in comparison to those from outside. Even a single chicken foot from the outside world was considered a rare delicacy. Under Lin Shi's reproachful gaze, Yi Chen beamed with joy, exclaiming, "Look, she's quite happy now. There's no need for all that sentimentality. If there were, a bit of practice would alleviate any troubles." Although Lin Shi did not concur with his sentiment, it was evident that Wu Wu was no longer feeling wronged. She and Yi Chen were enjoying self-heating meals, each with 2 boxes, and they had also added a box of self-heating hot pot, filled with big sausages and luncheon meat. Lin Wu Wu happily munched on her chicken foot, crunching away without bothering to spit out the bones, seemingly oblivious to the taste. Halfway through her meal, Lin Shi suddenly recalled why that battery seemed familiar. It resembled those from Qin UNC's laboratory. Lin Shi hesitated, contemplating a visit to Qin UNC, but bringing Lin Wu Wu along might draw unwanted attention. What if someone else had designs on her? Yi Chen, following her gaze, quickly understood. Lin Shi pondered. "Do you know anyone from the Research Institute? Are you acquainted with Qin UNC? Yi Chen, with his cheek stuffed, hastily swallowed before responding. "You know Professor Qin? He is my dad's colleague and quite famous at the base. Many of his studies are particularly valuable. Are you his student?" Lin Shi recalled what Wu Fei had said earlier and speculated. Given Yi Chen's father's status, whether he might have connections to the Research Institute that could lead her to Qin Siyuan. Not exactly. He is my uncle, a family friend. I only know he entered the Research Institute. But since the network was cut off, I have no idea how to find him. Is he in good health? How is he managing his meals and accommodation? Given his prominence, could anyone be targeting him? Hearing her barrage of questions, Yi Chen realized how much she cared for Qin Siyuan and wondered when she had begun to show such concern for him. Rest assured, Professor Qin is a treasured asset at the base. He is not the only one. Many researchers are highly valued. Since the inception of the base, they have been given special accommodations. They are usually under dedicated protection, and ordinary people are not allowed to approach them. Their living quarters are in a separate area, and their meals are secured, with security levels comparable to those of the elders. Lin Shi felt genuinely pleased for Qin UNC. In the post-apocalyptic world, having a sanctuary like that would allow him to focus on his research without worry. When you visit the base this time, could you please convey a message to him? Just tell him I'm doing well and not to worry about me. Once the extreme cold ends, I'll visit him. By the way, could you help me bring something for him? Yi Chen readily agreed. No problem. Just hand the items to the people on the 17th floor. They will deliver them to me. As they ate and chatted, the conversation turned to the children at the base. Lin Shi curiously inquired, "What can the children who have lost their parents do at the base?" Yi Chen observed the young girl before him. He noted that when she was curious, her eyes would widen innocently, resembling a Persian cat, which warmed his heart. At the base, anyone over 15 is regarded as an adult. And there are designated job positions for them. They can learn construction from experts or study agriculture with masters, and they can also choose to take assessments to join the military or medical teams. The base does not support idleness. Children under 15 live in dormitories, with education structured into half-day sessions divided by 5-year age groups. Kids over 10 do some errands to assist the dormitory teachers and will earn points to save for themselves. Given the current environment, they cannot freely pursue their studies. Those over 5 learn survival skills under the guidance of dormitory teachers, also taking care of younger siblings, and planting potatoes and sweet potatoes. Essentially learning through play. The youngest, those under 5, are cared for by dormitory teachers. The living supplies for these children are allocated by the base to the school for management, with oversight from the inspection department. Lin Shi nodded in understanding, realizing there were so many intricacies involved in caring for children. In her past life, her own base had only offered subsidies. She couldn't think of such methods, indicating she was indeed not cut out to lead a base. Some matters were best left to the capable. However, did the base have so many tasks to handle? Yi Chen chuckled lightly. Of course. The base bears a heavy burden. Don't forget where the supplies at the provision points come from. Part of it is leftover stock from before the apocalypse, but some are produced by the base itself. They have retained some production lines for survival materials. Using up the stock little by little is strategic. In the future, we don't know what natural disasters may strike. So it's wise to conserve. Lin Shi was thoroughly impressed. She had always thought the leaders were extravagant, but she hadn't realized they had begun to develop production at the base. In her previous life, aside from basic processing and manufacturing, most bases had merely survived on scavenging. Chapter 102. The Cunning and Devious Luo Qingzhou. Seeing the two engrossed in their conversation, Lin Wuwu begrudgingly squeezed herself between them, desperately trying to assert her presence. Before Yi Chun could voice his annoyance, Zhao Hui barged in with a loud bang. "Captain, why are you lounging here? There's so much happening outside that you're ignoring." Accompanied by Su Qiuming's loud calls, "Captain, where are you? Someone is looking for you." Yi Chun had never felt such disdain for his comrades as he did today. Get out, get out. What do you want with me? Every day, can't you handle your own business? I'm only a caregiver." Suddenly spotting Luo Qingzhou striding towards him, Yi Chun quickly stood up, thinking to himself, "Oh no." Luo Qingzhou relaxed upon seeing Yi Chun standing there. But his heart had raced when he heard his subordinates report that Yi Chun had once again ventured into danger alone. In the past, it was somewhat acceptable. But now, in these times, to brave the tiger's den without any backup was reckless. If something were to happen, how could he explain it to the old commander? Is that a tiger I see?" Yi Chun, not wanting Luo Qingzhou to notice Lin Shi and Wu Wu, swiftly pulled him outside and closed the door behind them. "Lin Shi, why did it feel so secretive?" Luo Qingzhou lowered his voice to reprimand him. "Is it true that no one can rein you in anymore? Did you get approval for this?" He didn't want to raise his voice too much. After all, he had to maintain his dignity as captain. Leaning casually against the wall, Yi Chun nonchalantly replied, "I didn't do it on purpose. Sure, right?" Luo Qingzhou, who had known Yi Chun since he was a child, quickly caught a key phrase in his rambling. "Innocent civilians?" The way he said it was so deliberate, clearly trying to hide something from him. Luo Qingzhou calmly remarked, "Oh, so you're quite the big shot now. Only a few days in and you've reached the enemy's headquarters. But tell me, where are all the captives? Not a single one left alive, not even a body. Don't tell me you let them go." Yi Chun's eyes darted around, and he firmly declared, "That's classified information. I cannot disclose." Luo Qingzhou was both amused and exasperated, pointing an accusing finger at him, then giving him a thumbs up. "Impressive, huh? So, let me ask you, who are those innocent civilians inside? Male or female?" Yi Chun clearly grew anxious, retorting, "What does it matter to you? Why do you care? Are you going to be dismissed for being so nosy?" "Oh, so it's a female then," Luo Qingzhou said nonchalantly. "What were you thinking, bringing a little girl along on a mission? Just to sit together and sip tea? Who was sitting together drinking tea? Who brought a little girl? Don't make wild accusations," Yi Chun quickly denied, his face flushing. TSK, still too young. You can't hold your ground with just a little probing." Luo Qingzhou dusted off his clothes and said, "If there's nothing, then there's nothing. I didn't say anything. Why are you so anxious? As long as there's an auntie looking after you, that's all that matters." He himself had a myriad of matters to attend to and had no desire to meddle in others' affairs. At most, he would merely file a minor report. Luo Qingzhou snorted disdainfully a few times before departing, having been delayed by Yi Chun for a better part of the day, which meant he would have to work overtime that night. Yi Chun exhaled in relief. Luo Qingzhou was exceedingly shrewd and far too familiar with him, making it quite difficult to deceive him. That a half-truth, however, was just right. He did not wish for Luo Qingzhou to come into contact with Lin Shi, as his astuteness might lead him to deduce that she was the one. Yi Chun was uncertain of what thoughts Luo Qingzhou would harbor towards her, so it was best that he remained unaware. Lin Wuwu was huddled next to Lin Shi, practically pushing her aside. By the way, Wuwu, the person you just encountered was named Luo Qingzhou, the most cunning and treacherous of them all. Remember that, if you encounter him again in the future. Be sure to keep your distance and hide your tail well, or else you will be caught in an instant. Do you understand?" Lin Wuwu tilted her head, looking at him. What do you mean?" "I don't understand. In the laboratory, soldiers were conducting inspections. Why do I hear a tiger's roar? Aside from those pitiful mutated creatures, this group was also experimenting on tigers. Truly a heinous act," Lin Shi observed Yi Chun thoughtfully. Was Yi Chun suggesting that she be cautious and keep her distance from that person named Luo? It mattered little. The less contact she had with official personnel, the better as for Yi Chun. That was merely a twist of fate. Yi Chun was searching for a large off-road vehicle, and Lin Wuwu insisted on running alongside it in the snow for a while before finally agreeing to lie quietly in the vehicle. The driver was a young soldier, Xiao Song, who was serious and earnest, making Lin Shi feel as though she were his superior. They traveled for 7 hours before finally arriving at Panshan Community. By the time they reached the community, it was already 4 in the morning. "Thank you for waiting a moment. I'll grab a few things and be right down," Lin Shi greeted him. She took a large bag containing a set of down clothing, 2 sets of woolen sweaters and pants purchased from the country, 2 pairs of insulated snow boots, 10 pairs of wool socks, 2 wool scarves, 2 pairs of wool gloves, 2 leather hats, 2 large boxes of American ginseng, 2 large boxes of tea, and 2 1-liter thermoses. The soldier helped Lin Shi place the bag in the vehicle and saluted her before preparing to leave. Lin Shi handed him another 1-liter thermos filled with instant coffee made with hot water. He had been driving for too long. A bit of hot coffee would warm him up and invigorate him. She also included 2 large packs of individually wrapped small breads that wouldn't tea freeze while eating. "I won't invite you up. You wouldn't want to go anyway. This is from Yichen. So remember to drink some coffee and eat well before driving. Okay?" Chapter 103. Central Military Base. Lightning furrowed its brow, perplexed as to how its leader had suddenly vanished, only to be replaced by a dominant cat. It preferred familiar surroundings. The little Imo-Imo-s, however, were indifferent, believing that wherever their mother was, that was home, and it was all about eating and sleeping. After comforting the anxious Lightning, they all nibbled on something before going off to rest. They first bathed Lin Wu, who had transformed into a cat, leaving her smelling delightful, and only then did Lin Shi find time to wash up. Tonight, Lin Wu was darting around Lin Shi's room, bouncing energetically, seemingly unwilling to be alone. Lin Shi allowed her to roam, and when Wu feigned a stomachache, she nestled in Lin Shi's arms, blissfully enjoying a belly rub before contentedly curling up by the edge of Lin Shi's bed. He hurriedly handed the bag to Yichun. "Captain, this is the bag that Miss Lin asked me to bring to you. She also mentioned that you instructed her to give this to me." His voice grew increasingly quiet, feeling a bit timid. Wei Yichen glanced at the thermos and the remaining half-bag of small breads, fully understanding Lin Shi's usual style. Xiaosong stammered, "Oh, no problem. The coffee is quite sweet, and the bread is delicious, yes." Xiaosong quickly made his exit. Wei Yichen stifled a laugh. Maintaining a stern demeanor to intimidate others was rather amusing. Wu Wei approached, ready to take over from Yichen. Bumping his shoulder playfully, "Wei puppy, what are you secretly enjoying?" he teased. "I heard you went on a mission with a young lady. Who is she? Have I met her?" Yichen shot him a disdainful look. "Mountain pig, I'm not sure what you do all day, but you should focus on your work rather than gossiping. You're utterly useless when it comes to your actual duties, yet you excel at prying into others' business. You do make a fine tabloid reporter." Wu Wei smirked. "Himph, what is there to be proud of? It's just a dead rat you stumbled upon. I senti it." Yichen, filled with pride, retorted, "Hey, why do you think you haven't come across one yourself? It's only right for me to feel proud." Wu Wei draped his arm over Yichen's shoulder. "Then do tell, does she exist? I promise I won't tell anyone else. Heh, guess for yourself." "I am off. All personnel, prepare to depart." Yichen dismissed him. Moving on, Wu Wei watched his retreating figure, arms crossed, chin resting on his hand, pondering seriously. TSK. He didn't deny it. That means he's feeling guilty. No denial plus guilt equals admission. Heh, I must tell the others. Wei Yichen interjected. "Didn't we agree not to tell anyone?" Wu Wei laughed. "Ha ha ha. Do I look like that kind of person?" The central military base is located 1,000 kilometers north of North City, flanked by mountains with plains stretching outwards, surrounded by replicas of ancient city walls, approximately 20 meters high, 12 meters wide at the top, and 28 meters wide at the base. The entrance features a massive alloy gate that rises from the ground. In the event of danger, the gate can be sealed, dropping heavy stones to prevent mutated animals or enemies from breaching. Wei Yichen set out at 5 in the morning. The icy roads meant slow travel, and with injured personnel, they had to stop frequently, not reaching the base until noon the next day. Wei Yichen led the convoy to the entrance, where the massive gate was closed and heavily guarded. After scanning their wristbands to confirm everyone's identity, the gate opened, allowing the convoy to enter. Inside was an expansive area enclosed by walls, equipped with watchtowers and firing points. The convoy had to drive for several minutes before reaching the inner city gate. This gate was fitted with large sensors capable of recognizing entrance identities without the need for scanning. His current residence was a 2-story small building located in the core area of the base. Benefiting from his father's research institute, a privilege even his grandfather did not enjoy. Currently, the research institute was the most well-treated entity in the base. The buildings in the base could not reach the towering heights of the pre-apocalyptic era, so their size was modest, emphasizing practicality and compactness. The Research Institute's small building covered only 100 square meters, with a maximum of 2 stories, but it featured 2 basement levels, uniformly heated by the institute. The rooftop was a glass-enclosed sunroom filled with foam boxes, serving as a small vegetable garden, though nothing thrived in the extreme cold. I'm starving. Yichin handed his mother some skincare products. Mom, here is your gift. I exchanged a lot of points for this. His mother shot him a glance, unable to refrain from scolding. What time is it now? Why waste money like this? You shouldn't buy things like this in the future. Why not buy for that young lady instead? What use is it for me now? Go wash your hands and face. It's time to eat. Oh, got it. Where is my grandfather? Is he still at the command center? He asked while washing up. All right, I'll go find him in a bit. Yi-chun replied. His mother brought out the meal and sat beside him, watching as he ate. Yi-chun grinned. Mom, don't worry. I'll definitely fill myself up. My cooking is superb. Besides, I won't ever go hungry. I just worry you'll be like your grandfather, giving your portion to others. His mother's voice trailed off with a sigh. Yi-chun suddenly changed the subject. What about Dad? He's not home again. You should just sell him to the Research Institute. His mother chuckled at his words, playfully swatting him. Your father still cares about you. You such an ungrateful child, spreading rumors about him behind his back. Just then, father returned home, taking off his clothes and changing his shoes. Where did this little rascal come from? Always bad-mouthing me. Chapter 104. The embarrassing 18 arhats I've eaten in the courtyard, but I can still have a bit more. Yuehua, let us accompany the child for a little meal. I had a late meal. So I'm not hungry now. Both ye father and ye mother ultimately each brought a small bowl of rice to sit with Yi-chun and eat. Satisfied after the meal, Yi-chun lounged in his grandfather's rocking chair. Swaying gently, Dad, I want to meet Professor Chin UNC tomorrow. Could you help me schedule a meeting? What do you want to see him for? He.S. busy. Don't bother him. Ye father declined to assist. Yi-chun was displeased. It's not a bother. Someone asked me to bring him something. I have to deliver it. Ye father adjusted his glasses. Who? I haven't heard of him having any close acquaintances. It wouldn't be some spy causing trouble, would it? There had been numerous spies infiltrating before the apocalypse, and after, they began to stir chaos. The Research Institute was a disaster zone, and ye father remained ever vigilant. Yi-chun grew anxious. Hey, it's not like that. Your son isn't that foolish, Dad. Why do you care so much? Just say whether you'll schedule it or not. Schedule, if young Master Chin insists. How can I refuse? But I haven't heard of him having any young ladies in his family. Why are you so eager to see her? Ye father muttered under his breath. Dad, Yi-chun shouted, indignantly reporting, Mom, you need to manage him. He is supposed to be an intellectual, yet he is just being nosy. What is the meaning of this? Ye father straightened up, defiantly saying, You acknowledged me as an intellectual. Where am I being nosy? They're just envious of me. Yi-chun was nearly exasperated. Who was this man? Truly, his mouth was far too large, and Yuehua protected her son, playfully chastising Yi Ming a few times, listening to the wind and taking it as rain. And you call yourself a researcher? Not professional at all. Turning to her son, she added, I've scolded your father, so don't be upset. Come, tell your mother. Is the young lady beautiful? Is she of good character? How old is she? Who else is in her family? Yi-chun, having finished his meal, went to deliver soup to his grandfather. Carrying a thermos, he stood at the entrance of the command center. Once the guards confirmed his entry, they escorted him to the second floor. Inside a simple office, there was a desk, a filing cabinet, a wooden sofa, and a single bed. Yi-chun touched the bed's thin bedding, feeling a twinge of concern. It was too thin, and even with heating, it wouldn't be warm enough. As the fourth elder entered, his sharp gaze fell upon Yi-chun. Surprisingly, the reprimanded Yi-chun broke into a smile. This fierce and energetic little old man was indeed his grandfather. Listening to his loud voice, one could tell the old man was in good health. Are you not going to reason with me? I personally brought you soup. What grandson is as filial as I am? And you still scold me? The fourth elder observed his grandson, who stood tall and resolute, and felt a sense of satisfaction. I don't care about reason. What can you do about it? Yi Chen could do nothing but placate the old man. All right, just drink the soup. What kind of grumpy old man are you? As the fourth elder enjoyed his grandson's service, he seized the opportunity to inquire. Having been outside for so long, have you misbehaved? Yi Chen straightened his face, responding with discontent. How could that be? I've never done such things. I'm very disciplined. Did Luo Qingzhou report me? Don't listen to his nonsense. He is just making a mountain out of a molehill. The fourth elder took a sip of soup, narrowing his eyes in pleasure. Did he file a complaint against you? Humph. He is too busy cleaning up your mess to have the time. That was indeed the case. Since childhood, Luo Qingzhou had been the one to deal with the aftermath of Yi Chun's actions, and Yi Chun merely shrugged in silence. The fourth elder then asked, What have you discovered this time? Nothing much, just an insider, Grandpa. You don't even know. Why Yi Chen launched into a detailed report. The fourth elder pondered for a moment. Do you have any leads now? Yi Chen replied with confidence. Of course. Following the trail of construction materials, there are numerous new technologies from our base involved. It's not difficult to trace how these things got out, who handled them, and who approved it. I just want to dismantle this step by step. Without alarming the snake, the fourth elder concurred with his reasoning. Then why haven't you left anyone alive? That's not like you. The fourth elder's expression turned grave as he nodded. Well, that makes some sense. He leaned in closer and whispered. Is it really not because someone saw you secretly dating, and in a fit of rage, you silenced them? Here we go again. He knew it. Silencing was one thing, but what did it have to do with dating? He wished he could, but that was simply not the case. Yi Chen took a deep breath. Grandpa, do you really think of me that way? The fourth elder looked at him disdainfully. Reputation? What reputation do you have? Do you know what people call your group? The 18 Arhats. TSK. It's truly embarrassing. When your father was your age, he had a whole bunch of young ladies chasing after him. I heard you've been disqualified, leaving only 17 Arhats. I should feel honored, only to find out you were just a useless little brat. Get lost. I find you annoying. People say that elders miss their children when they are away. But after just 30 minutes, he was already